This second-generation coal mine owner, wealthy and powerful, with connections, was betrayed by his university girlfriend, and sentenced to 7 years in prison. His parents also died in a staged car accident. When he returned to 1998 before his parents' accident, facing the girlfriend who caused the destruction of his family, he not only did not immediately punish her, but instead treated her even better, because he knew she was just a pawn. In order not to alert the mastermind behind the scenes, he had to continue being a useless lackey. Now is not the time to settle the accounts with your girlfriend by Shui. If you don't want history to repeat itself, you must solve the mastermind behind the scenes within 10 days. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that 10 days later, your parents will not encounter another fatal car accident. After thinking for a while, a preliminary plan finally formed in your mind. With a cold and stern gaze, you made a phone call and said, "Younga, I'm waiting for you outside the Zhengzhou Grand Hotel. Come pick me up." 30 minutes later, a black tiger had stopped by the street, and you got in with a gloomy expression. "Xiaoshuan, why do you look so bad? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" You answered evasively. "Younga, can I trust you? Your father saved my life. If needed, I can repay the Meng family at any time. Younga, I know you have some connections. Please bring a few trustworthy friends over. I may need their help." You didn't reveal everything, but you believed that Chen Wenjun understood your intentions. "Xiaoshuan, is someone targeting us?" Chen Wenjun was not stupid. On the contrary, he was smart and alert. Since you asked him to secretly find people, the situation must have reached a critical point. Otherwise you wouldn't have made such bold arrangements. "Yes, someone is targeting us, and they plan to make a move on us soon." You didn't intend to hide anything from Chen Wenjun and directly revealed the situation. Your honesty was to make Chen Wenjun take it seriously. Everyone is on the same boat, and if the Meng family ship capsizes, no one on board can escape. There is one more thing. You absolutely trust Chen Wenjun. When your parents had a car accident in their past life, Chen Wenjun was also in the car as the driver and died with your parents on the spot. So from the results, Chen Wenjun is definitely trustworthy, and there is no time now to screen the people around you. Who is the spy? Who is trustworthy? Chen Wenjun's eyes were deep, saying, "Money moves the heart. It seems that someone has set their sights on our molybdenum mine and wants to take advantage of it." The thinking reaction is really fast. No wonder in the past life he could become my father's right-hand man. A golden light flashed in your eyes, showing some appreciation for Chen Wenjun. Chen Wenjun's face showed a fierce look and asked, "Xiaoshuan, what do you want to do? Should I personally take someone to go?" You shook your head, with a cold and sneering look, saying, "We are businessmen. We can do things, but we can't get our hands dirty. Rest assured, I already have a plan in mind. This time, I will make them fail to steal the chicken and lose the rice, so that they will remember it well." Chen Wenjun, upon hearing this, although surprised by your calmness, did not raise any objections. You reached out to roll down the car window, your gaze cold, and said, "We need to quickly go find Wei Shilong. He has enjoyed so many benefits from us. It's time for him to contribute." 2 hours later, a burly middle-aged man quickly walked towards your direction. "The main guest we have been waiting for tonight has arrived." So you immediately pushed open the car door, with a smile on your face, and went to greet him. "Wei Bureau, long time no see. You are looking even better." Before Wei Shilong could speak up, you took the initiative to greet him with a beaming smile. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face with your hand. Although Wei Shilong was already full of anger at this moment, he couldn't explode on the spot and could only respond with a stern face. "No need for pleasantries. Why did you call me here so late?" You gestured for him to follow and said, "Wei Bureau, give me some face. It may not be convenient to talk here. Shall we find another place to chat?" Wei Shilong sneered and coldly said, "You do have guts. If your father were here today, I might have given you some face. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? I may not have the authority, but Miss Tianyuazhu should, right? If you don't give me face, can you deny Miss Tianyuazhu some face?" Despite Wei Shilong's deliberate sarcasm, you did not get angry and immediately revealed your trump card. Wei Shilong's eyes turned cold, staring at your eyes and said, "It seems that the Meng family knows quite a lot. Are you planning to threaten me?" You looked indifferent and smiled, saying, "Director Wei, it's not about threatening you. I just want to chat with you. If I really wanted to threaten you, wouldn't it be more effective to just take a photo at Sunshine Kindergarten? No wonder they say a biting dog doesn't bark. Today, Wei, have learned a lot from you." Wei Shilong suppressed the anger in his heart, coldly snorted, and then ran towards the tiger's head. Half an hour later, on a dam in Longhai Park, Wei Shilong said with a deep gaze, "It's not early now. Let's speak frankly. What do you want to do by meeting me tonight?" You looked at the lake in front of you and said, "Director Wei, since you are so frank, I won't beat around the bush. I know that someone is trying to target our Meng family now, so I can only ask for your help. It seems that my speculation was correct. The Meng family indeed knows about that matter. Wei Shilong remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking that he didn't want to offend the Meng family if possible. However, in the current situation, he had no choice. He could either turn a blind eye and let others handle the matter, or he could lend a hand. But if he were to help, he would face immense pressure, as dealing with the Meng family was no small task. As the executive deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Zhengzhou City, he had to bow and show respect to others, let alone a businessman like the Meng family, whose roots were not particularly deep. This multiple-choice question, even a 3-year-old child knows the correct answer. Wei Shilong's eyes were deep, and he said, "Kid, according to the rules of the game, my relationship with your Meng family is good, and I should lend a hand to help you. But this time, I really have the intention but not the ability. The person who wants to deal with your Meng family is not someone I can afford to offend, and I don't have the ability to help your Meng family escape this disaster." You turned your face and smiled, saying, "I know who Wei Bureau wants to deal with in our Meng family, and I know you can't afford to offend them." Wei Shilong said seriously, "Since you know the person's identity, you should understand that it's not that I don't want to help, but I really can't help. Even if you try to coerce me, it's useless. Wei Bureau, I am here to see you tonight, not to ask you to help me settle this matter, but to ask you to help me buy some time, at least not to start investigating our Meng family within your Public Security Bureau first, so that I have time to find some connections and suppress this matter. Whether the Meng family can escape this time, Wei Shilong is the most crucial link, so you are not exaggerating at all. You directly stated the purpose of meeting him tonight." "No, I can't help you with this." Wei Shilong's eyes narrowed, decisively refused, saying, "Those issues in your Meng family's mining industry have already started to be investigated. Besides our Public Security Bureau, the Procuratorate is also taking action. Even if I want to stop it, it's too late. It must be done. You have no choice now." Your eyes turned cold, not allowing refusal, saying, "There is only one way for you now, and that is to survive with our Meng family. If you insist on drawing a line with us, then wait for our Meng family's ship to sink together." "Kid, are you threatening me?" Wei Shilong gazed across, flatly refused to say, "You Meng family mining on those issues now has begun to file an investigation. In addition to our public security mouth, the Procuratorate side also have action. Even if you want to stop it is too late. If you can't, you have to. You don't have a choice now." Meng Sun's eyes turned cold, and he said without refusal, "There is only one road under your feet now, and that is to live with our Meng family. If you want to insist on drawing a line with us, then you will wait for our Meng family's big ship to capsize together and be finished." "Kid, are you threatening me?" Wei Shilong raised his hand and violently grabbed Meng Sun's collar, a murderous intent flashing instantly in his eyes. "Wei Bureau, you have a good family as well as a good daughter, and a great future if nothing else. Don't ruin everything for your momentary anger." Meng Sun was not intimidated by Wei Shilong's sudden outburst, and said with a still bland look in his eyes, "Phew." Wei Shilong spat out a breath, resisting the urge to slice Meng Sun to death with a palm, and loosened the collar of the other party's coat. Meng Sun is right. He still has a great future. Really do not make for the Meng family, together with the ship capsized, and he was truly afraid, too, that his daughter would know about Tian Yueju's existence. He didn't even dare to think about how his daughter would come to think of him as a heroic father in the future once she knew that he had someone else on the outside and that the other party had a child for him. "Even if I could hold you off for a few days, what good would that do?" Wei Shilong's hands gripped the guardrail fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "That person's background you are not unaware of. He made up his mind to do things. This whole city of Zhengzhou, who can stop it? In the past, of course, no one was able to stop them, but it's not possible in this future," Meng Sun said with ghostly eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Wei Shilong wrinkled his eyebrows and pursued, "Bureau Wei, ever heard of a word? Excessive prosperity leads to decline." Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Too much is too much. Too much is too much." After Wei Shilong mumbled for a moment, there was some light in his head, but it wasn't particularly clear. This Jiangzhou city is not the private territory of a certain family. They cannot be lawless all the time. There is an old saying, people do not have 100 days of red flowers do not have 100 days to bloom. A family is too prosperous is not a good thing. Meng Sun eyed the front and sneered coldly. "Kid, I'll pretend I haven't heard that today. And don't you dare try to get anything out of me with this catch-all," Wei Shilong said in a somewhat hoarse voice after a few moments of speechless silence. "This time I'll go out and help you once for the sake of my many years of friendship with your father. But I can only help you by a week's time, and if you still fail to bring in any rescuers after a week, then don't blame me for being official. Okay? Just a week's time, As long as Bureau Wei can help me fight for a week's time, no matter what the final result is, I guarantee that Bureau Wei will no longer have any connection with this matter. Meng Sun's gaze turned to Wei Shilong's face and said with a solemn promise, "Humph, you'd better keep your word, or else." Wei Shilong snorted coldly, and although he didn't finish his sentence, Meng Sun had already understood what he was saying. After 7 days had passed, if he dared to pester him again, then the Meng family would only end up worse off. The first step of the plan. Finally, after getting Wei Shilong's promise, although Meng Sun's face was calm, his heart was secretly relieved out. In the plan he had envisioned, Wei Shilong was the most crucial part of it. If Wei Shilong didn't agree to cooperate with him, then his next plans were all in the air, and it was simply too late to operate. Now that he had Wei Shilong's promise, he could feel free to go ahead and arrange his next plans. As for whether Wei Shilong would set one thing behind his face, this he was not really afraid of. As long as Wei Shilong had his sanity intact and didn't want to ruin his life, there was no way he could tear up tonight's promise. What Meng Sun had in mind, Wei Shilong did not know. He lit a cigarette, hiding his cheek among the smoke, and asked in a cold, ghostly voice, "Can you give me the bottom line? Which great god are you going to invite to help your Meng family get through this? Who to ask for help?" Meng Sun naturally had a number in mind already. Only now this great god has not officially taken up his new post. He had to go and deliver a pitch if he wanted to ask for help. Otherwise, the other party would definitely not have rushed out to help their Meng family through this difficult time. Why? Is there anything else you can't see in this great god you're going to invoke? Seeing Meng Sun fall into a state of contemplation, Wei Shilong raised an eyebrow, deliberately using a provocative tone. He wanted to force Meng Sun's bottom card out. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Meng Sun naturally wouldn't fall for this little trick, and just casually laughed. "Bureau Wei, it's getting late. I'll send you back to Yunhai Garden. I'm sure my sister-in-law is already waiting for you in a hurry. I call your old man brother and brother. You call my woman sister-in-law. This generation is really not polite enough." After Wei Shilong heard this, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. In his heart, he also understood that it was already impossible to get any useful information out of Meng Sun tonight. One could only acquiesce to the arrangement. Humph, what a little fox, really refusing to suffer at all. But where on earth did he get the confidence that he could bring in help to get the Meng family through this difficult time? Wei Shilong was secretly speculating while coldly grunting in his heart. What kind of cards were hidden in Meng Sun's hands that could make him so confident that he could bring the Meng family back from the edge of the cliff? This kid can't be playing God with me? Wei Shilong's brows wrinkled, and the thought unconsciously crossed his mind. But it feels unlikely when you think about it. After all Meng Sun had asked for was for him to help by some time. If he really didn't have any means, he wouldn't have been able to be so tough with him. Alas, it's just that. It's better to be offended than to lose one's future. Wei Shilong shook his head, forcing himself not to think further. As things stood, he could only do his best to buy time for Meng Sun. Hopefully, the other party would really move in with some kind of useful rescue that wouldn't make them work for nothing. With such complicated thoughts in his mind, Wei Shilong did not utter a word on the road, and was sent by Meng Sun to the entrance of Yunhai district. As he was about to get out of the car, Wei Shilong turned his eyes, looked deeply in Meng Sun's face, and said, 7 days? You only have 7 days to find someone to walk around. After this point in time, I will immediately arrange for people from the criminal investigation to conduct a comprehensive inventory of those involved in your Meng family's mining industry. After putting down these words without expression, Wei Shilong didn't even give Meng Sun a chance to respond, and simply got out of the car and left. Little seeker, this Wei Shilong is a famous old fox. Will he really help us? Looking at Wei Shilong's back that gradually disappeared from sight, Chen Wenjun wrinkled his eyebrows and raised his skepticism. Unless he wants to die with us, he'll have no choice but to step in and pull our Meng family's strings. Meng Sun's eyes echoed in a ghostly voice. In his previous life, Wei Shilong was in an accident in '01. The trigger for his double-checking was a private complaint to the Discipline Inspection Commission, DIC, that he had engaged in promiscuous relationships and accepted large amounts of bribes. According to the investigation afterwards, Wei Shilong's corruption was not serious. The most important issue is still cheating in marriage and having an illegitimate child. According to normal circumstances, this matter is not big. Not to use him double regulation so serious. Bad on the bad Wei Shilong then in the faction on the wrong team. He also occupies such an important position in the public security port, so he naturally became a victim of the struggle. Not only did he lose his future, but he also smeared his life with a stain that will be difficult to wash away for the rest of his life. Finally, he eclipsed the political scene in Jiangzhou City. Seeker, do you really believe him? Chen Wenjun frowned, still a bit uneasy. Jun, I don't believe in him, but I believe in human nature. It's human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm, and he won't be an exception. Meng Sun didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic, and his eyes turned cold as he asked, June, is Chen Dekai man in the city right now, or is he in the mine? I just saw him this morning. I don't think he's back at the mine yet. When Chen Wenjun heard this, he froze for a moment and asked, Xiao Sun, what are you inquiring about him for? He has a secret account of the mine hidden in his hand, and now that it has been targeted by the Yuan family, we must get the account book back as soon as possible, Meng Sun said in a cold tone. It was because of this ledger in his previous life that the Meng family was directly characterized as embezzling state resources and was knocked down within the abyss. But Chen Dekai is a lifetime of peace and quiet. 03 Time also caught up with the development of the development zone, purchased a few sets of stores. Small life is called a dashing. While he was depressed and dying of illness, Chen Dekai was full of children and grandchildren. In contrast, how could Meng Sun not hate at this moment? Seeker, this is no joke. Do you have proof? Chen Wenjun's scalp went numb and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Meng Sun. Chen Dekai's position in the Meng family was no lower than his, and all the accounts of the mine are managed by Chen Dekai. If this person really had second thoughts, it would be tantamount to doom for the Meng family. June, if you believe me, this is not false. Meng Sun echoed back with an expressionless face. F***CK, eat your heart out. I'm going to get him tonight. Seeing that Meng Sun's face was serious and didn't look like he was joking, Chen Wenjun cursed at the same time. The hand is also hastily pulled out a Nokia cell phone. Making arrangements? Lao Lu, find me where Chen Dekai people are. I want to see him immediately. 10 minutes later, Chen Wenjun received the exact news and said to Meng Sun through gritted teeth, the person is in the bathing center of heaven and earth. He should be in a massage. Go to him. Meng Sun made an immediate judgment. Good. Chen Wenjun nodded with a gloomy face, and immediately started the vehicle towards the heaven and earth bathing center, speeding away. At the same time, Wei Shilong also returned home to the Yunhai neighborhood. The large, nearly 140 square foot, 3-bedroom house was purchased privately by him. The house wasn't in his name, so there was nothing to fear from someone with an axe to grind. Opened the security door to return home. Wei Shilong has not had time to take off his shoes. A woman with a lithe and soft-looking body then greeted her with a quick step. She knelt down to help him change his slippers, then took his arm and walked within the lavishly decorated living room. How is Bo today? Any better? Wei Shilong asked softly. Much better. The doctor said it's just a seasonal cold. Just take some medicine. Tian Yuezhu held Wei Shilong's arm tightly and asked with a look of concern. Have you been drinking again today? Is it hard on your stomach? I'll go make you some porridge to drink? I didn't drink too much today, and my stomach isn't upset, so you can accompany me for a while, Wei Shilong said back with complicated eyes. Yeah, Tian Yuezhu answered with a joyful smile. Wei Shilong is very busy on weekdays. Plus he doesn't dare to come over during the day to avoid suspicion. It was only in the evenings that I could find time to spend with her. It had been a long time since the two of them had talked alone together since she had the baby. Yu Zhu, do you know anyone from the Meng family? After pulling Tian Yuezhu's small hand and sitting down on the sofa, Wei Shilong didn't move and spoke out to test the waters. The Meng family? Which Meng family? Tian Yuezhu asked back with a confused look on her face. It's hard to believe that I'm overthinking it. She and the Meng family don't know each other. Seeing Tian Yuezhu's face welling up with bewilderment, Wei Shilong's face was calm, but his heart was secretly muttering. Originally, he was a bit skeptical that Tian Yuezhu hadn't been bribed by someone from the Meng family, but from this trial and error at the moment, it seemed as though Tian Yuezhu hadn't had any contact with anyone from the Meng family. Strange, this Xiao Tian thing I've hidden so well, that Meng family kid, how on earth did he know she existed? Wei Shilong wrinkled his eyebrows and couldn't help but light a cigarette and gulped it in the smoke. Uncle, did I do something to upset you? I can change, don't be angry, okay? Seeing Wei Shilong's face suddenly cloudy, Tian Yuezhu was instantly startled and apologized. She, a girl child from the countryside, can now live this long-dreamed of life? All rely on Wei Shilong in giving her backing. She had gotten used to this pampered city life and really didn't want to go back to the countryside to live in that kind of poverty. Even if she were to live her life without a name, she would be happy to do so. Don't be afraid. I'm not mad at you. I'm just thinking about something. Seeing Tian Yuezhu's face showing a look of trepidation, while Wei Shilong sighed in his heart, he also hurriedly said to her in relief. It was said that a hero could not resist beauty. How could he, a physically normal man, be exempted? Only what he didn't expect was that at first it was just going to be fun, but as the days and months passed, he was unconsciously moved to true feelings. Now that the two have a child, this unseemly relationship is even harder to sever. Uncle, it's good that you're not mad at me. Why don't I go cook you some snacks to eat? Tian Yuezhu sighed in relief and said with a pleasing face. She knew that Wei Shilong liked well-behaved and obedient women, so she never dared to make trouble for the other party, honestly running their little unseen home. Even if Wei Shilong could only come over once every few days, she never complained. In order to tether Wei Shilong's heart and take an important place in his heart. When you say it like that, I'm really a bit hungry. Go and cook me a bowl of noodles, with more scallions and sesame oil. Wei Shilong raised his hand and pinched Tian Yuezhu's small face and laughed. Okay, I'm going to cook you some noodles. After suddenly attacking and kissing Wei Shilong on the face, Tian Yuezhu got up and went into the kitchen with a smile on her face. All 20 years old and still so childish. Wei Shilong raised his hand to touch his face and couldn't help but lose his smile. Alas, that boy from the Meng family. This knife is really stuck in my lifeblood. I can't even if I don't want to be dragged down. Wei Shilong looked up to the sky and sighed for a moment, closing his eyes with a helpless face. At the same time, in the Heaven and Earth Bath Center, inside a VIP private room, Chen Dekai's eyes struggled, and he was considering whether or not to accept the olive branch handed over by his cousin, Chen Guanwei. Brother, a good tree nests in a tree. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you can help Mr. Yuan take down the Meng family, Mr. Yuan will definitely not treat you badly. Chen Guanwei increased his persuasion. Ah Wei, old Meng has treated me well over the years. It would be a bit too unethical for me to just sell him off. Chen Dekai closed his eyes and said, Brother, what age is it now that morality can be a meal? Chen Guanwei sat up from the massage bed, narrowed his eyes and sneered. How much have you done to help the Meng family over the years? There's hard work without merit, right? That Meng Xiongfeng, and how do you? Just put you as a small accountant. Mind those fat meat never let you eat. Those relatives in his own family are eating their fat asses off. Don't forget, last year you begged him to set me up with something, and what did he ask me to do? He asked me to be a mine-hauling driver, not giving you any face. Such a man is not worth dying for. When Chen Dekai heard this, his face instantly clouded over. The matter of arranging a job for Chen Guanwei last year had indeed left a thorn in his heart. Originally, he was thinking of letting Chen Guanwei go to the logistics and procurement department to eat some oil, but Meng Xiongfeng just did not agree. He also sent Chen Guanwei to the mine-pulling fleet, not giving him any face at all. Then within a few days' time, a relative of Chen Wenjun's was placed in the logistics and procurement department. When Chen Guanwei heard the news, he was furious and left his job that day. Because of this, he also lost face in front of a group of friends and family. If it wasn't for the fact that Meng Xiongfeng offered him a high salary, he would have resigned long ago. Brother, don't hesitate on this matter. Mr. Yuan's side has already given me the wind. As long as you can help him out, he's willing to give you this amount as a token of appreciation. Chen Guanwei raised a finger and lowered his own voice. 100,000? Chen Dekai asked tentatively. Brother, you're also underestimating Mr. Yuan's vigor. He can't get his hands on 100,000. It's 1,000,000. Raising his hand to press down on Chen Dekai's shoulder, Chen Guanwei said emotionally, as long as you're willing to come over and do it with us, 1,000,000 in cash you can take away at any time. 1,000,000. Chen Dekai's head went into a roaring trance when he heard this number. Although his salary on the Meng family mining industry is not low, but this 1,000,000 is really an astronomical figure for him. With this $1,000,000, he could also get a bigger house for his family in the city center. Wei, are you sure Mr. Yuan he can give me this amount? Chen Dekai suppressed the greed in his heart and asked after him. Mr. Yuan said that as long as you can help him bring down the Meng family, you can take this million at any time. Chen Guanwei's eyes flickered as he said with great compulsion. Don't you have a ledger in your hand about the Meng family's illegal molybdenum mining? As long as you hand over this ledger to Mr. Yuan, 1,000,000 cash will be yours. When Chen Dekai heard this, his emotions instantly calmed down. That ledger is just killing me. If we really hand it over, the Meng family will definitely be finished. Then going forward, his relationship with the Meng family was bound to be immortal as well. Is it really worth it just for the $1,000,000 in cash? Wei, let me reconsider this matter, and I'll give you a reply as soon as possible. Chen Dekai said with a hesitant face. Okay, you can consider it, but not for too long. Mr. Yuan's man is impatient and can't wait that long. Chen Guanwei knew in his heart that this cousin of his had his heart set on it. If he just blows off some more steam in the next couple of days, he'll definitely be able to take down the ledger. So he didn't push too hard, lest he let Chen Dekai's heart develop a rebellious mentality, which in turn spoiled the event. The two of them stopped discussing the topic next and each found a massage lady, ready to relax. After Chen Guanwei wrapped his arms around a colorfully dressed massage lady and went to another private room. Before Chen Dekai had a chance to learn English, an uninvited guest suddenly burst into the private room. Old Chen, I've been looking for you for half a day. Something happened in the mine and the boss immediately asked us to rush back. When Chen Dekai saw the arrival of this uninvited guest, under the ghost in his heart, he was first startled, and then immediately afterward, the words spoken by this uninvited guest disrupted the thoughts in his head. 1 June. What's the big deal that made the boss so anxious? Chen Dekai suppressed the feeling of uneasiness in his heart and feigned a face of urgency to ask after him. What exactly is the situation now? I'm not too sure. Just received a call from the boss. Let's hurry back to the mine for a meeting, Chen Wenjun said while pretending to be in a hurry, and urged him repeatedly. The car is waiting downstairs and hasn't been turned off yet. Quickly follow me. Don't let the boss wait and be anxious. Oh, good. Although he had vaguely sensed that Chen Wenjun was hiding something on this trip, Chen Dekai didn't think deeply about it. His whole head was dizzy, so he left the bathing center with Chen Wenjun and got into the Tiger Head Ben car parked at the entrance. However, after getting into the car, he realized that the person who came to pick him up was not only Chen Wenjun, but also the boss's son who was attending college. Seeker, it's so late. Why are you here too? Chen Dekai greeted with a surprised face. Uncle Dekai, it's been a long time. I've almost forgotten this face of yours. Meng Sun lifted his face at the words, his gaze coldly echoing. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, kid? Didn't we just meet on your dad's birthday last month? Probably because of the dim light in the car. Chen Dekai didn't notice the coldness in Meng Sun's eyes, and his attitude remained as casual as usual. Old thing. For you, meeting is something that happened last month, but for me it has been a lifetime. Thinking of all the humiliations and tribulations he had suffered in his previous life, Meng Sun had the heart to kill Chen Dekai at the moment. But now is not the time for a complete showdown and flip-flop, at least until the Meng family got out of the crisis. Chen Dekai was still of great use. To move him now would be to startle the snakes, and would surely alert those behind the scenes. So the best way to deal with him now is to keep the man for now and use him to paralyze those behind the scenes. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this traitor after the Meng family had turned the corner. Uncle Dekai, how long have you been with my dad? Meng Sun held back the hatred in his heart and asked in an indifferent tone. I've been working with your dad since he contracted the first coal mine, which is 5 or 6 years now. Chen Dekai echoed back with a smile. So how do you think our Meng family treats you? Meng Sun pursued with a cold smile. Seeker, what do you mean by that? When Chen Dekai heard this, he instantly winced from head to toe, and his brain instantly came to his senses as well. He already had a ghost in his heart, and then by Meng Sun's sudden questioning, his mind was in chaos. Why would this brat suddenly ask such words? Can it be that he already knows that I'm secretly in contact with the Yuan family? The more Chen Dekai thought about it, the more wrong it was, and out of the corner of his eye, he was also sneaking around and sizing up Meng Sun's face. He wanted to find some clues on Meng Sun's face, but in the end, he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Meng Sun's entire performance was just too calm, so calm that it was downright creepy and scary. Not a single inner emotion was shown, just like a puppeteer. Uncle Dekai, I'm short on time right now, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I know you have a ledger about the mine in your hands, and I also know that the Yuan family's people have contacted you, so as long as you hand over the ledger, I can act as if nothing has happened, and in addition, I can also give you a hush money as compensation. Meng Sun directly showed his cards and gave his trading chips. Little Seeker, you can't joke about this kind of thing. I've been friends with your father for so many years, how could I possibly keep a secret black book? Chen Dekai secretly said bad in his heart, but his face pretended to be a burst of innocent aggression. If he hadn't gone through the memories of his previous life, Meng Sun might have actually doubted his judgment a little. But the facts turned out to have proven that Chen Dekai was the traitor who had pushed the Meng family into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. And this traitor has no remorse at all, stepping on the tired bones of the Meng family to fulfill his own selfish desires. In his previous life, after he was released from prison, he naturally went to Chen Dekai for help. Yet all he gained was Chen Dekai's cold mockery and insults. That scene of disdain for him was one he remembered well to this day. Uncle Dekai, my patience is limited, so I advise you that it is best not to challenge my tolerance. I now give you 2 ways to go. Either you hand over the account book and I will give you a hush money, or I will ask June to take a trip to find your son to have a good talk about his heart. I seem to remember that he went to school in the first high school, right? Before Meng Sun finished saying this, Chen Dekai gritted his teeth and shouted, What do you mean? Threatening me? Believe me, this is in no way a threat, and if I don't get what I want tonight, I guarantee you and your son will definitely be one step ahead of our Meng family. Meng Sun turned his head to stare into his eyes, his gaze chilling. Crazy? You kid is absolutely crazy. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to report your Meng family for illegal molybdenum ore mining. Chen Dekai sharply red-roared. Fine. You can try as much as you want. It's going to hell anyway. I really don't mind pulling in some more people to be buried with us for our Meng family. Meng Sun sneered with a morose expression on his face. He was now betting that Chen Dekai wouldn't dare to lift the table with him. As soon as the ledger was in his hands and this hidden danger was eliminated, he could begin the next step of his plan. And Chen Dekai obviously did not expect that Meng Sun, who usually looked so gentle, would act in such an extreme way, and was stunned on the spot. More money has to have a life to spend it. If this really pushes the Meng family, then their family will be in danger. Others may not dare, but Chen Wenjun has the guts. As long as Meng Xiangfeng has given the word, he will definitely lay down a deadly hand. Old Chen, we've all worked together for at least one time. You can't force me to make things worse. Chen Wenjun, who had been driving at ease without speaking, shattered the last fluke in Chen Dekai's heart. After 10 minutes of white-faced silence, he finally had the presence of mind to choose a compromise. The ledger is at my house. I'll take you to get it now, Chen Dekai said in address. And Chen Wenjun immediately turned the direction towards his new destination. How did you know I had the secret account in my possession? Chen Dekai asked as he paralyzed on the back seat with some unwillingness in his eyes. The fact that he had a secret account in his hand was known only to his cousin Chen Guanwei, and it was also what Chen Guanwei had extracted from him after he had gotten drunk recently. He really couldn't understand. These two people in front of him, in the end, where did they learn that he had this account book in his hands? If you don't want people to know, you can't hide the secrets of this world as well as you think. After Meng Sun's disdainful sneer, he closed his eyes, no longer bothering with Chen Dekai. This is just a pawn. Rather than wasting more time on him, it would be better to think more about how to convince that nobleman from the capital to ask him to give the Meng family a hand. A week. I only have a week to convince him to help the Meng family, but where would be a better place to start? Meng Sun wrinkled his brow, and for a moment, he was caught in a tangle. What Meng Sun was thinking at the moment, Chen Dekai did not know. He was in a complete state of panic. What kind of person Meng Xiangfeng was, he knew better than anyone in his heart. In terms of the entire city of Zhengzhou, it was a notorious and ruthless character. If the means were not ruthless, it would not have been possible to fight with the Yuan family openly and secretly for so many years and still not be defeated. The reason why Meng Xiangfeng can hold out until now, in addition to their own people generous, the most important thing is to act decisively means ruthless enough. This is also the reason why the Yuan family occupies a huge political resource advantage, but does not dare to tear their face off easily. Yuan's family is also afraid of driving Meng Xiangfeng to the brink of extinction, and the trapped beast will bring them some irreparable losses. How can such a person easily tolerate internal betrayal? He could already imagine what kind of cold eyes he would receive after seeing Meng Xiangfeng again. But there's no use talking about anything now. He's trapped and his family is still threatened. Unless he wanted to give the Meng family a burial, he could only face, frankly, Meng Xiangfeng's impending punishment for him. Chen Dekai, let you be greedy and horny. Now you've played yourself up. The more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you think about it, the more you regret it. Chen Dekai immediately raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. He was not remorseful that he had kept black accounts, but he was remorseful that he had been greedy for alcohol and had let his cousin Chen Guanwei get out of the account book. It made it difficult for him to ride the tiger now, and he didn't even know how to go about explaining it to Meng Xiangfeng. Poof! After hearing the remorseful slaps in his ears, Meng Sun let out a cold snort in his heart. The feeling of sympathy was not born at all, but rather the determination to liquidate Chen Dekai became stronger and stronger. The time has not yet come, and when it does, Chen Dekai this account must be properly calculated to be clear. In this depressing atmosphere, the speed of the Tiger Head Ben car kept increasing. He soon arrived at Xinglong Garden, the downstairs of Chen Dekai's home. Brother Jun, please go with Uncle Dekai and bring down the account book for me, Meng Sun said with his eyelids slightly raised. Good. Chen Wenjun nodded, nearly pulling Chen Dekai out of the car and heading for the upstairs of his home. Meng Sun looked at the backs of the two as they left. As long as we can destroy this secret account, it won't be so easy for Yuan's side to make trouble. At least on an official level, it would give the Meng family a lot of time to delay saving themselves. Now that the matter of the account book has been concluded, I have to quickly go to Huiqing to meet that noble person. Can the Meng family escape this calamity? All in his thoughts and choices, Meng Sun sighed, his gaze ghostly as he muttered to himself. To be honest, he was really reluctant to put his fate in the hands of others to make choices. But what could he do if he didn't bow his head in the present circumstances? Unless he wanted to abandon the Meng family and leave it alone, he could only find a way to gain that nobleman's favor. As long as the nobleman is willing to take refuge, the Meng family will be able to avoid this calamity for the time being. Surely it's not that easy to gain the patronage of that nobleman. He had to find a way to deliver a perfect pitch to do so. Time passes by. 20 minutes later, Chen Wenjun and the drooping Chen Dekai came out of the building, one after the other. Returned to the front of the Tiger Head Ben body. Seeker, there's no backup. It's all here. Chen Wenjun handed Meng Sun a thick stack of account books out of the car window. After Meng Sun raised his hand to receive the account book, he didn't turn it over to look at it, but just looked at Chen Dekai with indifferent eyes and said, "Uncle Dekai, tomorrow I'll ask June to send you 200,000 in cash as your hush money. And on the Yuan family's side, you know how to deal with it, right?" No. I'll be around them as much as I can." Chen Dekai is not stupid. The heart is also clear. Since I can't get off the Meng family ship anymore, then he can only go down one path and find a way to keep the Meng family alive. Besides, now that the ledger was gone, he didn't have much capital to bargain with the Yuan family and demand favors. "Uncle Dekai, it doesn't matter if you've done something wrong, as long as you're willing to repent. Our Meng family can still accommodate you, and I'm sure you won't let me and Dad down." Meng Sun raised his eyes, looked at Chen Dekai with a smile, and said, "It's also 3 in the morning now, so I'm sure you're tired. So go back to rest earlier." "Okay, then I'll go back and rest. So drive slowly on your way back." Chen Dekai smiled with a stiff face, turned around and disappeared within Meng Sun and Chen Wenjun's line of sight. "Shao Sun, are we just going to let him go?" Chen Wenjun said with a somewhat ugly face. Now is not the time to settle accounts with him. The Yuan family side still needs to rely on him to stabilize it for the time being. Meng Sun retracted his gaze from the car window and thought for a moment. "June, time is tight right now. We have to fight with our opponents to grab time to lay out. I'm afraid I can't take care of the Jiangzhou side for now. Chen Dekai and the Yuan family will rely on you to keep an eye on them. If this fact can't be hidden from my dad, you have him call me and don't do anything rash on your own. Every move we make now is under the watchful eye of those people, and any small, irrational move could spell our doom. Those people are waiting for us to make a fool's errand. 2. Don't worry. I'll do my best to persuade your father's side so that he doesn't act rashly. But in this situation now, will anyone really step in to shelter us?" Chen Wenjun lit a cigarette and said with a sad face, "The people who are now going to make a move on the Meng family, explicitly and implicitly, are not generally powerful, and the official level is even more of a crushing advantage for them. To put it mildly, if people are really determined to work on the case, this Jiangzhou city, no one can protect the Meng family down. Even if the head of those who begged the municipal party committee members, the result will be the same. Within this city of Jiangzhou, no one would dare to sing against that group. There is certainly no one within Jiangzhou city who can bail us out. That's why I'm going over to Huai city to bring in help. As long as that noble person is willing to help us, the possibility of our Meng family turning around is still very high." Meng Sun spoke calmly to Chen Wenjun in relief. "Huai Chang." When Chen Wenjun heard this, his gaze froze. Huai Chang is where the capital of Haishi province is located, and there are naturally a lot of bigwigs. But I'm afraid it's not that easy to find someone with weight to help the Meng family press this matter, right? After all, the roots of this gang in Jiangzhou city are very deep, and there must be accomplices on the Huai Chang side as well. Don't worry, since I dare to go, I must still have some certainty. Meng Sun's eyes flickered uncertainly as he said, "That nobleman must also need, for a local snake like us, the Meng family, to secretly do things for his help. So as long as I give enough sincerity, I'm sure he'll be willing to accept us." "Little seeker, what exactly is that honorable person you're talking about? Can he really suppress the Yuan family's gang?" Chen Wenjun extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked at Meng Sun with an inquisitive face as he asked, "June, that nobleman's identity is rather special. I can't tell you who he is yet, but you don't have to worry too much. As long as he's willing to take shelter, the Yuan clans group will definitely not dare to move." Meng Sun lowered his eyes, flipping through the ledger in his hands while casually echoing his words. "Absolutely no adulteration water. As long as that person is willing to accept their Meng family down, Jiangzhou city will usher in a wave of overturning the great reshuffle. The old pattern of forces will be with the process of historical development, slowly eliminated by the elimination. The sky that presses down on the heads of the people of Jiangzhou city will also see the light of day." "It seems like quite a thigh to have you so confident." Chen Wenjun's eyes glowed, and the sadness on his face suddenly dissipated quite a bit. "Of course it's a thigh, and a very thick one at that." Meng Sun closed the account book in his hand and sighed in his heart. The end of that nobleman's career. Not in his peak season, but a presence in the game, placed at least within the top 20. Even if you don't think about it, you know how much gold this thigh really contains. If the Meng family could climb this high branch, they would have at least 30 years of golden development. One problem now, though, is that this is not an easy leg to hold. If he can't show his value to the other side, they definitely won't waste more time on him. Riches and riches, it looks like it's going to take some hard drugs after all. Meng Sun already had a plan in mind, but if he wanted to implement this plan, he had to use money to open the way. So he's going to have a ton of cash now to get this program started. "June, send me back to Lijiangwan Manor. I need to prepare something and leave for Huaichang first thing in the morning. Meng Sun barked out a command. Okay. Chen Wenju nodded and immediately opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. As he started the vehicle, he said to Meng Sun in a heavy tone, Xiao Sun, I'm really uneasy about you going to Huaicheng alone, so why don't you let old Six follow you? He's got a good heart and you could use him if anything really happened. That's fine. You have him drive to pick me up first thing in the morning and I'll take him with me to Huaicheng. Chen Wenjun had good intentions, so Meng Sun didn't make a sound of refusal. And he did need someone to run errands around him. He couldn't just take everything personally. Lijiangwan Villa Manor from Chen Dekai's home is not far, only 10 minutes away. Can stay here non-rich, that is. In this has not yet begun the era of large infrastructure. The villa area has been Jiangzhou City, the number of high-grade residential areas. Arriving at the door of his house without incident, Meng Sun was ready to push the door and get out of the car. As if suddenly remembering something else, he pulled the car door shut again. Seeker, what's wrong? Chen Wenjun's gaze turned to the backseat and asked with a surprised face. June, there's one more thing you can do for me. Meng Sun weighed his tone and said, you keep an eye on my uncle's side for me. See what people he's been in contact with lately, and if you find any abnormalities in him, get the people under control first, and then dispose of them after I come back from Huaichang. Seeker, you don't think you suspect? Chen Wenjun's face suddenly changed. He wanted to say something, but it was interrupted by Meng Sun's calm tone. Extraordinary times and extraordinary means. My uncle's love of gambling, you know. I'm afraid he'll become a breakthrough for Yuan's family, so it's still better to make some preparations in advance. I see what you mean. Don't worry, I'll keep a good eye on him, and if he does make contact with the people over there, I'll take action on the spot. Chen Wenjun's face was grave as he answered the errand. This situation is now at the point where it's a matter of death for you and death for me. The other party would definitely use a thunderous force to strike the Meng family on all fronts. Any small part of the process that went wrong would be a fatal breakthrough for the Meng family. So now it's time to check for leaks, and you can't be too careful. A little bit of trouble is better than getting one-upped by your opponent. June, I don't worry about you, so I'll leave the Jiangzhou side to you. Meng Sun reached out and patted Chen Wenjun's shoulder, a smile spreading across his face as he said, you don't have to worry about the Jiangzhou side, but the Huaichang side will depend on you. Chen Wenjun thought for a moment. Face firm exhortation said, if things really cannot be, you and the old Six will go far away. Do not go back to Jiangzhou. I will find a way to send your parents out with you and will be. As for the end of the matter will be handed over to me to do. I'll let those people for their own greed to pay the price of. June, if it really needs to be wrapped up, I'll make more arrangements separately. Right now you don't go rambling. Just wait for my good news. After dropping this sentence, Meng Sun pushed himself out of the car. He understood Chen Wenjun's idea of wanting to repay his kindness, but the situation was nowhere near the point where he needed to go to extremes. He was still very confident about his next trip to Huaichang. As long as he delivered the pitch beautifully, he believed that nobleman, too, needed a groundhog like the Meng family to work for him in secret. There's nothing really black and white in this world. It's more of a gray area. As long as the Meng family was able to grasp the scale of the rules, ushering in a wave of golden development would certainly be no problem. 7 days? I only have 7 days to impress that noble person to help. After this agreed period, I think Wei Shilong will have a hard time resisting the pressure. Meng Sun forced himself to hold back the feeling of exhaustion within him and took out the key from his pocket to open the door of his house. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning, and the house was dark, with only some mahogany furniture visible in sight. To be honest, there was nothing left in his mind about this home. In his previous life, he had been rehabilitated in prison for 7 years, and by the time he was released, the world had long since changed by the day. The old townhouse community was also demolished, and the high-rise buildings and business centers that sprang up in its place have buried all his memories of this home. He spent the rest of his life in constant appeal, but up to the moment he left this world, he did not receive the compensation or justice he wanted. It's harsh, but it's reality. The law is just, but how many of those who enforce it are just? In the rolling tide of history, many people have suffered from injustice, and how many of them have been able to get good results? Most of them are dumb and have to put up with it even if they don't. I didn't think this home was extravagant when I was younger, but now it looks pretty rustic. After Meng Sun looked around in this living room, he was sad and happy in his heart with a complicated mood. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling he had right now, but it was just a blockage in his heart. Just as Meng Sun was caught up in his complex emotions, a sound of surprise suddenly rang in his ears. Seeker, it's not the weekend. Why are you back? Meng Sun's body stiffened at his words, and he tried his best to hold back the emotions in his heart that wanted to well up in tears as he turned around slowly, only to see a middle-aged woman with a dignified and beautiful face, without warning, intruded within his line of sight. It had been many years since then, but Meng Sun still recognized it at once. This middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance was his mother Mao Xiaoqin, who was buried in a car accident in his previous life. Mom! Meng Sun's throat was dry, and after brewing in his mind for a while, he finally spat out the word, "Little seeker, are you not convinced somewhere in your body?" Seeing Meng Sun's entire face as if it was frozen, Mao Xiaoqin's heart ached and she immediately held his hand. "Don't you worry, I'm not sick." Feeling Mao Xiaoqin's strong feelings of caring, the corners of Meng Sun's eyes soured and he almost burst into tears on the spot. In his previous life, because his family was against him making friends with Bai Ying Shui, he was having trouble with his family during this time and hadn't been back to his home for over a month. Who would have thought that this would be goodbye forever, leaving him with enough remorse to last a lifetime? In his previous life, the reason why he desperately petitioned and investigated, besides wanting to get justice for himself, the most important thing is that he suspects that the car accident his parents were in was not an accident but a human murder. After he was released from prison and after much investigation, he did find heavy suspicion to corroborate that there was something wrong with the car accident back then. But reality is cruel. What can you do with evidence? As long as officials don't reopen the case, all the truth will only continue to be buried. The Yuan family, one of the biggest behind-the-scenes hackers at the time, has managed to clear their name after many political stands. And not only have they been honored as star entrepreneurs in Zhengzhou City, but they are also deputies to the National People's Congress. In this case, he wanted to make the case of the year to reopen. The difficulty is no less than ascending to the sky. No matter how he went to toss the appeal, the result is not settled. And even by Yuan Jicheng explicitly and secretly with a word of threat, until the moment he was terminally ill and on the verge of death, Yuan's family did not relax their surveillance of him. That is, at that time the network was more developed. Yuan's family was afraid of making a big fuss about the matter, and did not dare to kill. Otherwise I think he would have suffered an accidental car accident. Is it really okay? Why are you so pale? Pulling Meng Sun's hand and walking to the sofa to sit down, Mao Xiaoqin hurriedly poured him a cup of hot water. Son, although your father and I don't really like that Xiao Bai, but if you really like it, the two of us will just admit it, so don't get angry with us. Mao Xiaoqin gripped Meng Sun's hand tightly and said with a look of heartache, "Look at you. You haven't been home for a few days, but your body is so thin. It's your dad and I to say the least, still looking at you as if you were a child. It's all our fault. Mom, you guys were right. I was the one who was wrong." Meng Sun took a deep breath. He tried his best to suppress the emotion in his heart that wanted to cry and repent at the moment, and held Mao Xiaoqin's hand tightly in his backhand, his gaze heavy as he asked, "Mom, how much cash is left in the house right now? I'm going to Huaicheng early tomorrow morning and need a large sum of money to pave the way." "Xiao Sun, why do you need so much cash to go to Huaicheng?" Mao Xiaoqin froze at his words. "You can read this before you say anything." Meng Sun echoed while reaching out to pick up the ledger on the coffee table and handing it to Mao Xiaoqin. "Now that time is short. Instead of going into more explanations, it's better to use facts. Where did you get this ledger?" Mao Xiaoqin didn't particularly care at first, but as the pages turned over, the rosy color on her face continued to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming miserably white. "This ledger is just too damning, sticking the Meng family in the eye of the waist at every turn. To put it politely, if this ledger were to be obtained by certain people with evil intentions, the Meng family would be ushered in a storm of official iron fist. Seeker, tell me frankly, did you get this ledger from within us?" Mao Xiaoqin slammed her hands together to close the ledger and asked with an ironic face. "It's definitely not for outsiders to be able to remember this account in such detail. After ruling out the possibility of outsider bookkeeping, then there is only one explanation. There was a traitor within the Meng family that led to this ledger. The situation has reached such a point that there is nothing to hide." Meng Sun immediately told Mao Xiaoqin the original story about tonight's appointment with Wei Shilong and Chen Dekai. Of course he had reservations, and didn't give all the details of how he knew about the existence of the ledger, and the threat to Wei Shilong to buy himself some time. "Seek, how did you?" There was so much information at once that it took Mao Xiaoqin a while to digest it. She opened her mouth to ask something when she calmed down, but in the end, he swallowed his words and gave up trying to get to the bottom of it. "Mom, it's an emergency now. I can't explain too much to you. If you believe me, give me all the cash in the house. Whether or not our Meng family can dodge this disaster, our hope is all on Huaicheng's side." Meng Sun held Mao Xiaoqin's hand tightly and said with a serious face, "You're my son. Who else can I trust if not you? Come with me." Pulling Meng Sun's hand to get up, Mao Xiaoqin led him quickly to within the villa's underground storage room. Most of the inside of this storeroom was filled with boxes and boxes of valuable Matai and Wuliangya wines. There was also a black safe in an inconspicuous corner. Mao Xiaoqin didn't say any more nonsense and directly opened the safe. Inside were stacks and stacks of $100 bills from the '88 issue. This money was left at home by your father in case of an accident. It's about $2 million in total. Take this money with you and go around Huaichang. Mao Shaoqin pointed at the sea of cash and said, if it's not enough, I'll go to the bank tomorrow and get it for you again. No, definitely not the bank. When Meng Sun heard this, he quickly spoke out to Mao Shaoqin and urged, Mom, every move you and my dad make now is under the other side's surveillance. So don't act rashly. This $2 million is enough for me to do my job. So you guys just stay home at ease and wait for my good news. Son, it's best if you can suppress the matter. If you can't, you don't care about me and your father. Go as far away as you can. And don't go back to Jiangzhou. The Yuan family's gang is so black-handed that they won't rest easily until they achieve their goal. Mao Shaoqin raised her hand to stroke Meng Sun's face and said through clenched teeth, don't you worry. I still have some certainty about going to Huaicheng this time. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Meng Sun's eyes as he said, as long as we can avoid this calamity, we'll just take our time to settle the score with their Yuan family. Alas, I have long advised your father to sell those mines, so as to save worry, but your father just won't give up. Now people finally can't help but do it. Mao Shaoqin sighed. The Yuan family had been eyeing those minerals for not even a day or two. It's just that in the past, the Meng family had the backing of Mayor Sun Jiliang, so they didn't dare go too far. Now that Mayor Sun has been transferred in the light of his promotion and devaluation, those people naturally can't wait to kill the pig and eat the fat. Mom, some things can't be solved just by us taking a step back, and besides, there's no way back for us now. You don't think about anything right now. Stay at home at ease and leave this crisis to me. Meng Sun reached out and wrapped his hand around Mao Shaoqin's shoulders, his face resolute as he said to her in relief, by the way Xiao Sun, your father has a backhand that has been secretly operated for many years on the Huaichang side. After arriving in Huaichang, you can go and try to find his help. As if Mao Shaoqin suddenly remembered something, she hurriedly said to Meng Sun, my dad still has a backhand in Huaichang. Who is it? Meng Sun frowned and pursued the question. Director of the Political Department of the Provincial Public Security Department, Tao Yucheng. Mao Shaoqin lowered her voice and said, only your father and I know about this line. After you arrive in Huaicheng, you can first pay him a secret visit to see if he has the means to pull our Meng family together. Tao Yucheng. Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Meng Sun wrinkled his brow and tried to recall for a moment before a flash of memory fragments suddenly flashed through his mind. In his previous life he was sitting on a small flower bed outside the hospital in a daze after being diagnosed with a terminal illness. A news story happened to be inserted on a full-color screen in the mall across the street. Warmly welcomed the big leader of the Ministry of Public Security. Came to inspect Jiangzhou, and that big leader is Tao Yucheng. At that time, people were already in the presence of the deputy position and their age was within the safety line. There was a great chance that they could go further to take over the regular position. Of course, whether or not he finally succeeded in taking over the regular position was unknown to him. After being diagnosed with a terminal illness, he came back reborn less than a year later in a depressed state. If he has such a powerful backhand in place, why doesn't he help the Meng family overturn the case? A wave of anger rose in Meng Sun's heart, but he soon calmed down. Reversal? Who are they to help the Mengs overturn the case? Meng family for people. Just a small insignificant wave on the career path. I think it must have long been forgotten. And how could it be possible to pay a lot of political resources to reopen that old case for the sake of the Meng family? It's harsh but it's reality. People come and go. If you cannot bring relevant benefits to each other, who will not be so stupid, selfless for you to pay? The only people who can selflessly give to you without asking for anything in return are your bloodline parents. Seeker, are you okay? Seeing Meng Sun suddenly fall into a state of disorientation, Mao Shaoqin hurriedly held his hand tightly and asked, Mom, I'm fine, just a little sleepy in spirit. Meng Sun forcibly squeezed out a smile back. I'll help you load this money, so go upstairs and get some sleep. If your spirit is bad, how can you go to Huaichang on business? Mao Shaoqin boarded up her face and gave an order to Meng Sun that could not be refused. Good, then I'll go take a nap first. You wake me up in 3 hours. I have to be in Huaichang before noon. Whether or not our Meng family can escape this calamity will depend on the planning we do in the next few days. Meng Sun didn't reject Mao Shaoqin's motherly love and nodded in agreement. Go on, get upstairs and go to bed. I'll wake you up on time. Mao Shaoqin echoed back while she just raised her hand and pushed Meng Sun out of the storeroom, signaling him to hurry up and go upstairs to rest. All the regrets of my past life, I'm going to make up for them all in this life, starting with saving the Meng family. Meng Sun clenched his teeth and returned to his room. He was so sleepy at the moment that he couldn't even open his eyes, so he directly skipped the washing up procedure, collapsed on the bed and passed out. I don't know how long has passed, until the Nokia single and rotary ringtones rang in his ears. Meng Sun woke up in a daze. He glanced at the time of the alarm clock on his nightstand. It was already 7:30, and he had slept for about 3 hours this sleep. Although his head was now heavy and his eyelids were rolling, Meng-sun still tried his best to hold back the drowsiness. He grabbed the Nokia cell phone next to his bed and picked up the call. "Hey, who is it?" Meng-sun asked with a yawn. "You're still in the mood to sleep now. The prosecutor's office side has already started to act." Wei Shilong's low voice came out from the cell phone. "Bureau Wei, we agreed on a period of 7 days. You don't want to go back on your word, do you?" Meng-sun winced, instantly snapping out of his sleepy state. "Kid, I'm from the public security port, not the prosecutor's office. If they want to act, is it hard for me to stop them?" Wei Shilong disliked it without a good mood. "Bureau Wei, 7 days? I only need 7 days. As long as you can help me get 7 days, I promise that I will be rewarded afterwards." Meng-sun sat up straight and drew a big pie in a sincere tone. "It's not that I don't want to help you. I can help you delay on the public security port side, but on the procuratorate side, I really have no power." Wei Shilong gritted his teeth and said, "Bureau Wei, I still say the same thing. 7 days? You help me get 7 days. After the period is up, what happens to our Meng family will no longer have anything to do with you." Meng-sun got up and walked to the window, his gaze cold and ghostly, and said, "Boy, you talk some sense, okay? I am not the prosecutor of Jiangzhou City Prosecutor's Office. People want to handle the case, I cannot control the." Wei Shilong held back the anger in his heart and advised bitterly, "You see how? I go to find a middleman. You and the Yuan family to talk about. Good man but not before the loss. This point of reason you always understand it. Bureau Wei, if you really want to help me, move your connections to think of a way to slow down the procuratorate side a little." Meng-sun said here, and after a moment of hesitation in his eyes, he continued, "I'll go to Huaicheng today to find the new mayor to intercede, and if he's willing to help, this matter of our Meng family will be resolved." "Kid, you're not kidding me. The new mayor, you know?" After a moment of wordless silence, Wei Shilong immediately questioned, "Bureau Wei, our family is about to go to the guillotine here. I can't afford this kind of joke." Meng-sun let out a light laugh and said, "Originally I didn't want to tell you about this, but now that it's come to such a juncture, I have to bring out this great god as well. I still have the same words as just now. As long as you help me to buy some time for me to go and move the relations around, we, the Meng family, will be rewarded generously afterward." Phew! For the big pie drawn by Meng-sun, Wei Shilong neither agreed nor refused. He gasped and contemplated for a while before he, in a hoarse voice, said, "You'd better not have lied to me, or else don't blame me for falling on your Meng family and turning the other cheek." After saying that, Wei Shilong directly hung up the phone. This choice is undoubtedly a big gamble for him. If the gamble won anyhow, if the gamble lost the Yuan family and the people behind him, they would surely rise up against him and might even move his position. But right now he had no choice. If he didn't help the Meng family might retaliate in whatever way they could under the broken boat, the lesser of two evils. Anyway, it is just to help the Meng family to delay a little time. The big deal is that afterward, the penalty is 3 cups of wine. But if the Meng family really had a new mayor's doorway, that could be a huge plus for him. After all, that old clerk of the city council is about to retire because of his age. Anyone with eyes can see that this new mayor is here to take over. If you can climb the relationship at this time, the future career is also considered to be guaranteed. Meng-sun did not know what was going on in Wei Shilong's mind at the moment. After ending the call with Wei Shilong, he immediately dialed Chen Wenjun's cell phone number. Things are urgent now. He'll have to have a safety valve ready. If an extreme situation really happened, this safety valve would be his capital to negotiate with the Yuan family. A few seconds later, the phone went into talk mode. Meng-sun didn't wait for Chen Wenjun to open his mouth to speak and ordered straight away, "June, find a few trustworthy people to do something for me." "Okay, what needs to be done?" "You name it." Chen Wenjun didn't even think about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. "After I go to Huaicheng, have someone keep an eye on Yuan Jiqiang's whereabouts, and wait for me to call you." Meng-sun thought for a moment and added, "Don't move him until I call you, so as not to alert the snake and make Yuan Taiming defensive." "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, Jiangzhou side has me to keep an eye on it. Nothing will happen. It's you who should pay attention to your personal safety after you go to Huaicheng," Chen Wenjun admonished in a deep voice. Everyone in the entire Jiangzhou knows that the Yuan family members of Tianshang Building Materials are notorious for their ruthlessness. 9 times out of 10, something will happen to you if you compete with him in the business world. But think about it, can the entire building materials business in Jiangzhou monopolize nearly 80%, which is not the average person can do. Brother June, I won't say any more words of gratitude. Assuming our Meng family can escape this, Meng-sun, will definitely be grateful for the rest of my life. Meng Sun didn't draw any big cakes for Chen Wenjun, and directly used affection to bind with the other party, so that it also appeared more sincere to him. Seeker, with me you don't say anything polite. Chen Wenjun casually smiled and said, after I came out of the labor reform, if it wasn't for your father taking care of me more than once, where would I still have this kind of life now? Now that your Meng family is in a difficult situation, of course I want to knit the grass and wring the ring to repay you. By the way, Chen Wenjun said here, the words broke off a bit, continued, Old Six is now driving a car, has gone to your side, the account I have accounted for him, he is more open-minded, if it has really encountered any emergency, he will have a way to help you get out of the way. The meaning of Chen Wenjun's words was to tell Meng Sun that this person was a close friend who didn't need to be on guard against him, and to arrange for him to do just about anything dangerous. Meng Sun naturally heard the meaning of this, and immediately gave Chen Wenjun a piece of his mind, saying that he would definitely trust the other party. Little Seeker, I'm too big of a target now for fear of being watched, so I won't go to see you off. Take care of yourself on the road, and make sure you come back safely. Chen Wenjun smiled and sent his blessing. I'll see you all in 7 days. I won't let you down. Meng Sun reached out and pulled back the curtains at the same time he hung up his cell phone. With all the preparations that should be made, the next step is to grab a time slot. As long as Wei Shilong could resist the pressure and help him by a week's time, then he was bound to gain something from this trip to Huaichang. He had already thought it all out. Since he had now decided to defect to that nobleman, he might as well give that nobleman a strong dose of medicine. As long as that nobleman had the heart to set things right in Zhengzhou, he would surely take in the Meng family as his pawns and charge into battle for him. The current officialdom of Jiangzhou City is an impermeable net. It's hard to sweep the assholes away without tearing them apart from the inside. That nobleman in his previous life also spent more than 3 years of time step by step, which only dispersed the dark cloud over the head of Jiangzhou City and ushered in a dawn. Of course there is no shortage of gray areas where benefits are exchanged. Most typically, the Yuan family relied on this compromising exchange and surprisingly escaped and was not swept in. Instead, it has taken advantage of the rapid development of the modernization of the city of Jiangzhou to reach out to various fields and become a local star enterprise. In his previous life, when he was released from prison after 7 years in jail, the Yuan family had already successfully transitioned from gray businesses such as building materials and mining to become a large real estate developer in Jiangzhou City. And naturally, they were making a lot of money. Bai Shui and Chen Dekai, among others, also relied on the Yuan family's shelter, which allowed them to live a life of the people. Only the Meng family was wronged and slapped to death in the waves of the times. In my previous life, the Yuan family's father and son relied on betrayal and treachery to be fortunate enough to escape. And in this life, since the heavens have allowed me to live again, the sufferings and grievances that I have suffered will have to be returned 100-fold and 1,000-fold by them before I can do anything about it. A cold light surged in Meng Sun's eyes, nearly condensing into frost. Yuan Tai Ming, Yuan Ji Chang, you father and son, wait for me. I, Meng Sun, will soon give you a big gift. Opening the window and taking a deep breath of cool air, Meng Sun forced his emotions into a cooling state and walked quickly out of the room. The horse 6 is already on its way. He'd have to get ready quickly and set off for Huaichang. That's where the next battlefield is. At the same time, the Yunhai Garden neighborhood. Wei Shilong stood on the balcony, looking out at the rising sun, and once again lit a cigarette to refresh himself. Uncle, is there something on your mind? Tian Yuezhu carefully walked behind Wei Shilong and asked. Alas, it's a bit annoying. Wei Shilong sighed back. Is it about work? Tian Yuezhu curiously pursued. Sort of. Wei Shilong obviously didn't want Tian Yuezhu to be bothered with him, and took the initiative to change the topic and said, Yuezhu, I have a house over there in Jinghai, so take Xiaobao and go over to stay for a few days. Uncle, will you come with us? Tian Yuezhu blinked her clear eyes and asked with an expectant face. You take Xiaobao over there first, and after I'm done with the work at hand, I'll go to Jinghai to see you guys. Wei Shilong raised his hand and stroked Tian Yuezhu's small face and laughed. Aha! Although Tian Yuezhu knew in her heart that Wei Shilong was being perfunctory, she nevertheless responded obediently. She understood Wei Shilong's character and knew that she had no qualifications to refuse, so she didn't annoy people. Uncle, can Xiaobao and I go back to Jiangzhou in the future? Tian Yuezhu asked as she gently flung herself into Wei Shilong's arms. Don't think too much. Of course you guys can come back. This trip to Jinghai is just a temporary stay for a few days. You'll be back soon. After Wei Shilong relieved her for a moment, he let her go and prepare breakfast. Alas, that Meng clan brat has really given me a hard time. Wei Shilong raised his hand and pinched his brow, sighing up in his heart. Originally, he did not even intend to get involved in this matter of Meng's family. Who would have thought that it would get deeper and deeper? to the point that it is now even a little bit unable to pull out his feet. But now that it had come to this, it wasn't so easy for him to back out even if he wanted to. Plus, Meng's family now had the new mayor's door, so it would be worth his while to risk investing a little. If the investment is successful, the rewards could be huge. After his mind had been spinning like this for a while, Wei Shilong finally made up his mind. He fished the Nokia 8810 out of his lower jacket pocket and dialed a cell phone number he would rarely call. Soon the call was answered and a smoky voice came out of the phone. "Old Wei, calling me so early. What's the matter? Inspector Gao, are you free tonight? Can you do me the honor of letting me treat you to dinner?" Wei Shilong warmly issued an invitation. The break of dawn, Ma Lu drove a black Santana and arrived at Lijingwan Manor on time. Meng Sin, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Mao Xiaoqin, with a black suitcase in each of his right and left hands, he got into the Santana. "Young Meng, are we leaving now?" Seeing that Meng Sun seemed to be a bit poor in terms of his mood, Ma Lu could only be careful to voice out a question. "Aha." While Meng Sun nodded his head, he also closed his eyes and began to recuperate. From this moment now, the situation he has to face is going to be more complicated and more dangerous. If Jiangzhou City is compared to a deep pool, then Huaichang is a rolling Yangtze River that is constantly being stirred up by various forces. As the capital of Haishi Province, Huaichang is not only the central point of power in the entire province, but also the place where the gray area is most rampant. All sorts of unspeakable insider trading goes on unnoticed in the dark corners of the city. And with the wave of time, the city will become more and more paper thin until it develops into a first-tier city in China, with a resident population of about 20 million. After the 7 years of imprisonment ended in his previous life, Meng Sun had traveled to Huaichang alone and lived there for a long time, so he was no stranger to that city. This was also why he had the backbone to feel that he could talk that noble person into helping the Meng family. "Meng Xiao, I have a piece of information in my hand. I don't know if it will help us in our current situation." After leaving downtown Jiangzhou, Ma Lu seemed to have thought of something and suppressed his voice. "Intelligence? What intelligence?" Meng Sin asked, opening his eyes. "This morning my girlfriend told me after she came back from work that she witnessed Vice Mayor Li and Yuan Taiming playing inside the Grand Palace last night for the whole night, and only left when it was slightly light in the sky." Seeing Meng Sun come to be interested, Ma Lu hurriedly echoed, "Humph, playing quite flowery. No wonder Li Zhihan was sentenced to 20 years in his previous life. There's really a lot of black material on this body." Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but grunt coldly in his heart. The relationship between Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming was almost well known in Jiangzhou City. Everyone knows that Vice Mayor Li and Yuan Taiming were the same pants. More than 90% of the urban construction projects in Jiangzhou City are also undertaken by Yuan Taiming's companies. I'll be damned if there isn't something fishy going on here. In the previous 2 years, the Meng family had also attempted to undertake some city construction projects to transition from the business of minerals. But before the process was completed, we were told that the bidding was closed. The result did not come as any surprise. The Yuan family won the bidding again without any suspense. It could be said that in Jiangzhou City, as long as it was a business that the Yuan family had their eyes on, there was no one who could compete with them. The reason why the Meng family is still able to retain a few mining business, all is the former mayor Sun Jilian force out of the results. Otherwise, this piece of fat meat, the Meng family, would have long been torn apart and swallowed alive by the Yuan family and those behind him. Now Sun Jiliang bright promotion and dark depreciation just left the post. Yuan family and the people behind him cannot wait to want to kill the pig to eat fat. This eating face is not generally ugly. Xiao Meng, this information of mine, is it useful for our current situation? Seeing Meng Sun fall into a state of contemplation, Ma Lu asked after him in a low voice. "Old Six, that girlfriend of yours, does she work inside the Grand Palace?" Meng Sun asked with a twinkle in his eyes as he returned to his senses. "Yes, she works inside the Grand Palace." Ma Lu was afraid of Meng Sun's misunderstanding, explained again and said, "Meng Xiao, she's not doing that kind of work, she's just a cleaning attendant." Meng Sun smiled and said, "Don't be paranoid. I don't mean that. By the way, what's her name?" "Her name is Zhuang Lily. Her hometown is over in Hui Province, and she came here to our part-time job and has been here for more than 3 years," Marek said with a sigh of relief. "Zhuang Lily? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Meng Sun wrinkled his nose. After he thought back carefully for a moment, his head instantly shook. All of the memory fragments in the memory bank about this Zhuang Lily also surfaced in an instant. The name Lily Chong may not be well known now, but after 2 months, her name will spread throughout the streets of Jiangzhou City. She was also the victim of the biggest murder case in the entire city of Jiangzhou in the last 20 years, and was given a dozen pieces alive. If it were not for the sanitation truck carrying the garbage, which had an accidental crash on the road, no one would have known that the young girl in her flower season had died so tragically. This is not the most shocking. The most shocking this split body case. The investigation for several years of time has not been a result, and finally directly be closed case processing, until Meng Sun was reborn. The case was still in a state of suspense and the murderer was not apprehended. Wait, Zhuang Lily works inside the Grand Palace and she happened to see Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming together. Is this really just a coincidence? Meng Sun frowned tightly. It always felt that Zhuang Lily's death might be unrelated to the Grand Palace. In turn, the Grand Palace was one of Yuan Taiming's core industries. Could there be some unseen connection? The accidental car accident of her parents, and the splitting of Lily Zhuang's body, all happened within the recent past. And all of them are inextricably linked to the Yuan family. Could it be that Lily Zhuang knows some secret and must die? Meng Sun couldn't sit still any longer when he thought of this. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Chen Wenjun, asking him to secretly send someone to monitor Zhuang Lily's whereabouts. If Lily Zhuang encounters personal safety, get the person down immediately. This is interesting. Li Zhihong is a frequent visitor inside the Grand Palace. Will he also be involved with Zhuang Lily's body-splitting case? The sparkle in Meng Sun's eyes continued, and he couldn't help but begin to make associations. If Li Zhihong is really involved, it explains why the horrific case of the split body ended up as an unsolved case. There's also the fact that Li Zhihong didn't bite out the Yuan family after he was double-crossed and sentenced. Is he really that righteous? Or did he not dare to bite out the Yuan family for fear of taking some heavier and more deadly punishment? If this was really the case, then all the doubts in his heart in his previous life could be explained away. It's not that Li Zhihong doesn't want to climb on Yuan Taiming, but he doesn't dare to climb on Yuan Taiming, fearing that Yuan Taiming will expose his more serious black information. But Lily Zhuang, what secret did she know that she had to die? Meng Sun was seriously intrigued at the moment. If he could grasp the secret, he would definitely be able to carry out a wave of Jedi counterattack against the Yuan family and the people behind him. Young Meng, are you alright? Through the car's rearview mirror, seeing Meng Sun's entire face getting more and more lost in thought, Ma Lu asked with a concerned face. Old Six, this time you have made a great achievement. This information you provided is very useful. After we finish our business from Huaichang, you will not be spared the credit and reward. Meng Sun disconnected the thoughts in his head and said with a smile welling up on his face. Xiao Meng, Boss and June have treated me well. This is all what I should do. Ma Lu's eyes grunted and turned, accompanied by a smiling face and said, You sleep first. I'll call you after arriving at Huaichang. There are still more than 4 hours to go. Good. Meng Sun nodded and smiled, once again entering a state of closed-eye false sleep. At the same time, within the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau, Wei Shilong called Jiang Hu, the heartthrob he had planted in the criminal police team, into his office. Bureau Wei, what do you want to see me about? Jiang Hu walked up to the desk and greeted him with a smile. The case of the Meng family mine disaster. How is the investigation going? Wei Shilong asked out loud without lifting his head. The physical evidence has been collected almost, but there are still a few missing links in terms of witnesses, mainly because the compensation given by the Meng family is in place, and the families have received it in full, so they don't want to make any more trouble. Jiang Hu suppressed his voice and said, But don't worry, we're already doing the family's ideological work, and we'll soon be able to subpoena Meng Xiangfeng. Jiang Hu, how many times have I told you? Don't rush into cases. The chain of evidence must stand up to judicial testing and scrutiny. Plus this case involves the city's well-known entrepreneurs, but also cannot have a little sloppy. Must be seriously to push each case forensics link, so as not to miss any clues that could lead to wrongful convictions and cause damage to people's reputations. Wei Shilong raised his eyes and righteously struck an official tone. Bureau Wei, the director's side has already sent word for us to end this case severely and quickly, and we'll be seeing results by the end of this month. Jiang Hu carefully echoed. He wasn't stupid. Where else could he not hear Wei Shilong's meaning outside of his words? But right now the whole department is on the case. It would be tantamount to political suicide for him to let it go. In the future, I don't want to be in the public security system of Jiangzhou City. Of course we have to listen to the director's instructions, but it's always right to be careful and meticulous in the forensic session, Wei Shilong said with a snort. Bureau Wei, I see what you mean, but the forensic session, even if it's slow, can't be delayed beyond this month. Jiang Hu said with bitterness in his heart. Do not have to drag this month. A week is enough. Time you to master. Not too fast and not too slow. It is best to let people cannot pick reason fault. Can do? Wei Shilong put down the pen in his hand and said with a sharp piercing gaze toward Jiang Hu. Yes, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. Jiang Hu gritted his teeth and answered. The leader has given you an assignment. If you dare to refuse it to your face, you will not want to make progress in the future. Moreover, he is Wei Shilong single-handedly promoted from the grassroots. If even this small matter cannot do, then it is not in vain to let him progress. Alas, I know that this matter has made things difficult for you, but I also have no choice but to suffer. Just don't blame me in your heart. Wei Shilong got up and walked over to Jiang Hu, sighing under his breath while giving this close friend of his an explanation. Wei Bureau, with me you don't see eye to eye. If you didn't give me the opportunity, I'm afraid I'm still inside the township's police station, catching small grubs, Jiang Hu said with a sincere face as he lifted his chest and belly. He definitely spoke from the heart when he said that. If there is no Wei Shilong paper transfer order, he is now terrific as a deputy director of the level. Now to be able to sit on the position of criminal police chief, all because Wei Shilong and the push. The two men's political lives, so to speak, are now completely bound together. If Wei Shilong's career is smooth, then he is naturally rising. If Wei Shilong goes down, he will soon be marginalized as well. It's cruel, but that's the law of survival in officialdom. There are only so many key positions within a bureau, and it's harder than buying a winning lottery ticket to get ahead when your backer has fallen. By the way, Bureau Wei, that kid Yuan Zhengbiao, just now came to me again. Jiang Hu suddenly remembered certain annoying things, and immediately changed the topic and said, "Humph, Yuan family, those people, now really more and more rampant, really think that our public security bureau is opened for his family, intentionally seriously injure others, but also broke their legs, now forcing us to write off the case." How to write off? Wei Shilong's face instantly grimaced when he heard this. Since Mayor's son was transferred, the Yuan family has become more and more lawless, not to mention injuring people in broad daylight, but also dare to come to the Public Security Bureau to make a fuss inside. They are on the verge of pointing at their noses and yelling. What did the Hob say? Wei Shilong took a deep breath and asked, forcibly suppressing the discontent in his heart. There were no instructions from the director's side, just for us to follow the law, saying not to spare a bad guy, but not to wrongly accuse a good guy either. Jiang Hu smiled bitterly back. The implication of this is clearly that they don't want to stick to the pot and leave them to their own devices. In the future, if something really goes wrong, they, the frontline case officers, will definitely have to take the blame. Yuan Jingbia, this case of intentional injury, you first press and do not move. If that kid comes back to be a jerk, you push it to me, so that if he has any situation, come directly to me personally to reflect. Wei Shilong wrinkled his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, yes. Jiang Hu nodded in response. Alright, I don't have anything else to do here, so go about your business, Wei Shilong said with a wave of his hand. Bureau Wei, I'll be going then. Jiang Hu stood upright and saluted before turning around and leaving the office. Old fox, pushing me to the front of the stage. You've picked yourself clean. Wei Shilong clenched his teeth in anger, but there wasn't much he could do. The official is a big level of pressure. Who let others is the official position. He is the deputy position. The right to speak is certainly not comparable. Now the whole Yuan family is a time bomb waiting to explode. Everyone knows that it has to explode sooner or later, but no one dares to cut with it easily. In addition to the Yuan family's own backstage being relatively hard, there is also the fact that everyone more or less has some small unseen handles that are held by the Yuan family. In this case, even if people point their noses at you to your face and curse the street, you have to put up with it even if you don't. Unless you want to explode with the Yuan family and end your political life, compromise is the way to go. To put it bluntly, the deeper reason is still that the Yuan family has a high-level protection. The following people cannot do anything except to compensate for the smile. Alas, I hope that boy is not talking big and can really get through to the new mayor's door, so that I can have a chance to get back on my feet, or else sooner or later, one day, I will have to be buried in this Jiangzhou city officialdom. Wei Shilong sat his butt back in his office chair and couldn't help but sigh. Jiangzhou seems to be calm now, but secretly it is already the eve of the coming storm. Everyone is looking forward to the new mayor's assumption of his duties, but fearing that the balance will be upset and another wave of major upheaval will be ushered in. Although the last mayor Sun Jiliang has lost Jiangzhou, but the discerning can see that the provincial party committee of Jiangzhou City Cadres team has tolerated to the limit. This new mayor parachuting in is a very clear signal. Jiangzhou City is not a place outside the law. Some people cannot always only hand to cover the sky down. If again do not recognize the words, may have to move the party discipline law. At such a critical moment, how can people not be on edge? Now, except for the hardcore diehards of that one, I'm afraid there are already countless people who want to jump ship for their lives. He, Wei Shilong, was naturally no exception, wanting to seek a way out for his future. Hui Chang, outside the Legal Times office building, after waiting in the Santana for a long time, Mengson finally spotted his target, and he quickly got out of the car to meet him. Reporter Sun, can you do me the honor of letting me treat you to a casual dinner? Mengson stopped the way of a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and extended an invitation to him with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm not one to eat with strangers. Sun Haijo furrowed his brows, and while he refused with a strong attitude, his feet walked towards the front without stopping. However, just as he and Mang Sun were about to miss each other, his feet trembled violently and he braked hard. And the reason that prompted him to stay was only because Mang Sun said something to him. Reporter Sun, I know that you're secretly investigating the Chow family and that you already have evidence of Chow Jerry's crimes in your hands. Who is Gregory Cho, the only son of Chow Weigua, the current hand of Zhengzhou City? Although it was not well known outside, those who had done business in Zhengzhou City knew it. That young Master Chow is notorious for his misbehavior. One word that upsets him can get you into serious trouble. When the time comes, the business will not be able to continue is still a small matter, and may even get you a criminal lawsuit. That's not an exaggeration at all. Other places do not dare to say, but in the boundaries of Zhengzhou City, Chow Jerry said words, then the weight of the Secretary of Public Security are heavy. There are also people who jokingly say that Chow Jerry is the underground organization minister of Zhengzhou City. It's not that much of an exaggeration but it's close, and Chow Gurui does have the ability to influence a lot of cadre appointments. In particular, those key positions in the vital departments were almost monopolized by those in the Chow family's small group. In this kind of political ecology where water can't be splashed and needles can't be pierced, it can be imagined how deep the Chow family's control over Zhengzhou is. That was why Mang Sun had made up his mind to defect to the new mayor. Now that the political shape of the entire Zhengzhou had solidified, he could only borrow from outside if he wanted to help the Meng family escape from death. And the new mayor, who will soon be resuming his duties in Zhengzhou, is his best borrowed backer? Of course a letter of surrender was essential if they wanted this new backer to accept their Meng family into the fold. And the pitch that Mang Sun needs right now is on Sun Haijo's body. This was why he went straight to the legal newspaper office after arriving in Huaichang. Whether or not the Meng family can gain the trust of the new mayor depends on whether or not he can convince Sun Haijo to work together. Mang Sun is not aware of all the thoughts in his mind at this moment. Sun Haijo, he just stared at Mang Sun's two eyes with a wary gaze, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Reporter Sun, look at how crowded this place is. It's not convenient for us to talk here. Why don't we find a place nearby to have a good chat? Mang Sun was all smiles as he extended the invitation again. It's fine if you want to talk to me, but I need to know who you are to do it. Sun Haijo said with a guarded look in his eyes as he raised his hand and pushed his black eye socket. My name is Meng. I'm from Zhengzhou. Zhanghai mining is our family's industry. I think reporter Sun should have heard of it, right? Mang Sun knew that the other party's spirit was now in a state of high tension, so he spoke in a calm voice, trying as much as possible not to arouse the other party's hostility. You're Mang Xiangfeng's son? Sun Haijo raised an eyebrow, and a flash of astonishment immediately surged out of his eyes. Reporter Sun, recognizing strangers as my father. I don't have that hobby. This is my ID card. You can see if it's me in person. With that, Mang Sun pulled out his ID card from within his shirt pocket and handed it to Sun Haijo. Sun Haijo was not polite, raised his hand and took the ID card, looked at Mang Sun's face for a while, and the guardedness in his eyes finally dispersed quite a bit. Little Meng, I'm really sorry it's all professional habit. I didn't mean to target you, Sun Haiju said with a sigh of relief. He had also interviewed Meng Xiangfeng a few times off and on over the years. The relationship wasn't deep, but there was a nodding acquaintance. So at this moment, he couldn't pull his punches and coldly reject Mang Sun. Uncle Sun, I can understand about your current situation, so there's no need to be more polite with me. Mang Sun climbed up the pole and issued an invitation again, saying, look, it's noon. I've just arrived in Huaichang to look for you. Why don't we find a place in the neighborhood and chat while eating? I'm on my way to dinner now, so if you don't mind, you can make do with me. After Sun Haijo's face hesitated for a moment, he finally answered Mang Sun's invitation. There are a lot of large and small restaurants near the newspaper, and Sun Haijo didn't take Mang Sun to any upscale places to eat. Finding a random local food restaurant, he led Mang Sun headlong into it. The boss and Sun Haijo were acquaintances, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he opened a secluded private room for Sun Haijo and watched Sun Haijo walk in with Mang Sun. As for Ma Lu inside the hotel lobby, he casually found a seat and sat down. Little Meng, you've come all the way from Jiangzhou to find me. Is there something wrong? Sun Haijo asked after sitting down and opened the door. Uncle Sun, truth be told, our family is being targeted by Chow Gurui's gang, and I'm being forced to come to Huaichang to ask for help. Mang Sun did not want to hide the meaning, very frankly on the purpose of his trip, told Sun Haijo. Now that the situation has reached a close call, he no longer has time to pull the wool over Sun Haijo's eyes and try to test each other. The best way to do this is to be honest with each other and work together as quickly as possible. Sun Haijo's aim was the same as his, to bring down the Chow family. The moment at hand was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both of them, as long as the new mayor is willing to accommodate, or even acquiesce to. them taking sides. They would be able to let go of their hands and strike back covertly against those in the Chow family's small group. Humph. The eating is really ugly enough. Mayor's son has only just left for less than half a month's time, and they're so impatient to get their hands on your family. Sun Haijo sank his face and said with a cold snort, Uncle Sun, now that the public prosecution and law enforcement systems in Jiangzhou City have started investigating Jianghai mining, all I can fight for is only 7 days, so I would like to ask you to help me. Meng Xin raised his hand and poured a glass of water for Sun Haijo. He wore a sincere look on his face and hoped that the other party would work hand in hand with him. I don't know where you got the idea that I have black information about Chow Jerry in my hands though, but have you ever wondered why I don't hand over this material to stay dead in my own hands? Sun Haijo raised his hand to receive the water cup, his face filled with helpless bitterness and said, I understand your concern. The Chow family has a big tree with deep roots, and the network of relationships they've woven over the years is even more dense. The province may not be able to move. It will have to be done at a higher level to get rid of them completely. You keep the material in your hands now, and you may still have a chance to bring down the Chow family in the future. But if you hand over the material now, the greatest likelihood is that the matter will not be resolved, and even you and your family will be in danger of losing your lives. Under the gaze of Sun Haijo, Meng Sun echoed word for word. As a matter of fact, Sun Haijo's stoicism was indeed the right choice for that time and era. The Chow family only fell in 2003. When the last straw that crushed them was the whistleblower material that Sun Haijo had hidden in his hands for years. Chow Jerry was also sentenced to death directly because of this heinous whistleblowing material, ending his sinful life. All of the above unknown inside information came to Meng Sun after he was released from prison in his previous life and after many investigations. It's a bit of a shame that although the Chow family fell, the Yuan family was lucky to escape and surprisingly became more and more successful as the waves of the times progressed. It must be said that Yuan Tai Ming, that old fox, does have powerful tactics. At a time when the entire officialdom of Jiangzhou is collapsing due to corruption, the Yuan family has managed to retreat unharmed. Perhaps there was some unknown insider trading involved, but that would not be information that Meng Sun could learn. Meng, since you can think of this level, you should understand that there's no way I'm going to hand something over to you. Sun Haijo put down the teacup in his hand and said with a serious face, Uncle Sun, that whistleblower material of yours is useless even if you hand it over to me. The reason I came to see you today is that I want you to hand that over to another person. Meng Sun said in a suppressed voice. In the hands of another person. Who is it? Sun Haijo wrinkled his eyebrows and pursued. Jiangzhou's new mayor who was about to fulfill his new arrival. Mayor Song Huaimin Song. Meng Sun said as he set his face straight. The name Song Huaimin may not be well known now, but 20 years later it was a regular presence on Taito TV. It's also the case that bad luck has been implicated. Otherwise there's at least a 90% plus chance that Song Huaimin would have been able to break into his peak season. Now Song Huaimin, just decentralized from the imperial capital of the main government, has not yet taken off. It is the best investment stage for him. If the Meng family could hold on to this thigh, they would definitely be able to usher in a huge bonus period in the next wave of the era's development. Maybe in a few decades, Meng Sun will be able to outwardly brag about a small goal when he is interviewed. Meng, you know that new mayor of Jiangzhou? Sun Haijo's eyes widened in surprise and said, for the new mayor of Jiangzhou City, although the province has long been in the wind, but there has been no redhead document. Everyone is also blind guess. This new mayor in the end, what is the background? Can be parachuted down to the main political party, and still go to the kind of place in Jiangzhou. Anyone with eyes can see that this new mayor is just going over to the government side to transition and prepare to take over. After the current secretary Chao Weiguo retired from the second line, he was immediately able to move into the municipal party committee compound and carry the party and government flag of Jiangzhou. Uncle Sun, I won't hide anything from you. I do have the new mayor's door on my side, and I've come to Huaicheng this time to seek help from this new mayor. Meng Sun clenched the teacup in his hand and said with a resolute gaze, Little Meng, it's not that I'm pouring cold water on you. The power of the Chow family's group is definitely beyond your imagination. My personal advice to you is that it's probably best not to approach the other side privately until you know where this new mayor is coming from. In case this new mayor can't resist the temptation to go along with those people, then you're in danger. Sun Haijo advised with a gaze. The political ecology of Haishi province now is in everyone's heart. As long as those few bigwigs of the standing committee of the local faction bite their teeth and don't let go, the Chow family will inevitably not be able to fall. Even if Chao Weiguo retired from inside the municipal party committee, he will not give up all of his power. It is very likely that he will retain the post of director of the National People's Congress. At that time, the Chow family's influence over Jiangzhou would be weakened quite a bit, but it would not be at risk of collapsing. The more sensitive the moment, the more careful choices must be made. Even if the new mayor has the intention to set things right, that can't be done overnight. And to put it bluntly, The Chow family is not the kind of easy to lose the lord, really if forced hard, very likely to jump over the wall to a fish death net break. At that point, it's still questionable whether the new mayor will be able to stand. So in this situation, he was extremely disapproving of Meng Sun taking the risk. Former Mayor Sun Jiliang is a good example. If he had been able to hold back a little longer, he wouldn't have been forced into such a sorry state and defeated from Jiangzhou. Now Sun Jiliang has been sent to the CPPCC, and although he has been raised in rank and treatment, his political life is finished. If you don't meet any great opportunities, your career will end here. It's brutal, but that's how the law of survival works within officialdom. Don't look at it like you're just a tiny step slower, but it already determines how high your upside is. Uncle Sun, I understand your concern, but I can assure you that this Mayor Song, he will never be in cahoots with the Chow family's gang, and he's here with a mission. Meng Sun put down the teacup in his hand and pressed his voice to say, with a mission? What mission? Sun Haizhou froze at his words, not quite understanding for a moment what Meng Sun meant by this. Meng Sun didn't pick his words straight out, but dipped his own finger in the tea and wrote 3 words on the dining table. When Sun Haizhou saw these 3 words, his 2 pupils shrunk violently. Both of his thin shoulders, too, began to tremble uncontrollably. Meng, are you sure that new mayor has such a background? Sun Haizhou gripped the glass teacup in his hand as his breathing began to catch. If these 3 words written by Meng Sun were true, then it was indeed capable of bringing down the Chow family. Uncle Sun, right now the entire province knows no more than 10 fingers of Mayor Song's background. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to stand in line. If we miss it we will definitely regret it for the rest of our lives. And as the old saying goes, the icing on the cake can never be as heavy a sentiment as the snow. Mayor Song, all he needs now is for us to snowball him and help him build up the momentum. Meng Sun did his best to compel Sun Haizhou. Sun Haizhou, this person is not without desire, or else he would not have held back for so many years in his previous life. The black materials of the Chow family were handed over when the time was most needed. And this person is a great political ambition. After the Chow family was severely punished by the law of the land, he is also riding on Song Huimin's ride, from a deputy editor-in-chief all the way up to the party committee of the Hercynian newspaper group. A hand. It's also the case that Song Huimin isn't in his peak season, or else Sun Haizhou is highly likely to go further. The thing about ambition, you just set it on fire and you can't put it out. This is also the reason why Meng Sun's first stop in Huaichang was Sun Haizhou's first choice. As long as Sun Haizhou can't suppress his political ambitions and chooses to work hand in hand with him, he could then utilize the network of contacts in Sun Haizhou's hands to expand his intelligence sources and keep tabs on the situation. As the saying goes, it is easy to get on the boat and difficult to get off the boat. As long as Sun Haizhou got on Song Huimin's big boat with him, it will not be up to him if he wants to get off the boat at that time. Moreover, Meng Sun had his own ambitions. In his previous life, Song Huimin was not selected for the peak season because he was implicated. If he could help Song Huimin clear those obstacles in this life, wouldn't he be able to get a ticket to the peak season? Meng, this is just too big. Let me think about it and we'll talk about it in detail. Although Sun Haizhou was already very moved, he still tried his best to suppress the urge to bet immediately. Political standing is not grocery shopping. Once a choice is made, there is no turning back. And what he had heard now was Meng Sun's side of the story. Whether or not that Mayor Song's background was real or not had to be verified by him before he could do so. Uncle Sun, you can think about it, but it can't be for too long. I'll be going to see Mayor Song tomorrow night, so if you've made up your mind, you can come with me, Meng Sun said without moving to put pressure on him. Good. Give me your cell phone number. If I have a decision, I will contact you immediately. Sun Haizhou nodded and answered. With the above conversation in place, the atmosphere was still great for the rest of the lunch hour. However, Sun Haizhou was full of things to do, and after hastily picking up a few mouthfuls, he used the excuse of going to work to offer his farewell. Meng Sun knew that he was anxious in his heart and wanted to verify what he had said through his contacts, so he painfully sent the person back to the newspaper. After seeing Sun Haizhou walk through the door of the newspaper office, Meng Sun also returned to the Santana, but before he could sit his ass down, he heard Ma Lu say to him with emotional tension, Xiao Meng, I just saw someone from the Yuan family. The Yuan family? When Meng Sun heard this, the tips of his eyebrows immediately furrowed as he asked, Who is it? Yuan Shan. Merrick whispered back, Is she the only one? Meng Sun asked after him with flickering eyes. Not alone. She was accompanied by a man in a suit. Ma Lu thought for a moment and added, That man in the suit, he looks to be about the same age as you, Meng Xiao, and from the exchange of demeanor, the two seemed to be quite close. Men in suits, demeanor exchange intimacy. Meng Sun narrowed his eyes, his brain instantly going into a fast-moving state. Yuan Tai Ming has 2 children, a boy and a girl. The man is Yuan Jiqiang, and the woman is this Yuan Shanshan. The siblings are no slouches, and their reputation isn't very good, especially this Yuan Shanshan. The news in the previous life has not been a lot of revelations. She has a rotten private life, and has raised a lot of small white men, and according to the rumors circulating through the grapevine, she's been known to bring home little white boys. That is, her husband Li Fei is a 1,000-year-old bastard. Otherwise a man cannot swallow this breath. Wait, if I remember correctly, in my previous life, before I was imprisoned, Yuan Shanshan seemed to have gotten engaged to Li Fei. Then what's the deal with this man in a suit? A bright light flashed in Meng Sun's mind, and he suddenly had some ideas. The reason why the Yuan family is able to run amok in Jiangzhou, in addition to their own strong financial strength, the most important thing is that there are many grips available in the government. The Chao family was definitely their biggest supporter. And after the Chao family, it was Li Ziheng, the executive vice mayor of Jiangzhou City. The two families, besides being closer monetarily, are also engaged in laws. In his previous life, after Li Ziheng was sentenced to a double death, Yuan Taiming not only did not break the engagement between Yuan Shanshan and Li Fei, but also organized a grand wedding for the two. Because of this marriage, Yuan Taiming's past bad reputation was magically reversed. Many people were secretly praising Yuan Taiming. This person was able to not fall on his sword in a time of crisis. He was really righteous to his friends. This also laid the groundwork for the subsequent rise of the Tiansheng group. In his previous life, when investigating this matter, Meng Sun couldn't figure out how Yuan Taiming, who was so treacherous, could possibly do this kind of money-losing business. It wasn't until he came back reborn now that everything finally clicked. When Li Ziheng was sentenced in the previous life, the reason why he did not bite out Yuan Taiming, in addition to having a vital handle to be held by Yuan Taiming, I am afraid that his son Li Fei is also a reason. It's possible that Li Fei's marriage to Yuan Shanshan is a bargaining chip. As long as Li Ziheng took all the blame for his crimes, the Yuan family would be able to give Li Fei a clothed and carefree rest of his life. Assuming that this is really the case, it kind of explains why Li Fei was able to hold back from divorcing Yuan Shanshan after being humiliated like that. Because the kind of clothing and food-free life he enjoyed was all bought for him by Li Ziheng with his life. And after being sentenced to 20 years in prison, Li Ziheng fell ill and died before he could survive his release. Li Ziheng and Yuan Taiming are both the kind of cunning old foxes. It's naturally not that easy to provoke them into infighting, but if we take Yuan Shanshan and Li Fei, isn't it possible for them to turn against each other and bite the dog? The more Meng Sun thought about it, the more he thought that he could try and make a rift within them. If this plan could succeed, then the pressure that the Meng family would have to face would naturally be greatly reduced. Meng Sun narrowed his eyes, and after smoothing out all the schemes in his mind, he suddenly opened his mouth and said to Ma Lu, "Old Six, you don't need to follow me in the afternoon. Find a way to go find Yuan Shanshan. Keep an eye on her and figure out if she and that man in the suit have any unseemly relationship. Meng Xiao, before coming to Huaichang, Brother Jun, he has repeatedly instructed me to protect your personal safety, which if I walk away." Before Ma Lu could finish his difficult words, he was forced to interrupt by Meng Sun. "Lao Lu, Brother Jun asked you to follow me here to do my bidding and help me out. I only have one arrangement for you now, and that's to find Yuan Shanshan and figure out the relationship between her and the man in the suit. Can you do that?" "Yes, I can do that." Under the forced gaze of Meng Sun's austere gaze, Ma Lu's throat tightened and he hastily nodded his head. "Do a good job. And after our family gets through this crisis, we won't treat you, a meritorious servant, poorly." Meng Sun raised his hand and patted Ma Lu's shoulder, saying with a grave expression on his face, "Now that time is urgent. Let's split up. You drive the car to find Yuan Shanshan. I'll take a taxi to do another thing, and call me immediately if you encounter any emergency. Meng Xiao, why don't I take a cab and you drive this Santana?" Seeing Meng Sun grabbing a black suitcase with one hand and about to get off the bus, Ma Lu anxiously rushed out to detain him. "Stop nagging me and get on with it. I've got a lot to do this afternoon too." After saying that, Meng Sun got out of the car and left. Meeting with Sun Haizhou at noon today is just the beginning, far from the end. For the next 7 days, he would have to cherish every second before he could do so. Time waits for no one. Yuan Taiming's group, I'm afraid they've already started to move. At the same time, the Grand Palace Bath Center in Jiangzhou City, Yuan Taiming indeed couldn't wait to start arranging his men to strangle the Meng family on all fronts. After making several important phone calls one after another, he finally waited for the guest he was going to invite to the banquet today, the executive vice mayor of Jiangzhou City, Li Ziheng. Li Ziheng is 55 years old, and his age is still within the safety line. There is a very good chance that he would have been able to take over the mayor's position if the new mayor hadn't suddenly parachuted in. Unfortunately, even if he went through all the deep network of relations, And there is also the municipal party committee secretary Chow personally recommended for him, but still lost the election. The reason for his defeat is also very simple. A certain faction bigwig in Kyoto wants to arrange one of his own people, so he can only give way to someone else's sky-high career path. Even if he was reluctant in his heart, the dust had already settled. The new mayor will come to Jianzhou on the 1st of next month to take office, after a few months of the National People's Congress side, and then go through a form. The transfer of this post, even if the end. Old Li, why are you so late today? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Yuan Taiming was full of spring, and with a quick step, he greeted the door of the office. Not only are their interests deeply entwined, but they are also in-laws, so they speak and communicate casually, and are rarely polite in private situations. Oh, don't mention it, but there was a meeting on security and defense, and it just ended at this hour. Li Zhiheng said with a sigh. Gu, this being a leader is different. You have to serve the people every day, unlike me who is blindly busy every day. Yuan Taiming warmly greeted Li Zhiheng and sat down on the sofa. Alright, old Yuan. You shouldn't show off your acting skills in front of me. If you're blindly busy, then those of us who serve the people aren't just loafing around every day. Li Zhiheng crossed his legs and cursed with a laugh under his breath. Who doesn't know that Yuan Taiming is a god of wealth in the whole Jiangzhou? The money he earns every day is almost piling up in a house. If this is still blindly busy, then if it's really busy, wouldn't it be like turning on a nuclear-powered money printing machine? Where am I acting? When Yuan Taiming heard this, he shook his head and said, I'm barely passable as a businessman, but if I were to become an actor, I'd be far behind. After saying that, Yuan Taiming went and poured a glass of foreign wine for Li Zhiheng and handed it over. This stuff is really expensive, but I'm really not used to drinking it. It's not as good as Mutai. Li Zhiheng raised his hand to take the glass and sipped it with an exclamation. It's not easy to drink Mutai. I've got plenty of it here in the downstairs warehouse. You'll have no problem moving it all. Yuan Taiming laughed and echoed while he then walked over to the sofa opposite Li Zhiheng and sat down. With so much wine in your warehouse, I'm afraid I'll drink it all until I die, so I won't waste the good stuff. Li Zhiheng smiled and said, Say, what is it that you're looking for me today that's so urgent? Old Li, I personally feel that the Meng family's matter, we still need to end it as early as possible as well, so as to avoid any late changes. After all, this new mayor will be here soon. In case the Meng family seizes this opportunity and makes waves in it, it's really not a good thing for us. Yuan Taiming set his face straight and said, the rest of the Meng family doesn't matter, but Meng Xiangfeng is a tough guy, and if he is really pushed, he might do something radical and crazy. In order to prevent such a dangerous event from happening, the best way to deal with it was to cut the Gordian knot and not give the Meng family any chance to bite back. As long as Meng Xiangfeng can be killed with a stick, those people below the Meng family, naturally, the tree will fall into a sinking ship. Old Yuan, the Meng family that a few minds, has been your plate of fish and meat, and did not grow legs certainly cannot run. We are now pushing too fast. Is not a good thing? After all, now Sun Jiliang just be transferred. We take the bold move. I am afraid that some people will gossip. Li Zhiheng frowned and persuaded. Making a move on Meng's family was a plan that had been set in motion for a long time. It was just that the point of difference between him and Yuan Taiming now was that Yuan Taiming wanted to take down the Meng family in the shortest possible time. He is hoping to slow down, at least have to wait for Sun Jiliang this gust of wind to pass before making a move. Otherwise it is too ugly to eat. Easy to be remembered by Sun Jiliang's hatred. Don't look at Sun Jiliang has now been transferred to the CPPCC, but he is a person with backstage. Maybe after a year and a half will be able to re-emerge, this time to offend people to death. In case there is a handle to fall into the hands of others in the future, it will not be to the death of them. Yuan Taiming is indifferent, and not in the system inside the mix. The big deal is to hide, but he cannot hide. As long as Sun Jiliang does not leave her Sinian province, there will certainly be a time to deal with in the future. Mayor, you should have heard about how Meng Xiangfeng he got his start, right? Yuan Taiming sat up straight and turned his tone. That guy is an outlaw. If we don't break him completely this time, he won't obediently hand over those mines. And I'm afraid that if we don't get him in one fell swoop this time, I'm afraid he'll take the plunge. It's fine for the two of us to have security around us, but the kids can't hide for the rest of their lives, can they? In case if he catches a chance someday, it's useless if we die of regret at that point. Meng Xiangfeng, he doesn't dare to be that bold, right? Li Zhiheng furrowed his brows tightly and began to worry a bit as well. That guy is an outlaw, and if he's really pushed to the brink, he'll definitely fight us to the death. Yuan Taiming leaned forward slightly and said in a suppressed voice, it's not like you don't know the real value of those mines. The foreign investment side has talked to me several times, and as long as we can take the right to operate them, they're willing to trade with us outside the country using US dollars. When Li Zhihong heard this, his 5 fingers clenched violently together immediately. For this day and age, the dollar just smells so good and it's safe to not have to worry about being checked. If this deal could be completed, both he and Yuan Taiming, as the middleman, would surely be able to make a fortune. Old Yuan, those foreign investors who contacted you, are you sure they're reliable? Li Zhihong lit a cigarette and asked with ghostly eyes. Don't worry, I've already sent people to investigate. They're all internationally renowned organizations. There's nothing wrong with them. As long as our side can get the right to operate the mines, we can carry out the transaction at any time, Yuan Taiming said with confidence. It's good that there's no problem. I was really afraid that those people. There are other demands, Li Zhihong said with a sigh of relief. Old Li, now our reform and opening up. This old idea should be put down. We are now and over there is a friend. You do not see the coastal belt of those urban agglomerations are in the bold investment well. We Jiangzhou cannot lag behind the talent is, Yuan Taiming said with a smile. Alas, thoughts are not so easy to let go of. Li Zhihong sniffed and extinguished the cigarette in his hand, said with a bitter smile, since you're so worried about Meng's family making trouble, let's take care of them before it's too late. I'll greet the public prosecutor and law enforcement side. The new mayor will be taking office next month, so it's best for us to wrap up the Meng family's affairs within this month, lest there be any more trouble then, Yuan Taiming said with a reminder. Okay, I'll handle this. Just focus on negotiating with those foreign investors now and don't let them take advantage is all. Li Zhihong said this, as if all of a sudden he remembered something, and asked without moving, by the way, old Yuan, where did Shanshan go in the past 2 days? Why didn't she see anyone? Shannon went over to Huaichang to attend a college alumni's wedding, and she'll be back in a couple days, Yuan Taiming answered sharply with his mouth, but at the corner of his eye, he still unconsciously twitched. Yuan Shanshan went to Huaichang to do what? Hidden from others, but not hidden from him as a father. But this kind of thing he can only be suppressed. Do not dare to make a big deal. How to say that Li Zhihong is also a powerful deputy hall-level cadre? If it got out that Yuan Shanshan was secretly seeing a male classmate, where would that leave Li Zhihong's old face? At that time, Li Zhihong will inevitably become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangzhou people, and flip with him. Think it is also foreseeable will happen to the situation. Damn girl, sooner or later you have to piss me off. Yuan Taiming was still smiling on his face at the moment, but his heart had already started to secretly get anxious. Now was the key moment to deal with the Meng family. If there were some irreconcilable conflicts with Li Zhihong at this time, then everything would be lost. At 5:30 p.m., Meng Sun came to the Xinxiao Street office in Manhwa district, waiting for a Li Zhihong corruption case, a key witness off duty. But before he could wait out that key witness, Chen Wenjun's call came first. Answering the phone, Meng Sun didn't have time to speak. Chen Wenjun's heartfelt words exploded violently in his ears. Little seeker, there's been an incident at the family mine. The people from the prosecutor's office forcibly took your father away. Not right The previous life to arrest people is clearly the Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Brigade. This how suddenly become the procuratorate people? Meng Sun's brain roared, and his entire body almost fell on his butt on the street curb because he didn't have a firm footing. He really didn't expect this sudden bad news. I thought that by taking care of Wei Shilong, I could help him stall for a bit, but he obviously still underestimated the determination of the Yuan family's gang. Even if the Public Security Bureau's people do not take action for the time being, they still have other ways to start. Little seeker, I've already found all the people. Since they don't want us to live, let's just go for broke and do it with them. Even if we're really going to be finished, then we have to pull them along with us, Chen Wenjun said in a morose tone. June, now the situation has not developed to the point where we need to fight for our lives. The procuratorate side I'll think of a way. You now hurry to go to Chen Dekai to control. No matter what, cannot let the Yuan family members know that the account book has been given back to us. In addition to arranging a few trusted people to go to the Lijiangwan Manor, to protect my mother's safety, this time we and the Yuan family's winners and losers, not within the city of Jiangzhou, but on the side of Huaichang. As long as things go well on my side, we still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Meng Sun here, a slight pause in tone, continued in a deep voice, June, if you believe me, this time do not blindly impulsive. And I suspect that the Yuan family has now laid a dragnet, waiting for us to these leaky fish to throw themselves into the net. Little seeker, I'll do my best to maintain the Jiangzhou side, but you must succeed on the Huaichang side. After a moment of silence, Chen Wenjun finally chose to trust Meng Sun's decision. It's going to work, we're going to make it. After hanging up the phone with a grim face, Meng Sun instantly dialed Wei Shilong's cell phone number. The call was soon made, and Wei Shilong's slightly tired voice, too, came out from the cell phone. The matter of the prosecutor's office arresting people. I already know about it and am trying to find a way to communicate with that side. But I'm afraid you don't have 7 days left. I can only fight for you for 3 days at the most right now, and if you still don't have any good news after 3 days, then I can only do it in a public way. How could the procuratorate arrest someone so suddenly, without having to check in with your public security bureau? Meng Sun asked, holding back the anger in his heart. Alas, the prosecutor's office side is also being pressurized from above without their own volition. Wei Shilong sighed, his words tinged with bitterness, and said, just now in the city government meeting, Vice Mayor Li has clearly expressed his attitude. Let us strictly and quickly to the case. Cannot give the new mayor to make things difficult. Humph, that's quite a crown. Saying that they can't give the new mayor a hard time. Isn't it just that they're afraid that the new mayor will step in and cut off their fortune? Meng Sun gave a cold snort darkly in his heart. Bureau Wei, for your current situation I can understand, so I won't make things difficult for you, but my father's personal safety, you have to guarantee it for me. At least let him not suffer anything inside. Meng Sun suppressed the annoyance in his heart and made a request to Wei Shilong in a cold voice. In this day and age, cases are not so formalized. Sometimes it's not uncommon to go for underhanded tactics in order to close a case in a hurry. When Meng Sun was captured in his previous life, he didn't suffer much. I'll do my best, Wei Shilong explained to Meng Sun with a bitter smile. Out of the need to keep the case confidential, where your father is being held right now is only known to those higher-ups in the procuratorate. And if people don't give me this face, there's nothing I can do about it. Then you will help me bring a message to Gao Shusen. If my father has any accidents inside their prosecutor's office, I guarantee that the arson and wounding case of Yunhua KTV in 96 will all come to light, so that the real culprit behind the scene who escaped the strict punishment of the law, will pay the price he deserves. After saying that, Meng Sun directly hung up the phone. Originally, he had planned to wait until the counterattack against the Chow family to liquidate this card and activate it in secret. But now the situation is critical. He can't care so much. First save Meng Xiongfeng's life. The Yuan family's gang is ruthless, and if they really move, the procuratorate side may not be able to defend themselves. The only thing that could be done now was to put some pressure on Gao Shusen's side to find a way to protect Meng Xiongfeng's safety. No matter what, it is also the executive second-in-command of the procuratorate. Gao Shusen's ability to do this is certainly still there. I'm grabbing time, and so is my opponent. There are only 3 days left to maneuver. Can I really talk Song Huimin out of it? Meng Sun's eyes were perplexed and he couldn't help but start doubting himself. Luckily, this negativity came and went quickly, and soon Meng Sun was once again firm in his confidence and continued to wait for that key witness to get off work. He was indirectly in control of the evidence about Li Zhiheng's corruption and bribery. If you can get your hands on that evidence, Song Huimin is bound to gladly accept this surrender, and then the Meng family's chance of survival will come. While Meng Sun was waiting for the key witness to get off work, Wei Shilong was also calling the personal handheld phone of Gao Shusen, the executive deputy prosecutor of the Zhengzhou City Procuratorate. Old Wei, let's talk about anything tonight. I'm busy with a case here. Without waiting for Wei Shilong to speak, Gao Shusen said that he was going to hang up the phone. Hi prosecutor, don't hang up in a hurry. A friend over here asked me to give you a message, Wei Shilong said before Gao Shusen hung up the phone. Take a message? Who asked you to bring me a message? Gao Shusen was instantly alert. Wei Shilong didn't make any pretense, and directly relayed what Meng Sun had said to Gao Shusen. And when Takashusen heard that, he was directly silenced by the dryness. It wasn't until Wei Shilong voiced a reminder that he, in a hoarse tone, said, Old Wei, tell that friend of yours that I'll do my best to keep Meng Xiongfeng safe. After saying that, Gao Shusen directly hung up the phone, obviously not wanting to talk to Wei Shilong anymore. Meng family, that kid, really powerful, even Gao Shusen's handle to hold. But 96 years Yunhua KTV, that arson murderer, not long ago was prosecuted and sentenced? Wei Shilong narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but begin to associate deeply. At 6 o'clock in the evening, with the night curtains drawn over Huaichang, Meng Sun finally waited for his target to get off work. It was a man in a light-colored cotton jacket with graying temples on both sides and a somewhat melancholy air. He was now pushing his 2/8-bar bicycle and was about to merge into the crowd to go home. Outside this Newbridge Street office, waiting painstakingly all afternoon, Meng Sun naturally wouldn't let him go so easily, and immediately greeted him with a quick step to greet him. Director Gu, are you free tonight? How about we have dinner together? Little comrade, do we know each other? Gu Zhenhui took a step back with vigilance on his face. Director Gu, I'm from Jiangzhou and want to find out something from you, Meng Sun said as he opened the door. Gu Zhenhui's face instantly darkened when he heard the word Jiangzhou. He pushed up his bike and left, not even bothering with Meng Sun anymore. I'm not Li Zhiheng's man. On the contrary, I'm his enemy. Meng Sun caught up to him and lowered his own voice to say, Gu Jinhui's body stiffened at his words, and his pace came to an abrupt halt. I don't care what kind of person you are and what purpose you have in looking for me. I can't afford to mess with Li Zhiheng and I don't want to get involved in your affairs, so please don't come back to me in the future. Gu Jinhui said with dull eyes. Director Gu, it's been 5 or 6 years since Li Zhiheng left Songhua district. You're not still afraid of him, are you? Meng Sun raised his eyebrows, deliberately using a provocative tone, and said, can it be that your wife is still in contact with him now? Try telling me that again if you dare? Gu Jinhui was instantly enraged. He violently pushed away the 2 8-bar bicycle in his hands and stepped forward with both hands to ruthlessly grab Meng Sun's collar. Being angry is the right thing to do. If a man doesn't even have a little fire in him, what's the difference between that and a limp-wrist worm? Meng Sun didn't care and smiled. How about finding a place to talk? I'll treat you to dinner. You and I don't know each other. We have nothing to talk about. And you're not going to get anything out of me. Gu Jinhui calmed down. A hand from Meng Sun from his body to push away, and then pick up the 2 8-bar bicycle to go home. Director Gray, you and I have nothing to talk about. So how about we talk about your sister? How long do you think she'll last in her current condition? Meng Sun said with a raised eyebrow and a cold smile. Gu Jinhui's body stiffened, and he could no longer walk on his feet. Meng Sun's words directly poked at his dead center, causing him to throw in the towel a bit. Director Gu, although this society is dirty and dark, I believe that there is still true love. Your sister's illness may be something I can help with. If you're interested, we can talk in detail. It will only take a few minutes. With a smiling face, Meng Sun said with another invitation. Gu Jinhui, although this person was weak and soft by nature, for his younger sister, Gu Xiaoying, it was really loving and caring. In his previous life, in order to be able to cure Gu Xiaoying, he had risked his life to blackmail Li Zhiheng several times. I don't know you, so why should I trust you enough to help me? Gu Jinhui took a deep breath and turned his gaze coldly toward Meng Sun in question. You don't have to trust me. Just trust the money. There's enough money in this suitcase to save your sister's life. It's up to you if you're willing to have a nice little chat with me. Meng Sun raised the suitcase in his hand and said back to him with an indifferent face. Few come with me. Gu Jinhui stared dead on at the black leather case in Meng Sun's hands, and after taking a deep breath, he took the initiative to walk ahead and lead the way. While Meng Sun was relieved in his heart, his feet hurriedly followed. Now that the situation had reached a very critical point, he really didn't have that time to slowly wear down Gu Jinhui's wariness of him. If he could negotiate a deal as soon as possible, he would also have more time to complete the next layout. 20 minutes later, Gu Jinhui brought Meng Sun to Riverside Park. The two of them found a secluded place to sit down, and Meng Sun, after showing the other party stacks and stacks of banknotes in the suitcase, the excitement in Gu Jinhui's eyes instantly spilled out in full force. The bills in this suitcase are not just money, they are his sister's life and her desperate attempt to survive. You've seen my sincerity, now can't we have a nice chat? Meng Sun closed the lid of the suitcase in his hand and said as his gaze pierced Gu Jinhui's pupils. What do you really want? Gu Jinhui eyes hard to move his gaze from the lid of the suitcase, lit a cigarette and smoked up and asked. In your home, there is a private ledger hidden where Li Zhiheng accepted bribes. If you take out the ledger and give it to me, the $1 million in cash in this suitcase will be yours. Enough to give to your sister as medical expenses. Meng Sun opened the door and directly stated his trading conditions. At this point in time, Gu Jinhui shouldn't know about the existence of the ledger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until half a year later to blackmail Li Zhiheng. So there's no need to try anything more. A quick battle is the best option. Are you kidding me? How can there be a Li Zhiheng in my family? Gu Jinhui hadn't finished his sentence, but as if he suddenly remembered something, he swallowed what he was going to say next. It was his home, but it wasn't his home alone. What's not to like if you really want to hide something? After all, the mistress of that house had long since gotten out of step with him. If it were not for the fear of gossip in the unit, the two would have gone through a formal divorce. There is a saying how to say, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Li Zhiheng although cunning, but to your wife that is very trusting, or he will not be so deadly things. To your wife personally custody, to keep a safety valve for themselves. Once one day there is a heavenly collapse then, that ledger is something that can save his life. Meng Sun raised his hand and patted Gu Jinhui's shoulder and said with a sigh. As for why Li Zhiheng is so trusting of Gu Jinhui's wife, Priscilla Chang, it's actually quite simple. The interests of the two of them have been completely bound together. Zhang Nathan, now Songhua District Deputy Mayor of the position, is Li Zhiheng served as secretary of the Songhua District Party Committee when she was promoted up, and the two have an even stronger bond. The child Gu Jinhui is now raising. Gu Jinhui himself is also clear in his heart why at first Zhang Nathan will choose to marry him. This has no background, and is still from the countryside of the poor boy. This is a heart-to-heart deal. Gu Jinhui, with the help of Zhang Meifan and Li Zhihong, not only obtained an iron rice bowl, but also stayed in the provincial capital to work. The price is that he has to pretend to be deaf and dumb to help Zhang Meifan to raise the child. If there hadn't been the matter of Gu Xiaoying's cancer, with Gu Jinhui's rebellious character, he would definitely have endured it again. However, it is not as good as God's plan. Gu Xiaoying is terminally ill. This matter completely provoked Gu Jinhui in her latent resistance psychology, so that he in the critical moment, complete the Li Zhihong corruption case of extermination. However, after the end of Li Zhihong's corruption case, Gu Jinhui was also sentenced to 3 years imprisonment on indictment by the prosecutor's office for extortion. Priscilla Chang, on the other hand, was removed from public office, and later was said to have taken her children and gone to a southern coastal city to do business. Who the hell are you and why are you looking for Li Zhihong? Evidence of a corruption offense? Gu Jinhui asked as he took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Alas, I can't help it. Those industries of our family are being targeted by Li Zhihong. If I don't help myself, I'm afraid I'll have to go to prison to step on the sewing machine. Meng Sun sighed and said with a helpless face, now that my father has been taken away by the people from the prosecutor's office, there is not much time left for me to save myself. I can only give you one night's time to think about it. And if you are willing to cooperate with me, we will still be at the same place tomorrow, and you will give me the ledger, and I will give you the money to save your sister's life. One night is too soon. Can you give me more time to think about it? Gu Jinhui said with some urgency. Director Gu, I don't have much time. Your sister's time is also running out. The cancer cells in her body haven't spread yet. There's still a chance if she's treated properly. If you delay it for a while longer, when the cancer cells spread completely, you won't be able to cure it even if you have the money by then. After Meng Sun said this, he got up and left Riverside Park. He had said what needed to be said, and it was up to Gu Jinhui's personal choice next. However, in his previous life, Gu Jinhui was able to risk breaking the law to blackmail Li Zhihong for the sake of his sister. I'm sure the choices made in this life won't disappoint him. Walking out of the park gate, Meng Sun was thinking of going to find a hotel. First settled down. Did not expect an unfamiliar landline number is to call over. Answering the phone, Meng Sun didn't have time to open his mouth before Ma Lu's excited words came out first. Meng Xiao, I've found Yuan Shanshan. She and that little white man in a suit checked into the Marriott Hotel together and got a room. Sure it's her in person? Meng Sun narrowed his eyes as he pursued the question. It can't be wrong. Her red BMW license plate number. I remember it very clearly. Ma Lu was very sure echoed. Okay, keep an eye on the Marriott for me. I'll be there immediately now. A scowl flashed in Meng Sun's eyes, and a plan turned up in his brain in an instant. Since Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming are so aggressive, let's send them a surprise tonight and see if those two old foxes can still sit still. The Marriott Hotel was in the center of Huicheng City, which was already a very high-class grand hotel for this day and age. If any foreign businessmen come to invest in Huicheng, they are basically arranged to stay in this hotel. By the time Meng Sun took a taxi to the Marriott Hotel, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Ma Lu was also at the lobby entrance of the hotel, waiting for a long time. When he saw Meng Sun step out of the cab, he was too busy to welcome him. Don't rush into the hotel yet. Show me where that car is. Meng Sun suppressed his voice and said to Ma Lu, it's right outside the hotel on the parking lot. I'll take you there now. Reaching out to take the black suitcase in Meng Sun's hand, Ma Lu led Meng all the way to the very eye-catching 850i red BMW on the parking lot. License plate number high A55666. It seems that those trail rumors from the previous life are really not empty. Yuan Shanshan already had a boyfriend when she was in school in Huicheng. It was only due to the pressure from my family that I agreed to get engaged to Li Fei. After Meng Sun sneered in his heart, he immediately made a call to Chen Wenjun. June, find a way to give Li Fei a leak and tell him that Yuan Shanshan is meticulously rooming with a college friend at the Marriott's Grand Hotel in Huicheng. Xiao Sun, is this really true? Chen Wenjun was shocked and said. The daughter-in-law of the executive vice mayor of Jiangzhou gave their family a big green hat before they even got married. If this news got out, Li Zhihong would become a laughingstock inside the city government. I'm afraid. June, I saw Yuan Shanshan and that adulterer of hers go into the hotel hand in hand. It would be strange if they didn't have a broken shoe between them. Merrick said as he interjected from the sidelines. Ha 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 ha. Good. I'll release the message to Li Fei and let them dogfight. Chen Wenjun laughed out loud with excitement and exuberance. This is absolutely great news for their current situation. It would be even better if Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming were to fall out because of this matter. Without Li Zhihong pressurizing them at the government level, the Yuan family wouldn't be able to put as much pressure on them. Little Seeker. Such a good opportunity. Do you think we should take advantage of it and pour oil on their fire? Chen Wenjun said with a grim smile. Of course we have to pour oil, and only if we pour more. It's best to let the whole of Zhengzhou know that Li Zhihong was slapped hard by Yuan's family. Meng Sun said back with a morose gaze. That's fine. Let me handle this matter. I guarantee that in less than 3 days' time, I will let the matter of Li Fei being cuckolded by Yuan Shanshan spread throughout our entire Zhengzhou city. Chen Wenjun said this as if he suddenly remembered something else. His tone turned extremely serious as he said, Xiao Sun, thanks to your reminder this afternoon, I preempted Chen Dekai and secured him, or else he would have fallen into the hands of the Yuan family by now. June, you should also hide for the next 2 days, or else I'm afraid that Yuan Taiming will go after you. Meng Sun wrinkled his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, I've already returned to the mine in the mountains with Chen Dekai now, and if Yuan's family really dares to chase after them to the mine, I'd be happy to have some fun with them. Chen Wenjun said with a cold smile. Within the city of Zhengzhou, they might not be able to fight the forces of the Yuan family, but if the Yuan family's people dared to enter the mountain, they were looking for death. Mang Shangfeng is a home from the minerals. If there is no ruthless means, it has long been eaten with the skin and bones, but also the turn of the Yuan family to pick up this big bargain. June, we're already very passive now. We mustn't cause any more deaths. You just need to protect yourself and Chen Dekai's safety. I'll take care of the other problems. Meng Sun heard the ruthlessness in Chen Wenjun's words and hurriedly barked at him. Nowadays, the control is not so strict, so it's not a big deal to use money to solve the problem. However, after the turn of the millennium, all people gradually entered a society governed by the rule of law. A past black history can be your catalyst. Don't think it's over and done with. If only someone with a good heart would want to look into it. All that black history in your past is a ticking time bomb that could blow you to pieces at any time. If the Meng family can get through this crisis safely, one of the first things Meng Sun wants to do is to help transform the family industry. Enough raw capital has been amassed, and that's if we don't get on the last train of the millennium and make the transition. A blackout storm a decade or so later would have killed the Meng family for good. Little seeker, I'm not that stupid. I won't cause trouble for you at this time. Just don't worry, Chen Wenjun said with a smile. You don't have to worry about my dad's side. I've already let Wei Shilong greet the procuratorate side, and they don't dare to go too far. After reassuring Chen Wenjun for a few moments, Meng Sun ended his call with him. Meng Xiao, do you think Li Fei will come over to Huaicheng to catch the adulterer if he knows the news of Yuan Shanshan's rooming with a man? Ma Lu's eyes gurgled and rolled, and he asked with a bad smile on his face. Don't worry, it will come. That Mr. Li is not someone who can hold his breath. Yuan Shanshan has given him such a big green hat this time. This breath he definitely wants to get back. Just wait and see. There's definitely something good going on tonight. Meng Sun skimmed the corners of his lips and sneered and coldly laughed. In his previous life, he and Li Fei had sort of crossed paths. The old man is a corrupt and big kleptocrat. And how good can the son be in this kind of educational environment? Li Fei is just a little bit better than Yuan Jiqiang and Chao Jerry. At least there is no blood on his hands. There was also bullying, but there was a bit of a bottom line. Not to the extent that they are like Yuan Jiqiang and Chao Garue who have twisted personalities and do things so extreme that they are downright outrageous. The reason why Chao Jerry was sentenced to death in his previous life was because he had touched the bottom line of human nature and was directly sentenced to death by the Supreme Court by name. This trip to Huaicheng is pretty smooth so far. It depends on the choices of Sun Haizhou and Guzhen Hui tomorrow. If those two are able to stand correctly, I'll be considered to have the backbone to meet Son Huimin. While Meng Sun was secretly pondering this in his head, he brought Ma Lu back to the lobby entrance of the Marriott Hotel. Just as he was about to enter the hotel lobby to check in, he suddenly saw someone out of the corner of his eye. The man was dressed in civilian clothes, probably around 40 years old, with very elegant features and looks, and appeared to be a well-learned intellectual. Have I seen this man somewhere? Why does his face look a bit familiar? After Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and carefully recalled for a moment, his two pupils snapped together. No wonder he thought the face looked familiar. This big brother in his previous life, but one step short of ascending to the Ministry of Public Security's official position. It was also the person Mao Shaoqin had asked him to visit on this trip to Huaicheng. Tao Yu Chung, director of the political department of the Provincial Public Security Department. Why is this big brother here? Can't it be that he doesn't know what's going on inside the Marriott Hotel yet? A flash of surprise flashed across Meng Sun's eyes, but he soon disproved that suspicion of his. In his previous life, the Marriott Hotel was folded in the hands of Tao Yucheng. How could he not know that inside the Marriott Hotel? Those unseemly hooks. A big man is a big man. This pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is really skillful. Meng Sun didn't move on his face, but in his heart, there was a burst of sighs. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that just a few years later, the seemingly gentle and kindly director of the political department of the Public Security Bureau would conduct a campaign against pornography and illegal publications. Not only did it bring down the Marriott Hotel, but it also brought down the biggest local faction in Haishi province. If it wasn't for the higher-ups giving the word, those local factions in Haishi province might really be at risk of falling apart. Because of this action, Tao Yucheng not only gained the strong support of the people, but also gained the appreciation of many big leaders in the Ministry of Public Security. A very bright political point for his own through career. Young Meng, are you alright? Seeing Meng San suddenly stop his pace, Ma Lu thought that something was wrong and hurriedly asked in a nervous tone. Old Six, go ahead and check in. I'm going to pay a visit to an elder and I'll be right back. After saying that, Meng San chased after Tao Yucheng's back with quick steps, leaving behind the dumbfounded and uncertain Ma Lu, who stood in place at a loss for words. At the same time, in the Grand Palace of Zhengzhou, inside a luxurious office on the top floor, Yuan Taiming angrily stared at his own nephew Yuan Zhengbiao, grimaced and stormed. Biao, how many times have I told you? Do things in your heart not just on your mouth? So big a living person, disappeared under your eyes and you don't even know it. You and those people under your command are all eaten dry rice? Uncle, I really sent someone to keep an eye on it. Who would have thought that it was just a trip to the restroom? And that old boy Qin Dekai disappeared into thin air. Yuan Jingbiao explained in a resigned manner. It's really no wonder he's not on top of things. He's got several people on the stakeout. But his opponent was too cunning, and took advantage of the fact that his brothers were solving their physical problems to cut off the man. By the time those brothers reacted, the person had completely disappeared without a trace. I only look at the results, not the process. And now it's your responsibility if people are lost. Yuan Taiming forced down the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold and icy, and he said with a glance across Yuan Zhengbiao, originally, everything he had planned, as long as the account book can get his hands on, the public prosecutor and law enforcement side can quickly give Meng Shangfeng to finalize the case. Now it's all bad. The most important witnesses and physical evidence are all lost. On the side of the public prosecutor's office, it will now take a month just to go through the procedures. If this is delayed until after the new mayor takes office, there may be some more drama. This is really strange. The Meng family has reached this point of exhaustion. In the end, who is secretly helping them? Is it possible that Sun Jiliang is behind this? Yuan Taiming frowned. Suddenly, a person who could potentially come to the aid of the Meng family came to mind. But on second thought he thought no. Sun Jiliang has just been transferred to the provincial CPPCC now, and a bunch of bad things are already annoying enough. Shouldn't have that kind of leisure to pay attention to the Meng family anymore. And this time they struck very suddenly. Even if Sun Jiliang wanted to make a move to pull a hand, it was impossible for him to give his hand so quickly. Furthermore, Chen Dekai has a molybdenum mine secret account in his hands. Meng Shangfeng was concealed in the drum. How could Sun Jiliang know? If Sun Jiliang really had that ability, he wouldn't have been screwed out of Jiangzhou by them joining forces. All in all, this matter of Chen Dekai's disappearance now is just fascinating. It was as if there was a pair of large invisible hands behind all of this that were battling with their Yuan family across the sky. Diaozi, if someone really did hide Chen Dekai, where do you think they would hide him? Yuan Taiming asked as he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, his eyes gazing slyly out over the silhouette of the city at night. Uncle, there are quite a few places that can hide people as big as Jiangzhou. Even if we look for someone through the Public Security Bureau side, I'm afraid we won't be able to find them for a while. Yuan Zhengbiao scratched his ears and said, yes, 13 counties in Jiangzhou, more than 7 million permanent residents. Want to find a person among them, is like looking for a needle in a haystack, can't see or touch. Yuan Taiming said with a deep sigh. The way the situation was unfolding now, it was completely out of his control. If we still want to accomplish the established plan, then we can no longer be so passive. We must be proactive. First of all, regardless of whether or not someone was secretly aiding the Meng family, but as long as they could hold Meng Xiangfeng down, those people behind the scenes were out of bets, so naturally they didn't dare to interfere easily anymore. Diaozi, Meng Xiangfeng's wife and son, are they still in Jiangzhou? Yuan Taiming asked as he turned from the floor-to-ceiling window, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. I think it's still there. Yuan Zhengbiao was a little uncertain. Said, Meng Xiangfeng people have gone in. His wife and children should now be in a hurry to fight to get people. Will not easily leave Jiangzhou. Don't should. Go make sure for me. Yuan Taiming ordered with a cold face. If the person is still there, immediately give me control. Assuming Meng Xiangfeng still wants to resist inside, then his wife and child are our most favorable bargaining chips. Uncle, don't worry. I'll make sure this is done beautifully for you. After Yuan Zhengbiao laughed hideously on his face, he went on his errand with all the wind. His brain is slow to turn, and he can't help Yuan Taiming with his plans, but he is very good at these jobs of arresting and chopping people. Meng Xiangfeng, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's not that I, Yuan Taiming, have my eyes on your several minds. but those people abroad have their eyes on your minds, and I'm just earning a little bit of hard-earned money." Returning back to his desk, Yuan Taiming poured himself a glass of foreign wine and spoke softly to himself. At the same time, at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel in Huaichang, Meng Sun was also catching up with Tao Yuqing's footsteps. "Director Tao, good evening. I was planning to pay you a visit tomorrow. I didn't expect to meet you here so coincidentally," Meng Sun said with a respectful demeanor as he greeted Tao Yuqing. "Little comrade, you know me?" Tao Yuqing stopped his pace, and his two eyes sized up Meng Sun with a scrutinizing gaze. "Director Tao, I'm from Jiangzhou. My father is Meng Xiangfeng, the chairman of Jianhai Mining." Meng Sun echoed back without being condescending. "Meng Xiangfeng?" When Tao Yuqing heard this name, his gaze first froze slightly for a moment before. Then, in a tone of lost laughter, he asked, "Did you come to me because something happened to your father?" "There's been a small incident at home, but it's nothing major and will be resolved soon." Meng Sun kindly smiled back. "Can it really be solved?" "If it can't be solved, I can think of something for you." When Tao Yuqing said this, his two deep gazes were fixed on Meng Sun. It seemed to be trying to peek out what was really going on in Meng Sun's mind at the moment. "It's not a big deal. I'll try to solve it first. If I really can't solve it, I can only be brazen and visit Director Tao Yu again." Meng Sun smiled courteously. The Meng family's current situation was no longer something that could be solved by Tao Yuqing's level of meddling. So instead of wasting the favor here, I'd rather keep the favor. It might come in handy someday. After all, Tao Yuqing is now only the director of the political department of the public security department, and the power in his hands is also limited. When he goes further in his career next year and is promoted to deputy director of the Haishi Provincial Public Security Department, this favor will be worth a lot of money by then, and may bring him some unexpected surprises. Tao Yuqing is not the kind of mediocrity. Before carrying out the province's fight against pornography, he has dealt with a lot of local major cases. One of the old murder cases in Jiangzhou was a very important opportunity for him and the Meng family. If you can grasp the opportunity, Jianhai Mining can complete a magnificent transformation into the field of industrial heavy industry. For the Meng family's future industrial layout, it was no less than a rebirth of fire, so that it could also be cut completely with the previous gray area business. Can it be that today is really a chance encounter? And that this Meng clan brat isn't here deliberately waiting for me? Seeing Meng Sun's frank expression, it didn't look like he was backing down to put on an act. Tao Yuqing couldn't help but self-doubt the judgment he had just made. To be honest, when Meng Sun had just introduced himself, the first thought that surfaced in his mind was that the Meng family had come to ask for help. But through just 2 sentences of conversation, he could feel it. This kid from the Meng family came to Huaichang, indeed to bring help, but the object of the request was not him. This encounter was purely a fluke. People just wanted to simply come and say hello. He was the one who was overthinking it. It is true that the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, although Sun Jiliang was transferred. But behind this Meng family seems to have someone in support. Will it be a certain member of the provincial party committee? Tao Yuqing's face did not move, but his heart was secretly speculating. If behind the Meng family, there is really a provincial party committee big brother in the secret support, then the water in Jiangzhou can be even more muddy. It's not really a good thing for Song Huaimin, who is about to take office. Gu, I almost forgot that the grandpa who was going to treat us. I'm afraid he's already waiting anxiously. Tao Yuqing's thoughts flowed to this point, and he quickly spoke out to Meng Sun. Little Meng, I still have an important guest to meet tonight, so I won't chat with you much longer. If you have time some other day, let's have a meal together. Okay, Director Tao, you can go ahead and get busy when you have time one day, but I will definitely accompany you for a meal. Meng Sun responded with a smile without being overbearing. Okay, I'll see you some other time then. Saying that, Tao Yuqing took a step ahead and was about to enter the hotel lobby, but after just a couple steps, it was like he suddenly remembered something else. Turning around, he casually took out a paper business card from the black clip bag under his armpit and handed it to Meng Sun, saying, "This is my personal contact information. If you encounter any trouble in Huaichang that you can't solve, call me. Thank you, Uncle Tao. I won't be polite to you then." Meng Sun raised his hand to take the business card and said as he climbed up the pole. Tao Yuqing obviously did not expect Meng Sun will take this opportunity to take advantage of the child, and he climbed the relationship. Gaze first froze for a moment, and then laughed and scolded said, "You're a really ungracious kid. Okay, I'll recognize you as my great nephew. Hurry up and get lost." After laughing and cursing, Tao Yuqing took it upon himself to enter the hotel, leaving Meng Sun where he was. It's a pity that I'm destined to hug Song Huaimin's thigh, or else hanging out with this big brother would be a good choice. Meng Sun gripped the business card in his hand and sighed darkly in his heart. Political warfare is all about buying and selling. and anyone who dares to think twice about it is digging a hole for themselves and looking for death. Since he had already decided to take Song Hwaimin's windy boat, he was destined not to get too close to Tao Yucheng. If there was ever a day when Song Hwaimin and Tao Yucheng were at odds over their political lines, he would certainly be unwavering in his support for Song Hwaimin. So on Tao Yucheng, he could only keep some more goodwill, but never make friends. Young Meng, the room is ready. Let's hurry and go in. At that moment, Ma Lu walked out quickly from the hotel lobby and came to Meng Sun and said, "Come on, go into your room and rest for a while. There's a big show tonight." After collecting the business card given by Tao Yucheng, Meng Sun quickly walked towards the lobby of the Marriott Hotel. With a grin on his face, Ma Lu also hurriedly followed. Who doesn't love a big show? Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. While Meng Sun and Ma Lu were thinking about tonight's big show, Tao Yucheng had already arrived inside a lavishly decorated private room. This booth was huge, but there was only one person in it. The man wore a cotton jacket, hair black and bright. Although people have reached middle age, but the features of the bone face is very good. Proper big handsome one. The years have left their mark on his face as well, but they have also added a lot of charm to him as a mature man. Just by sitting there, he was able to give off a great sense of oppression. It's an aura that can only be cultivated after being in a position of power for a long time. Tao Yucheng, it's so hard for an old classmate to invite you for a meal. Is he still blaming me for the university robbing you of the student council president? Without waiting for Tao Yucheng to open his mouth to greet him, this middle-aged big handsome man jumped the gun and said, "Song Hwaimin, you still have the nerve to say that back then? If you didn't rely on this face to go canvassing to those female classmates, could you have won me?" Tao Yucheng rolled up his eyes in a good humor and said, "Old Tao, I don't like it when you say this. It's hard to believe that I have to mask my face when I go canvassing. If I lose, I lose. Don't use this as an excuse." Song Hwaimin shook his head and lost his smile and said, "Alas, I do not serve cannot our old classmates. You Song Hwaimin mixed the best, which is just over 40 years old, has stepped into the main hall to rule a party, and you compared. We are far from it." Tao Yucheng sighed under his breath while taking a seat right next to Song Hwaimin. "Comrade Tao Yucheng, you say this, I have to criticize. The revolutionary work does not distinguish between big and small. We are all serving the people. Cannot be based on the level of dedication." Song Hwaimin official voice has not finished, directly interrupted by Tao Yucheng waved his hand and said in a threatening tone, "Comrade Song Hwaimin, if you want to talk to me about dedication again, then I have to nag you. Back in the day at school, someone was, okay, we're not going to talk about devotion." Song Hwaimin was afraid of being Tao Yucheng to reveal the shortcomings. The gaze turned serious and asked, "Lao Tao, last time I asked you to do something. How is the investigation?" "I've checked, but the person you're talking about doesn't exist at all." Tao Yucheng said as he took a sip of tea. "Doesn't exist? What does this mean?" Song Hwaimin's gaze instantly froze when he heard this. "It means that there is no such person as the one you are talking about in the household records of the province of Hersinian." Tao Yucheng put down the teacup in his hand, and asked with a curious face, "But old Song, what exactly is the one you're looking for? How does it feel mysterious?" "It can't be." The old man said that the man is probably in Haishi province. How could there be no such person? Song Hwaimin furrowed his brows and couldn't help but mumble, "Old Song, I'm talking to you. Why are you wandering off into the void?" Tao Yucheng did not have the temperament to ask. "I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of something and got distracted." Song Hwaimin came back to his senses and apologized. "What's that one you're looking for? Is it important?" Tao Yucheng didn't move and asked in a tentative manner. "I'm not quite sure what it is. My father-in-law asked me to find it." Song Hwaimin snorted and casually prevaricated. "Song, a few years have not seen. Your ability to lie off the cuff is really more and more profound. I do not know Shu Wei that year. In the end, she was on you which point? Our terms so many talented and handsome. In favor of your kid to hold a beauty." Tao Yucheng said with a face of envy and jealousy. "Can you not be envious and jealous? Just because of marrying a good wife?" Song Hwaimin, this kind of people without root background, career path than those of them who came out of the compound, go smoothly. Just over 40 years old on the main political party. This is no longer simply a promising future, but has entered the legendary echelon training. As long as Song Hwaimin doesn't have any major problems of his own, there is a great probability that he will be able to get a ticket to the peak season. The upper limit of his career will be far worse, if not jump out of the police system, but also the death of the Ministry of Public Security. That position, although it was considered the top decision maker, it was still quite inferior compared to a player like Song Hwaimin, who had the potential to break into the final round. Sometimes when he thinks about it, he kind of regrets that he didn't take the initiative to go after Mo Shui when he was in college. But then on second thought, just with Mo Shuhui's kind of discerning to the extreme. It seems that she can't see him either. And the reason why Song Hwaimin was able to get it, in addition to his face is really handsome enough, his own literary literacy is also extremely high. The two were the talk of the town when they were in school, and it was only natural that the talent would come together. It is also with the strong support of the Mo family, Song Hwaimin can continue to be promoted, at the age of 40 into the main hall, and now began to dominate the party. Old Tao, how many years ago was this? And you're still so sour. Song Hwaimin laughed non-committally. His wife's mother's family has certainly made a great effort to get him to where he is today, and they have also replaced a lot of political resources for him, but he is also very capable in his own right. Otherwise how could he have been decentralized to the main administration at the age of 40? Above those big leaders in the echelon training, although they are not much of a statement, but in their hearts, or else they would not have let him parachute to Haishi province. Jiangzhou and Haishi province are his whetstone, and it's up to him to stand out. Alas, what you say is also true. How many years ago the old calendar? More memories of the past is not as good as looking forward. Tao Yucheng shook his head and laughed bitterly before setting his face straight and said, Old Song, you can always be nothing. Say, invite me to dinner tonight. In the end want to know something from me? Old classmate, I'm not hiding from you. This time was put down to Jiangzhou City main administration. I was the last to know the news. Although before I came, I've been as much as possible in the understanding of the situation in Jiangzhou City, but still in the fog to see the flowers some can't touch it so I can only ask you to come and give me some pointers. Song Hwaimin said with a serious face. I knew there was no such thing as a good banquet. You old Song invited me to dinner. You must be holding back something bad. Tao Yucheng lost his smile at his words and said, Ever since I knew that you were going to be sent down to Jiangzhou City to take charge, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. After saying that, Tao Yucheng lit a cigarette for himself, and only then did he continue his unfinished words with a ghostly gaze. How to tell you? Jiangzhou City side of the situation is indeed more complicated. The current municipal party secretary Chao Weiguo age has reached the line. If not any big accident, next year will be retired from the second line. But some people inside the province do not want him to retire. Is trying to think of ways to fight for, so that he stay in office for a period of time again. Tao Yucheng said with a skittish sneer. What about what Secretary Chao himself means? Song Hwaimin wrinkled his eyebrows and pursued the question. Old Song, there's a song in Jiangzhou that goes like this. Whether the sky is clear or cloudy in Jiangzhou doesn't depend on the heavens. It all depends on whether Chao's family is in a good mood or not. Tao Yucheng said in reply. Song Hwaimin instantly fell silent when he heard this. No wonder the former mayor was so woefully defeated from Gangtok. It is not difficult to analyze what kind of political ecosystem is now in Jiangzhou from this zone. If he wanted to make a difference, the Chao family's hurdle was a must. But now there is a question, will that Secretary Chao support him in reforming the political ecosystem and then go all out to fight for the economy? Alas, it seems that I still underestimate the local political ecological environment. This thought as long as the party and government division of labor is clear, you can make a big show of good to the development of the city of Jiangzhou. Is that I have some taken for granted? Song Hwaimin raised his hand to pinch his brow and sighed. Song, not I splash you cold water. On the Jiangzhou side of the political environment, more complex than I said a lot more. You really want to show off their fists to develop the economy. Unless the strong wrist big break, or those old oil is not going to work with you. Not drag your legs even if you burn high incense. Tao Yucheng extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said with a bitter smile. Chao Weiguo stayed in the city of Jiangzhou for 20 years. Through the various departments of the hand, can be said to be the city of Jiangzhou from top to bottom to pinch the dead. Trying to grab power from him is like touching a tiger's ass. And it's a wonder they don't bite you back. Sun Jiliang is how to be screwed out of the city of Jiangzhou. Is not because of touching the core interests of others. Was Chao family counterattack, which was transferred out of Jiangzhou, thrown to the CPPCC side of the old age. Under such circumstances, how could those vested interests of the local faction allow Song Hwaimin, the new mayor, to continue with the reforms of the relevant interests? Unless the Jiangzhou officialdom is completely smashed and remodeled. The desire to reform and develop the economy is a self-congratulatory empty phrase. Lao Tao, the leaders asked me to come down to take charge of one side, just to see my ability. If I don't even have this kind of vigor, then I might as well go back to Kyoto and find a leisurely yamen to muddle along. Song Hwaimin's eyes were slightly cold as he said, do you think there's any place I could break the ice if I wanted to do it? There is, but that's a hornet's nest. If you really dare to poke it, it's unlikely that any of the provincial standing committee members will want to talk to you. Tao Yucheng said with a shrug of his head. Tell me, what kind of hornet's nest is it that has so much energy to influence the provincial party committee's decisions? Song Hwaimin's curiosity was aroused and his eyes flickered as he asked. Old song, before you came to Haishi province, have you ever heard of Rui Long Group? Tao Yucheng asked rhetorically if his gaze had deep meaning. Rui Long Group? Isn't it the Rui Long Group that won the top 10 advanced model enterprises the year before last? That Rui Long Group? Song Huaimin's face instantly became grave. No business that wins that award is a good one. The human resources behind the enterprise are even more disjointed and deep. To put it mildly, it's a behemoth of that magnitude. Not to mention that he is a hall-level cadre. Even those provincial standing committee members, I am afraid that they cannot take people. Yes, that's the Rilin Group. Tao Yucheng nodded and said, the common people in Haishi province may not know who the governor's secretary is, but Ruilong Group is known to everyone. This company has a monopoly on almost all of the province's infrastructure projects and a large share of the energy retail and other industries. It can be said that the people's food, clothing, housing and transportation, this enterprise are involved in, but also the province's taxpayers. Every year to get the province to evaluate the advanced recognition, many leaders are perennial Ruilong Group on the lips, calling it the pride of Haishi province. Tao Yucheng's tone paused for a moment as he said this. A touch of sarcasm welled up in his eyes as he continued. But it is this enterprise, which is known as the pride of Haishi province, that repairs bridges and breaks roads. At the beginning of this year, in the city of Jiangzhou side just opened less than a year of the success of the bridge, the whole section collapsed and also made a few lives. The task force investigated for 3 months, and the final result turned out to be that the quality of the bridge itself was fine. The main cause of the collapse of the whole section was due to overloading of vehicles. So you can say it's ridiculous. This Ruilong Group, is it related to that family? Song Huaimin lit a cigarette, and after a moment of silence, his voice was a little hoarse as he asked, Ruilong Group on the surface of the legal person called Chao Jerry. In fact, that boy is just hanging a name. As for the real shareholders are who? No one said clear and no one knows, even if someone really knows some insider, but also will put their own mouths to cover tightly, so as to avoid incurring trouble. Tao Yucheng smiled, shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Ruilong Group is a taboo existence as far as Haishi province is concerned. No one dares to touch the whiskers of this big tiger or to poke holes in the illusion of this business. To put it bluntly, we all know this business is the emperor's new clothes, but no one dared to go and take the new clothes off the emperor until he had taken them off. The corporate name is Chao. Hardly. Song Huaimin looked as if he had suddenly thought of something, and his eyes looked toward Tao Yucheng in surprise. Yes, it's what you think. Tao Yucheng said with a helpless face, now you should understand why some people inside the province don't want Chao Weiguo to retire to the second line now. Although Chao Jerry was only an apparent scapegoat, as long as Chao Weiguo didn't come down from that position, they could safely and securely continue to hide themselves behind the Chao family. Even if the sky really falls apart one day and something happens, all they need to do is to cut off the line of Chao Gurue and give Ruilong Group a new skin, which can't affect the actual benefits they've already gotten their hands on. No wonder the former mayor of Jiangzhou was driven away without any resistance. It seems that the energy that this group can control is even more terrifying than I imagined. After Song Huaimin mumbled for a moment, his head suddenly flashed with an aura, and he fiercely looked at Tao Yucheng and asked, Old Tao, do you think they're in such a hurry to get rid of the former mayor because that mayor, son, may have discovered something? I've also thought about this question, but right now we're just speculating, and there's not much evidence, unless that mayor's son is willing to tell us the truth, or else it's all foggy, and who knows what's actually going on. Tao Yucheng said this, face surged out a bad smile, said, Lao Song, you cannot blame me for not reminding you that mayor's son is a person from Wang's department. If you really dare to board someone's door, be careful of them pouting you out. The woofers? When Song Huaimin heard this, the thought of paying a visit in his heart was instantly suppressed. His father-in-law and the Wang family is a deadly rival. In this case, people are willing to help him is strange. Maybe now people are secretly waiting to see him laugh. And how could he possibly step in to help him? Alas, this is a bit of a problem. I have 2 eyes. The work is not good to start Song Huaimin sighed with a helpless face. Old classmate. Local work, which is so easy to go smoothly. If this side of the situation is simple and clear, I will not be trapped in the current position. Until now nothing has been accomplished. Tao Yucheng laughed with some gloating. Compared to him, the municipal work Song Huaimin has to implement is more than 10 times harder. Not to mention he's now on the scouting list. If you can't handle the economic and political predicament in Gangtok, the recognition of his ability to do his job by the leaders above will certainly drop considerably. At that point, it's not a sure thing if you can keep your ticket to the pinnacle season. Oh well, after all, there are only a few tickets. And if your ability is not up to par, getting out is a foregone conclusion. Come on, just don't gloat here. Your mouth is about to curl up in laughter. Song Huimin said as he glared at Tao Yucheng without a good look. Old Song, you say this can be greatly lack of conscience. I this off duty to come over to advise you. No credit but also have hard work it. Tao Yucheng endured the heart of pleasure. Export dislike, said please I eat. You this dish is on dry mouth for half a day. Combined with is to invite me to eat it? What's the hurry? Wei Wei went to get you some fruit. She'll be back soon. Song Huimin said with a blank look at him. Yo, you've brought your daughter here. Are you planning to settle down in Haishi province? Tao Yucheng eyebrow slightly raised to test. Old Song. Wei Wei also 17 this year. Right. My family that boy. Stop it. You stop it. Don't hit on my daughter. Song Huimin did not wait for Tao Yucheng to finish his sentence, directly demonstrated his attitude and said, Wei Wei's future lifelong affairs. I am not necessarily able to do the main thing. You do not blindly think about it here. Alas. What a pity. You Song Huimin character is not good, but Wei Wei that girl, I really rare tight. If you can enter our family door, my old man must be happy to die. Tao Yucheng tried in vain and could only sigh up. Having inherited Song Huimin's genes, it didn't take much thought to realize how outstanding Song Wei Wei's looks would be, but unfortunately, most side of the family would definitely not release him easily. Song Wei Wei was not only Song Huimin's daughter, but also a member of the Mo family. As a part of the family, Song Wei Wei's future marriage affairs were destined to be inseparable from the family's interests. Although the Tao family was also a part of the compound, the Mo family really didn't necessarily look at them. At the same time, on the 16th floor of the Marriott Hotel, inside a business suite, Meng Sun took a shower to keep his brain clear. Just as he was about to give Mao Xiaoqin, who was far away in Jiangzhou, a phone call to report a piece. An unfamiliar phone number was called in. Who is it? It's. With a hint of doubt in his heart, Meng Sun picked up the phone. Hey. Before Meng Sun finished his greeting, Sun Haizhou's low voice came out from his cell phone. Meng, I can promise to cooperate with you and give Chao Jerry's whistleblower materials to Mayor Song, but you have to do me a favor to do so. Uncle Sun, it's fine to help, but my personal ability is also limited. If it's beyond my ability, I'm afraid I don't have the power even if I have that heart. Meng Sun said in advance as a precautionary measure. It's not a difficult thing, but it's important to me, so I can only ask you, the local snake of Jiangzhou, to help out. Sun Haizhou said as he tried his best to suppress his inner emotions. Alright, since you trust me so much, Uncle Sun, I'll take this errand, but what exactly do you want me to do to help? Meng Sun walked over to the one-person high floor-to-ceiling window and asked in a smiling voice. You help me find a girl, this year about 20 years old or so, people from the Hui province side. The name is Zhuang Lily. Before Sun Haizhou could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Meng Sun interjecting. Uncle Sun, what did you say the girl's name was? Her name is Zhuang Lily. Her hometown is over in Hui province. How do you know? Sun Haizhou was violently agitated. Uncle Sun, don't get excited. I don't know this girl, but I seem to have heard someone mention that a while ago. Meng Sun did not move and said to Sun Haizhou in relief. Meng, think about it. Who mentioned her to you and where is she in person now? Can I meet her? The suppressed emotions within Sun Haizhou's heart seemed to have found a channel to vent, and he frantically opened a questioning mode to Meng Sun. Uncle Sun, take it easy. I'll think about it. But it's a moment, and I can't really remember where I've heard that girl's name before. How about this? After we meet Mayor Song tomorrow, we'll both find a quieter place. Let me refresh my memory. Where have I heard that girl's name before? Meng Sun narrowed his eyes and feigned a very sincere tone as he said to Sun Haizhou in relief. Good. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to meet Mayor Song and give him those materials in my hand. After Sun Haizhou calmed down emotionally, without words, he accompanied Meng Sun for a while longer to make small talk, before hanging up the phone. Strange. Why is Sun Haizhou so eager to find Zhuang Lily? Can't it be that he had a hand in that horrific body-splitting case in his previous life? Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and secretly reasoned in his mind. But as he thought about it, he felt that it was unlikely that Sun Haizhou had any potential connection to the horrific case of the teenage girl's split body. After all, the two had almost zero interpersonal relationships and no deep-seated grudges, and there was no motive, by any stretch of the imagination, that they would be involved in a body-splitting case. If this possibility is ruled out, a new question comes up. Why did Sun Haizhou rush to find Zhuang Lily? And how did he know Zhuang Lily's name? And also know that people are from the old side of Hui province? That's interesting. One is a deputy editorial reporter of a provincial newspaper, and the other is a teenage janitor working in an entertainment center. What unknown relationship could there be between these two? While Meng Sun's gaze flickered darkly, his feet quickly stepped out of the bedroom and into the living room of the business suite. Ma Lu was currently lying on the sofa watching a criminal investigation TV series, and when he saw Meng Sun walk out of the bedroom, He hurriedly climbed up from the sofa. Meng Xiao, is it disturbing you? I'll turn off the TV. Ma Lu's hands were scrambling about to grab the remote control on the coffee table. Meng Sun sat down on the sofa with his butt and waved his hand. You didn't bother me. I just have something I want to find out from you. Goo. Scared me. I thought I'd disturbed your sleep. Ma Lu said with a sigh of relief. Feel free to ask whatever you want. I will answer truthfully. Good. Meng Sun nodded and smiled, and directly opened the door to ask, that girlfriend of yours, Zhuang Lily, did she ever tell you why she wants to come a long way to work in this side of our Haishi province? She didn't tell me, but I had asked her a few times before, and she just said that she was coming over to Haishi province to look for someone, but she didn't go into any more detail with me about what exactly she was looking for. Merrick echoed back with a lowered brow. Sun Haizhou is looking for Zhuang Lily, so the person Zhuang Lily is looking for, could it also be Sun Haizhou? Meng Sun closed his eyes and recalled his memories of Sun Haizhou from his previous life. After hitching a ride on Song Huaimin's smooth boat, Sun Haizhou has been going very smoothly in his career, but his family is a mess. He is said to have divorced early, and has no children with his ex-wife, and has always lived alone on his own. Sun Haizhou is over 40 years old. Zhuang Lily is 20 years old. If the two really have any relationship, then the greatest possibility is blood relationship, but Zhuang Lily is from the Hui province side. How could Sun Haizhou have a child over there? Meng Sun Bullhorn drilled less than a moment, and quickly found the answer in his mind. There was a big movement down to the countryside if you go back further in time. If the truth was really as he suspected, all the mysteries could now be solved. It also explains why Zhuang Lily had to come to Haishi province to find someone. It's highly likely that Sun Haizhou didn't leave his exact information when he went down to the countryside over there. So Zhuang Lily only knew that Sun Haizhou was from Haishi province, but did not know which city Sun Haizhou was actually in. As for why Sun Haizhou did not leave his exact contact information over in Hui province, the answer is actually very simple. He did not want to look back to that era only. If all this speculation is correct, then Zhuang Lily's short life is indeed tragic enough. Thousands of miles to this side of Haishi province to find their own relatives. Not only did not find their own relatives, he was also brutally murdered and silenced because he knew some secrets he shouldn't have known. Sun Haizhou in this time period, since already know Zhuang Lily came to Haishi province, that the previous life of Zhuang Lily was brutally murdered and thrown away. Sun Haizhou is not at that time already recognized. The victim of that flower girl is their own once abandoned daughter? As Meng Sun thought of this, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. Suppose Sun Haizhou recognizes his daughter and wants to take revenge on her. Then the one he's madly targeting should be Zhuang Lily's murderer. Fuck. If this reasoning is correct, then the brutal murder of Zhuang Lily and dumped the body is not in Yuan family and Li Zhiheng has nothing to do with the real murderer is actually Chao Jerry, which is also why Sun Haizhou want to bite Chao family's reason, etc. Meng Sun's scalp tingled as something suddenly occurred to him. In his previous life, Margaret Cho was not sentenced to death by the court at the outset. Rather, there were people who kept inciting public opinion in the dark and pushed Chao Gurui into the limelight. That's what led to the Supreme Court stepping in and directly sentencing Chao Gurui to death. If the course of history remains unchanged, Lily Chong was found dumped 2 months later. Is it possible, then, that she had been held captive by the murderer for 2 months before this, only to be brutally murdered and her body dumped 2 months later? When Meng Sun thought of this, he got up with a flourish and said to Ma Lu, Old 6, Zhuang Lily is now afraid that she is in personal danger. Do you have a way to contact her personally in the fastest way possible? Lily is in personal danger? Ma Lu froze at his words, and his brain didn't turn around for a moment as to what Meng Sun meant. Meng Xiao, you're not kidding me, are you? Ma Lu sucked in a breath of cool air and said, Lily is just a janitor inside the Grand Palace. How could she be in personal danger? If you believe me, don't ask anything right now, and quickly find a way to contact Zhuang Lily. Meng Sun said with a cold and serious gaze, Zhuang Lily is now a good card, and a means by which he can pin down Sun Haizhou in the future. So no matter what, he had to find a way to save Zhuang Lily's life and not let her repeat the tragic end of her previous life. I know a female usher inside the Grand Palace. She can help me find Lily. Seeing Meng Sun's serious face, which didn't look like he was joking, Ma Lu immediately panicked and hurriedly echoed, Call her immediately and confirm that your girlfriend, is she safe now? Meng Sun ordered out loud while he then took the Nokia cell phone and handed it to Ma Lu's hand. Okay, I'll contact the forewoman now. Ma Lu took a deep breath and hurriedly called the landline number inside the Grand Palace. Old 6. Steady your mind, don't rush. I'm just guessing now. I'm not certain that something must have happened to your subject. You should contact the person first. After Meng Sun relieved Ma Lu in this way, instantly he returned to his bedroom to change his clothes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and the outpost of the game that was about to begin. so he was also ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. Half an hour later, after much communication and contact, the female foreman, whom Ma Lu knew, finally gave a definite message. When Zhuan Lily just went to work tonight, she was taken away by the duty manager, saying that there was a lack of manpower on the Golden Carnival side, so she was asked to go over and help out in an emergency. Meng Xiao, Lily, she couldn't have really had an accident, could she? After hanging up the call with that female foreman, Ma Lu looked at Meng Sun with a pang of misery on his face and asked. Meng Sun didn't give a direct answer, only his brows wrinkled tighter. What is the Golden Years? It was Chao Jerry's lair and a playground for his daily pastime. Lily Chong was taken there, and one can only imagine what she will suffer tonight. Chao Gurue is a psychologically twisted and perverted person. What he wants from women is not any physical greed, but a bottomless release of the dark part of his inner heart. Should I save her? But how am I supposed to save her in this situation now? Meng Sun raised his hand and pinched his aching brow, and for a moment he was caught in a tangle. The remaining sanity in his brain kept chanting to him, telling him that he must hold back and never, ever let Chao Jerry know of his existence at this time. Otherwise, with Chao Jerry's extreme plus twisted personality, he might do something crazy. Is it really worth it to take the personal safety of friends and family around you to save a girl you've never even met? Just as Meng Sun was caught in a dilemma, there was a private room in the Golden Years nightclub in Jianzhou. Chao Jerry raised his hand and took up Li Fei's shoulder, and with curiosity in his eyes, he asked, "What's wrong with this? Just going out to answer a phone call, and wilting? Brother Chao, my old man just called me and told me to go home." Li Fei forced a smile on his face and said back, "Mayor Li, it's really true that you don't let people stop at night. Why don't I make a phone call for you and ask for a favor?" Chao Jerry said with a raised eyebrow. "Let's just forget about it, brother Chao. It's not like you don't know my old man's temper. If I dare to stay out tonight, I won't be able to stop for the next whole month." Li Fei shook his head after giving a bitter laugh. He stretched out his hand, and as soon as he did, he grabbed the wine cup on the coffee table, and smothered a full mouth into his own mouth, and said, "Brother Chao, I'll take a step ahead of you tonight, and I'll definitely open a special show some other time, and make amends with you properly. We're all brothers, what's the point of being polite?" Chao Jerry waved his hand and said in a very big brotherly manner, "Originally, I had also arranged a wonderful program for you tonight. It's just a pity that you are not going to have this eye candy. There will be a long time to come. Brother Chao, you have so many good programs here. It's not so bad this time." Li Fei got up with a smile and said, "My old man is short-tempered. I don't dare to keep him waiting, so I'll go back first." "Okay, then we'll make an appointment some other time." As Chao Jerry said that, he stood up and sent Li Fei out of the private room. "Brother Chao, see you later then. I'll leave first." After saying that, Li Fei turned around and left at a fast pace from the sight of Chao Jerry's gaze. However, after leaving the door of the nightclub, Li Fei did not go home, but stepped hard on the foot gas pedal and rushed straight to Huai Chang. The phone call just now, which he had lied to Chao Jerry about, wasn't made by his family's old man. Instead, a mysterious person broke the news to him that Yuan Shanshan is cheating on him with someone in the Marriott Hotel in Huai Chang at the moment. "Bitch, Yuan Shanshan, you fucking bitch. I knew you'd been fucked." Li Fei slammed the steering wheel in his hands and growled in anger with a fierce face. From the time they got engaged until now, Yuan Shanshan has only let him hold his hand a couple of times, but now this woman, who pretended to be innocent in front of him, even opened a room with a man inside the hotel. How could he possibly hold his tongue, being in the Golden Years nightclub? Chao Jerry, at this time, naturally do not know. Li Fei lied to him, and has stormed to Huai Chang to catch the adulterer. The guests are gone, but the wonderful program is still there and he has it all to himself. "Boss, the girl you had your eye on last time you were inside the Grand Palace has been brought to your office," the nightclub manager said with a nod. "Looks like there's some use in keeping you people. At least you know what I like." After Chao Jerry laughed non-committally, he walked quickly in the direction of where his office was. That girl's eyes he loved. He could have a good time tonight. It had to be on her. Leaving his Chao Gurue's unique brand before he could do so that girl could never forget him for the rest of her life. At the same time, in the Yunhai Garden neighborhood, Wei Shilong also returned home with a drunken face. "Uncle, from now on you shouldn't drink so much. It's bad for your stomach and bad for your health." Tian Yuezhu squatted down, first helped Wei Shilong change his men's slippers, and only then helped his trembling body, walked to the living room sofa and sat down. Alas, people in the officialdom body cannot help it. Whine this thing. This life, I'm afraid I cannot get away from it. After Wei Shilong sighed, his gaze went to Tian Yuezhu and asked, "How is everything packed?" "Well, it's all packed." Tian Yuezhu nodded her head softly, and with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, she looked at Wei Shilong and asked, "Uncle, do you really have to leave tomorrow? Don't be afraid. You and Xiao Bao are just going over there for a few days to stay temporarily. And when I'm done with the matter at hand, I'll go pick you guys up and bring you back. Wei Shilong raised his hand and touched Tian Yuezhu's small face and laughed. Uncle Heir. Then we have a deal. You must remember to pick up Xiao Bao and I and come back. Tian Yuezhu clenched her small shell teeth and said, don't worry. I'll pick you guys up. For sure. Wei Shilong unfolded his arms and embraced Tian Yuezhu's petite body tightly into his arms, softly reassuring her. Uncle, Xiao Bao is asleep now. I can, if you want. Before Tian Yuezhu could finish her red-faced words, she was interrupted by a ringing cell phone. What time is it? Who is it? Wei Shilong had just come to feel something in his heart when he was scared back by the ringing. He gritted his teeth and picked up the phone and said, you better have something important to do or I'll show you what happens when you disturb a man's normal routine. The person on the other side of the call was not deterred by Wei Shilong's words. He just used a low-spoken voice and said, go to the golden years and help me save someone. Move faster or I'm afraid she won't make it through the night and will be tortured to death alive by Chao Jerry. Meng Sun, are you crazy? The Yuan family and Li Jihan aren't enough to annoy you, are they? And you dare to mess with Chao Gurue? Do you know what kind of person he is? Wei Shilong, who was still a bit hazy and drunk in the eyes, heard Meng Sun's audacious request, and his entire body was instantly awakened. What kind of person is Gregory Cao, the only son of Secretary Chao of the Municipal Party Committee, chairman of the Ruilong Group, not to mention in Jiangzhou, carry out in the entire Haishi province, are not to be messed with the existence of. Not to mention that he is just a district city public security bureau of the executive deputy director. Even if it is the city of Jiangzhou, those municipal party committee members, there are not a few dare to go to Chao Jerry's trouble. Chao Gurui represents not just him, but a huge gang of political power. Don't look at this gang on a regular basis, but once you dare to poke this hornet's nest, then you'll be facing a lot more than just a backlash. You'll probably be putting your own life on the line. Bureau Wei. I know that Chao Jerry is not to be messed with. And I also know that it's not sensible to clash with the Chao family right now, but there's a problem right now. If we don't make a move tonight, that girl might die. Can you get past that point on your conscience? Meng Sun's low voice, once again through the ground resounded. In addition, I can now share with you a news about Chao Gurue and Li Zhihang's criminal evidence. I've got all of them in hand. Tomorrow I'll put these evidences. All of them are handed over to the new mayor's hands. What did you say? Wei Shilong's scalp tingled, once again being shocked. If Meng Sun had just told him to go to the golden years to save people, it was a missile-level information bombardment force. Now then, this statement is a nuclear bomb level of information bombing power. He felt like his entire body, now, was on the verge of going numb. If he could rewind time, he'd rather smash his cell phone to smithereens than listen to Meng Sun say that to him. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets in the world, and the moment he heard those words, he was doomed to be swept into the eye of the storm, and whether he wanted to or not, the raging storm had already begun to close in on him. Cam, you son of a bitch, you're just a crazy person. I at least did you some favors. You hate me so much. You want to drag me to die with you. Right. Wei Shilong was infuriated and red-eyed, and immediately cursed. Wei Shilong, if I really wanted to drag you to death with me, I wouldn't be talking so much nonsense to you right now. Meng Sun suppressed his inner emotions and said, I now tell you the background of the new mayor to come. You can decide for yourself after listening to whether you want to stand in line to gamble on the future. The new mayor's surname is Song, 41 years old this year. Before devolving us to Jiangzhou, is the director of a division of the Development and Reform Commission. Meng Sun put what he knows about Song Huaimin resume. All told Wei Shilong, as far as possible, let Wei Shilong recognize the situation. Stand good team. He couldn't help it if he revealed Song Huaimin's background so prematurely. If he couldn't give enough confidence to Wei Shilong, the other party definitely wouldn't press his official position in future to go to golden years to save Zhuang Lily. So right now, Meng Sun could only play the king bomb in advance. As long as Wei Shilong's brain is not missing a string, he knows what to choose to maximize the benefits. The adult world is such that a sense of morality is never as real as profit. Only by letting Wei Shilong feel that his future prospects are bright will he dare to risk everything he has. What are you doing talking to me? The anger in Wei Shilong's eyes dissipated and his breathing began to become rapid. If what Meng Sun had said was all true, then it would indeed be worth his risk. Although following such a leader can lead to many dangers in the career path. But if the leaders had made it to the final round, the rewards would have been unimaginable. Wei Bureau, plain people don't speak in the dark. What do I mean? You know very well in your heart. I have now taken the Meng family all bets. Now it's up to you to choose. Meng Sun said in a deep voice. Is the man we're saving tonight important to Mayor Song? Wei Shilong was silent for a while before he asked out loud. That girl, Zhuang Lily, is a crucial witness. Nothing can happen to her. At least at this stage we still need her. Mang Sun echoed. Mang Sun, it's all on your side now. Why should I believe you? Wei Shilong gritted his teeth and growled lowly. Wei Bureau, I have said what I should say. Believe it or not is your business. I will not take the life and safety of our whole family to play this kind of joke with you. If you believe me, go and save the people for me tonight. Tomorrow after I have met Mayor Song. As far as possible, I will persuade him to personally talk to you on the phone. If you don't believe me, tonight, just take it as if I haven't contacted you. After saying that, Mang Sun directly hung up the phone, leaving time for Wei Shilong to think and make a choice. Uncle, are you okay? Seeing Wei Shilong begin to enter a state of disorientation, Tian Yuezhu was worried and scared with her beads of tears, all about to flow out. It's okay, I was just thinking about something. Raising his hand to wipe away the tear stains on the corner of Tian Yuezhu's eyes, Wei Shilong softly asked her, is that brother of yours still in Jiangzhou? Uncle, yeah, he hasn't caused you any trouble. He's honestly working. Tian Yuezhu was afraid that Wei Shilong would misunderstand something and quickly spoke out to explain. Don't be afraid. I don't blame you or your brother. Wei Shilong gripped Tian Yuezhu's small hand, with tenderness in his eyes. He said, you go to contact him now. Let him come to the house immediately. Don't wait for tomorrow morning. I'll arrange a car for you guys. You'll leave Jiangzhou to go to Jinghai tonight. Wait for my news over there. If there's nothing wrong with me, you guys can come back again. If something happens to me, I'll let someone send you a sum of money. You take our child away from Haishi province and help me raise the child properly. As a repayment for my care for you these years. Our child out of Haishi province. Help me raise the child well. As a repayment for the care I've given you over the years. Uncle, don't scare me. Did something happen to you? When Tian Yuezhu heard these words, her little face was immediately turned pale with fear. Don't worry. Nothing happened to me. Just in case. That group has always been ruthless. And I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you. Just like this. Wei Shilong relieved Tian Yuezhu for quite a while before her emotions calmed down. Taking advantage of the moment when Tian Yuezhu went to pack her baggage, Wei Shilong made a call to his beloved Zhang Hu. At the same time, in the Huicheng Marriott Hotel, Mang Sun also received an urgent call from Chen Wenjun. Little Seeker, Yuan Zhengbio has brought someone, tonight, to Lijiangwan Manor. When Mang Sun heard this, his face suddenly changed dramatically. He immediately panicked and asked after him, June, is my mom okay? Nothing major, just a little shock. Chen Wenjun had palpitations in his heart and said, this time, thanks to your early warning, our people, after discovering Yuan Zhengbiao, made a prompt decision to withdraw from inside the Lijiangwan Manor with your mother. I'm having a moment of fear right now just thinking about it. If it wasn't for the fact that those brothers were all more alert, the Yuan family really would have gotten away with this sneak attack. Fuck, playing dirty tricks with me, right? Okay, I'd like to see if you Yuan family can afford to play. The monstrous rage in Mang Sun's heart could no longer be suppressed. Originally, he was thinking of stabilizing the Yuan family without spooking them for the time being before completely tearing their faces apart and lifting their cards. After he went to meet Song Huimin, he would then make a decision on how to proceed against the Yuan family. But now in this situation, it was no longer possible for him to continue to be rational. Opponents are now doggedly trying to play dirty tricks. If he didn't make a strong countermeasure, Yuan's family would only intensify and become more and more crazy, until everyone on the Meng family side was screwed over. There was no way they would call it quits. In his previous life, when he was already winning, Yuan Taiming was able to instruct someone to cause an accidental car crash. If the situation is unfavorable in this life, imagine the extreme reaction of that old dog. June, those people we sent out to keep an eye on Yuan Jiqiang, are they still there? Meng Sin asked in a voice with a morose gaze. The brothers are all here, just waiting for your word. Chen Wenjun returned in a deep voice. Then do it. Meng Sin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, isn't that old dog Yuan Taiming's birthday coming up soon? Think of it as giving him a big gift in advance. Okay, I'll inform them to do it. Chen Wenjun said in a firm tone after a moment of silence. Little Seeker, you should not get involved in this matter anymore. Even if something really goes wrong in the future, it will not have anything to do with you. I will take all the responsibility. June, you don't have to be like this, Meng Sun said with a light sigh. Little Seeker, I can see that you're stronger than your father. You're the one who can do great things, and in the future, the brothers counting on you may be all on you. Me, I'm just a rotten life. If it wasn't for your dad taking such good care of me all these years, I'd probably be worse off than a street dog. Now that your family is in trouble, it's only right that I take my life to fill the hole. It's just that in the future, my family, I might need you to take more care of them. I'll be waiting for a call from this side of Jiangzhou. If the situation really can't be turned around, you send me a text message and I'll personally go and clean up the Yuan family. After saying that, Chen Wenjun directly hung up the phone. He was ready to take any blame, just waiting for the signal gun in Mang Sun's hand to go off. Assuming Song Huaimin doesn't accept the pitch I sent, would I have sacrificed Chen Wenjun? Gazing out the window at the brightly lit outline of the city, Mang Sun couldn't help but ask himself, if the situation really came to that point, it seemed like that was the only way for him and the Ming family to survive. At the same time, inside the provincial party committee's guest house, after Song Huaimin finished his bath, he was about to give his wife Mo Shui, who was far away in the imperial capital, a phone call to report peace. I didn't expect a phone call, but it came in first. After Song Huaimin saw the familiar string of phone numbers, his pupils shrunk violently and he answered the phone respectfully. Dad, it's almost 10 o'clock and you're still up? Song Huaimin hastily spoke out in greeting. Alas, you also know that my body, when it comes to rainy days the whole body bones are uncomfortable. This is not the imperial capital side. Today just fell a torrential downpour. I'm afraid that tonight is going to be insomnia again the whole night. A sound of an old man's inexorable words came out of the cell phone. When Song Huaimin heard this, his face immediately became solemn. This old man is his father-in-law, named Mo Gongchen, although it has retired to the second line, but after all, it is retired from that level, not to mention in the imperial capital. In the country's influence is still very big. This time he can from the Development and Reform Commission down to the local government. Mo Gongchen behind the scenes but made a lot of effort, but also spent a lot of human political resources, for the sake of giving him a head start in his quest to lean as far up the ladder as possible. This ranking can be very important and will determine the direction of your position in the eventual future. If someone who is ranked lower has a mishap, then there is a chance that they won't get a ticket to the final round. Wyvern, how's that thing I asked you to look into coming along? Mo Gongchen asked out loud. Dad, Tao Yuqing told me tonight that there's no file on that person. Not from Haishi province. Song Huaimin cautiously echoed. Humph, it seems to be hiding deeper than I thought. Mo Gongchen snorted coldly and said, people in Haishi province is definitely right. You continue to secretly find me to find, but to keep a low profile, do not let anyone notice that you are looking for that person. There is also the Tao family, that kid. Let him mouth to me some strict. This thing stops at the three of us know. Do you understand? Understood. On Tao Yucheng's side, I will go and caution him. Song Huaimin hurriedly echoed. Huaimin, this time you devolved to Zhengzhou. There are still a lot of opinions on the side of Kyoto. Everyone thinks that you do not have the experience of having been in charge of a local area, and that it is a bit too risky to let you parachute down as mayor. But do you know why I have to insist on my own opinion? And I must have you go down there? Mo Gongchen asked in a calm tone. Time. Because I'm running out of time. Song Huaimin sighed and said, that's right, there's not enough time. And to outsiders your age still has some advantages. But you've never put down roots at the grassroots level. And that's a fatal flaw in terms of your resume. If you're allowed to waste away in the imperial capital for a few more years, even if you can make it past that threshold of the vice province, that's where your potential ends. With competitors who have worked their way up through the ranks, you have no chance of winning. That's why I'm sticking to my guns this time and making sure you delegate. You're already behind that Wang clan kid now, and if you don't catch up or equalize within 2 or 3 years, you'll be completely left behind by him. By then, even if you barely make it to the final round, you won't have any advantage in terms of positions. Mo Gongchen said to Song Huaimin without haste. Dad, I understand what you mean. This time when I'm sent down to Zhengzhou, I'll work with all my heart. Song Huaimin said with a grave expression on his face. Huaimin, your nature is good in every way, but your methods are a bit soft. What kind of place Haishi province and Zhengzhou are? We old guys are looking at it with our eyes and hearts. You were sent down there this time so that you could sweep up the demons and ghosts. Don't be afraid to fight those demons and devils. Your duty is to serve the people and the country. If you can uphold the public spirit, someone will be in the eye of the beholder. Mo Gongchen did not move to mention said. Looks like I've really become a butcher's knife this time. Song Huaimin laughed bitterly in his heart. He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand what the old man meant by this? Haishi province's economic reform and development speed in the country are the reverse number. The top must have a comment. That's what brought him down to be a catfish and clean up the corruption in the process. 1 o'clock in the morning. Several Santana police cars stopped outside the Golden Years nightclub. Wei Shilong led Jiang Hu and a group of other law enforcement officers out of the car. Bureau Wei, do we really have to go in? Jiang Hu said bitterly. It's a hornet's nest. Whoever stabs dies. He was really a bit confused as to why Wei Shilong was here looking for trouble. Jiang Hu, we are police officers. We have to stand up to the badge on the hat and the party. Now someone reported that the Golden Years nightclub forcibly detained a girl and caused serious bodily injury to her. If we don't care about this matter, we are still police officers? Wei Shilong coldly grimaced, deliberately increasing his voice to reprimand while quickly walking towards the Golden Carnival Hall. Alas, death is death. You can't just see it happen. Seeing that Wei Shilong had already begun to act, Zhang Hu bit his back teeth hard before immediately leading a group of law enforcement police officers to follow up in a crow's nest. Since the Golden Years opened, even the fire department, not to mention the police, has been walking around. It's an eye-opener today that a police officer dares to come here to inspect. After learning the news, the nightclub manager Wan Hao, full of anger, then led a group of horseman minions, rushed into the hall of the splendid nightclub. By now the entire hall had been cordoned off by the police, and all the front desk and service staff were being checked. A few of the drunken customers with their arms around the ladies were also called aside to begin registering their identifying information. Bureau Wei, what do you want to do with such a big show tonight? Wan Hao swept his gaze around, and after realizing that the one leading the group was Wei Shilong, he rushed over aggressively and questioned. If this were any other nightclub manager, he would naturally not dare to be so arrogant. Wei Shilong is no longer a leader of the municipal bureau, and he is still the executive deputy director. If this offends someone, it's a wonder that there will be any good consequences in the future. But Marriott obviously didn't put Wei Shilong in his eyes and wasn't afraid that Wei Shilong would take any revenge on him afterward. After all, it was clear in everyone's mind who the boss behind the Golden Years nightclub was. You have to look at the master to beat the dog. Even if he, Marriott, was a dog, he wasn't something to be bullied. That's why Marriott has the backbone to not scare Wei Shilong. Mr. 1. Our police department has received a report that a girl has been illegally detained here at your nightclub and has caused serious bodily injury to her. Now please hand the person over, Wei Shilong said expressionlessly. Bureau Wei, our Golden Carnival has always operated legally. There's no such thing as kidnapping any girls. You're purely wasting police resources. I can always complain to the city government about you, Marriott said with an ironic smile. Someone calls the police, we have to go out. This is the right and responsibility given to us by the state. You citizens also have the obligation to cooperate with us in the investigation. Now it's not that you say you didn't kidnap, just kidnap. It has to be investigated by us before we can come to a conclusion. Wei Shilong raised his hand and pointed at Wan Hao's obese big round face, and without mercy, he opened his dislike. Wei Shilong, don't go too far. We're not a place where you can be wild, Marriott said as he was infuriated and red in the face. Since he had been working for the Chow family, which official hadn't been courteous and called Mr. Wan when they saw him? It had been years since anyone had dared to turn on him like that. Wan Ho, I'll tell you the policy for the last time. It's your duty as a citizen to cooperate with the police officers in the investigation. Don't haggle with me. Honestly, give me an explanation. Did you forcefully detain a girl called Zhuang Lily tonight? Wei Shilong stared at Wan Hao with cold eyes and interrogated. Lily Chong? When Marriott heard this name, his face froze for a moment, and immediately afterward he shook his head like a rattle and denied it. What Zhuang Lily? I haven't heard that name at all. Wei Shilong, as a veteran criminal investigator, naturally saw at a glance that Wan Hao was lying. While he was relieved in his heart, he immediately put pressure on Marriott and said, I now give you two choices. Either you hand over the person to me, you and I are good, everyone is good. This matter we police department will no longer be pursued. Either I personally bring people to find, but once the person is found by me, your nightclub kidnapping detention, this matter cannot be so easy to get through. Wei Shilong, are you out of your mind? Who owns this nightclub, aren't you clear? If you really make a big deal out of it, do you think you can get away with it? Wan Hao gritted his teeth and terrorized Wei Shilong. Who owns this nightclub and what does it have to do with me? Wei Shilong, cold face, oil and salt, said, I am a police officer. Someone reported a case. I have to do the case. From this moment now to start timing, I give you 10 minutes time to consider. 10 minutes after if I cannot see Zhuang Lily, this person, you cannot blame me with you to tear your face. Do not say emotion. After saying that, Wei Shilong waved his hand, signaling for Wan Hao to leave from his sight. Crazy? Wei Shilong, you're absolutely crazy. You're just waiting for Cao Xiao to go into a thunderous rage. After gritting his teeth and stomping his feet in exasperation, Marriott jogged and rushed towards the upstairs of the nightclub. Bureau Wei, is it really okay for us to make such a scene tonight? After seeing Wan Hao disappear from sight, Zhang Hu quickly walked to Wei Shilong's side, his eyes filled with anxiety, and asked, I'll take all the responsibility tonight. You're just carrying out orders, so don't be afraid of any disciplinary action in the future. Wei Shilong said expressionlessly. Bureau Wei, I don't mean that. Seeing Wei Shilong seems to be misunderstanding his own mind, Zhang Hu was anxious to explain, but his words have not yet spoken. was interrupted by Wei Shilong. Don't worry. I don't suspect you. After so many years with me, if I didn't even have that much trust in you, how could I have brought you out on the move alone tonight? Wei Shilong laughed out in relief while also raising his hand to pat his shoulder. Phew, I'm glad you didn't misunderstand me. I'm really afraid of what you might think of me now. Jiang Hu sighed in relief and said with a bitter smile. Come on, you're almost 40. Don't drop any toad tears in front of me. I'm getting goosebumps. Wei Shilong feigned a very disgusted expression and said, Bureau Wei, when did I have to shed a toad's tear? You're not being realistic at all. Being so interrupted. The feeling of uneasiness in Jiang Hu's heart was immediately dispersed quite a bit. Bureau Wei. That girl named Zhuang Lily. What kind of person is she? Is it worth you taking such a big risk to come here to find someone? Jiang Hu looked around to see that no one was paying attention, and only then did he press his voice to ask. He still knew a lot about the character of Wei Shilong, the old leader. If it wasn't backed up by some powerful force, Wei Shilong definitely wouldn't risk offending that grand young master by personally coming here to look for someone. Don't pry so much. Anyway, this girl is important to us now, and we're going to get her out of here tonight no matter what, Wei Shilong said with a gloomy expression. Bureau Wei. I'm now afraid that young master won't agree. We can't forcefully take the person away. Jiang Hu wrinkled his eyebrows and said with a bit of a headache. Marry it is nothing, not without giving him a face, but the point is that the guy behind him really can't be messed with. That young master always wanted to save face. If they really dared to force the person away tonight, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Jiang Hu, the most taboo thing to stand for in the official world is double-mindedness. Why do you think I personally came here tonight? Is it really just to save that girl? I'm handing over a pitch to that one, Wei Shilong said with ghostly eyes. Handing in a pitch? What does that mean? Jiang Hu had not yet understood what Wei Shilong meant by this in his words, and Wanhao had already gone and returned back with glee. Here, Chief Wei, pick up the phone. With a condescending look on his face, Marriott handed the cell phone in his hand, which was in the middle of a call, to Wei Shilong. Phew, Wei Shilong took a deep breath, and as soon as he took the cell phone from Wanhao, he took the initiative to speak. Hello Chao Xiao. I'm Wei Shilong from the City Public Security Bureau. Director Wei, Lily Zhuang is here with me now. Are you sure you want to take her away? Chao Jerry's cold words came out from the cell phone. The words didn't seem threatening, but Wei Shilong could feel it. Chao Jerry's entire mood was on the verge of exploding. If, in the next second, he could not hear the answer he wanted, he, Wei Shilong, would be directly blacklisted. Once on the blacklist, this Jiangzhou seems to be very big, but it is difficult to have a place for him. Wei Shilong, the former mayor, Sun Jiliang, is a good example, having been blacklisted just because he couldn't get along with the Chao family. A national cadre at the main hall level was transferred to the Provincial Political Consultative Conference to retire without any wind of the situation. This killed the chicken to warn the deterrent, to now still let the whole Jiangzhou officialdom silent, completely recognized the Jiangzhou days in the end. Who said, compared to the former mayor, what is he? Wei Shilong. If he was really targeted by the Chao family, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Political and Judicial Committee, they would be able to make him lose everything and completely crush him. Do we really want to bet on this one? Bet on an uncertain future? Wei Shilong's face was calm as usual, but his heart was in a moment of hesitation and doubt. The main reason is that the stakes of this bet are really too big. The winners and losers are in the 50-50. He is not at all sure that after getting on the betting table, he will be able to win the desired result. But now, in this situation, he had been forced onto the betting table, and whether he was willing or not, he had to bet out of his hand. There's no way around it. Who made him in control of the city of Jiangzhou? Strong law enforcement. On weekdays the class president and vice president. If the relationship is still acceptable, he can still play dumb, but now in this kind of situation where the mountain rain is coming down, it is no longer possible for him to pretend to be a fool. He only has two choices now. Either you choose to take a clear stand and engage in a political battle to the death. Either he becomes cannon fodder and withdraws completely from the political scene in Jiangzhou City. If time could be rewound 2 or 3 years forward, his first choice would definitely be the Chao family side of the camp. But now the situation is different. That old secretary of the Chao family, next year will officially retire from the second line. With the new mayor coming in so big, the Chao family is naturally hardly the first choice. Chao. Someone reported that Zhuang Lily is being physically threatened, so I have to take her away tonight. Wei Shilong had a brief moment of hesitation and indecision in his mind though. Eventually, though, he made up his mind and handed over the pitch to go. Only after completely siding with the Chao family would the new mayor accept his stand. Good. Since Director Wei is so courageous, let's take the person away. After laughing lightly, Chao Jerry instantly hung up his cell phone. As the beep sounded, Wei Shilong's heart sank. From this moment on, he was considered to be completely on the Chow family's blacklist. If nothing happens, the municipal government side will soon put pressure on him and send out clear political signals, followed by the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, which will probably take action. Ugh, I'm all in this time. I hope it doesn't turn out too bad. Wei Shilong sighed darkly without moving. Big Director Wei. Wait, I'll send you someone over right now. After taking the cell phone back from Wei Shilong, Wan Ho answered another call. With a sneering cold smile on his face, he walked away from Wei Shilong's eyes. Bureau Wei. What does it say? Jiang Hu cautiously asked out loud. What else can I say? Tearing my face off. Wei Shilong casually laughed. Things having come to this pass, in the next period of time, no matter how much political pressure he suffers, he can only grit his teeth and carry on with it. Just hold out until that new mayor takes office and recognizes his tendency to stand up for himself, and then surely he'll come to his aid. After all, the police station had always been a place of war, and he was an executive deputy director no matter what. As long as his position is not taken, the new mayor will be able to use him to maintain maximum influence over the JCPD, and it can also be a deterrent to some people with bad intentions. Ugh. Seeing Wei Shilong's unconcerned face, Jiang Hu was filled with worry though. However, he could only force this feeling of worry into his heart. The leader was so confident, he couldn't throw cold water on it at this time. Bureau Wei. This is such a big deal tonight. Do you think we should report it to Bureau He? Jiang Hu wrinkled his eyebrows and asked. Bureau He is having a special meeting on fighting blackness and eliminating evil in the province in the past 2 days. So don't add this kind of annoyance to him. After he comes back from the meeting in the province, I'll report to him personally. Wei Shilong waved his hand and said, He Qixin is a hardcore fan of the Chow family, and if he knew about this, he would definitely give instructions from Huaicheng overnight. So in order to avoid trouble, it was best to keep him in the dark for now, and to buy some time for Meng Sun, who was far away in Huaicheng. After all, Meng Sun had said that the girl was a key witness. If He Qixin interfered and knew something he shouldn't, there would be big trouble. The Chow family would definitely use unconventional means to destroy all clues and evidence that implicated them. Half an hour later, Marriott took a girl with beautiful features and a somewhat pale complexion and walked down from the upper floors of the nightclub, handing over to Wei Shilong and a group of law enforcement officers. Big Director Wei, now that my people are in your hands, you guys can leave, Wan Hao said with a cold face. Is your name Lily Chong? Wei Shilong didn't bother with Wan Hao. His gaze went directly to the pale-faced girl asked. Yes. My name is Lily Chong. The pale-faced girl forced out a smile in response. Bureau Wei. Something's not right. This girl smells like blood and it's a strong odor. Jiang Hu pulled Wei Shilong aside and said with a suppressed voice, Let's get out of here first. Wei Shilong didn't go any deeper and waved to the 2 female police officers who were registering the information of the guests. These 2 female police officers immediately came over and helped Zhuang Lily, who was walking with some difficulty, to leave from the nightclub hall. Mr. Wan. Thank you for cooperating with our work and closing the team. After casually greeting him, Wei Shilong led a large group of people and quickly disappeared within Marriott's line of sight. Bah! Shameless thing. You'll just wait for Cao Xiao to punish you severely. After seeing Wei Shilong leave with the people, Wan Hao immediately changed his face, gritting his teeth and quenching curses in his heart. Go find out what's going on with that girl. Just after leading the people out of the door of the nightclub, Wei Shilong gave orders to Jiang Hu. Yes. Jiang Hu nodded his head and responded, commanding the 2 female police officers to take Zhuang Lily into the police car and start checking her body. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hu, after getting the results of the examination, with anger in his eyes, he came to report the situation to Wei Shilong. Well, are there any new injuries on her body? Wei Shilong asked as he lit a cigarette. Aha! Jiang Hu nodded his head, his emotions somewhat suppressed, and said, on her entire back, all of them are new injuries. Judging from the marks, it should have been given a belt. On top of that, there are tons of scars from cigarette burns. I can't even begin to think what will happen to her if we can't get someone out tonight. Speaking of this, after Jiang Hu was silent for a moment, he looked at Wei Shilong with a trace of confusion and pain in his eyes and asked, Bureau Wei, do you think we're a good cop? If these words were placed in 20 years ago, Wei Shilong dared to beat his chest to answer. He is a good cop. He will not be merciful to any criminal, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He wouldn't take a step back before the great right and wrong. But now he no longer had any backbone to answer, with a straight face and a clear conscience, that he was a good cop. He didn't know when he became like this, perhaps when he first received the recognition from the higher-ups, or perhaps after he took up his post as the Detective Detachment's branch chief. In short, with more power in his hands, his original intention to serve the people has long changed. until now has been completely bureaucratized back to the head. Jiang-hu. Although we are police officers but we are also human beings. In a human society nothing in system is perfect. All we can do is to preserve our bottom line as a people's police officer as much as possible. If you can really do this step, you already have to be too much better than me. Wei Shilong smiled bitterly to himself. Not in your position when you're actually in that position. You'll understand that the world is never idealized. Either you are rejected by the system or you assimilate into it and give up your so-called idealized world. Of course this world is not without the kind of people who consistently stick to their hearts, but those kinds of people are, after all, a minority and are destined to have limited careers. Politics and officialdom is never about idealization. Compromise and exchange are the essence. Alright, don't think so much. At least we got someone out tonight. Hurry up and take her to the hospital. Also send 2 trusted men to keep her safe and secret. This matter won't end so easily tonight. And that young Master Chow, he's not someone who can eat such a dumb loss, Wei Shilong said as he took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Bureau Wei, this matter has gotten so big tonight. That young Master Chow, even if he's no longer angry in his heart, he won't continue to expand the situation during this sensitive time period. Jiang-hu said with a sniff. A normal person wouldn't. But do you think that young Master Chow, he's a normal person's mind? Wei Shilong extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and said with a cold and ghostly gaze. When Jiang-hu heard this, his entire body fell completely silent. Wei Shilong is right. Surely a sane person would not continue to choose to extend the situation at this point. Even if they wanted to retaliate they would wait until everything had calmed down. But Chow Gurui obviously does not possess the mentality of a normal human being, or else he wouldn't enjoy abusing women. Tonight it is thanks to them to go in time. Otherwise this girl named Zhuang Lily cannot see tomorrow's sunrise are going to be a question mark. Phew. Jiang-hu took a deep breath. He tried his best to suppress the sense of justice that was about to burst in his heart and said, I understand what you mean. I will arrange for a few trusted people to secretly go and protect that girl's personal safety. Aha. Wei Shilong nodded and said no more words. It was only when he took advantage of Jiang-hu going to arrange for plainclothes police officers to protect Zhuang Lily. He quietly sent out a text message on his cell phone. At the same time, in Huaichang Marriott Hotel, inside a certain business suite, Meng Sun, who was silently waiting for the outcome of the game, had his taut heartstrings loosened up in an instant. Wei Shilong didn't let him down and won the first of the Dark War exchanges. It was a bit tough and rocky process-wise, but it was a first small victory. Meng Xiao, what's the result? Lily, has she been rescued yet? Red Eyes stayed up all night. Malu. Si Mengson finally got the news. Impatiently asked. Heart down. Mengson stretched and laughed. The person has been rescued, so you can see her when you return to Jiangzhou. When Malu heard this, his face was first overjoyed, followed by his entire body flopping down to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he said, Meng Xiao, I will definitely keep this favor in mind and will repay you as well. If you want to repay me, go and squint a little. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Meng Sun reached out his hand, and as soon as he did, he pulled Malu up from the cold floor. Today is just an appetizer. The Meng family's crisis is far from over, and the days ahead will only get more dangerous. Moreover, he had a vague premonition that Yuan Taiming would most likely lift the table and use an out-of-circuit move if he sensed that the situation was gradually starting to go against him. So there really wasn't much time left for him. He had to convince Song Huaimin tomorrow no matter what if he wanted the Meng family to get through this crisis. This was the only way out for the Meng family, and also his personal way to survive. Wei Shilong has now clearly stand in line. To him can temporarily put down the heart. The rest is the procuratorate side. Or have to find a way to stabilize Gao Shusen only. Only Gao Shusen's side can withstand the pressure. I can completely put down the heart of the burden, and make every effort to persuade Song Huaimin. After pacifying Ma Lu for a while, Meng Sun returned to the middle of the suite's bedroom, murmuring softly to himself with ghostly eyes. Gao Shusen is ahead of the old fox. If you can't scare him at once, if you want to pinch him again will not be so easy. Yunhua KTV arson case, although I know the truth behind the scenes, but after all, there is no substantial evidence. A short period of time he can still be bluffed. A long period of time is certainly not. But in addition to this handle, Gao Shusen's other disciplinary actions are some small problems. It is difficult to make him listen. Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and tried to recall all the biographical information about Gao Shusen in his previous life. This person finally although also fell off the horse. But according to the Discipline Inspection Commission's public announcement to the public, Gao Shusen greedy money is not much. Mainly in private life has problems. By the way, it's now 98 years, so that means Gao Shusen and his wife shouldn't have gotten divorced yet because of that incident. Meng Sun's eyes lit up, and suddenly thought of something that could hold Gao Shusen's pigtail handle. It's the wee hours of the morning. So let that high prosecutor get a good night's sleep. We'll have a good talk with him tomorrow. Thinking like this, Mengsun also unknowingly closed his eyelids and fell asleep. It was not until the next morning that he was awakened by the sound of Maru's sharply excited words. Young Meng, Li Fei is here and is kicking in the door of the guest room of Yuan Shanshan and that little white boy concubine of hers. Coming all night from Jiangzhou? This nature is really urgent. Meng Sun was first awakened, and then a morose cold smile curled up on the corner of his lips. The reason why those gray industries of the Yuan family in the previous life could be transformed so smoothly. Li Zhiheng had made a great effort in it, and Yuan Li two families in addition to money in the unseen collusion. The most important thing is still have a marriage relationship. The interests of the binding is very strong. This was why Li Zhiheng sometimes preferred to sacrifice his own interests in politics to help the Yuan family transition out of the gray area. In his previous life, if you look at the results, Yuan and Li's cooperation in secret power and wealth collusion was successful. If Gu Zhenhui hadn't intervened in order to save his sister, Li Zhiheng wouldn't have been taken down by Song Huimin, and might have been able to land smoothly. The only one to blame for this is Li Zhiheng, who is smart but not smart enough. He thought he was keeping that secret ledger to use for his own preservation if necessary. However, who would have thought that Gu Zhenhui, who has been a loser all his life, would directly lift his old bottom in order to save his sister, so that the ledger became the last straw that crushed him to death. A dog bites a dog. I don't believe that after his unmarried daughter-in-law put such a big green hat on his own son, he, Li Zhiheng, can still pretend that nothing has happened and continue to work with Yuan Taiming? Mengsun sneered in his heart while he quickly got up from the bed and took Ma Lu outside to watch the fun. In order to watch this big show this morning, he had spent a whole $2,000 to buy off the hotel's female receptionist and arrange for her to be in a business suite on the same floor as Yuan Shanshan. Rewind the time back half an hour. Li Fei red eyes and fierce face, then rushed into the Marriott Hotel. Found the manager Tan Yiyong who was on duty last night. Young Li, are you sick? Why does your face look so bad? Tan Yiyong had previously run a few hotel approval projects in Songhua district, so he was naturally no stranger to the son of the family of the former Songhua district hand. Lao Tan, find someone in your hotel for me and find out which room they are checking into, Li Fei said as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Young Li, what kind of person are you looking for? If the source is too big, then I really don't dare to open the back door for you. Seeing Li Fei's imposing face, Tan Yiyong was immediately stunned. The Marriott is no small hotel, and the guests who can stay here are either rich or powerful. He was just a small lobby manager. If something really happened to Li Fei, he would definitely take the blame. Fuck, just let you help find a room number. Where do you come up with so much nonsense? No matter what happens today, it's all on my shoulders. It has nothing to do with you. Just say this favor you help or not. Li Fei fatigued driving rushed to Huicheng, already full of fire. And then by Tan Yiyong saw a prevarication. Immediately a little taut. If not for the fact that his sanity was still intact, he was afraid that his fist would have been smashed into Tan Yiyong's face. Young Li, calm down first. I'll personally take you to that room number. That's always fine. Tan Yiyong in the hotel industry for so many years, naturally understand the temperament of these second-generation officials. A look at Li Fei fire will soon be on the head. Can only be a bitter smile and agree to help find people. With that, after taking Li Fei to the front desk of the hotel to check the check-in records, Tan Yiyong called 2 more security guards to accompany him for protection, and a group of 4 people hurriedly headed to the 12th floor. 5 minutes later, Li Fei came to the door of the 1218 business suite, and kicked his foot hard. When Tan Yiyong saw this, the corner of his eyes jerked, but he didn't dare to say anything more. At this moment, as long as one's eyes weren't blind, they could see that Li Fei was on fire. Anyone who dared to go up and talk too much at this time would be smacked back with a big earful. Who exactly is this young master looking for? Is there a need to be so hateful? This doubt in Tan Yiyong's mind hadn't yet fallen, and the door to the 1218 business suite was suddenly opened from the inside. A woman with a fair face wearing ice silk pajamas on her body. After seeing that the person causing trouble outside the door was Li Fei, her face brushed white. Li Fei, how did you get here? Yuan Shanshan asked as her petite body trembled violently. How did I get here? Li Fei grimaced and growled. Why do you think I'm here? Li Fei, let's go back and talk about what's going on. Okay, today is a misunderstanding. Yuan Shanshan's gaze stiffened as she tried to explain, but before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped in the face by Li Fei and reached out to grab her shoulder-length hair fiercely as she angrily growled in a low voice. Where is that adulterer of yours? Is he hiding in there? Li Fei, I came to Huicheng to attend my classmate's wedding. Did you misunderstand something? Tears rolled out of Yuan's eyes as she tried to muddle through things first. However, she also knew in her heart that this would definitely not end well today, but she couldn't just admit it now. Otherwise, with Li Fei's personality, he definitely wouldn't have lightly spared the man inside the room who had cheated with her. Honestly, her entire mind was in a daze by now. How could he not want to pass? How could Li Fei suddenly appear here? And it blocked her so that she couldn't even deny it if she wanted to. Yuan Shanshan, you still won't admit it even though we've got all the evidence, right? Good. Li Fei was furious and didn't care about anything else. First, he struck without mercy and pushed Yuan Shanshan to the ground, then grabbed the baton from a fellow security guard. The entire person rushed into the room like a downhill tiger, and soon there were miserable and incomparable screams and angry curses coming from within the room. I'm Grass Mud Horse. Lao Zi has only pulled her hand until now. You even slept with her. If I don't get you killed today, I, Li Fei, will take your surname. Li Fei, you're crazy. Stop it. After Yuan Shanshan heard her lover's screams, she didn't care about skimming any relationship, and in a hurry, she got up from the ground, wanting to stop Li Fei's violent behavior. Bitch, get out of here. With the sound of a bellowing voice, Yuan Shanshan's disfigured and miserable screams followed from within the room. Manager, what do we do now? Do we just watch? The security guard who was robbed of his baton by Li Fei looked at Tanny Yong with a panicked face and asked, what if you don't watch? You want to get beat up with that guy in there? Tanny Yong said as he glared at him without a good look. Sentimental disputes with their hotel and has nothing to do, which if rushed in to persuade the fight to the official Li Fei offended. That is the trouble and he had just peeked inside the room. Although Li Fei's hands are quite hard, but his brain has not lost his mind, and the hits are not fatal, so he can't kill anyone. At the same time, in the room not far from the next door, the guest room door was left open, and Meng Sun and Ma Lu were also watching the show with great interest. Young Meng, Li Fei, he wouldn't really beat that adulterer to death, would he? Merrick asked, scowling. Don't worry, no one will die. At most it's just a full body fracture. Meng Sun shook his head and smiled and said, it's not like he's a fool, so he's out of breath and won't really take a life. No sooner had he said this than his cell phone rang without warning. Strange number from Jiangzhou, who is it? Meng Sun wrinkled his eyebrows, and after his brain had gone through some brief thinking, he put the phone through. A sound of words and a neutral tone of voice spiraled into his ears as well. Meng Sun, right. I'm Gao Shusen, the Deputy Prosecutor General of the People's Procuratorate of Jiangzhou City. There's a major mining case right now, and we need you to come inside our institution and cooperate with the inquiry and investigation. Old fox, I haven't even looked for you yet, but you're here ahead of me. A cold aura flashed in Meng Sun's eyes, and he deliberately pretended to be in a difficult tone as he said, I'm really sorry, High Prosecutor. I'm not in Jiangzhou now. When I go back, I will immediately go to your prosecutor's office to accept the questioning and investigation. So where are you now? And if you really can't come back in the near future, I can send someone to ask you face to face. Takashi Mori asked, feigning casualness. His words seemed harmless, but they hid a step-by-step killing strategy, with only one core purpose, and that was to dig out Meng Sun's location at the moment. It must have been last night that he had already searched everywhere in the city of Jiangzhou, and after finding no trace of Meng Sun, this led to this tentative phone call this morning. High Prosecutor, my people are now at the gate of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Why don't I wait for you here for a while? Now that time is urgent. Meng Sun doesn't bother to play any dumb riddles with him, and directly lifts the table to show him the cards. Unless he wanted to go down with the Meng family, it would be best to put away that condescending official beating attitude. As expected, Gao Shusen's entire body was directly dried and silenced after hearing this reply. He breathed heavily for a while before he said in a hoarse voice, even if you know the truth about that arson case back then, you don't have any evidence on hand, and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection side won't take your word for it. When Meng Sun heard this, he couldn't help but lose his smile and said, High Prosecutor, it's no fun to lie to yourself. If you were really that confident, you wouldn't have made this call to me. Speaking of this, Meng Sun paused in his tone for a moment and continued, I've never been one to play dumb riddles with people, so let's just get right to the point. I only have one request, and that is that my father's personal safety must be guaranteed, and if any accidents happen to him in your prosecutor's office, I guarantee that the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission side will receive a big gift. Meng Sun, are you threatening me? Gao Shusen's tone of voice instantly became incredibly cold. If I really wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't be so calm to communicate with you properly now, and directly call your wife. Wouldn't that be more effective? Meng Sun said with a casual smile. What do you mean by that? Gao Shusen was clearly starting to get weak when he heard this. It doesn't mean much. Just want to give a kind advice to the High Prosecutor. It's okay to learn English, but don't learn it too hard, or watch out for accidents. Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, Gao Shusen, this person, how to say it, the desire for money is not big, but the private life is extremely indiscreet. In his previous life, according to the Discipline Inspection Commission's public announcement, Gao Shusen was serving as the head and deputy of the People's Procuratorate of Jiangzhou City. Inappropriate relationships with as many as 5 or 6 women over the years. One of them was also the wife of a co-worker, and the two hooked up in the shadows for years before they were exposed. After this matter became a big deal, Gao Shusen's wife directly divorced him. He himself was forced by the organization to retire from the second line because of this scandal, and he was double expelled the following year. However, due to the small amount of the economic crime, he was not held criminally liable and was only dismissed from public office. After all the dust had settled, some well-intentioned people in the community discovered after investigation that the wife of that colleague of Gao Shusen's was an English teacher. The two often hooked up secretly under the guise of learning English. The poorest of the poor was the co-worker who always thought his wife was tutoring the students at the school. Who would have thought that every time a tutor is not a student, but a leader on his unit? In short, because of this scandal, Gao Shusen's career completely finished. It is said that he did not remain in the country after his dismissal from public service, but emigrated to live abroad. Of course, Meng Sun himself had only heard about it from hearsay and had not tried to disprove it. After all, Takashi Mori was taken down before he was released from prison. There are many rumors about him, but no one can say whether they are true or not. But one thing has been confirmed. Gao Shusen's wife's mother's family is very powerful in Haishi province. It was his wife's mother's family that pushed him in the dark to get taken down so quickly. It was based on this that Meng Sun dared to be certain that as long as he had this pigtail in his hand, Gao Shusen would definitely not dare to forcefully turn his back on him. Unless he wanted to be buried with the Meng family, he could only do his best to protect Meng Xianquan's personal safety. How did you know about me and her? Takashi Mori was completely stunned at this moment. If the Yinhua KTV arson case was just a nuisance to him, then the fact that he's cheating on his co-worker's wife is something that's enough to kill him. If he dares to let the tigress and his family know about it, she will not skin him alive on the spot. He got where he is today thanks to the promotion of his wife's mother's family. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen to him once he lost the support of his wife's mother's family. Hi prosecutor, I know things, but they are far more than you can imagine. So I advise you that you'd better not play any small mind with me. I only need you to help me keep my father's personal safety, and I won't go to make things difficult for you for those other things that you can't do. Meng Sun said gently. Gao Shusen is a long shot and will be of great use later. So Meng Sun didn't intend to use up this card in one go. It was better to keep it in his hand. And with Gao Shusen as a grasping hand in place, it would be a very useful covert chess piece to use in the future. No matter if it was to deal with Li Zhihong or those people behind the Chao family. Oh, do I have any right to refuse now? After a moment of silence, Gao Shusen said with a bitter smile, now I finally understand why Wei Shilong was willing to take such a big risk and step in to save your Meng family. So he is also being held by you to what handle Hi prosecutor, I'm not holding anything against Wei Bureau. The two of us are in a cooperative relationship. He's helping the Meng family, and I'm also helping him. It's just a win-win situation of mutual achievement. Meng Sun narrowed his eyes, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart and said, Gao Shusen's words seemed unintentional, but in fact, he was immovably testing the relationship between him and Wei Shilong. This kid is really cautious. After Gao Shusen gave a cold snort in his heart, he hesitated and agonized for 3 more times before finally deciding to let Meng Sun in on something. The two were now grasshoppers on a rope, and if the Meng family really fell, Meng Sun would definitely pull him along with him. No matter what kind of relationship you have with Wei Shilong, if you don't want anything to happen to him, hurry up and notify him to get ready for the organizational review. Takashi Mori said reluctantly. Undergoing organizational review? Hearing this, Meng Sun's face changed color as he pursued. Is it true that the Chao family is going to make a move on him? Last night Old Wei made such a big commotion in Golden Carnival. It has completely pissed off Grand Duke Chao. And I have just received wind that the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Political and Legal Committee, and the Organization Department have already set up an investigation team to conduct an ad hoc review on him. Gao Shusen sighed and said, if we follow this process, I'm afraid it won't take more than a month for Wei Shilong to be taken down. It seems that young Master Chao's counterattack is much more intense than I expected, and in less than a night's time, he was able to string together the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Political and Law Commission, and the Organization Department. All of them. This Chao family's control of Jiangzhou is really scary enough. No wonder the former mayor Sun Jiliang can be hollowed out so completely. In office for 2 years, even the municipal compound cannot control completely as a puppet mayor. A national cadre is forced to that extent, but also really suffocated, and so on. In the past life, when the Chao family's group of small political groups were knocked out, In addition to Song Huimin, it seems that Sun Jiliang also contributed a lot of force in which, and later was transferred to the city of Shijiang to go to the mayor of the city. Then to put it this way, when Sun Jiliang served in Jiangzhou, it is not true that he did not cultivate his own forces, only in the way of Chao's family's power. All of those people do not show their strength, but just waiting for the most critical moment, only to send a fatal blow to the Chao family. Meng Sun was really a bit finicky now that he thought back on it. Most of those municipal party leaders in Jiangzhou City in the previous life were implicated in the Chao family's corruption case. Only the former mayor Sun Jiliang not only did not have an accident, but because of the refusal in Chao's family to be complicit, harvested a great reputation, and finally all the way across the threshold of the vice province, served for a term of the provincial United Front minister's position before retiring. Retreat for advancement. The former Sun Jiliang was transferred to the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. It can't be his own intention, right? Meng Sun narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but be skeptical. If you look at the aftermath, after the fall of the Chao family, the biggest beneficiary in addition to Song Huimin, Sun Jiliang benefit is ranked second. Is this really a coincidence? Or was it all premeditated, and the Chao family thought they had one, but they were actually tricked by Sun Jiliang? Coincidence or not, I'm going to have to find a way to pay a visit to that mayor's son. After Meng Sun made up his mind, he said to Gao Shusen with a grave expression on his face, Inspector Gao, I'm not in Jiangzhou right now, so if there's any updates on your end, you must inform me in time. Turning to think, Meng Sun gave Gao Shusen another piece of mind and said, the matter between you and that woman is currently only known to me, and as long as we can work together happily, I promise to rot this matter forever and won't let anyone know about it. Now do I have any other choice but to trust you? Gao Shusen laughed bitterly to himself and said, I will personally take care of your father's personal safety inside the procuratorate, and I also hope that you will keep your word and not take things to the extreme. After saying that, Takashi Mori directly hung up the phone, thinking that he also wanted to calm himself down. Originally, he was thinking of intimidating plus threatening to subdue Meng Sun, but he didn't expect people to directly flip his old bottom. He himself was still stupid enough to fall into the hole dug by others without realizing it. 6. Call the police. After Meng Sun leaned on the living room sofa and thought for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and instructed Ma Lu, call the police? Ma Lu sniffed with a confused look on his face, not quite understanding for a moment what Meng Sun meant by this. How boring it is for us to watch this big show just by ourselves. We have to let everyone in this Hui city know about it, Meng Sun said with a sneer while getting up from the sofa. Now the water in Hui Chang is not muddy enough. He must make the water completely muddy in order to profit from it. This can also give far away in Jiangzhou Yuan Taiming and Li Zhihong on the pressure, to see how those two old foxes later still close to the collusion and cooperation. Meng Xiao, I understand what you mean. I'll call the police now. Ma Lu's eyes lit up, and in a hurry, he went to use the landline in his room and called the police station. Now that the Chao family has Wei Shilong in their sights, the time set aside for me is getting more and more pressing. I hope I can meet Song Huimin today without any problems. Whether or not the deadlock over in Jiangzhou can be solved all depends on him. Meng Sun walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and steeled himself to look out at the traffic-laden street. It may seem like a sunny day, but there are already dark clouds over the heads of many people. A storm is coming. Whether or not he could seek a way out for the Meng family and himself depended on his clinical performance today. 2 hours later, in the Grand Palace of Jiangzhou, inside a luxurious office on the top floor, Yuan Taiming's face turned black and blue as he hung up the phone call from Hui Chang. His worst fears had still happened. Although he didn't know how Li Fei had found his way to that place, but Yuan Shanchan's scandal had been completely hidden from the Li family's side. He didn't need to think about it now to know what kind of mood Li Zhihong, who was sitting in his office at the moment, would be in. This political union, which he had carefully planned, was surely over as well. Anymore, Li Zhihong was a national cadre at the deputy department level, but anyone who had any sense of honor would have voluntarily returned the marriage. Sinner, it's just this time to spoil my big event. Yuan Taiming gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He only has one son and one daughter, and the tiger's venom is still there. You can't just invalidate your own daughter because of this, can you? Moreover, he was now very sure that the series of events that had occurred in the past 2 days must have been secretly manipulated by someone who was deliberately targeting their Yuan family. How else could Li Fei have so precisely found Yuan Shanchan cheating with someone in the hotel? The purpose of all this was to disassociate and destroy the partnership between him and Li Zhihong. Who is it? Who in the world has so much energy to be able to secretly assist the Meng family and go toe-to-toe with me? Yuan Taiming's face was full of gloom, secretly thinking, but as he thought about it, he couldn't find any characters that were connected to the Meng family. Sun Jiliang, the only one who was still capable of making a move to help the Meng family, had already been ruled out by him last night. The big backer on the Hui Chang side told him that after Sun Jilian was transferred to the provincial committee of the CPPCC, he behaved honestly on weekdays and did not have any out-of-the-ordinary behavior, and did not seem to be the one who was messing around in the dark this time. No matter who you are, since you dare to mess with my head, then I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Reaching out and pulling open a drawer on his desk, Yuan Taiming took out a cell phone from it that he didn't use much on a regular basis and called a mysterious number. The call was soon answered, and the smoky voice of a middle-aged man came out of the cell phone with a light flutter. But you haven't called me in a while. Something wrong? Old M.O. I want to eat fish. Bring those fish-killing tools of yours and make a trip to Jiangzhou. Yuan Taiming said with a cold gaze. Okay, I'll buy a ticket to Jiangzhou tonight and personally help you kill the fish. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement without hesitation. When you come, go straight to the usual place and wait for me, and I'll come to you. After saying that, Yuan Taiming directly ended the call. This undercard was not something he used lightly, but as long as he used it, it was going to see blood. At the same time, Huicheng Marina Park, on the edge of the lake, Meng Sun wrinkled his brow and waited for about half an hour before the person he had agreed with finally came. Did you bring the stuff? Meng Sun was calm and collected on his face, but in his heart, he was secretly relieved. For Gu Jinhui to choose to work with him, he had that confidence. But as long as we don't have the stuff in our hands, we definitely can't let go of the heart we're carrying. Now the situation is critical. Gu Jinhui home hidden secret account book. Not only is the Meng family's life-saving straw, but also he persuaded Song Huaimin's key things. Cannot afford to lose. Can I have a cigarette? Gu Jinhui didn't directly answer Meng Sun's question, but instead made a request in a hoarse voice. Meng Sun sniffed, his gaze taking a serious look at him. Judging from this disheveled state, Gu Jinhui should have stayed up all night last night. Both of his eyes were densely bloodshot, and there was a lot more gray hair on his temples. I haven't experienced it myself, but I can relate to it just by thinking about it. Last night Gu Jinhui, how much pressure did he really endure? This pressure is not only mental, but also physically tortured. As the saying goes, a couple for a day is a couple for 100 days, even if they really don't have much affection. But the thought of the other person's future life was about to be ruined in his own hands. How can this be done without a little moral guilt? You know what? I gave her a chance last night. Gu Jinhui lit a cigarette, his eyes empty and lifeless looking at the lake in front of him, said to himself, I told her that Xiaoying now needs money to cure the disease. As long as she is willing to help, Xiaoying will be able to survive. As if it is the money I borrowed. I will certainly return to her in the future. Do you know how she replied to me? She coldly told me that we are strangers, and she has no responsibility or obligation to pay for Xiaoying's treatment, and told me to recognize my own position, and not to bother her with such irrelevant matters in the future. I have been married to her for so many years, and I have been working hard to help her take care of the children and the family, even if I know that the child has no relationship with me, but I am still devoted to her, and I will not give her any money. I've been married to her for so many years, working hard to help her take care of the children and the family, even though I know the child has nothing to do with me, but I still poured in all the feelings and blood. I thought that even if she didn't like me and didn't care about me, she would recognize that I had already been integrated into the family. But in the time when I needed her to pull me up the most, she even told me that I was a stranger, and that I was a nanny's role in the family, and even a fucking babysitter is not as good as that. So how could she be so heartless to me, just because I don't have a background? I'm a bitter kid from the countryside who can't give her a hand in the official world. I don't even deserve the spot as a family member anymore. Is this fucked up world so realistic? Gu Jinhui vented his heart's dissatisfaction and accusations to his heart's content. He's aggrieved and he's sad and he doesn't understand why the world is the way it is. Even trying to get a reasonable explanation answer from Meng Sun's mouth. But this answer, let alone Meng Sun, could not be answered by anyone in this world. How can a human being, who by nature is an animal and not some set-up machine, be free of selfishness? And as this selfishness in society grows more and more unchecked, fairness naturally becomes a kind of ideal world. Gu Jinhui was treated unfairly, but it was all his own choice. There are many untold numbers of people in this country who have been treated unjustly without having a choice at all. So what can they do? Do complaints of dissatisfaction work? Days must go on as usual, and time will heal all wounds. When Meng Sun was first imprisoned in his previous life, he was also filled with indignation and resentment, but as time passed it passed that way. Later, after he was released from prison, the reason he petitioned so desperately to have his case overturned, for the sake not of the wrongs he himself had suffered, but of wanting justice for his parents. It was a pity that in his previous life he had spent his whole life without getting the result he wanted, so it could only be this life to make up for everything. I'm sorry for making you look at me funny. I'm really too depressed in my heart. If I don't let it out today, I'm afraid I'll really go crazy. After this kind of a vomit, Gu Jinhui's mood gradually calmed down. Eyes also began to restore the spirit. No longer like just that kind of empty and godless. There are many people in this world who are aggrieved. Far more than just you. And the aggrieved I have suffered is no less than you. But since we are powerless to change this society, we can only think of ways to better integrate into it. Li Zhihong and that wife of yours, they are just passers-by in your life. And your sister is the one who can be a permanent companion to you. And she needs your companionship right now as well. With a sincere look on his face, Meng Sun said to Gu Jinhui in relief. Gu Jinhui's parents had passed away a long time ago, and Gu Xiaoying was his only relative now. This was why Gu Jinhui, in his previous life, had preferred to blackmail Li Zhihong even at the risk of committing a crime. Between his sanity and his loved ones, he resolutely chose his last loved ones. Thanks, I feel much better now, Gu Jinhui said and unzipped his blouse. He took out the dossier bag hidden in his arms and handed it over to Meng Sun, without even opening it to look at it. Meng Sun casually picked up the black leather case that was sitting beside him and shoved it into Gu Jinhui's arms. Every penny of your sister's life-saving money is in here. All of it, Meng Sun said with a raised eyebrow. You didn't even open the dossier to look at it before you gave me the money so readily. Weren't you afraid I'd just stuff a couple of newspapers in there? Gu Jinhui opened the suitcase, confirming that all of them were stacks of $100 bills. He was relieved, but also with a bewildered gaze, raised his eyes to Meng Sun asked, Trust is mutual. You kept your promise to come see me alone, and I have to give you my full trust to do the same. Meng Sun said back with a smile while opening the file bag and taking out the notebook inside to look at it. Yes, it's something he wants. Inside is a detailed record of every bribe Li Zhihong accepted while serving as the secretary of the Songhua District Committee. And there are quite a few real estate locations recorded in it, which should be the places where Li Zhihong hid his stolen goods. What's a little strange, though, is that there are a few more lines of numeric code inside this notebook. After these numerical codes, some time and place are detailed, and it is not known what is represented. A district secretary of a sub-provincial city only, to be able to corrupt so much money in the middle of this era. This Li Zhihong is really powerful. No wonder he was sentenced to so many years in his previous life. The further Meng Sun looked down, the more alarmed he became. None of the characters implicated here were very high in terms of rank, but the number of people densely packed was too intimidating. If all of this is taken down, Huaichang and Jiangzhou must set off an official earthquake. Although this ledger can convict Li Zhihong, I advise you to be cautious. Gu Jinhui's gaze hesitated for a moment, and finally said with a word of advice, Old Gu, the two of us are now considered to be difficult brothers, so if you have anything to say, just say it straight. Do you know what kind of person is hiding behind Li Zhihong? Meng Sun asked with a tentative look in his eyes. Aren't you overestimating my abilities as well? Gu Jinhui sniffed, said with a bitter smile, I am a deputy director of the street office only, and there is no real power of the kind. How can I know Li Zhihong behind? What big people in support? Speaking of this, Gu Jinhui was slightly silent for a moment. He first lowered his eyes to look at the black suitcase in his arms, and only then said softly through clenched teeth, There are a few times late at night, I eavesdropped on the phone call between Zhang Meifan and Li Zhihong. They had mentioned a character called Long Xiao. I can feel it. Both of them were very afraid of the person called Long Xiao. Li Zhihong also specifically instructed several times to let Zhang Meifan put the things at home to hide well. I didn't think that much at that time. Now I think back. That thing that Li Zhihong specially instructed at that time, should be this account book in your hand, young dragon? After Meng Sun heard these words, he wrinkled his eyebrows and thought seriously. In all his memories of his previous life, he had never really heard of this character. However, he had heard some rumors that Chao Gurue was the puppet that Rue Long Group pushed on the surface, and the actual boss was someone else. After the fall of the Chao family and the death sentence of Chao Jerry, the Rue Long Group seemed to have disappeared overnight. A group that big disappeared just like that. No news in the newspaper. Not much news on the internet, as if it never existed. Rue Long Group, a Rue, a dragon, and that young dragon. It shouldn't be unlikely to be a coincidence, right? If it's not a coincidence, then there's a real possibility that Kogri is, in fact, a puppet being put on a pedestal. Meng Sun's scalp instantly tingled at the thought. Chao Gurue's background was scary enough. And what kind of background identity would the dragon Xiao, who could treat him like a puppet on a string, have? The deeper he thought about it, the more Meng Sun felt that he was just looking at flowers in the fog in his previous life, and had never touched the deepest black hand. If the boss behind the Rue Long Group is really that dragon young, then is there a possibility that the Chao family, Li Zihong, and Yuan Tai Ming, are all in young dragon's line? They might have their own small interests, but the general direction of their interests revolved around that young dragon. If this reasoning was correct, then it was no stroke of luck that Yuan Taiming was able to escape from the law in his previous life. Rather, that Long Xiao needed Yuan Taiming, the white glove, to continue to be a puppet for him on the stage before he stepped in and saved him. If that was true, then everything could all be explained. The reason why Yuan Taiming was able to be invincible in the shopping mall in his previous life was not because of how strong his personal ability was. Rather, there is a big invisible hand behind him that is helping him to keep accumulating wealth. But he's not the owner of all this wealth, just a steward. When the real owner of this wealth needs it, Yuan Taiming will have to use all kinds of legal ways to hand over the money, such as internal security and external loans and other forms. It seems that this lake in Haishi province is deeper than I thought. A male son of a municipal party secretary's family is only worthy of being a puppet for others. What kind of person and what kind of background does that young dragon have to have so much energy? Meng Sun had time to feel the brain hurt so much. He had thought that he had enough understanding of Hercynian province, did not expect all the fog to see flowers. What he saw and heard and experienced were all things that people wanted him to see. And those things that he couldn't see were the real Haishi province. Time's up. I'm going to the hospital to bring food to my sister. Next time if there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal as a host. What Meng Sun had in mind was naturally unknown to Gu Jinhui. When the money arrived, he was impatient and offered his farewells. This money is too hot to hold in your hands in broad daylight. He'd have to figure out a way to take care of it quickly before he could do anything about it. Well, if there's a chance next time, I'm going to kick your ass. Meng Sun suppressed the many thoughts in his mind and got up to extend his hand to Gu Jinhui. Goodbye and good luck. Gu Jinhui extended his palm and shook Meng Sun's hand before turning around and leaving along the edge of the lake. After Gu Jinhui left, Ma Lu, who was hiding a few hundred meters away to let the wind out, came over in a hurry and asked, Meng Xiao, that kid isn't playing any tricks on us, is he? No, what I want is already here. Meng Sun shook his head and said with a somewhat ugly expression. The appearance of that mysterious dragon youngster had really made him a bit unexpected. It also put some uncertainty into his self-help plan. If it was only the Chao family and Li Zhiheng, Meng Sun believed that he still had a great deal of certainty that he would be able to convince Song Huaimin. But now there was an additional mysterious young dragon, and it had really knocked his self-confidence down. Assuming that Song Huaimin knew of the existence of that Long Xiao and also knew the other party's true identity, would he still accept the 2 submissions he sent today? All of this is not only unknown, but extremely risky. But it was too late for him to change his plans even if he wanted to now. Wei Shilong had already been targeted by the Chao family and could not continue to buy him time. If today, he couldn't convince Song Huaimin, not to mention whether or not he could save the Meng family, his own life and safety was in question. The arrow has to be sent. Even if we don't want to fight today, I'm afraid we can't. Meng Sun bitterly sighed in his heart. As things stood, he could only trust his own judgment. Song Huaimin came to Haishi province with a mission and would never be in the same boat as those people. In his previous life, Song Huaimin had already proved that he wasn't all the way with those people, and he thought that nothing would change in this life. As long as he can explain the advantages and disadvantages and analyze the situation clearly, Song Huaimin will definitely make the right choice. No matter what, he was still the one who was going to compete for the ticket to the finals. There was no way he could not even have the guts to do so. In his previous life, Song Huaimin was also implicated by the corruption case in the military. Otherwise the probability is that he can advance to the final. Even if the ranking aspect will not be too forward, but at least it is also considered to reach the top. I don't want to think about it. There is no turning back. Since we have already come to this point, even if it is hard, we have to find a way to go and convince him. As for whether it will be accomplished or not depends on God's will. After Meng Sun organized his emotions in his mind, he quickly walked towards the outside of the park. Now that time was urgent. There was not so much free time left for his rambling thoughts to go on. Jian Zhou's side of the situation is now critical. He will not grasp some tight words. Once Wei Shilong was taken down, the situation can be completely out of his control. Meng Xiao, where are we going now? Ma Lu asked as he quickly followed. Provincial Party Committee Guest House. Meng Sun echoed back with a resolute gaze. Now that everything is ready, it's time to meet Song Huaimin and hand over the pitch. And whether or not he can impress that big man depends on his own boldness and courage. Just as Meng Sun took Ma Lu and headed to the Provincial Party Committee's guest house. Inside the villa in the 7th courtyard of the Provincial Party Committee compound, Mei Shangping, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, also received a visit from Song Huaimin. The two belonged to the same camp of the Mo family line, although they were now in an up-and-down relationship. But Song Huaimin had a special status, and was also the next generation leader designated by Elder Mo. Therefore, Mei Shangping didn't dare to be too arrogant. He personally welcomed the person into his home. Secretary Mei, You're flattering me. You're the leader. How can you welcome me personally? After Song Hwaimin stepped into the living room, he said with a bitter smile, if this were to be known by people outside, I still don't know how to spread gossip about me and brand me as a class antagonist who doesn't know how to behave. Today we are family members getting together, not leaders and subordinates having a symposium. What do we care about so much etiquette? Mei Shangping waved his hand with an unconcerned smile and asked Song Hwaimin, Hwaimin, this time when you were sent down to Jiangzhou to be the mayor, where are you going to start grasping? Do you have a clue in your mind? Secretary Mei, I'm not afraid of your joke. On the Jiangzhou side, I'm now just a black eye, not to mention where to start grasping, only the municipal work. I do not know how to start as well. Song Hwaimin once again said with a bitter smile, if he were to face the other leaders of the provincial party committee, he would definitely not dare to be so frank. But Mei Shangping is not the same. The two belong to the same camp. He is a little more honest to the bottom of the words, but also more able to obtain Mei Shangping's trust and support. Ugh! Mei Shangping sniffed, raised his hand to pinch his brow, sighed deeply and said, Hwaimin, I now tell you a word from the heart. For you to put into Haishi province, I am opposed to the current situation in Haishi province as too complex. On the surface, we look like these foreign factions and local forces get along quite well, but in fact the two sides are now some of the flavor of the crossbow. The secretary of the opinions of us are also very large, has repeatedly released political signals. This situation, I really do not recommend that you come to trip in this muddy water. If it is not the old leader's determination, I want to go to the capital, talk to his old man. You now need to be steady, rather than come to Haishi province this side of the risk. Secretary Mei, this time I went down to Jiangzhou, not only my father's intention, those leaders are also this opinion. I hope I can bring down the determination of the central government's economic reforms, but also to all the young cadres to play an exemplary role, and now all over the country are vigorously developing the market economy. Our Hercynian province has lagged behind too much, and then do not rise to the challenge. Then, I'm afraid that if we don't rise to the challenge, I'm afraid that it will take less than 2 years for us to become the last province in the country. Song Hwaimin said solemnly, Hwaimin, economic reform is certainly a good thing. I am strongly in favor of it. But, when Mei Shangping said this, a touch of bitterness unconsciously welled up on his face. He lit a cigarette, spitting smoke, said, I came to Haishi province also served 3 years. In these 3 years, I constantly try to promote the political and legal reform within the bad style, but the resistance is very large simply beyond your imagination. All are wrapped up in an invisible net to the dead. It's simply a matter of one hair affects the whole body. As long as you dare to move, that's a rat with a whole nest to come. Unless you put the nest to the end, or catch this rat is of no use. Out of a whole nest too. Unless you put this nest to the end, or catch this rat a little useful. You think about my reform of this sector are so difficult, not to mention the direction of the development of the entire province. Unless the province can do to achieve a unified consensus. Or you want to complete the reform of the economic market, which is so easy. Mei Shangping said this is more implicit. Unless it can be done to unify the consensus. Then if the unification of consensus cannot be, it's not just like kicking a soccer ball. You kick it and I kick it, and the matter is muddled through. Think deeper. Who does not want economic reform and who does not want to harmonize the consensus? Are they outsiders like Mei Shangping and Song Hwaimin? Apparently not. Then who has so much power and energy, able to stop the direction of the economic development of the entire province? The answer is actually not just call out well. The deeper Song Hwaimin thought about it, the more he felt that the pressure on his shoulders was really great. He is now also able to understand why Mei Shangping did not suggest that he come to Haishi province to trip this muddy water. The pressure to work here and do well is not something that can be carried by the average person. In addition, surrounded by wolves, people will not stand by and watch their own vested interests by you to get rid of. Then inevitably another political battle. Secretary Mei, is the situation at hand really that bad? Song Hwaimin took a deep breath and asked. It's worse than you think. And I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't always have control over just my own acreage. So think about how much resistance there is if you're going to move people's cakes. Mei Shangping was full of helplessness and said, this is why I don't want you to come to Haishi province. The political atmosphere here is too dangerous. If you really piss people off, even if they don't dare to lay a hand on your personal safety, they can still do it by smearing your reputation. Since I've come down here, I can't just be kicked out in disgrace. If I really let those people have their way, then my political life will end here. Song Hwaimin suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his heart, lost a laugh and said, Hwaimin, this time you are new to Jiangzhou. You can and the Municipal Political and Legal Committee Secretary Liang Xiaoping more close. Liang Xiaoping in the political and legal is an old man. If you encounter any tricky things, he can also help you to share some of the pressure. Mei Shangping extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and motionlessly mentioned to Song Huaimin. When Song Huaimin heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Since Mei Shangping was able to introduce this person to him, it meant that this was one of his own, and at the very least, he could be trusted. Then he's not alone when he takes office. With the support of the municipal party secretary, he will be able to deal with it more comfortably in the future, whether he is carrying out municipal work or going to the standing committee. Secretary Mei, you're really timely. Song Huaimin hurriedly got up from the sofa and said gratefully, originally I had already prepared for the worst, but now with Comrade Liang Xiaoping's help, I finally don't have to go blindfolded and take up my post over in Jiangzhou. Come on, we're all family, so don't be fake polite with me. Mei Shangping heard, waved his hand and smiled and said, I can do for you. That is, at the level of politics and law for you to support. As for the municipal aspects of the work, we have to rely on your own ability to solve. Secretary Mei, you're not just backing me up, you're giving me a boost of courage. With these words from you, I can also rest assured that I can boldly go to my office. Song Huaimin said with a big smile on his face as he cupped a sentence. Huaimin, your ass kissing is a bit too blatant. Next time don't do it. Although Mei Shangping's mouth was critical, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. If any of his other subordinates had dared to kiss his ass like this, he would have glared at them long ago. But Song Huaimin is different. Not only do they belong to the same camp, but in the future Song Huaimin has a great chance to get a ticket to the final round. Can he not be in a happy mood when such a character kisses his ass? By the way, Secretary Mei, can I ask you something? As if Song Huaimin suddenly remembered something, he pressed his gaze and asked out loud. What is it? Mei Shangping was now in a good mood and lit another cigarette to smoke on. Do you know what's going on with the Rilon Group? Song Huaimin set his face straight and threw out the question in his mind. The Rilon Group? Mei Shangping's brows unconsciously wrinkled when he heard this name. He didn't answer Song Huaimin's words immediately, but his face was slightly pensive for a moment before he asked out loud. Huaimin, what are you doing inquiring about Ruweilong Group? I'm not going to Jiangzhou to take up my post soon. Song Huaimin casually smiled back. Ruweilong Group in our province is a number of leading enterprises. The chairman is Chao Weiguo, secretary of the family's children. I thought of close to the water first. Can not go to play a bit of autumn wind? So that he invested in the city of Jiangzhou project, to stimulate the development of the economy. Wyvern, the Ruweilong Group's autumn wind is not that good. Mei Shangping's gaze was somewhat meaningful as he said, if you want them to invest, unless it's the kind of project that's extremely profitable, they won't be able to see it. Speaking of this, Mei Shangping laughed softly again and asked, is it Tao Yuqing, that kid looking for you to fan the flames? Wanting to pull you together to move against Ruweilong Group? Secretary Mei, I'm not hiding from you. The old Tao is in front of me mentioned a few mouth Ruweilong Group, but the specifics of the situation he did not go into detail. I also just know that the Ruweilong Group is coming from a very big head, and behind the scenes there is the existence of any behind the scenes bosses. Song Huaimin said half truth, half false. Come on, don't play it up in front of me. Mei Shangping sniffed, raised his hand and pointed at Song Huaimin, cried and laughed and said, Tao Yuqing, if that kid is a fox, then you are the hunter behind the fox. I know you want to know something from me. I also tell you frankly today, about Ruweilong Group. I grasped the situation in fact, not much, but you can think about it. Can be in just a few years to a private company in just a few years? To develop it to this scale now, is that something an average person can do? Secretary Mei, Ruweilong Group, is it related to that family? Song Huaimin asked, feigning an unintentional glance at the ceiling. Mei Shangping heard this, and did not answer Song Huaimin's question positively, but said to himself, Huaimin, I'm 56 years old this year. According to the provisions of this term to finish I have to retire from the second line. I can do now is to block the storm for you a little bit. You're still young, don't be in a hurry. The time is on your side. As long as you can grow up step by step, a lot of things naturally will be able to solve it. So now do not be in a hurry. And do not be Tao Yuqing, that boy. 3 words to incite. You are different from him. His ceiling has been predetermined. Naturally can be nothing to worry about. But you are not the same. You still need a lot of people's support in order to get that ticket. People sometimes for the sake of the big picture to compromise. This is not cowardice, but for the sake of tomorrow can be better to put things to solve. Mei Shangping said this, although he didn't bluntly put things into perspective. But the answer had already been told to Song Huaimin, and confirmed the many suspicions in Song Huaimin's mind. It is no wonder that Ruweilong Group can be so unscrupulous in the Haishi province to take the project. People do have this arrogant capital and backbone. No one can do anything to people, at least at this stage. Not to mention in Hersinian province, even to the Kyoto side, people are still horizontal existence. There can't be more than 5 fingers up and down the country that can arm wrestle with someone. Tao Yuqing, that kid is really a thief. Knowing that his small body can't break people, he deliberately threw out so much bait, wanting to pull me down as well. Song Huimin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly for a while. Huimin, don't leave at noon today. Eat at my place and we'll both have a good chat. Seeing that Song Huimin no longer mentioned the matter of Ruilong Group, Mei Shengping had a satisfied smile on his face and said to him with an invitation. Okay, then I won't be polite to you. Have a good taste at noon today. The food inside this provincial party compound. Song Huimin answered with a smile on his brow, just as the two of them were having a good time. Not far next door, in the 6th house villa, Sun Jiliang, the former mayor of Jiangzhou City, was carefully accompanying Wang Mingquan, the provincial organization minister, to drink tea. Jiliang, how is the work over at the provincial committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference? Is it going to be easier than your tenure as mayor of Jiangzhou? Wang Mingquan asked in a smiling voice. Thanks to the leader's concern, these days on the CPPCC is to be a lot easier than in the position of the mayor of Jiangzhou. Sun Jiliang carefully echoed. Tell me the truth. Did you resent me in your heart when I asked you to voluntarily resign as mayor? Wang Mingquan sipped his tea, with a smirk in his eyes, and once again asked Sun Jiliang. Leader, I can have today's position, all thanks to your promotion. My heart only grateful, never half a complaint. Sun Jiliang's scalp was numb, and he quickly got up to show his attitude and said, see how scared you are. I'm not some man-eating tiger. Hurry up and sit down, Wang Mingquan said with a pretense of anger. Leader, I'll give you a heartfelt word. Jiangzhou, that place I have long been unable to stay. This time also thanks to you to transfer me to the provincial CPPCC. Otherwise my body must be collapsed. Sun Jiliang lowered his brows and eyes, so grateful that he was on the verge of tears. Seeing that he was so knowledgeable, Wang Mingquan said with a satisfied smile. Jiliang, although we are all party cadres, but the body still need to pay attention to. You first go to the CPPCC side to recuperate for a while or not. Wait until after the matter of Jiangzhou is resolved. I will arrange another place for you, so that you can continue to serve the people. Thank you, leader. I'll make sure to get well as soon as possible and strive to serve the people as soon as possible. The color of red light surfaced on Sun Jiliang's face, and he hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. He has worked so hard and paid so much, waiting for Wang Mingquan's words. As long as the Wang family doesn't give up on him, then he still has a chance to rise again. If every party member and cadres can be like you have the responsibility to bear, I'm the organization minister, not to sleep the whole night. After Wang Mingquan sighed, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, Jiliang, how are you arranging things over there in Jiangzhou? It's all arranged, just waiting for that Mayor Song to take office. Sun Jiliang pressed his voice back. Good, after laying out for so long, it's time to make those people move. Wang Mingquan nodded and smiled, no longer continuing this topic, letting Sun Jiliang accompany him to chat about daily chores for a while longer before sending people away. Mo old man, Mo old man, you think you let Song Huimin down to Haishi province, is to pick up a big bargain, but do not know that these are our Wang family carefully set up for you to bind the Dragon Bureau. Wait until Song Huimin in Jiangzhou side wasted a few years. Ming Jun has been successfully crossed the threshold of the vice province. By then I see your Meng family, how to fight with us for the finals of that ticket. Wang Mingquan hooked up the corner of his lips. His eyes were full of smiles of complacency and enjoyment. In order to set up this dragon binding bureau in Jiangzhou, they, the Wang family, had spent 3 years to lure the Mo family onto the hook. All the planning was not in vain after all. Song Huimin had already been in the jar and was about to be trapped to death in Jiangzhou. They didn't ask for much, as long as they could trap Song Huimin for a few years. Wang Mingjuan's big moment is now a done deal, and he's grabbed that ticket first. Song Huimin, Song Huimin, I've arranged quite a few good shows for you over in Jiangzhou, so you must hold on. Thinking of those complacent schemes of his, the smile in Wang Mingquan's eyes was also more and more brilliant. Although politics is bloodless, the brutality of the struggle is far more sinister and bloody than the sight of blood. Near noon, Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau, in the office of the Executive Deputy Director, Wei Shilong grimaced, his entire body already about to be drowned by the nicotine smoke. He didn't know exactly how many cigarettes he had smoked, but in any case the ashtray was full of butts. In the midst of this extremely oppressive silence, the office door was violently pushed open without warning. Wearing a decent police uniform, Jiang Hu, with an incomparably grave look on his face, strides in from just outside the office. Bureau Wei, I heard. Jiang Hu wanted to speak, somewhat unsure of what to say. After all, it wasn't a good thing, and Wei Shilong was afraid that he was also in the middle of his anxiety. At this time he wants to give the words too blunt. The leader will be comfortable in the heart is strange. This is really a good thing that doesn't go unnoticed and a bad thing that spreads for thousands of miles. This is just a little bit of wind, and people's hearts are starting to float. Wei Shilong's eyes filled with a chilling sneer. It's fine inside our bureau, but it's mainly the city council and the municipal compound side where the rumors are more sinister. Jiang Hu took a step toward the desk and said in a suppressed voice, Bureau Wei, the investigation team is not coming from a good place. Do you want to find an excuse to avoid it first? There's no avoiding it, and people won't let me. Wei Shilong shook his head and said with a cold color on his face, this time, people's goal is clearly to fix me. If I really hide, doesn't it just prove that I have a ghost in my heart and don't dare to face the organization's scrutiny? But the problem now is that even if you don't hide, the investigative team will blow the whistle and throw dirt on you. Jiang Hu said with an anxious face, don't look at the public prosecution and law systems get along well on weekdays, but once you need to move the real time, they will never be kind to you. To put it mildly, that black hat on your head is the money that people use to get credit. If I could really bite you to death at this point, it wouldn't be a great achievement, just waiting for the end of the mission to receive recognition. Jiang Hu, the organization is going to examine me. This is the procedure as well as the party discipline. There's no way I'm going to bargain. To be able to sit on the position of Executive Deputy Director of the City Public Security Bureau, how can Wei Shilong be a political white? The investigation team is just investigating. It's not like they're characterizing you as having any disciplinary infractions. But if you dare to confront the organization's review, it's of a different nature. If this cauldron is really put on you, then your political future is basically over. No matter what leader is in charge, he or she will not like subordinates who defy his or her authority. And that's a deadly politically correct mistake. Wei Shilong, even if his heart is no longer upset, he does not dare to make any emotion on this issue of right and wrong. To do otherwise is to pass the knife to your opponent and seek your own death. Jiang Hu, regarding the matter of the investigation team, I have my own way to deal with it. Before this I will explain two things to you. You must remember them for me. Wei Shilong extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Huoran rose from behind the desk, said, the investigation team will come over in the afternoon. If nothing unexpected, you will certainly also be interviewed. By then no matter what they ask, you all to me, you are just carrying out orders. The responsibility of the hole in me. Last night was also temporary, only received my notice. Was forced to participate in the golden carnival of the search. In short, you don't know anything, you are only carrying out the orders of me as a superior. In addition, Zhuan Lily's side, you also have to protect the person for me. She will be a very important witness, but also our hope to overturn the situation. Speaking of this, Wei Shilong looked slightly silent for a moment and continued. If things come to the most dangerous point, I will find a way to take all the responsibility. You don't have to worry about being implicated by me. The reason he added this sentence was also to give Jiang Hu a peace of mind. At least let Jiang Hu know that he, the leader, is responsible and will not take his subordinates to the pot. This also allowed Jiang Hu to relax and deal with the investigation team's conversation. Bureau Wei, the situation is still far from that, so you don't have to worry too much. Jiang Hu echoed with a bitter smile. Last night on the Golden Carnival hands, he had a premonition that today will come to the storm, but he really did not expect. This storm will come so sharp and fierce. Is simply a million miles of dark clouds cover the top. Want a one-time on the Wei Shilong the real power of the Deputy Secretary to be broken. Political and Legal Committee. Discipline Inspection Commission. Organization Department Joint Investigation Team. Zhangzhou has not had such a big battle for how many years? As long as the eyes are not blind people can see. That Chao young master this time is really pissed off. Ready to use Wei Shi Dragon Head Top Hat. To kill the chicken to warn everyone. Come on, don't worry about me. I'm at least a national cadre at the department level. If this wind and waves want to wash me down, that's a bit too disrespectful to me. Wei Shilong with a smile on his face, waved his hand and said, go and busy yourself. The investigation team came in the afternoon. There's still you annoyed? Yes. Jiang Hu raised his head and chest, saluted, and then simply turned around and left. He knew that what Wei Shilong needed right now was a quiet atmosphere to think, and he couldn't help by staying here, but would instead make Wei Shilong's mind even more irritated. Alas, the stakes are so high this time, so don't lose, or my political life will be over as well. After seeing Jiang Hu leave, Wei Shilong walked to the shutters. The annoyance and worry in his eyes was almost overflowing. However, even if he is now anxious to death is useless. The real battlefield between the two sides of the game, not at all in this side of Zhangzhou, not in the City Public Security Bureau compound, but far away in Huaicheng. How this matter will end up, but also will depend on the results of the other side. The creek clouds are beginning to rise and the sun is sinking into the pavilion. The mountain rain is coming down. That Meng family kid is so confident. He shouldn't fail. Wei Shilong looked out the window at the police car that was constantly on duty, and whispered softly to himself with a color of expectation in his eyes. At the same time, Meng Sun, who was far away in Huaicheng, also received Sun Haizhou under the office building of Legal Daily, and the two of them were on their way to the guest house. Today Sun Haizhou obviously dressed himself up, not only changed into a decent suit, even his hair has been carefully tended to. It can be seen that he is today for the meeting with Song Huimin, how much importance he attaches to it. However, although his image looks very bright and shiny, a touch of sadness in his eyes is how cannot hide, should still be worried about Zhuang Lily. In response, Meng Sun could only reassure him again and again, and he finally managed to muster up some spirit. By the way, Uncle Sun, can I ask you something? Meng Sun asked, feigning a very unintentional face. What is it? Sun Haizhou didn't think much about it and casually answered. Have you heard of this man, Dragon Young? Meng Sun tried with a flash of light in his eyes. Are you crazy to inquire about him? Originally, Sun Haizhou, who was still a bit mentally unsteady, was immediately jolted after hearing Meng Sun's question. Uncle Sun, is this person's background impressive? Meng Sun feigned an expression of ignorance and persistently continued to pursue the question. Xiao Meng, since you call me a son uncle, then listen to my advice. Don't go to inquire about this person. Also don't get up to him. This person we can't afford to mess with. The whole Haishi province also no one can mess with. I can know the identity of this person, or have a relative in the Imperial Daily newspaper inside the work. People are afraid that I'm not careful to get into trouble, only to sneak around to tell me. Sun Haizhou set his face straight, his gaze grave as he admonished Meng Sun. That relative of his, inside the Imperial Daily News, is not an idle person. The level belongs to the Deputy Hall level. Characters of that level were scared to death. So one could imagine how intimidating the identity of the individual Meng Sun wanted to inquire about was. Uncle Sun, I've only occasionally heard people mention this great man. I have no grudges with people, so how could I possibly have a small mind? Seeing that Sun Haizhou was already a bit suspicious, Meng Sun naturally didn't dare to test the waters any further and explained with a smile. No wonder that mysterious dragon youngster can treat Chao Gurue as a puppet on strings. It seems to be really a nobleman of heaven. Meng Sun had no different color on the surface, but in his heart, he had already set off a huge wave. It is no wonder that in the previous life, Yuan Taiming could retreat unharmed. There is that mysterious dragon young to give people endorsement. Afraid if Song Huimin had to tolerate for that mysterious dragon young man, I can't afford to mess with him now, and I can only avoid him. And when I have a conflict with the Yuan family in the future, I will also try my best not to involve the other party as much as possible. And as long as I don't have a frontal clash with him, he shouldn't come to pay any attention to it. I'm this little ant that poses no threat to him. Meng Sun's mind was racing at the moment, both unwilling and full of helplessness. The real society is so cruel. There seems to be no class distinction. But is there really? It's just so you regular people can't see it. Especially now in this day and age, when the internet is still not well developed. It is even more difficult for the common people to know about that circle that cannot be talked about much. Alas. I hope today will go well. If Song Huimin is also afraid of that young dragon and doesn't dare to take these two submissions, what should I do? Meng Sun sighed darkly, and for a moment, he was caught in the middle of a dilemma. Granted, he has memories of his past life. There are also many ways that you can make money at the drop of a hat, but they are all up in the air. If you don't have foundations and beams, all the money you make will just be for others. To put it more plainly, scholars, farmers and businessmen. Abroad you have money and maybe you can hold some power. But at home, those four words will always be the truth. Once you've stepped over the red line, the iron fist of justice will come down hard on your head and teach you a lesson. Meng, have you heard anything from the man I asked you to find last night? What Meng Sun had in mind, Sun Haizhou naturally did not know. The two were like this in the car after a while of silence. In the end, it was Sun Haizhou who didn't have the composure to look at Meng Sun with hope in his eyes and ask, Uncle Sun, don't be anxious, I've already asked my friend to inquire. What can be confirmed at the moment is that the girl is indeed in Jiangzhou right now, but where exactly is it? That friend of mine still needs to look for it again. But don't worry, if there's any news from his side, I'll notify you right away. Meng Sun collected the emotions in his heart and said to Sun Haizhou with a straight face, Zhuang Lily for him at present, but a very good use of the card. How can not be so easily handed over to Sun Haizhou? It was still necessary to wait, at least until, after their Meng family's affairs were settled, they could hand the person over. This is also a means to temporarily hold Sun Haizhou, as long as Sun Haizhou can firmly and he stood on the same front. Later to persuade Song Huimin's chances will also be much greater. Meng, that girl is really important to me. I'm leaving it all to you, Sun Haizhou said through clenched teeth. Uncle Sun, don't worry is all. I'll help you find the person. Meng Sun echoed with a sincere expression on his face. At this time, Ma Lu, who was driving, suddenly turned his head and said, Meng Xiao, the provincial party committee's guest house has arrived. Good to know. After Meng Sun casually responded, he said to Sun Haizhou, Uncle Sun, I have a raw face, so I'll go in first to explore the situation, and if Mayor Song is there, you can go in again, or I'm afraid someone will recognize you. It's highly unlikely, but it's better to be careful with everything. After all, Song Huaimin's identity was unusual. In case someone was stalking in the dark, then Sun Haizhou's identity can be a bit too solid. Reporter is a sensitive profession. Sneaking to meet with the new mayor of Jiangzhou City, it is inevitable that some people who have ghosts in their hearts to think about. Okay, then I'll wait in the car for your message. Sun Haizhou understood what Meng Sun was worried about with just a slight turn of his mind, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Old 6, go drive the car to an inconspicuous place and wait for me. In addition to helping me take care of Uncle Sun Meng Sun said without moving and winked at Ma Lu. The point he was trying to make was simple. This is your future old husband. Serve the man well yourself. Save yourself the trouble of people disliking you and not wanting to marry their daughters to you. Young Meng, go ahead. I'll take care of Uncle Sun. Ma Lu's heart is alive. Between the eyes, he understood what Meng Sun was hinting at, and he changed his name when he climbed up the pole. Although Sun Haizhou felt that the attitude of this run-of-the-mill little driver was a bit strange, he didn't think much of it, but just assumed that people were being falsely polite to him for Meng Sun's sake. This kid's brain is really quick. It's no wonder that Brother Jun asked me to bring him along to Huaichang. After Meng Sun lost a laugh in his heart, he casually opened the car door and got out of the car, walking towards the entrance of the Provincial Party Committee guest house. Now in this era, the Provincial Party Committee guest house has not been expanded, or the previous kind of several-story high foreign grey building. Inside the facilities are also relatively old. If you really want to receive any important people, you usually won't arrange it here. Marriott Hotel is the first choice, which is also a kind of secret tacit understanding, especially in recent years. The Marriott Hotel basically contracted all the government side of the reception of people coming and going. This situation will continue until a few years later. Tao Yuqing to the Marriott Hotel to fight black and evil action. Marriott Hotel reputation completely lost. The Provincial Party Committee hospitality side will be lively again, and in a few years after a large-scale expansion and renovation, once again became the government's designated reception unit. Song Huaimin shouldn't be going out at this hour, right? Meng Sun thought this in his mind while walking towards the front stage, but before he could get to the front desk, a playful voice like that of a lark came to his ears. Dad, isn't it a little cheap for us to go to Grandpa May's house for dinner and just bring a bottle of wine? Little girl, what do you know? This bottle of wine is the Chuanqing Daku that your grandfather has treasured for many years, and it was because your Grandpa May knew that I had this bottle of wine with me that he drove me back to the guest house to fetch it for him. A thick, powerful, and rather magnetic voice sounded in Meng Sun's ears immediately afterward. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Meng Sun's heart trembled, and his gaze instantly turned violently toward the source of the two voices. At this time, it was meal time, and there were not many people in the hall of this guest house. Meng Sun's gaze just swept over very casually and found the target of the speaking voice. It was a happy father and daughter. The father was probably in his 40s or so and the daughter looked to be about 16 or 17. The two of them have very high facial features, and among millions of people that's a crane in the air. The father is handsome, 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 and the daughter is sweet. My daughter's body is still in her cardamom years, not fully grown though, but it was already foreseeable that when she grew up, she would definitely turn out to be a great beauty of national color. Phew, it's really this big guy. Luckily I came in time today, otherwise I'm afraid I would have really missed it. Meng Sun secretly said that it was a fluke, but his heart was also greatly relieved out. Now the situation is critical. If today really Pouncing did not see people, then the trouble will be big, at least on Wei Shilong's side. He definitely couldn't care for the time being. Dad, look at that guy, is he spying on us? Just as Meng Sun was secretly relieved in his heart, Song Weiwei seemed to have discovered something. Both of her eyes, like dark jewels, cooed and began to turn. Spying on us? Who is it? Song Huaimin raised his eyes before he could see who Song Weiwei was referring to. A figure suddenly came into view. This figure looked somewhat concealed, and it was precisely the person who had peeked at them, as Song Weiwei had said. Little comrade, you know me? Song Huaimin, as a full-level cadre, had seen a lot of big storms in the ministry, and naturally wouldn't be intimidated by these small scenes, and seeing that Meng Sun was already walking quickly towards him, he immediately took the initiative to greet Meng Sun with a friendly smile. Hello Mayor Song, my name is Meng Sun, I'm from Jiangzhou. Meng Sun forced back the feeling of excitement within his heart and said in an echoing voice, in his previous life, How could he have the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with a bigwig of this caliber? Face-to-face. There is definitely still a little bit of nervousness on the inside. You're from Jiangzhou? After hearing this self-introduction from Meng Sun, Song Huaimin's eyebrows immediately wrinkled. He stayed in the provincial party committee guest house this matter. The whole Haishi province also not a few people know. In front of this young man who looks showy, how do you know that he temporarily stayed here? It is difficult to be Jiangzhou municipal government side of the reception sent? After thinking of this possibility, the smile on Song Huaimin's face immediately hid. The reason why he didn't want to show his face publicly so soon was that he wanted to feel the basic situation of Jiangzhou's livelihood first. But now even by the government office of the people to the door, he can be happy in his heart that is a ghost. This young man, it couldn't be sent from the Chow family's side, could it? Song Huaimin's mind flew for a while, yet before the many thoughts in his mind could fall, he heard a sentence that made his scalp numb with shock and inexplicable words. Song Mayor, I come to you today, not for other reasons, is to want to report to you in real name, Jiangzhou City Executive Vice Mayor Li Zhiheng together with the black and evil forces, not only embezzlement of our family's property, but also want to harm my father's life. And now my father has already been the procuratorate of the people forced to give the detention. Meng Sun had tried his best to keep himself from being blinded by the grievances of his past life. But just think of all the whiteness and misery you suffered in your previous life. The indignation and resentment in his heart still couldn't help but erupt viciously. Little comrade, who did you say you were going to report by name? Song Huimin was directly stunned by this shocking news, and his head information jammed for a while before recovering. This guy is really bold. How dare he report a deputy mayor by name? Not to mention Song Huimin, even Song Weiwei was startled. Her two big, beautiful and moist eyes, for the first time, looked squarely up at Meng Sun. Although Meng Sun wasn't some big handsome guy who could make girls fall in love at first sight, his own image was still okay. 1.78 m in height, skin fresh and white, features somewhat like Mao Shaoqin, soft lines with a hint of toughness. The overall image is a very high-quality young adult for the middle of the era. Mayor Song, I want to report Li Zhiheng for breaking the law, embezzling and accepting bribes, colluding with local black forces, and violently appropriating the private assets of the people. Meng Sun repeated what he had just said with a steely gaze. Little comrade, are you working inside a government unit now? Song Huimin didn't directly respond to Meng Sun's offer of a real name report, but instead changed the subject and asked, No, I'm not in the workforce yet. I'm a student at the University of River State. Meng Sun said back in a respectful voice. So, Song Huimin, heart slightly relieved, eyes with goodwill said, Small comrade, for your intention today I know, but you want to report a deputy hall cadre's in real name. Not to mention that I have not formally assumed office now, do not understand the situation. Even if I really assumed the position of mayor, I also have no right to Comrade Zhiheng for peer supervision and questioning. Or you see how. Today you go back first. After I understand the matter clearly, I will give you a reply. How? Song Huimin said this in a reasonable manner, showing his pro-people side while not giving Meng Sun any promises, which was also considered a neutral attitude. After all, what Meng Sun was saying right now was all one-sided, and the truthfulness of the matter was unknown to him. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. He certainly does not dare at this time blindly give Meng Sun promised anything. If there was a foul-up, it would be a small matter for him to lose face, but a big matter for him to lose political points. Furthermore, the political atmosphere environment over in Jiangzhou City was already unfriendly enough to him. If he were to be indiscriminate and offend his own deputy before he even officially took office, how would he go on to preside over the city government in the future? Wei, let's go. On your Grandpa May's side. I'm afraid he'll be waiting impatiently. After Song Huimin nodded and smiled towards Meng Sun, he took Song Weiwei's small hand and was about to walk towards the entrance of the guest house. However, he had barely taken 2 steps on his feet before he had to stop. It was because Meng Sun had once again unleashed an information bomb on him, and this time, the power of the bomb was more than 10 times stronger than it had just been. His entire face was suddenly a color change. Almost subconsciously, he turned himself back hard, and with a deep, stern gaze that pierced both of Meng Sun's eyes, he bellowed, Are you sure that what you've just said is backed up by real evidence? Song Huimin just stared straight at Meng Sun. He wanted to catch any sign that there might be a lie in Meng Sun's eyes. But what shocked him somewhat inexplicably was that under his heavy pressure, Meng Sun acted very calmly. The calmness is not at all like a young man of this age, but like a wise man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. And in response to Song Huimin's suspicions, Meng Sun didn't utter a word to defend anything. He directly handed over the notebook with Li Zhiheng's embezzlement and bribery hidden in his arms to Song Huimin. Should I get it? Song Huimin's eyes flickered. He was a little heartbroken and a little hesitant. If inside this notebook, There is really criminal evidence about Li Jihang's lawlessness. That would certainly be a good way for him to break the ice. He can completely use this notebook to make a big deal, and use the fastest way to collect the Jiangzhou municipal power. Of course there are disadvantages to everything. If he uses this notebook to make a big deal, it will certainly cause the Chao family's vigilance, and even the entire Jiangzhou officialdom up and down the resistance to him. Can I ask you a question, little comrade? Song Huaimin didn't reach for the notebook in a hurry, but instead sized up Meng Sun with a scrutinizing gaze. Just ask, Mayor, I'll know everything. Meng Sun echoed back with a very proper attitude. Why did you come to me? Song Huaimin let go of his daughter's small hand. He slowly walked to Meng Sun's eyes in front of him, face with a surprised and puzzled color. Asked, Haishi Province, the public prosecutor and law so many departments. Why do you want to come to me to report? I think you should also understand. Li Jihang is the province directly supervised cadres. I am at most only supervisory rights to him. Even if you really have any real evidence to hand over to me, the most I can only help you to transfer the evidence to the relevant departments. And you in so much effort to want to hand over to me. In the end figure what is it? Hand over to the relevant departments. And you in so much effort to want to hand over the evidence to me. In the end in the figure what? Mayor, do you want to hear the truth from me or not? Meng Sun asked rhetorically after some thought. So what if it's true? So what if it's a lie? Tell us all. Song Huaimin's interest was piqued by Meng Sun's words, and his gaze flickered in puzzlement. The truth is, I know your background identity. This Haishi province is big, but the one who can save and is willing to save our family. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else. Meng Sun said this, paused slightly for a moment, and continued. The falsehood is that I don't know your identity, and that I came to you today to report Li Jihang, purely because I wanted to come to you to take my chances. You know who I am? Song Huaimin wrinkled his brows as a look of shock and uncertainty surfaced on his face. Yes, I know who you are. Meng Sun nodded his head and brought out the speech that he had already thought of. There is a relative of my family who works in the imperial capital. He is engaged in a special job, so he knows a little bit more about things. I came to seek your help, and it was he who helped me with the idea. Relatives, favors, this kid lies without blinking an eye. Song Huaimin has been in the ministry for so many years. The ability to penetrate the hearts of people has long been practiced. Meng Sun's words didn't seem to be broken, and as long as he didn't reveal that relative's true identity, no one would be able to prove that what he said was false. But Song Huaimin was skeptical of his words within the first moment. It's obviously a pre-prepared talking point ready to be pulled out whenever and wherever it's needed. And he suspected that Meng Sun had to have more than one set of these sayings. If he's really serious, there must be other wordsmithing waiting for him. What kind of person is this kid in the end? Why is he so young? Like an old fox. Song Huaimin's heart was spitting in his belly, but on his face, he was deliberately scaring Meng Sun, saying, Little comrade, since you know my identity, you should understand that I won't easily get involved in this kind of thing. I have that ability to help you. But on what basis do I help you? And what kind of leverage do you have to get me to help you? Dad's doing that again. The boy's not going to cry from fear, is he? Song Weiwei, who was quietly listening to the exchange between the two on the side, saw that Song Huaimin had started to intentionally take and scare people again. On the corners of her crescent moon-like lips, she immediately sketched out a touch of child, playful and cunning smile. Song Huaimin had thought that this deliberate pinch of his own, even if he couldn't scare Meng Seeker, would at least make him have some emotional fluctuations. But what made him a little unexpected was that Meng Sun was not only not intimidated, but instead, with a sincere expression on his face, he said to him, Mayor, I do have chips in my hand. And there are many chips that you wouldn't expect, so as long as you can pull our Meng family's strings this time, I promise to pay you back 100 and 1,000 times over. This kid really knows how to talk big. My dad is the mayor now. What can he give back? Song Weiwei only felt that Meng Sun was talking big, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and lose her laughter. Little comrade, that's no way to blow a cow's skin. Do you think that in my position I would need you to return the favor? Although Song Huaimin didn't laugh, he couldn't hide the fact that he couldn't hold back his laughter in his eyes. Mayor, if you don't believe me, how about I show some sincerity first? As Meng Sun spoke, he pulled out a small note from within his pocket and handed it over to Song Huaimin. This time Song Huaimin didn't refuse again and casually picked up the small note. He originally still had a very unconcerned face, but with the handwriting on the note, gradually breaking into his line of sight, the two pupils violently as a contraction. In a flash of lightning, he clutched the little slip of paper hard into his hand. How did you know about this? Song Huaimin questioned with a chill in his heart. What the note says is just a work in progress at the moment. He'd only heard his old man mention it once in passing. There will never be more than 30 people up and down the country who know about this. He was really a bit puzzled as to how this young man in front of him knew this top-secret information. That relative of mine told me. Meng Sun echoed stiffly. He didn't want to use this tactic to get Song Huimin's attention if there was another way. But now the situation is critical and he has been pushed to the edge of the cliff. If Song Huimin couldn't be convinced today, even if it was dragged on for a few days, Meng Xiangfeng and Wei Shilong, I'm afraid that they are both going to be finished. So at this critical moment, he couldn't care less about the risk of being sliced up in human flesh. Serious illnesses need to be treated with heavy medicines. As long as Song Huimin recognizes his value, he will definitely step in and pull him up. To be honest, originally he hadn't intended to use such extreme means to draw Song Huimin's attention to him, but the state of affairs was changing so rapidly that he could not afford to consider the gains and losses. Now Song Huimin is the last straw for the Meng family. No matter what, he has to grab it. Give me the stuff. Song Huimin wrinkled his brow and was silent for a full 5 or 6 minutes before he reached out his hand to Meng Sun. Phew! Meng Sun saw this and let out a breath of relief at the same time. With a grave expression on his face, he said to Song Huimin, Mayor, something big has happened over there in Jiangzhou right now, and I have to report it to you right away. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the joint investigation team led by the Discipline Inspection Commission of Jiangzhou City, imposing on the station within the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau, in order to express the importance of this review. In addition to the titular leader of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee, Secretary Xian Longtao did not personally present. The other 3 deputy leaders all arrived. They are, respectively, Qian Dingjun, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Chang Kelly, Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, and Gao Chenggu, Deputy Minister of the Organization Department. This kind of specification investigation team, in the whole Jiangzhou city, is still the first time. And the reason why we have to put up such a big show is not only because Wei Shilong's position is more sensitive. There is also a more important purpose, which is to release a clear political signal to the public security portals internally. Wei Shilong is absolutely finished this time. All of you down there should wipe your eyes brightly. Anyone who dares to continue to collude with Wei Shilong at this time will have serious consequences. To put it bluntly, the investigation team is trying to use political pressure to force the insiders of the public security port to start choosing sides. If anyone could not carry the pressure and secretly jumped against them, it would be just what they wanted. Strong fortresses are often torn from within, and as soon as the first counter-jumper appears, the big picture is essentially set. Wei Shilong is at most dying in the struggle to struggle. Want to turn over again? That is certainly not possible. Guilty inference, since all have been under, that the investigation team of people naturally will not be with Wei Shilong. False politeness. What? Directly called the person to the conference room, began to go through the organizational procedures for questioning. Wei Shilong, before we formally talk to you, I hope you can correct your attitude. Honestly explain your problems to the organization. Do not hold any negative corner resistance to the fluke. You are also considered an old party member. Should be very understanding of our party's policy. As long as you can seriously reflect and explain their own mistakes, we are in line with the concept of treating the sick to save the people. We will exercise discretion on you to lighten the treatment. Before the questioning even officially began, Qian Dingjun, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, had already characterized the tenor of the interview. The meaning implied in the words is also very clear. This time Wei Shilong certainly cannot get out of it. If you don't want to suffer, then hurry up and give us a quick explanation of your affairs, so that we don't have to waste each other's time. Secretary Qian, if I remember correctly, this time the organization is only asking me a routine question. It seems like they haven't convicted me yet. How do I listen to your tone? As if you've already treated me as a corrupt person? After Wei Shilong sat firmly on his butt, he disliked him with a gloomy face. Wei Shilong, what kind of attitude is this? Are you trying to fight against organizational review? Chen Dingjun obviously did not expect. All to this time, Wei Shilong even dared to be so arrogant to ridicule him, immediately became annoyed and slammed the table. Qian Secretary, voice high. Pat the table does not mean you have reason. I Wei Shilong from the police to now also have 20 years, caught countless prisoners, have been commended large and small, also have dozens of times. I now dare to pat my chest in your face and say, I am frank and blameless, and there is nothing to account for. If you have evidence in your hands, even if it is the scene of the double regulation of me, or even handed over to the judicial authorities, I cannot say, but if you just want to rise voice pat the table, I want to let me admit something no thing, then sorry I cannot, even hand it over to the judiciary, I can't say, but if you just want to raise your voice and pat the table, you want me to admit something without something, then sorry I can't do it. Both sides now face skin are torn. Wei Shilong naturally will not hold back to what pretend to be a grandson. Of course, the reason why he has such a bottom line, dare to hit Chen Dingjun, the Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, face to face, also stems from the fact that the two have the same level. Chen Dingjun is a full division cadre. The two don't have a superior/subordinate relationship, and a torn face is a torn face. As long as the official hat on his head did not completely fall, Chen Dingjun cannot take him. Of course he is also drilling a small hole. If it is Xiang Longtao in this scene today, he categorically does not dare to shout so loudly. After all, Xiang Longtao's rank is a deputy hall, and he is also the leader of the standing committee of the Municipal Party Committee. In terms of political form, it would naturally crush him. Wei Shilong's sudden outburst subdued Chen Dingjun and the other two deputy heads of the joint investigation team, Cheng Kelly and Gao Chengwu. On the spot, on the way to the Public Security Bureau, they also thought that Wei Shilong would complain and defend himself, but they really didn't expect Wei Shilong's reaction to be so fierce. It's so intense that they don't know how to proceed now. After all, they now have no hard evidence at hand. Can testify that Wei Shilong illegal and disorderly? At this stage is only to take the normal procedures of the organization. Furthermore, Wei Shilong and they are the existence of equal level. Even if they want to deduct the hat is not so good. There is a deeper reason is that Wei Shilong in Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau did more than 20 years. People are not dry rice. May hold what the hands of the bottom of the things. If you really offend people to death, they may not be able to do much about the Chow family, but if they go and target you, then won't you be sitting on wax? And in all conscience, for the establishment of this joint investigation team, the Political and Legal Affairs Commission and the Organization Department were purely driven to the boat by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Everyone is not stupid. A city public security bureau of the executive deputy director is so good to mess with? No one would want to offend someone like that for no reason if they didn't pull in a few more helpers to bolster their courage. Ugh, this is trouble. After Cheng Kelly and Gao Chengwu looked at each other without moving, they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Compared to Chen Dingjun, who was eager to get credit for his work, the two of them suffered a purely undeserved disaster. If it wasn't for a handful of people in the department giving the word, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this kind of shit unless they were crazy. Ahem. Seeing that the atmosphere gradually began to fall into a state of burning danger, Cheng Kelly feigned a cough after. With a kind smile in his eyes, he said to Wei Shilong, "Old Wei, you don't have to be anxious. This is just the organization's routine inquiry. There is no meaning against you. We talk about it. If you really have no problem, we can't possibly hard to pour dirty water on you. Is it? Director Wei, I also mean this. There is no problem. We all talk about it first. Do not come up to the big fire. If this spreads out, it is not good for your influence, right?" Gao Chengwu also rounded up and said, "I don't have a problem with it. I just hope that some people can talk about things as they are, and don't just come up and put a hat on their comrades. This isn't that special time in the past. There aren't that many bulls and ghosts." Wei Shilong took advantage of the situation and naturally would not dwell on it, only sneering and glancing in the direction of where Chen Dingjun was. Bullsh*T? After hearing these four special words, Chen Dingjun's face flushed red and almost died from anger. Wei Shilong, this mouth is really poisonous enough. Now there are many big leaders. Are the victims of that period? The most taboo is this four words. You can imagine that today's conversation, if the leaders to hear, Chen Dingjun must be hung up on the number cannot be. Hiss. Although Cheng Kelly and Gao Chengwu weren't the ones who were primarily targeted, they were also shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The gazes they looked at Wei Shilong were also becoming more and more scornful. Just as the crowd fell into a face-to-face look, somewhat at a loss as to how to continue talking down, the cell phone ringing inside Wei Shilong's pocket suddenly went off. "Take this call and be right back." "Okay." Wei Shilong got up and walked out while saying that. Chen Dingjun's face suddenly changed. He wanted to speak out to stop. Wei Shilong went outside to answer the phone. But then he thought of what Wei Shilong had just said, and hesitated again under the weakness in his heart. Just in the moment of his hesitation, Wei Shilong had already pushed the door and walked out of the conference room. "Meng Sun, what's going on over there? Have you seen the mayor yet?" Wei Shilong walked to an unoccupied corner, and asked out of the blue. However, what made him a little unexpected was that it wasn't Meng Sun who gave the response in the cell phone, but the voice of a thick and powerful middle-aged man. Comrade Shilong. I'm not the Meng Sun you're looking for. I'm Song Huimin." Song Huimin? Hearing this vaguely familiar name, Wei Shilong's gaze first froze slightly, but then he reacted to who was talking to him right now. His heart, a burst of excitement unbearable, hastily raised his head and chest feet and stood up, respectfully answered, "Mayor, you good? I am the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau Executive Deputy Director Wei Shilong." "Comrade Shilong, about your things I know. The organization of your inquiry review. This is not distrust but love and care for you. You must be just the right mindset. Cooperate with the work of the investigation team, comrades. From my personal point of view, I believe you. Also believe that you, the old party member who has been in the police for more than 20 years, will not make any mistakes of principle. In short, in a word, if there is a corrective action, I believe that the comrades of the investigation team are not unreasonable people, and will not intentionally make things difficult for you. The people's servant who has guarded the people of Jiangzhou for more than 20 years, Song Huaimin said with laughter in his voice. Mayor, I am only grateful to the organization for many years for my cultivation. There is absolutely no resistance and complaints. You can rest assured that I must properly correct my attitude, seriously accept the organization of any criticism and education of me. As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. This time the organization sent an investigation team to question and investigate me, but also from the side of the proof of my work there are many inadequacies. I will certainly learn these lessons and strive to improve and correct the empirical mistakes made in the past. Wei Shilong's heart was beating like a drum, but his mouth was answering sharply. He is not stupid. Where can he not hear? Song Huaimin on the surface is knocking him, but in fact to express the meaning of only one sentence. You are an old party member. I believe that you will not make any mistakes of principle. This sentence has shown all the attitude. Leaders speak to you and you learn to pick up the spirit for yourself. Don't let the leaders really put words in your mouth that are so white. It makes you look politically clueless. Wei Shilong waited so long. Want is not the new mayor. The words of recognition. And there's another layer to this call today. Song Huaimin has now learned that he offended the Chow family to death in order to hand in his pitch, and is considered to have temporarily endorsed his political stance, or else he wouldn't have made this phone call to him. Comrade Shilong, I see that you have a good attitude now. Song Huaimin smiled with satisfaction and said, have a good chat with the comrades of the investigation team, and if you stand firm in your own line, I believe that the organization will definitely return your innocence. Speaking of this, Song Huaimin hesitated slightly for a moment before asking out loud. I heard from Meng that you are now protecting a very important witness, or a girl. Meng? When Wei Shilong heard this, his eyelids instantly fluttered. If the leader addresses a person so intimately, it is enough to show that the leader trusts that person. From this point of view, Meng Sun had indeed not lied to him. The Meng family and the soon-to-be new mayor are really connected in a human way. It seems that I made the right decision this time, although I offended that young master of the Chow family, but on the side of the new mayor, there will definitely be a place for me in the future. Wei Shilong, full of joy, immediately put last night to save Zhuang Lily's action. Everything to Song Huaimin report. Of course, taking this opportunity, he didn't spare Chao Gorue the eye candy, focusing on highlighting the injuries suffered by Zhuang Lily as a result of her mistreatment, and stating that if they hadn't acted on the spur of the moment last night, it was likely that Zhuang Lily would have been tortured to death by Chao Gorue on the spot. After Song Huaimin heard this report, he immediately gave an order to Wei Shilong saying, Comrade Shilong, since you've already rescued the person, you must protect her life and safety, and don't allow her to be harmed twice by the wrongdoers. Mayor, don't worry, I've already sent people to protect her in the dark. Absolutely no one will be able to harm her again, Wei Shilong said as he put up a package. Good, that's it then. If there's anything else, let's wait until I'm in office, Song Huaimin said and hung up the phone. Wei Shilong, on the other hand, took a deep breath and tightened the smile on his face before returning back to the conference room. For his return, the three deputy heads of the investigation team, their faces were covered in unhappiness. But think about it, pick up a phone. You go to pick up a small half an hour. This is also to not to put the investigation team in the eyes. Even if you want to temporarily maintain a neutral attitude of Chen Kelly and Gao Chengwu, Wei Shilong also gave birth to opinions. How they are also on behalf of the municipal government to find you Wei Shilong talk to. Even if you Wei Shilong heart and then have opinions, face also have to maintain some respect, which has such a perfunctory investigation team. I'm sorry three team leaders. I just had a real emergency. I didn't mean to slow you down. After Wei Shilong's but sat down, he immediately started the apology mode, and his expression and eyes were sincere. Chen Kelly and Gao Chengwu, who had a belly full of fire, saw Wei Shilong apologizing to them so sincerely, and the fire in their hearts was suppressed. But the other deputy group leader Chen Dingjun is not willing to let go so easily. This opportunity to hit Wei Shilong, before he could slap up the table and lash out. However, the ear-piercing ringing of his cell phone rang again, but this time it wasn't Wei Shilong's, but Cheng Kelly's cell phone. I'm really sorry, I have to take a call. After Cheng Kelly saw the caller number, he didn't care about taking care of Chen Dingjun's mood, and he got up and walked out in a hurry. This really made Chen Dingjun angry enough, and his face turned into a pig liver color. Fortunately, Cheng Kelly was not as exaggerated as Wei Shilong, and just answered the phone for 2 minutes before returning from outside. Just as Qian Dingjun caught his breath, he was about to lend a hand again. I didn't expect Chung Kelly. After returning to the conference room from outside, the whole person diameter to Wei Shilong walked quickly. He took the initiative to extend his hand. A face of enthusiasm on Wei Shilong said, "Comrade Shilong, our political and legal committee is absolutely trust you. This conversation is just a routine inquiry. You must not have any psychological burden. The organization will never let you suffer injustice. Qian Dingjun, Yao Chengguo." At the same time, the provincial party committee's guest house, a VIP room on the third floor. Song Huaimin just hung up the phone with the Zhengzhou side of the phone. Have not yet had time to catch their breath. It heard Meng Sun once again to him to put out a stone-breaking big move to. "Mayor, in addition to the laptop, I have a bigger matter that I need to report to you immediately." And big things to report? When Song Huaimin heard this, his eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. A single Li Zhiheng had now made him a bit overwhelmed. If this comes to a heavier weight, not to mention whether he can take down the other party, this political influence is not good. A new mayor hasn't even taken office yet, and he's already sharpening his knives on the pigs and sheep. And there's the damning problem that he's only a deputy class president, with the city clerk sort of still ahead of him. If he really dared to make too much noise, a handful of people would surely take issue with him, and possibly even extend a political atmosphere of confrontation between the municipal party committee and the municipal government. This is a very dangerous situation, and it could easily lead the higher-ups to think of him as a sign of, well, immature political thinking. Especially now, in this day and age, the conservative culture is still heavy. If you are too aggressive, those old leaders in high positions will have a discount on your good impression. Normally perhaps it does not matter, but when it comes to the critical moment, the impression of these old leaders' evaluation, that is as heavy as Mount Taishan. Ugh, this kid, he's really giving me a hard time. Song Huaimin raised his hand and pinched his brow. His mood caught in a tangle for a moment. He still knew a lot about his character. Although it is not what cynicism it, but also really cannot see, those corrupt officials to violate the law and disaster of the country and the people. It's okay if he doesn't know about these things anymore, and there's nothing psychological about it. However, if he really knows that certain officials have committed major disciplinary offenses, it is really difficult for him to play deaf and dumb. "Mayor, may I speak to you of my own thoughts?" Seeing that Song Huaimin was beginning to get tangled up, Meng Sun sat up straight and said to him with a sincere look in his eyes, "Sure. What do you want to say to me?" Song Huaimin temporarily suppressed the tangled emotions in his heart and said with a smile floating on his face. To be honest, he really wanted to hear what kind of tall tales this young man in front of him could bring to the table. From the first conversation between the two of them 2 hours ago, he had sensed that the young man in front of him was not simple, whether it is talk or behavior logic, completely unlike a fresh college student, but a bit like the kind of experience in the mortal world to see through the vicissitudes of the wise old man. All in all, this young man just gave him a magical feeling, as if everything was under control. Even he will accept Wei Shilong close to this choice on, but also predicted in advance, and also made the corresponding layout. It is with this advanced layout, so to speak, he has to add at least 10% to his control of the entire city of Gangtok. This can be absolutely no exaggeration. A city public security bureau executive deputy director can give him the invisible effect. The effective value is to far more than 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Mayor, I think you must have come with a mission this time when you decentralized to Jiangzhou, right? Meng Sun asked without moving to test the waters. Is that what that relative of yours, who works in the empire, told you? Song Huaimin narrowed his eyes slightly to ask rhetorically. Not really this time, it was a wild guess on my part. Meng Sun shook his head and lost a laugh. Said, of course I'm not purely blind guess, or some factual basis. After all, to your background and identity, want to go down to a good place to serve, it must be a breeze. But you did not choose the kind of flat road, relatively easy to out of the performance of the place, but instead parachuted into the Hercynian province within the Dragon Pool and Tiger's Den. According to the current national rankings, the economy of Hercynian province is the tale of the existence of the most impoverished counties in the country. If I am the leadership of the above, certainly will not just sit back and watch. According to the current national rankings, Haishi province, the economy is the existence of the tale. The country's most impoverished counties are also in Haishi province. If I am the leader of the above words, surely will not just sit back and watch. Haishi province and the reform of the wind continued to swing rotten. I will first send a reform generals go down when the catfish effect, the first to the Haishi province, the political atmosphere of the disk, so that those who hold office in the heart of the earth emperors have a rod. They are the head of a guillotine. There is a guillotine on the head. Who dares to go against the central government's policy and secretly gang up against economic reforms? The guillotine on the head will fall at any time to kill people. So based on this judgment, I believe that your decentralization this time is definitely with a mission to Jiangzhou is just the beginning. And when you open up the situation, I believe that the above will be the inaction of those leaders in Hersinian province, to make the appropriate adjustments. Song Huaimin's entire body instantly fell silent after hearing Meng Sun's words. He was silent for a full 10 minutes before he looked at Meng Sun with a puzzled gaze and asked, "Did you come up with all of this on your own?" Meng Sun nodded his head and smiled. "Yes, it's all my own thoughts, a family's ramblings, so don't laugh at me, Mayor, if I'm wrong. It's good for young people to think more and more, and even if they do get it wrong, it doesn't matter." Song Huaimin gazed just like this after a few moments of contemplation, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Xiao Meng, on my tenure, since you have this kind of basic judgment, then you think that after I take office, what can I do to complete the task given to me by the leaders above?" Mayor, your task is actually not difficult, as long as you show your courageous determination and ability to reform, in addition to controlling the development of the situation and not letting it expand further outwards. Meng Sun already had a plan in mind, and his answer was naturally light and sharp. "That's easy for you to say, but how do you actually do it?" Song Huaimin pursued with an expectant face. "You are the mayor of Jiangzhou, to rectify the official atmosphere of Jiangzhou, reasonable and legal. As for the rest of the province, and does not fall under your jurisdiction, naturally do not need you to take more trouble." Meng Sun said this bluntly. "In your own acreage, you can just toss it around as much as you want. When the results are tossed out, those leaders above will naturally see your ability to reform the economy. As for other places, do not ask, no matter not to mess with. As long as you do not show too strong offensive, those other places of the mayor's secretaries, naturally, will not be idle, crossing the border to find your fault. In a word, I'll do as much as the leaders give me authority to do, and I'm going to make it look so good that all of you won't be able to pick on it. When you make things happen and the leaders see it, they will naturally give you more work. Of course, the above kind of mastery is only suitable for those with a heavenly background. If someone without roots dared to play this kind of routine, it would be the old lifer himself who was tired of living and looking for death. But that's easy to say and not so easy to do if you really want to do it. A prefecture-level city with a population of tens of millions of people. Just think about it and you will know how complicated the entanglement of interests inside will be. In his previous life, Song Huaimin also saved up his strength for several years before sweeping the former Koan to develop the city of Jiangzhou. But with the help of Meng Sun, a reborn person, in this life, the time would definitely be greatly shortened by quite a bit, and it was precisely time that Song Huaimin needed the most right now to be able to catch up with the pace of those contestants' feet. "Meng, do you want to join me in politics?" Song Huaimin set his face straight, looking serious, and extended an invitation to Meng Sun. "In politics?" Meng Sun's face froze when he heard this. This invitation from Song Huaimin was really a bit unexpected. To be honest, he was really moved in that moment, but the feeling was quickly dispelled. He still had a very clear perception of his abilities. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary man, and had spent 7 years in jail peddling a sewing machine. Although after his release from prison, he has made up a lot of knowledge about official politics, but if he really wants to enter the system, and those old greaseballs to play with their hearts, he is really not sure that he can play with others. There was also the very important issue of the reason why he was now able to talk so eloquently in front of Song Huaimin. That's because he's standing in a god's perspective and has a good idea of where history is going in the future, so he can extrapolate back from the results to the process. And if we really talk about political maneuvering, Song Huaimin's ability leaves him more than a few blocks behind. In his previous life, people had fought their way through the entire city of Jiangzhou with no advantage at all. Li Ziheng, the Chao family, and even the later Ruweilong group, all fell into the hands of Song Huaimin. From this, one can imagine how strong Song Huaimin's political maneuvering ability is. Don't look at people's face as a confusion, but once the means to make up, control the Jiangzhou more than 10 years of Chao Weigua, can't resist the fall. Is this something the average run-of-the-mill politician can do? As a matter of fact, Meng Sun has been planning his future career for a long time. He is ready to take the Meng family to transform and enter the industrial manufacturing industry. On the one hand, it can accumulate clean wealth for himself, and on the other hand, it can also help Song Huaimin to go smoother in his career. Government and business will never be separated. Officials need businessmen to help them create political achievements. Businessmen also need the officials to help them create a good business environment, let alone in this day and age, even decades from now. If the people want to live and work in peace and happiness, they can't do it without businessmen as lubricants. And as long as the people are happy and prosperous hand over fist, when the officials' achievements naturally come, this is supposed to go hand in hand. So Meng Sun has a clear career plan for his future. Start with industry to accumulate as much wealth as possible at an early stage, and then move into the high-tech cluster to build your own business empire. As for why you don't play finance, the reason is really simple. That's what the upper echelons need, not some financial fraudster, but an entrepreneur who can provide jobs for the common man. As long as you can keep from deviating from that tone, you still won't have a problem living comfortably in your old age. And most importantly, Song Hwaimin also needs the support of powerful economic groups. Where does the official's performance come from? It is not blown out with his mouth, but smashed out with money. Mayor, thank you for thinking highly of me, but I'm afraid that my character won't be able to adapt to the officialdom. I still want to be free to be a businessman. After Mangsun smiled and politely declined, he added, a patriotic businessman who legally pays taxes for the country. Quite the realization. When Song Hwaimin heard this, he burst into some tears and laughter. Mayor, I can't get into the system, but I'll do what I can to help you. Mangsun was very blunt and revealing, saying what was in his heart. Now that Song Hwaimin has not yet risen to power, it is the best time for him to invest in leaning in. If he wanted to lean over again after this period, it wouldn't be so easy. Ancient times those from the dragon's work are how to come. Is not the wind rises from the end of the green ping, together slowly grow up. That's a lot of heart for a young man. Song Hwaimin kindly smiled and did not give Mangsun a direct response, but instead changed the subject and asked, I thought you said you were going to brief me on something bigger. What exactly is it? You tell me first. Although Mangsun had some small disappointment in his heart that Song Hwaimin didn't give him a reply in person, he nevertheless quickly sorted out his emotions and said with a grave expression, Mayor, in addition to Li Shihong, I still have a piece of criminal evidence in my heart that can nail Chao Gurue as well. Who do you mean? Song Hwaimin obviously did not expect that this next material from Mangsun would be so explosive, and was subdued on the spot. Who is Gregory Cho, the son of Chao Weigua, the secretary of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee, and the chairman of the Ruelong Group? Either of these two identities was something he could not easily move at the moment. What's more, Ruelong Group is not simple, and the boss behind it is even more connected to the sky. Not to mention in Haishi province, even if it goes to the imperial capital, I'm afraid there is no one who dares to think about Ruelong Group. To put it mildly, it's a nest of explosives, and the super hot kind at that. One slip of the tongue and everyone could be blown to pieces, and that included himself. Mayor, I know that Chao Jerry is not easy to move, and I also know that we're doing more harm than good by moving him now, so I just want to hand that evidence over to you for safekeeping, and it's naturally up to you to decide whether or not to use it and when to use it. Mangsun said with a lowered posture. He also knew in his heart that Chao Gurue couldn't move right now, but that didn't stop him from giving Song Hwaimin his pitch, and to be honest, with the way things are going right now, Song Hwaimin is likely to make an early move on the Chao family. As long as the Chao family fell, Chao Jerry would be a useless tool. That's a grasshopper in the fall, and he can be disposed of at any time. As for whether or not that mysterious dragon youngster would step in to help him, that also depended on whether or not it was worth it. When Chao Jerry was sentenced to death in his previous life, that mysterious young dragon didn't step in to save him. If he really wanted to forcefully save someone, that mysterious young dragon would definitely be able to do it. Then why didn't he step in to save Gregory Cho? The answer was actually quite simple. Chao Gurue was just a tool to that mysterious dragon young. If the tool works well, then it stays in your hand for now. If it doesn't work well anymore, just throw it away. It's not a big deal to people. In fact, it was true that after Chao Jerry was sentenced to death in his previous life, the Ruelong Group disappeared quietly though. But it was in that year that Yuan Taiming's Goldman Sachs Group, all of a sudden, rose to prominence and frantically opened the mode of mergers and acquisitions. Is it really a coincidence that in less than a year's time, the snake swallowed the elephant and became the new leading enterprise in Haishi province? Or is everyone just playing dumb and just helping the Rylon Group change their shells? Where's the evidence? Do you have it with you now? Song Hwaimin asked with a somewhat hoarse voice after a moment of silence. The evidence is now in the hands of a reporter from the Law Journal, who is waiting outside the guest house to meet with you. Mangsun hurriedly said back. You go and let him in. If the evidence is conclusive, I'll have to make a trip to the Provincial Party Committee compound right away to do so. Song Hwaimin took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'm going to call them in. Mangsun said in response while he got up swiftly and walked outward with quick steps. Is this kid a blessing or a curse for me? Looking at Mangsun's back as he left, Song Hwaimin's gaze was complicated in his heart. 2 hours later, Song Hwaimin left the Provincial Party Committee's guest house with a gloomy face and entered the Provincial Party Committee's compound once again. Because he had just spoken to Mei Shangping on the phone, he didn't go to Villa 7 this time, but went straight to the Political and Legal Committee office building. Now, in this day and age, the provincial committees have not yet begun to separate. Discipline Inspection Commission, Political and Law Commission, Organization Department, are all in the provincial party committee compound inside the office, only not in the same office building. Comrade Huimin, what a coincidence. You're here to see Secretary May? Song Huimin walked all the way in a hurry, and before he could get under the office building of the political and legal committee, he was called by a leader of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Yes, Minister Wang, I've come to report something to Secretary May. Song Huimin raised the spirit of 1,200,000 points. The attitude of respectfully echoed. Wang Mingquan is not an ordinary leader of the provincial party committee standing committee. He is also a direct member of the second generation of the Wang family. To put it mildly, if you really want to talk about the roots, he, Song Huimin, is just a supernumerary, and Wang Mingquan is the true second generation of the revolution. On top of that, there was the fact that the relationship between the Mo and Wang families, which he relied on, had always been poor. The two old families had some minor conflicts during the war. As time sinks in, not only do these small conflicts not dissolve, but they are becoming more and more somewhat unraveled. Especially in recent years, the old men of the two families have retired to the second line one after another. The fight for a place in the third generation final round has reached a white-hot stage. On the Wang family's side, the third generation leader of their own family, Wang Mingjun, was introduced, and on the Mo family's side, it was Song Huimin. However, since the Wang family was identified much earlier, the third generation of the flag corps of their camp, so in terms of layout, it is in a distant position. Currently, Wang Mingjun is already the secretary of the municipal party committee of a prefecture-level city over in the eastern province, a small step ahead of Song Huimin. Don't look at it as a small step, but it's a decisive advantage when it counts. As long as Wang Mingjun himself does not have any big problems, vice province, the threshold for him, is already on the agenda. So Song Huimin would have to show his ability very brightly to catch up head-on. That's what led to Old Man Mo's push to get him down to Zhengzhou. To put it bluntly, Mr. Mo is also looking at the current secretary of the municipal party committee of Zhengzhou, Chao Weigua, will soon retire to the second line. As long as Song Huimin can seize this gap to perform well, then you can take a step to heaven, directly from the hands of Chao Weigua, to take over the throne of the municipal party secretary. This is also the fastest shortcut to be able to catch up with Wang Mingjun. Of course, this arrangement is also a bit risky. If Song Huimin doesn't show his ability and seize the opportunity during this gap period, then he will be a step behind his competitors completely. The result is bound to be that Wang Mingjun successfully crosses the threshold of the vice province, and then enters the sequence of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. At that point, the winds of the situation will basically be clear. Even if Song Huimin rises to the occasion and catches up again, with no advantage in age, you're also falling behind, and you're definitely going to be slightly worse off in terms of rankings. In the finals, people can naturally press you to the top just by that. It's because the competition is tougher. So Wang Mo's two families, don't look on the surface everyone meets with a smile, but only you know what's actually in your heart. So in this situation, Song Huimin naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. Not to mention that people Wang Mingquan is still the provincial party committee organization minister, holding a province's personnel power. This could have serious consequences if it offends someone. Comrade Huimin, more to find the leadership to report their thoughts. This is a good thing. Our party has always been a materialist theorist, and now is precisely the need for you young cadres, for the construction of the country's economic reforms to add bricks and mortar, for you this time to go to Zhengzhou to take up a new job. I am personally still looking forward to it. You in the Development and Reform Commission Party newspaper article I read, on the development of a new era of the construction, which is very good. It is very good. I have read your article in the party newspaper of the Development and Reform Commission, on the development and construction in the new era, which is very good. This time you go to Zhengzhou main government, just can practice their own theories. See if you can lead the people of Zhengzhou to break out of a piece of heaven. To achieve what you say the people rich country can only rich vision. Wang Mingquan, just 50 years old this year, in the leadership of the provincial party committee, is considered to be a relatively young cadres, coupled with their own background rooted in the red, speak and act naturally more domineering some. He appeared to be recognizing Song Huimin's philosophy of governance, but from the look on his face and the tone of his voice, the knockout was still very clear. But people do have the money to be arrogant. 50 years old in the beginning of the provincial party committee organization minister, which is also very uncommon when looking at the country. Minister, you said yes. I was sent down to Zhengzhou this time. The main task is to serve the people. I will do my best to bring the 10 million folks in Zhengzhou city, to complete the task explained by the organization, to remove the hat of the poverty-stricken region. Song Huimin said with lowered eyebrows and eyes, his attitude still maintained in a respectful manner. Good. Just be determined. Wang Mingquan, eyes flashing, full of smiles, said, "This time you go to Jiangzhou to take office. I will personally send you to the office," but also counted to give you support and courage, so that you can be more fully committed to the municipal work, with Jiangzhou City, the folks together towards prosperity. Minister, thank you for your support. I will make sure that the organization will not let you down. Song Huimin immediately voted and said, "Comrade Huimin, it doesn't matter if you let me down, but don't let the organization down. The organization has high expectations of you," Wang Mingquan said with a smirk. The meaning outside his words is very revealing and clear. "You Song Huimin do not sing any high profile in front of me. Jiangzhou City, this stage is given to you. If you do not play well, let the organization to disappoint. There is no second such a good opportunity. Minister, don't worry, I will definitely keep a strict restraint, and will never let down the organization. The trust and expectation on me." Song Huimin raised his eyes and said with a very solemn look, "Comrade Huimin, it seems that you have a lot of confidence. Good, then I'll be waiting for your shortcuts to arrive." Wang Mingquan reached out his hand and patted Song Huimin's shoulder, and in the midst of a very friendly atmosphere with each other, he ended the conversation in this chance encounter. And just in the moment of turning around to part ways, the smiling color in Wang Mingquan's eyes spiraled away and turned much more somber. Song Huimin just seemed to be respectful to him, but the words were all soft knives. What won't live up to the expectations of the organization? Isn't that what he's trying to tell him? Organizational expectations can be more than just Wang Mingjun. Song Huimin is also within the organization's inspection list. We're all on the same starting line now, and your Wang family hasn't won yet. Isn't it a little early to be trying to pop the champagne at halftime? Worthy of being the person that old man Mo has his eye on. This bone is really hard, but I really want to know a little bit. How hard can this bone of yours be? Originally I wanted to let you cycle and gradually slowly fall into the quagmire. Since you're so confident now, then I'll give you an appetizer to taste first, to see how strong your digestive ability really is. Wang Mingquan is essentially the kind of person who is very cold and arrogant and superior in his bones. Don't look at him on the surface. He was kind to everyone, but in reality, there weren't many people who could be put in his eyes. This kind of person tends to be very narrow-minded, and how can he possibly endure Song Huimin's soft knife to his top? Therefore, he decided that he must ruthlessly give Song Huimin a lesson. Let Song Huimin despair intuitively feel that even if you are a hard bone, I can still grind you alive. After Wang Mingquan hurriedly walked quickly back to his office, he took out a cell phone from his desk drawer and immediately made the call. A few moments later, the cell phone on the other side was connected, and Wang Mingquan directly opened his mouth and commanded, "Change the plan. Take that point in the Bright Mansion and detonate it for me." Time rewind to an hour ago. Inside a private club in Huaichang that was not open to the public, Sun Jiliang, the former mayor of Jiangzhou City, was discussing important matters in secret with a middle-aged man with a somewhat fat figure. This body-fat middle-aged man is probably about 50 years old, with dark skin and a black mole on the corner of his eye. His voice was like muffled thunder when he spoke, and he really had a sense of immediacy as the god of the evil door. If Wei Shilong was here, he would be appalled to recognize it. This body-fat middle-aged man. It is in the provincial capital to participate in the fight against black and evil special meeting. Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau Secretary and Party Secretary He Xuanqing. Old He, how are the preparations on Tiger Yu's side? Don't drop any chains for me halfway, otherwise I can't explain to Minister Wang. Sun Jiliang raised his hand and patted his head, forcibly resisting the feeling of alcohol on his head and said, "You can rest assured. I just confirmed before coming. His side has been arranged. As long as the new mayor's car into the city, they will start to do. The reporter also find a good, this time absolutely can locomotive factory restructuring of the matter. To poke through the sky to go." He Xuanqing put down the wine glass in his hand and suppressed his voice. "Alas, cannot go wrong on good. Minister Wang, that person you also know, always is not to ask the process as long as the results. This time if the matter is not done, if, both of us can be no good fruit to eat." Sun Jiliang first sighed, and then immediately afterward, as if he remembered something, he hurriedly asked out loud in a nervous tone, "By the way, you didn't let Tiger Yu know that Minister Wang exists?" No. How dare I?" He Xuanqing sniffed and quickly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Tiger Yu only knows that there's someone behind me, but doesn't know who it is, and you know that guy is slippery as hell, and I've hammered him several times before he's completely honest." Who is Tiger Yu? The biggest hoodlum leader in Jiangzhou City. For all the unscrupulous bad things he has done in his daily life, it is enough to shoot him several times in the execution ground. If Yuan Taiming still belongs to the gray area, then this Yu Tiger is completely black in the end. Earlier in the year, he also robbed the building materials business with Yuan Taiming, and was severely cleaned up by Yuan Taiming. At that time, if it wasn't for He Xuanqing, who pulled him in the dark. The prosecutor's office is all set to criminally prosecute him and transfer him to the court for sentencing. After that blow, Tiger Yu was also honest. However, he unconditionally withdrew from any industry in which Yuan Taiming had meddled. In the end, he was forced to do nothing but to open an underground casino. I didn't realize that once he got into the business, it was really made for him, relying on a group of ruthless fighters. But 5 or 6 years down the line, Tiger Yu has basically monopolized the underground casinos in Zhengzhou City. In addition, He Xuanqing gave him an umbrella. The flames of arrogance is again up a lot. Some time ago, there was also a small conflict with Yuan Taiming again because of the ownership of a few storefronts. This Tiger Yu has recently gotten angry again. It's a problem. Sun Jiliang squeezed the wine cup in his hand. The coldness in his eyes unconsciously surged out. Being a dog should have the awareness of being a dog. Now that you're just a little bit full, you want to turn against your master. This kind of dog will only be a tale of trouble if he continues to stay. And the best way to deal with him is to slaughter him and find a new obedient dog. He had already scouted for a new dog and had given a little benefit of the doubt. But the dog was a bit of a bad influence, and refused to let them take shares in the mine. So he had no choice but to abandon him early. That new dog is no one else but Meng Xiangfeng, the boss of Jianghai Mining. Tiger Yu has indeed drifted a bit lately. He dares to disobey even my greetings. And if I hadn't knocked him hard a few times this time, he wouldn't be obedient now. I'm afraid. Speaking of this, He Xuanqing's face clouded over. Originally, he wanted to support an obedient dog, so that he could secretly fight against Yuan Taiming, so that the other party's temper would not be so arrogant. But now this dog was even a little disobedient, and wanted to bite back at his master. Such poorly fed watchdogs would indeed be a nuisance if they stayed for long. After this time is over, let's take care of Tiger Yu's side. It's useless to keep a disobedient dog, Sun Jiliang said as he heavily put down the wine glass in his hand. The reason he had to make such a decision. One reason is because he has now been transferred out of Zhengzhou, and his invisible hold on Zhengzhou will only get weaker in the future. Secondly, because Tiger Yu really knows a lot of things about him. This kind of person left behind is a scourge. Maybe one day to stab a big basket will bring him into it. So instead of being troublesome when the time comes, it would be better to cut the Gordian knot and get rid of this hidden danger now, lest it affect his progress in the career path in the future. Okay, then I'll listen to you, and after this is over, I'll find a way to make him disappear. He Xuanqing grabbed his wine glass and tilted his head back to fiercely smother a mouthful of wine before directly nodding his head in agreement. He and Sun Jiliang have long been secretly bound together in depth, belonging to the kind of glory and loss. Tiger Yu is a hidden danger to Sun Jiliang, and how can he be any different? Over the years he has received a lot of favors from Tiger Yu, and these are all deadly time bombs. Instead of worrying about him exploding later, it would be better to dispose of this bomb now, so that he and Sun Jiliang could also get rid of the heartache. Minister Wang still holds you in high regard. Yuan, put your heart into your stomach. Soon you will be able to sit in that position that you have dreamed of for a long time. Sun Jiliang raised his hand and patted He Xuanqing's shoulder, and said with a smile on his face as he drew a big pie, "Mayor, then I'd like to thank, in advance, you and Minister Wang for cultivating me." He Xuanqing said with a light of joy blooming in his eyes. He didn't even have much progress to look forward to, but who would have thought that the peaks and valleys would turn around? It is surprising that Sun Jiliang would be the new provincial party committee organization minister's man. This is why he secretly turned his back on the Chao family and sided with Sun Jiliang. Chao Weigua could no longer give him what he wanted, and he could only fight for it on his own. A position as a municipal law clerk was enough for him to take a chance. People like him, who have no roots and no background, can rely on seniority to survive to the position of Director of Public Security, has already reached the pinnacle of his career. If you want to go further, you can only rely on the promotion of the leaders above you. Originally he put his hopes on Chao Weigua, but Chao Weigua simply did not have the intention to promote him, only want to peacefully retire to the second line, to stay in the position of Director of the Municipal People's Congress. In this case, he could only find another way out. I'm not the mayor anymore. You should call me. He Xuanqing hadn't finished saying this when the cell phone on the dining table suddenly rang. He grabbed his cell phone to see the caller, and then he got up and answered it in a hurry. A few minutes later, the call ended. Sun Jiliang said to He Xuanqing with a pale face, "The minister's latest instruction is for us to change our plan and directly detonate the Bright Mansion." Detonate? Detonate the light building? When He Xuanqing heard this, the wine glass in his hand banged and fell on top of the dining table. Bright Mansion, that is the project of Ruilong Group, to really detonate the inside of the black material inside. The entire Zhengzhou officialdom up and down, afraid of, immediately ushered in a wave of 9-level earthquake. Those municipal party committee leaders, are not necessarily able to get out of the body safely. Mayor, Ruelong group, that's a hornet's nest. Do we really want to poke it? He Xuanqing's face began to panic, and he trembled before lighting a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. We can't afford to offend Ruelong group. So on Minister Wang's side, can we afford to offend him? Sun Jiliang asked rhetorically with a bitter smile. Don't look at him as a current departmental cadre, but in front of those really big shots, what does he count for? He was only half a level lower than Wang Mingquan if he was divided according to the administrative level, but it's that half a grade. For most hall-level officials, that's a chasm that's hard to cross in a lifetime. For example, he himself, if nothing unexpected, aged to the line. The best result is to retire to the CPPCC to go up as a deputy. The National People's Congress, that is, don't even think about it. In this case, if he wants to continue to climb, not to find a backer, not to listen to the leadership greetings, that is not in the road to cut off their own career. To put it more plainly, there is no difference between him and that tiger Yu in Jiangzhou. At most the distribution class of the food chain is different. Furthermore, he was now too deeply bound to the Wang family, and at this moment, even if he wanted to withdraw, he couldn't do so, unless he is willing to completely cut off his career path and give up those powers that are already in his hands. He can only continue down the road one step at a time. Even if he knew that there was a cliff ahead, he would have to jump blindfolded and hard. Politics is filthy and dirty, but power is a rejuvenating medicine for a man, and once you've felt the wonders of power, you can't give it up again. So what do you suggest we do? Are we really going to stir up that hornet's nest that is the Bright Mansion? He Xuanqing said with trembling eyelids. This is not a small matter. Really, if that hornet's nest to burst, Jiangzhou will have countless large and small officials for the funeral. If the political stand is not clear, then it's an ineffective stand, and the result will only be to offend both sides. Besides, do you think there's still a possibility for the two of us to jump against each other now? Sun Jiliang mood gradually calmed down. His eyes cold and ghostly to He Xuanqing, said, are now this step. We too, even if you want to retreat, cannot be backed up. Ruelong group is not to be messed with. But you should not forget what the background of the minister of the origin of the Wang. We only need to give the thing to do the secretive point. Ruelong group of people, even if you want to hold accountable after the fact, that also have to be able to want to hold accountable the talent line. When He Xuanqing heard this, his smoking fingers trembled once again. It's a big gamble. If the bet is won, he and Sun Jiliang's future career, naturally, will be winless and smooth sailing. But if they lost the bet, Ruelong group would definitely not let them go. At that time, the best thing that could happen to him and Sun Jiliang would be to be double expelled by the organization and sentenced to prison. Both of us are from the bottom up. Can make it to this point today, pay the hardship only we know, but now the road in front of us has been blocked by the stone. If we do not move the stone ourselves, then it can only stop here. Are you really just willing? Seeing He Xuanqing in the middle of hesitation, Sun Jiliang immediately added a fire. Said, as expected. After He Xuanqing heard this, the ambition in his eyes to advance was instantly ignited. He once again smothered a mouthful of wine. A trace of ruthlessness surfaced on his face and said, when the time comes to make a decision, it will be messed up. Then do it. You Tiger's side, I'll go to do the ideological work. We must let him give things to do seamlessly. In addition to waiting for the things to end later, let him completely disappear from Jiangzhou. That's right. Since we can't even get off the ship anymore, let's do whatever the captain says. Sun Jiliang raised the wine cup in his hand and said with a shallow smile. He Xuanqing did not say anything when he heard the words. He just poured himself a glass of wine in silence, then raised the glass in his hand and resolutely chose this road home. Just like what Sun Jiliang said, since he couldn't get off the ship now, he could only follow the captain's path. As for the end of this road, whether it is the road of life or death, it depends on the will of God. At the same time, Song Huaimin also entered into Mei Shengping's office, handing over all the criminal materials in his hands regarding Li Zhiheng and Chao Gurui to Mei Shengping. Mei Shengping did not immediately go through the material after receiving it. Instead, with a gaze of grave scrutiny, he surveyed Song Huaimin and asked, where did all these things come from? Song Huaimin did not lie. Immediately told Mei Shengping the ins and outs of the matter. Originally, of course, he was hiding something in a small way. Take for example the fact that Meng Sun gave him the little note. He didn't say anything about it. 1. Because it was too shocking. And 2. Because he felt that Meng Sun was useful to him. So he gave it protection. Otherwise, if Mei Shengping knew about the little note, he was afraid that in less than an hour's time, Meng Sun would have to be taken away by the State Security Department to start those unknown interrogations. In that case, that whistleblower turned these materials over to you because he had some sort of interest dispute with Li Zhiheng and the Chao family. Mei Shengping wrinkled his brow and made a concluding remark. Yes, and I've already gone to confirm it. the father of that whistleblower, has indeed been Zhengzhou City People's Procuratorate forced to give detention. Song Huimin nodded and said, Wyoming, do you think the report in here is credible? Mei Shangping asked, narrowing his eyes. Secretary Mei, I've probably looked at it a few times, and it should all be true. Song Huimin whispered back, then this is interesting. A Zhengzhou local name of the small businessman is just. He is from where to grasp so much reporting material. Is it possible that he also has what special access to the channel? Mei Shangping said to himself while putting these materials on his desk and began to scrutinize them. And as time passed, Mei Shangping's face became more and more grave. And in the end, it was even completely dark. He was now quite certain that all these reports were true, because in the archives of the Political and Legal Committee, there were also similar related reports. Only they were not as detailed as these materials. The most important thing is that on this material, there is even the address where Li Zhiheng hid the stolen goods, which is simply ironclad evidence. But now there is a key problem is that Li Zhiheng is good to deal with. Directly go through the organizational process on the line. What about Margaret Cho? If the content of this report, all can be confirmed, then to Chao Guruwei sentenced to death is not too much. But now in this political environment, Chao Jerry is really cannot move on. If you really move Chao Guruwei, if the person hiding behind him gets annoyed, he, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, is afraid that they will all follow along with the melon nagging. Wyoming, what do you think about these two reports? Tell me? Mei Shangping raised his hand and pinched his brow, his eyes somewhat obscure and unclear as he asked. Secretary Mei, I think so. Li Zhiheng violated the law and discipline. The organization should be dealt with how to deal with. But this Chao Guruwei we cannot move. Just can be taken out to sell a person's love. Song Huimin had already thought about how these two would be handled on the way here just now. And the response was naturally sharp. Selling favors? Sell whose favor? Mei Shangping froze at his words, not quite reacting for a moment to what Song Huimin meant by this extra hint. Uncle Mei, Wang Mingjun is going too well over there in the eastern province, so we have to put some pressure on him. Song Huimin wasn't addressing Secretary Mei this time, but used a more intimate title. And after Mei Shangping heard this, finally reacted to what Song Huimin meant, his face suddenly was a huge change. Wyoming, are you crazy? How dare you have this thought? Mei Shangping got up in a huff, fire blazing in both eyes. If anything, the battle for the third-generation flag is still in the starting blocks. The battle for that second-generation flag is now in a white-hot sprint. This time period is the most sensitive and the most dangerous. Everyone is secretly watching which way the wind is blowing and can't wait to hide at the ends of the earth to avoid this political storm. Song Huimin was good. Not only did he not avoid it, but he even tried to take the initiative to pass the knife. Isn't that nothing to do with putting yourself in harm's way? And to put it mildly, Song Huimin was now representing not just him alone, but the inclined attitude of the entire Mo family camp. In the unlikely event that this was a wrong bet, everyone within the Mo family's camp would be afraid that they would be implicated in the suppression of this matter. Uncle Mei, don't be in a hurry to get angry. I know that this matter is very dangerous, so I was thinking, can we borrow someone else's hand to give this away? Song Huimin said as his eyes flickered. Borrow someone else's hand? Mei Shangping wrinkled his brow and asked, do you already have something in mind? Yes, I do. Song Huimin nodded and told Mei Shangping the whole truth about his plan. Hiss. After hearing Song Huimin's meticulous and peerless plan, Mei Shangping couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This plan was simply dancing on the tip of a knife. But if it worked, it would indeed be able to achieve what Song Huimin had hoped for. You can sell the favor without fear of offending those final round candidates. The plan, in short, is still highly feasible. If all can be accomplished smoothly, Song Huimin will not only be able to open up the political situation in Zhengzhou in one fell swoop, and it might even be possible to get a few of the woofers in the hole. Huimin, let me think again about this plan. It's not a trivial matter. If it's really going to be done, then it has to be done without fail, and can't leave any loose ends. Mei Shangping was a bit moved, but in the end, reason prevailed. The decision on whether or not to start the program will have to be made by the old leader. Without the old leader's tacit approval, he definitely wouldn't have dared to take the liberty of letting Song Huimin start this program. After all, Song Huimin is not some ordinary hall-level cadre, but the flag of the Mo family's competition for the next generation of finalists. Even a little steady progress is better than taking that risk. Okay, this matter is not in a hurry. You can take your time to consider. I just think that this opportunity is rare. It is just the right time to embrace the grass and hit the rabbit. The Wang family in the Haishi province side of the layout. To clear off some. Song Huimin nodded and smiled, and did not overly force Mei Shangping to agree to this plan. After all, this is really not a small matter. Really, if you decide to do it, The Wang family side certainly will not sit still. A political game conflict is naturally difficult to avoid. Of course there are pros and cons to everything. If we can pull this plan off, that side had gotten a favor and would definitely return the favor, secretly giving the Mo family a little something in return. For example, suppressing the difficulty of Wang Mingjuan's entry into the vice-provincial level is completely doable for that side. East Province is the people's territory. Really, if you want to pressure Wang Mingjun, unless the Wang family is willing to take out political resources to exchange, or dumb loss is eaten. Why mean? Chao Jerry's matter aside, that Li Zhiheng definitely can't get away. If you have an idea, I can push for it in the provincial party committee to take him down as fast as possible, Mei Shangping said with a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Song Huaimin would get carried away and grab Chao Garue and not let go of this matter, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Song Huaimin's political mind, or very mature and sensible. Unlike that Wang Mingquan, too easy to radicalize on the head. Uncle Mei, about Li Zhiheng, let's wait until after I take office, Song Huaimin said with a flickering gaze. Li Zhiheng was a great bait for him right now. If it's utilized well, it may be a one-time opportunity to establish his authority as the new mayor. As an authority. Alright, it seems that you have an idea in mind. Then I'll keep this whistleblowing material for you for now. And when you need it, I'll help you play this card out. Mei Shangping was able to make it to the position of secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee. That political wisdom must be extraordinary. Although Song Huaimin did not say anything straight, he could already tell that Song Huaimin was ready to fish with a straight hook in Jiangzhou. The more fish this catches, the more favorable it will be for Song Huaimin to rectify the Jiangzhou officialdom later. Being able to know how to advance and retreat, not being in a hurry, and not being bad at politics, it's no wonder that the old leadership holds him in such high regard. The more Mei Shangping looks at Song Huaimin, the more satisfied he is, but it is a pity that he only has a son and not much of a daughter. Otherwise, if he could have recruited Song Huaimin as a son-in-law earlier, he would have been able to inherit his legacy in politics. Alas, it's a pity. If that asshole in my family could be as good as this kid, I wouldn't have to worry about no one being able to take care of him after I retire. Just as Mei Shangping was secretly lamenting, inside the provincial party committee's guest house, Meng Sun also received an urgent call from Chen Wenjun. Little seeker, something's happened. That old boy, Chen Dekai, escaped from the mine. What's going on? Why did he suddenly run away from the mine when he was fine? Meng Sun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly spoke out to ask after him. I do not know. Is to eat a meal of effort only. That old boy people disappeared. I have sent people everywhere to look for, but until now there is no news back. I'm afraid that the old boy has fled back to the Jiangzhou. Sorry, a small search. It is all because of my negligence of his custody. Chen Wenjun said. Then to his face, ruthlessly greeted 2 slaps. June, now is not the time to blame ourselves. We need to quickly think of a remedy before we can do so. Meng Sun forced down the feeling of anxiety in his heart and said to Chen Wenjun, let our people not wait for any good opportunities. Hurry up and make a move on Yuan Jichang. If Chen Dekai was really taken away by Yuan Taiming's side, then Yuan Jichang is our best bargaining chip right now. Good. I will now inform them to do it immediately. Chen Wenjun said and hung up the phone. He also knew very well in his heart that once Chen Dekai fell into Yuan Taiming's hands, Meng Sun would completely surface from the water, and Yuan Taiming would definitely make the first move against Meng Sun as well. The wind is picking up. Meng Sun raised his hand and pushed open the window, listening to the rustling wind outside the window, his eyes filled with the color of gravity. Although it was still unknown, what was the inside story of Chen Dekai's escape, but if it was really related to Yuan Taiming's people, then his intention to hide in the shadows and fish in troubled waters would definitely not work. Whether he was willing or not, he would be facing off against Yuan Taiming straight away, and he had a feeling this showdown would happen soon, and Yuan Taiming would come to see him in person. Come on, the grudges of our past lives and the hatred of this life, let's do it all at once, to make an end. While Meng Sun's eyes flashed with a cold aura, his 5 fingers were clenched tightly together. At the same time, Chen Dekai, who had been painstakingly searched for by Chen Wenjun, had followed his cousin Chen Guanwei to the Yuan family's stronghold in Jiangzhou, inside the Century Grand Palace. Wei, tell me honestly, are your sister-in-law and the others really okay now? Chen Dekai bit his lower lip and reconfirmed with worry. Brother, you still don't believe my words, do you? Chen Guanwei gave him a cross glance, his face looking a bit impatient, and said, as long as you honestly tell Mr. Yuan everything you know, sister-in-law and Xiao Lei will be able to return home safely. Speaking of this, Chen Guanwei looked like he suddenly remembered something and asked in a suppressed voice. That account book wasn't lost, was it? I have given you a guarantee in front of General Manager Yuan, so don't harm me. It's not lost, It's not lost. I've hidden it all well. Chen Dekai lowered his eyelids and said casually and perfunctorily, how can he have any books now? If I wasn't worried about my wife and kids, I would have run for my life. It's good that we didn't lose it. That ledger is a very important thing to Mr. Yuan. If there's a problem, both of us will have to suffer. Chen Guanwei did not notice the look of weakness on Chen Dekai's face, and thought it was a big success. Immediately, with a joyful smile, he said to Chen Dekai, brother, this time, the two of us have made a great achievement. Mr. Yuan, he definitely won't treat us poorly, and your $1 million will soon be in your hands as well. Ah Wei, let me be honest with you. In fact, that ledger. Seeing that his cousin had even begun to think of going to Yuan's family to ask for credit and rewards, Chen Dekai was really unable to suppress the trepidation in his heart under the shock and fear. Just as he was planning to make a complete confession to Chen Guanwei, a tall and strong man who looked like he was not to be messed with walked towards them with quick steps. Brother Biao, this is my cousin Chen Dekai, who manages the finances under Meng Xiangfeng. When Chen Guanwei saw the visitor, he hurriedly accompanied him with a smile to make introductions. You're Chen Dekai? Yuan Zhengbiao didn't bother with Chen Guanwei. His gaze carried a scrutinizing flavor as he sized up Chen Dekai. Yes, I'm Chen Dekai. All to the lair of others, even if the heart again afraid. Chen Dekai can only be hard to recognize. Come with me, my uncle is in the office, waiting for you, Yuan Zhengbiao said as he beckoned to Chen Dekai. Pio, what about me? Chen Guanwei came over and asked. You do what you have to do. Why ask me? Yuan Zhengbiao didn't sniff and glared at him in a good-natured way. F***ck. I went through all this trouble to get someone back from that **TTY place on the mine, so now you want to take all the credit, and you're not afraid of bracing yourself to death. Chen Guanwei's heart cursed, but his face did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Can only be quietly to Chen Dekai made a wink, suggesting that he should not forget to say a few more words for himself. Hurry up, don't make my uncle wait and get anxious. As Yuan Zhengbiao said this, he quickly walked ahead and began to lead the way at the head. Although Chen Dekai was scared to death in his heart at the moment, he couldn't do anything else at such a time and could only follow up with anxiety. 10 minutes later, the two of them walked out from within the elevator entrance and pushed the door into Yuan Taiming's office. Yuan Taiming was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to make a phone call at this time, and it seemed that something very bad had happened, and Chen Dekai vaguely heard the word kidnapping. Time passed like this for a while before Yuan Taiming hung up the phone with a gloomy face and anger. Uncle, I've brought the man. He's the accountant under Meng Xiangfeng. Yuan Zhengbiao pointed at Chen Dekai and said, is there something wrong with the mining on that molybdenum mine in Meng Xiangfeng? Yuan Taiming's entire mood was on the verge of erupting at this time, so he didn't bother to say any more nonsense, and asked directly touching on the core vital issues. There are some minor problems, mainly the process in terms of formalities and approvals. It hasn't been completely finished yet, and Boss Meng has let the people start digging. Chen Dekai carefully echoed. Then that means he, Meng Xiangfeng, is in the government process approval, has not yet passed the case, began to privately mining for sale to the public? Yuan Taiming lit a cigarette, leaned back and leaned on the desk, making a concluding statement and said, that's probably what it means. What else could Chen Dekai say? He could only agree casually, but if you want to say it's a big deal, it's not that big of a deal, although the approval procedures are not yet complete, but Meng Xiangfeng's deposit, as well as a variety of qualification materials, all of which have been submitted, just missing the last competent unit leader to sign. If this were 20 years from now, there's no doubt it would be a prison sentence, but in this day and age, Meng Xiangfeng's case is by no means an isolated one, and there are people even more rampant than him, attributed to the country's gold mine or people dare to private mining. The local government departments are also turning a blind eye pretend blind. These are still small players, those really big players, taking advantage of the country's current market economy restructuring on the juncture. The amount of state assets embezzled, you cannot imagine, especially mineral resources. A coal mine that has been making excessive profits every year, can be made to lose money directly by the local government with a wave of the hand, at a cabbage price, sold to those mysterious interests. Ruelong Group is a good example, acquiring those quality state-owned assets everywhere in Haishi province, but the price offered is about the same as beating the road hustlers. It is possible that state assets worth $10 million can be bought by Ruelong Group for only $500,000. And that's $500,000 in mergers and acquisitions, or a loan from the bank. In other words, Ruelong Group has acquired a quality state-owned asset worth tens of millions of dollars without utilizing a single penny of its own cash. This kind of ingenious money-making speed, I'm afraid that only the money printing machine can barely catch up. So if you're serious about this kind of thing, who's cleaner than who? Yuan Taiming himself did not do less of this kind of thing. otherwise Tian Shang Building Materials, and how it is possible in just a few years, became the leading enterprises in Zhengzhou City. I heard from Biaozi that you have a private black book about Meng Xiangfeng in your hands, don't you? Yuan Taiming exhaled nicotine smoke, his gaze somewhat cold and ghostly, and once again asked out loud, there is a ledger, but that ledger. Chen Dekai's face began to turn white and his speech began to shiver. Fuck, what are you shaking for? Pissing your pants? Seeing Chen Dekai shivering and unable to speak, Yuan Zhangbiao scolded out loud while raising his hand and slapped him hard on the face. Biaozi, how many times have I told you? Do things with reason, don't move and get into the hands of people. We are businessmen, not those gangsters on the street punks. Although Yuan Taiming's mouth was criticizing Yuan Jingbiao, the look on his face did not have a hint of wanting to blame. He sauntered over to Chen Dekai's body and said softly and soothingly with a false smile on his face, don't be afraid, as long as you give me the ledger, all three of your family will be fine, and I'll be true to my word and give you $1 million in cash as a token of appreciation. Having said that, Yuan Taiming waited for Chen Dekai's emotions to gradually stabilize before he asked again without haste, can you tell me now, where exactly is that account book now? Mr. Yuan, that account book is no longer with me now. Chen Dekai was scared to the point of shaking like a sieve, and said with a somewhat trembling voice, Yuan Taiming is known as a smiling tiger in Zhengzhou. Don't see him smiling at you when he talks, but if any of your words upset him, it's not easy to slap you in the face, and it's quite possible to put you in the hospital. What does it mean that it's not with you anymore? Yuan Taiming's brows wrinkled when he heard this. Pop. Yuan Zhengbiao was obviously not the type of person who had good patience, and he threw another slap at Chen Dekai's face, and stretched out his hands and ruthlessly grabbed Chen Dekai collar. Eyes fierce threatened, I advise you had better think clearly and then speak, or your wife and child's safety. I cannot dare to give you a guarantee. Mr. Yuan, my wife and children are innocent. I beg you never hurt them. They really don't know anything. Chen Dekai did not care about the fiery pain on his face, and said in a bitter voice, he may not be a good person, but he is responsible for his family, so knowing full well that it might be dangerous to come on this trip today, however, he still resolutely chose to escape from the mine and follow Chen Guanwei to meet Yuan Taiming, for the sake of trying to keep his wife and kids safe. You said you don't have the ledger, so where is it? Yuan Taiming extinguished the cigarette in his hand and asked with a somewhat obscure and unclear face. I don't know, that the account book is lost, said Chen Dekai through gritted teeth. I don't know. Lost? That's not the answer I want. I'm going to give you one more chance. Think before you answer me. Your wife and child will be able to go home safe and sound today depending on this next statement. Yuan Taiming said with an expressionless face. Mr. Yuan, my wife and children they don't know anything. Chen Dekai explained in a heartfelt manner. I don't care if they know the inside story. All I want to know now is where is the ledger? Yuan Taiming said with a gloomy face. This is your last chance. If the answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll let your son live his next life, only in a wheelchair. Meng Sun. It was Meng Sun who took the ledger from me. Hearing that his only son might be harmed, Chen Dekai's psychological defenses were completely shattered. He growled the words in an almost devastated tone. Meng Sun? When Yuan Taiming heard this name, he vaguely felt some familiarity, but he forgot exactly where he had heard it before. Uncle, it's that little brat from Meng Xiangfeng's family, Yuan Zhengbiao reminded from the side. No wonder I feel so familiar. It seems like I'm still classmates with Ji Qiang. Yuan Taiming narrowed his eyes, his face slightly composed for a moment before continuing to press Chen Dekai. Where did that Meng Sun go with your account book? Mr. Yuan, I really don't know. I have been locked up in the mine these days. Chen Wenjun is also very precautionary to me. Simply do not let me come into contact with the outside world. This time it is also my cousin who knows the people in the mine, secretly brought me the news. Otherwise I have to know what is going on. Do not know it, Chen Dekai said bitterly. Since you don't know anything, take your wife and kids and go home and get a life. Yuan Taiming suddenly laughed without warning and reached out to pat Chen Dekai's shoulder and said, Uncle, we can't just let him go. When Yuan Zhengbiao, who was on the side, heard this, he was immediately on fire and anxious. Biaozi, how many times have I told you to convince people with reason? We are not the kind of social hooligans like Tiger Yu. We can't do anything illegal or criminal. Yuan Taiming's gaze was faint, and he crossed Yuan Zhengbiao's eyes and said, for the character of this dear uncle of his own family, Yuan Zhengbiao still understands it very well, and has never been a master of saying one thing or another. Since the words had already been said, there was categorically no possibility of backtracking. Although there is some pain in his heart, Yuan Zhengbiao still honestly obeyed the command and took Chen Dekai to go to the underground garage to raise the person. Meng Sun, it's just a little brat. Where did he get such a big backbone to dare to call me out like that? Can't it be that someone is trying to lend him a hand and make trouble against me? Yuan Taiming's gaze was gloomy and he fell into a state of contemplation. An hour later, Yuan Zhengbiao returned to his office. He was still a little upset in his heart and asked, "Uncle, why are you letting him go? I feel that there must still be something in that old boy's belly. If you let me personally give him a dig, I'm sure I can still dig up something. I just got word that Ji Cheng has been kidnapped," Yuan Taiming said with a cold, expressionless face. What? Yuan Zhengbiao was startled when he heard this. Zhengzhou City, but a little bit of energy relations of people. There is no one who does not know the identity of Yuan Ji Cheng. Those who are on the road are even more clear. Who can be messed with? What cannot be messed with? Kidnapping the son of the boss of Tianshang Building Materials in broad daylight. This is not tired of living and looking for death. Uncle, is it someone from Tiger Yu's side who did this? I'll bring my brothers to settle the score with him. Yuan Zhengbiao was exasperated and gritted his teeth, and immediately had to gather his men to do the job. This shouldn't be done by Tiger Yu. He doesn't have that much guts. In all likelihood it's Meng's family that did it. Most likely that number one hitter under Meng Xiangfeng, Chen Wenjun. Yuan Taiming once again lit a cigarette for himself and said as he gulped in the smoke. Fuck. I have long looked at Chen Wenjun. That son of a bitch is not good. Not just squatting a few years of bitter kiln well. What good drag. Just today the new hatred and old grudges with him to calculate a clear. Uncle, don't hesitate. Now is the matter of your sentence. As long as you point ahead. I now take the brothers to go to the Meng family's mine. I'd like to see him. Chen Wenjun is not really like the legend, so God can be 1 to fight 10. Yuan Zhengbiao's temper was already explosive. And after hearing this analysis from Yuan Taiming, he couldn't wait to bring his men to a big fight right now. In the last 2 days, he had suffered several defeats in the Meng family, and if he didn't give vent to this evil fire, he would have to be suffocated to death. What's the hurry? Chen Wenjun is just a small minion. If you want to get him killed, you can do it at any time. What I'm curious about now is that behind that little brat of Meng's family, in the end, what kind of people are supporting him? That's what right now, we need to figure out the most. Yuan Taiming exhaled smoke and said with a somewhat morose gaze, since we're going to make a scene, let's get the people behind it together and get them dead. Otherwise, this time, even if all of the Meng family was taken care of, there would still be the Wang family and the Li family and the Chen family in the future. As long as the people hiding behind the curtain stayed down, he would have endless trouble. Diaozi, from today onwards you put down all the things in your hands. Go and keep an eye on Chen Dekai's family for me. I'd like to see that little brat from Meng's family. Will he come and take a bite of this bait? Before Yuan Taiming finished saying what he was going to say under his breath, the cell phone ringing on his desk suddenly went off. He grabbed his cell phone and saw that it was a very unfamiliar number, so it shouldn't be an acquaintance calling. Strange, not many people know my private number. Who could it be? Yuan Taiming's gaze hesitated slightly for a moment, and eventually chose to connect the phone, and soon a burst of intriguing words came from the phone. Mr. Yuan, do you still like this gift I gave you today? Gifts? When Yuan Taiming heard this, his face first froze. Then he used a tentative tone and asked, "Are you Meng Xiangfeng's son, Meng Sun?" Time rewind to an hour ago. Inside the guest house of the Huaicheng Provincial Party Committee, Meng Sun listened to the sound of rustling leaves outside the window and waited with bated breath for a half hour or so. Chen Wenjun's text message, finally sent over. The content is only 3 words. Got it. Phew. After Meng Sun saw these 3 words, his heart was burdened with pressure like a mountain, which instantly fell down, and he could also breathe a big sigh of relief. Regarding the plan to overthrow the Yuan family, he has long had a plan in his mind, but he just needs an opportunity. Now that this opportunity had come, he could begin the second step of his plan as well. Yuan Taiming, a tiger's venom still does not eat its children. I would like to see how you will come to break this life and death game of mine. While Meng Sun sneered under his breath, he also called Wei Shilong's number. The phone was soon connected, and Wei Shilong's joyful laughter immediately came out from the phone. Meng Sun, you're really something. This time, I, old Wei, am obliged to you, and when you come back from Huaicheng, I'll be sure to treat you to a nice meal to show my appreciation. Wei Shilong certainly had enough reason to be happy now. He was already at the end of his days and was thinking about how he could retire smoothly. I didn't realize that now this peak was suddenly holding a big leg, and this thigh is not generally thick. Get it wrong. He can really go to the provincial hall to do a term. To be honest, when he was first forced by Meng Sun to get on the boat, his heart was extremely stifled and unpleasant. But how unpleasant it was in my heart then. How free it is in my heart now. Fragrant. Just too fragrant. He could now imagine how bright the future career path would be. Bureau Wei, you're in a good mood. It looks like the investigation team is returning without any success. Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and said with a kind smile, more than just returning with no success. His face is almost green with anger, especially that Deputy Secretary Qian. He almost fell on the stairs when he was going down, and now he's almost a laughingstock. Wei Shilong exhaled and once again expressed his gratitude to Meng Sun in a sincere tone. Little Meng, I won't say much about the past. From now on we two are grasshoppers on the same rope. This time, I will definitely help you maneuver through your Meng family's affairs to the end. Wei Bureau, this is what I love to hear. Both of us are now on the same boat with Mayor Song. We have to help him cut through the thorns. Only if Mayor Song's career can go all the way to the blue clouds, we can both reap the greatest benefits. Meng Sun's words were blunt and nakedly realistic. Song Huaimin is now the hope for the future of the two of them. Only Song Huaimin's career more and more better and better. The two of them can survive under the wings. Once the flag of Song Huaimin falls one day, he and Wei Shilong will inevitably be politically liquidated as well. It's a bit harsh, but that's how political battles work. It looks bloodless, but the liquidation that the loser has to suffer is definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So if he and Wei Shilong wanted to live well, then they absolutely couldn't let Song Huaimin lose. No matter what kind of tactics they used, they had to make sure that Song Huaimin kept winning. Yes, you're right. We have to help Mayor Song clear all the obstacles before we can do that. Wei Shilong can climb from the bottom to the city executive deputy director of this position. That experience of the hook is naturally much more. The level of comprehension in this regard was definitely much more profound than Meng Sun. So without any mental barrier, he recognized the words spoken by Meng Sun. Political struggles are never about swords and daggers. The winner takes all and the history books are written by the winners. As for those who lost, they can only end up being swept into the dustbin of history. Wei Bureau, Mayor Song, on the 1st of next month, is going to officially take up his new post in Jiangzhou. I want to send him a congratulatory gift. Do you think you can take a shot at helping me out? After Meng Sun had laid out so many words above, he was finally charting a course to pick out the ultimate purpose of this phone call. A congratulatory gift? When Wei Shilong heard this, his brain was first slightly stuck. He waited for his mind to repair and function properly before he voiced a follow-up question. What kind of congratulatory gift do you want to give the mayor? The Red Hill murder case. A cold light shone in Meng Sun's eyes as he spat out these 5 words in an icy tone. Hiss. When Wei Shilong heard this, he couldn't help but suck a breath of cool air out. The Red Hill extermination case. It's a potent bomb that kills whoever touches it. In fact, the case is not very complicated. Mainly because the background of the people involved is so deep that the case cannot be advanced at all. When the number 1 suspect has been found, Yuan Zhengbiao, completely with a no one like, people should eat and drink as usual or rampant street bullying men and women. You just can't do anything about it. It's not that the Public Security Bureau doesn't want to handle this case. It's that the pressure from above is just too great. The task force only investigated for less than 2 weeks before it was forcibly disbanded by a piece of paper. The bloodshed remains unsolved until now. Little Meng, this congratulatory gift, isn't it a bit too heavy? Wei Shilong couldn't help but laugh bitterly after clearing his thoughts. He is not stupid. Where does he not understand that Meng Sun is pulling the tiger's skin to do private business, ready to retaliate against the Yuan family? In that Red Mountain extermination case back then, the obvious suspect was Yuan Zhengbiao. But the ultimate reason for the tragedy is that Yuan Taiming had a conflict of interest with the victim. Red Mountain County is also where Yuan Taiming first started. In the earlier times, there were no decent businessmen. They were all tumors in the society. Yuanist people can't do much business at all. How the terms road hog and mine hog came about is up from those days. It is said that Yuan Taiming started even earlier by collecting protection money from the road. As for how to collect protection money on the road, this can't be said much. Anyone with a little age and experience understands. Bureau Wei, if the congratulatory gift isn't heavy, how can it look like I'm sincere? Meng Sun used a patient and searching tone and said, the Red Mountain extermination case. Although it's just a small pivot point, but as long as we can make good use of it, it's not impossible to catch a big fish. And as of right now, it's also a good time for us to make our move. Yuan Taiming is already eyeing on me at the moment. And if nothing goes wrong, all of his attention in the near future will be on my body. It's just right that we can act in the dark and collect all the incriminating evidence. When we need it, this is a straw that can directly crush Yuan Taiming and the Yuan family. Meng, let me consider this matter more carefully. How about I definitely give you a reply tonight? Wei Shilong finally gave this reply after a moment of silence. Sure. Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Bureau Wei, since you're on board now, don't think about leaving yourself any back roads, or else if you don't have a firm stance, you'll only be offending both sides. And you'll die a little faster. You don't need to remind me. If I didn't even have this much political wisdom, how would I be able to sit in this position now? Wei Shilong said without a good breath. Wei Bureau, I cannot look down on you mean. People say that the authorities are obsessed. I also just give you a kind reminder. When Meng Sun said this, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, do you have Yuan Taiming's personal phone number? I'd like to have a chat with him. Wei Shilong obviously didn't expect that Meng Sun would dare to be so bold. In this situation is not yet too clear. It dares to directly find Yuan Taiming stud showdown. He froze for a while before he held his breath and said, you kid is tough enough. I'll send you his private number. After saying that, Wei Shilong directly put the phone. Hung up. 3 minutes later, Meng Sun received a cell phone number by text message, and he didn't hesitate to make the call. The call status continued for several dozen seconds before being connected. Meng Sun didn't wait for the other party to speak, and directly said with a smile and an intriguing voice, Mr. Yuan, do you still like this gift I gave you today? You're Meng Xiangfeng's son. Meng Sun? Yuan Taiming's shocked and tentative voice came out from the cell phone. Yo, I didn't expect that Mr. Yuan, who has been working day in and day out this whole day, would even know about a little person like me? Meng Sun raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly in return. A little person? That's right, you are indeed a little person. But you're a little person with a lot of guts. Yuan Taiming gave a cold smile in a senile manner and said, you're quite capable. You even managed to get my private cell phone number. Say it, what's the point of calling me, if it's to negotiate with me? You're afraid that you really don't have this qualification. Mr. Yuan, it seems like there's nothing left to talk about now that our two families have reached this point, Meng Sun said with a casual smile as his gaze probed out the window. I give you this call today, purely to greet, and then how to say that I and Yuan Jiqiang is also a university classmate. Even if the relationship is not very harmonious, the condolences. I'm not the kind of cold-blooded and heartless people. Good, really good. I didn't think that Meng Xiangfeng, that big old man, would still be able to give birth to such a smart and clever cub like you, since you've even put in a call today. Let's have a good chat. Yuan Taiming gave a big smile and said, just tell me what you want. As long as it's something I can fulfill, I will definitely not return the favor. Mr. Yuan, what do you mean by that? I'm just making a phone call to sympathize. What's with the counteroffer? You're confusing me. Meng Sun hooked up the corner of his lips and a cold laugh came out. This Yuan Taiming was really playing him for a fool. If he wasn't wrong, Yuan Taiming must be secretly recording at this moment, just waiting for him to say something he shouldn't and threaten him in turn. As expected, Meng Sun's act of playing dumb directly silenced Yuan Taiming. After the two of them had been in such a stalemate for quite a while, it was Yuan Taiming who eventually softened first and took the initiative to speak. His voice was a little grim and dry as he gave his bottom line for negotiation. Release my son, hand over all of your Meng family's mines, and your family of 3 will leave Jiangzhou from now on not allowed to come back, and this will be over. Mr. Yuan, those mines of our family are all what my father fought for with his own life. Do you think it's appropriate to ask for all of them in such a red-tongued manner? Meng Sun said with a cold light in his eyes and a sneer and cold laugh. It's not so much a trick shot anymore. It's a hardcore robbery. Those mines of the Meng family were at least tens of millions of dollars even at the current market price. Not to mention the fact that these resource-based consumables are about to see a surge with the country's market economy restructuring. Yuan Taiming thought that it was precisely because he saw this moment that he wanted to gobble up all of the Meng family's properties with empty hands. In his previous life, Yuan Taiming did succeed. After acquiring, at a cabbage price, all of the Meng family's properties, after covering less than half a year, he sold all of the Meng family's mines, packaged and sold to capital from Shangjiang. This Shangjiang capital and after a pass through the operation, to the Meng family's Zhonghai mining as the core, and then acquired a dozen of small private mines, the hallowed on the Shangjiang Gong listed. All the relevant stakeholders have all made a fortune, and only the Meng family alone has borne all the social injustice. Mr. and Mrs. Meng Xiangfeng died in a car accident, and Meng Sun was sentenced to 7 years in prison for allegedly forcing a woman to fuck. By the time he gets out of prison, not only has he been completely disconnected from society, but he has lost everything he owns. That's the real society. Don't assume that everything you see for yourself is true. It's not like more magical and bizarre things haven't happened before. Can you believe that a person who has been sentenced to death can continue to commit crimes in broad daylight? So society really isn't that glamorous. There are so many unbelievable things going on in those corners that you can't see. The hatred in Meng Sun's heart was naturally unknown to Yuan Taiming, and his answer to Meng Sun's sarcastic questioning was simple. I think it's quite appropriate. If the money is gone, at least your family of 3 is still there. But if the money is there and the people are gone at the end of the day, wouldn't that be more of a loss? Mr. Yuan, is this a threat? Meng Sun laughed, and a big smile. He was really afraid that Yuan Taiming would suddenly change his nature and wouldn't dare to act recklessly anymore. This was a very bad thing for his overall revenge plan. What he wanted was Yuan Taiming to continue to be so unscrupulous. It's the only way this guy can drag everyone down with him. That's right. Meng Sun was now targeting more than just Yuan Taiming. The only way to get rid of all the people who have relevant interests with Yuan Taiming is to get rid of all the people who have relevant interests with Yuan Taiming. Song Huaimin will be able to better govern in Jiangzhou, and the Meng family will also be able to take advantage of this win to quickly transform their industries and get through the most dangerous period of this era. So, right now, Meng Sun was trying to force Yuan Taiming into a state of madness. The more ruthless he is, the faster he will self-destruct, which is also the purpose of Meng Sun's call today. Without stimulating him, how could Yuan Taiming achieve the result that Meng Sun wanted? This is not a threat. It's just a piece of advice for you. While I still have patience now, you'd better hurry up and persuade your father to hand over what I want, and also tell those people behind you that I, Yuan Taiming, who can be mixed up to this day, am not that easy to be messed with. Don't push me over the edge, or they will definitely regret it. Yuan Taiming said with a somewhat cold and piercing voice line. Mr. Yuan, since you are so painful, then I will also give you a quick answer. Those mines of our Meng family, you don't want to think about it. Even if it is fed to the dog, it won't be given to you. In addition, I'll tell you another truth. There is really no one behind me. It's you who are overthinking it. Meng Sun narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Little brat, you're playing with fire. Yuan Taiming said as he gritted up his teeth. Mr. Yuan, what I'm best at isn't playing with fire. It's setting fire. Meng Sun said provocatively. It is said that you, Yuan Taiming, can hold half of the sky in Jiangzhou, and I really don't believe it. So let's have a fight. The winner lives, the loser dies. Okay, the one who wins lives, the one who loses dies. Yuan Taiming is not the kind of person to show off his tongue. After putting down this sentence, he directly hung up the phone. Since he was going to play, he should simply play a big game, just so that he could take the Meng family to establish authority, so that those who were hiding in the shadows with bad intentions could see clearly with wide eyes. What in the world did he, Yuan Taiming, sit on the position of the richest man in Jiangzhou? The drums of war have been sounded, and the next step will be to enter a white-knuckle battle, or I have to go back to Jiangzhou to personally sit in on the battle. Meng Sun looked at the sky outside the window, which had gradually darkened, and the stern color in his eyes suddenly emerged. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Song Huaimin finally came back from the provincial party committee compound, and Meng Sun also took the opportunity to offer his farewell. Meng, have you really made up your mind not to follow me into politics? On the verge of parting, Song Huaimin asked again with an intriguing flavor in his eyes. Mayor, I know my own talents, and it would be better for me to go into business. As Meng Sun said this, he hesitated slightly in his mind for a moment, and finally managed to get the words out. Uncle Song, I'm going to be rushing back to Jiangzhou overnight tonight, so can I ask you to do me a favor? Uncle Song? Song Huaimin's eyes involuntarily twitched when he heard this title. I thought to myself that this kid is quite ungracious, and this is climbing up the ladder. However, he didn't feel that Meng Sun was deliberately trying to hijack him. Compared to those truly revolutionary second-generation people, he was still very peaceful in terms of mentality. After all, his birth is not very noble. Can have this position today? All rely on his wife's family to give him strength. If there is no Mo family to give him strong support, he is now not to mention is the main hall level cadres. Cannot mix a division level is a problem. It's the difference between someone up there looking out for you and no one. If someone is looking out for you, you can save a lot of time and take a shortcut. If no one is looking out for you, then it's just a step-by-step process of getting seniority. And even if you make it to seniority years, you have to wait in line to get a real vacancy. If you're unlucky enough to meet someone with a background in parachuting in to add to the team, you'll just have to wait for your next chance. So there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this society. The starting line is not the same. You still want to compete for the championship? It's even harder for ordinary people if they want to mix with the government. Of course, this is not absolute. If your own ability is really strong, there will be leaders to throw an olive branch to you. Tell me, what favor do you want me to do? If it's something that violates party discipline, this is something I can't help you with, Song Huaimin said with a precautionary shot in advance. It's not that he's insensitive, it's a matter of principle. If he wanted to compete for that ticket to the final in the future, this principle bottom line was what he had to abide by. Uncle Song, I understand your ambition. I will only go all out to support you and will never hold you back, Meng Sun said as he once again made his heart clear. The man doesn't look like much, but you've got a lot of little minds. Song Huaimin did not easily go to pick up this conversation. Just a smiling face said, you have called me a son uncle, then I cannot take advantage of you for nothing. Say it, As long as it is not a violation of party discipline and state law, I can help you think of ways. Alas, it's not easy to get these big shots to show their attitudes. See Song Hwai-min immovable, once again avoided his own want to lean on the express. Meng-sun heart hopelessly sighed at the same time, but also quickly organized their own somewhat lost mood. Gaze said, Uncle Song, can you think of a way to let He Xuanqing and Huaicheng to stay for a while longer? He Xuanqing? When Song Hwai-min heard this, his eyebrows immediately wrinkled as he confirmed. Is it the head of the Jiangzhou City Public Security Bureau? Yeah, that's him. Meng-sun nodded his head, looked serious and said, the secretary these 2 days are in Huaicheng to participate in the political and legal conference. I would like to ask you to help me stay in Huaicheng for a few more days. Do not let him return to Jiangzhou to add to the chaos. Or Wei secretary's side there is a lot of work. It is not good to start. Speaking of this, Meng-sun thought for a moment and added, that director he was promoted by Chao Weiguo, and has a good relationship with Chao Guruwei, and everyone who does business in Jiangzhou knows that He Xuanqing is not so much a cadre of the party in the state as he is a personal minister of Chao's family, and as long as it involves Chao Guruwei's and Chao's family's interests, even if it goes against party discipline and the state's laws, He Xuanqing will step on the bottom line to defend it. Meng-sun's words were certainly an element of eye candy, but that was the truth. Chao family members and the reason why they can be in Jiangzhou lawlessness. He Xuanqing is the main responsibility. During his tenure as public security director of Jiangzhou City, there were more than a dozen incidents of violent deaths alone. It was only in those days that the common people were informed about the whole society through the paper media. Once the paper media were publicized, these matters naturally went away and were forced down by administrative means. The most unbelievable thing is that there is such a public security director who is openly holding the umbrella for the bad guys. After the fall of the Chao family, it was surprising that they were not politically liquidated. Instead, he has risen through the ranks, serving as secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, executive deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department, and finally in the post of executive deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, retiring smoothly. To be honest, Meng-sun was still a bit puzzled until now. He Xuanqing wiped so many asses for Chao's family. How could he be spotless and clean? But it was the Chao family that had been liquidated, and He Xuanqing had miraculously escaped the storm. Instead, Wei Shilong, who had been in a neutral state, was inexplicably taken down by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Of course Wei Shilong certainly had problems, and his private morals were indeed flawed, but it was never so bad as to be screwed over afterward. Song Hwai-min can go all the way to today's position. Political sensitivity that is not generally high. Meng-sun didn't say anything straight to him, but he had felt it. The young man in front of him, who made him somewhat imperceptible, was afraid that he was already secretly pushing for something, and He Xuanqing should be a very important part of it, or else he wouldn't have asked him to help. Wei Shilong, know about this? Song Hwai-min looked into Meng-sun's eyes, his eyes somewhat deeper as he asked. Knowing that, the general plan, we've both already discussed it, Meng-sun said with a small lie. In fact until now, Wei Shilong hadn't fully agreed with his plan and was only in the consideration stage. Of course about this part of the truth, he definitely couldn't tell Song Hwai-min, or else the revenge plan he had made would be disrupted. And to be honest, he didn't want Song Hwai-min to know these so-called truths. Song Hwai-min only needs to take charge of his own glorious side. As for the matter of cleaning the house, he and Wei Shilong could deal with it in the shadows and in a low-key manner, so that it wouldn't affect Song Hwai-min's shining image in the eyes of the public. Little Meng, you're a smart person. I don't think I need to preach anything more to you, but I still need to give you a piece of advice. The right way on earth is the right way. When you make any decision, you need to think clearly about the decision and how it will affect your future. Don't let a momentary impulsiveness and irrationality blind you. Song Hwai-min's political wisdom was clearly beyond Meng-sun's imagination. He thought he could keep things, well, under wraps. But in fact, Song Hwai-min had found some clues just from the mere words of his remarks, which led to this well-intentioned warning and knock. Uncle Song, I will definitely keep your golden words in mind. Meng-sun hurriedly answered under the numbness of his heart. Okay, call me a Song uncle. Also cannot let you call in vain. This thing I will help you think of ways, but do things to do, must not be out of character. To Wei Shilong I am this attitude, to you is also this attitude. Understand what I mean? After Song Hwai-min knocked, he gave Meng-sun another sweet day to eat. That's the way it is with mastery. You have to keep your men in awe of you, but not too detached. How that scale should be taken depends on the OP's own thoughts. I understand, and on Wei's side, I'll mention it as well. Meng-sun said in response with a smile. This kid's head is really smart. It's not bad to stay by his side to come up with ideas in the future. Seeing that Meng-sun had comprehended his hint, Song Hwai-min's ancient, Waveless face finally had a hint of a smile on it. Uncle Song, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest, and I'll come back to listen to the spirit of your instructions after you officially take office. Seeing that it was getting late, Mengson knowingly took his leave. Alright, then I won't keep you. See you in Jiangzhou. Song Huaimin raised his hand and patted Mengsun's shoulder and laughed. Good, then I will be in Jiangzhou, waiting for you. After Mengsun smiled and answered, he turned around and walked out towards the outside of the reception hall. Ma Lu and Sun Haizhou, who had been waiting for him in the car outside the door for quite some time, were waiting for him to leave together. Alas, this kid has a good mind in hand. It's a bit of a pity if he doesn't go into politics. Looking at Meng Sun's departing back, Song Huaimin couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. At this time, Song Weiwei walked down the stairs from upstairs. She trotted to Song Huaimin's side and said, Dad, Mom's phone. With that, Song Weiwei handed Song Huaimin a pink-colored cased Xiaolingtong cell phone in her hand. Leader, your daughter is with you. You're still not at ease here. You want to check on her? Song Huaimin reached out and took the cell phone and flirted with it with a smile on his face. However, the next words that came out of the cell phone, but let Song Huaimin's heart, violently seized up. Don't be poor. There's something big to tell you. The central government is going to send a working group down to Haishi province. Working group? When Song Huaimin heard this, he was immediately startled and asked after him, Shu Hui, what exactly happened? How could the above send a working group down all of a sudden? What exactly is the situation? I am also in the middle of understanding right now, but this time the working group was set up very suddenly. It seems like it was set up under the strong push of the people over there. Imo Shu Hui pressed her voice and said, This is strange. Haishi province's local faction and that side of the relationship has always been a well water offenses river water. There is no conflict of interest. This time how will suddenly have such a big action, and also in such a critical moment to do it? Song Huaimin wrinkled his brows, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He always felt that there was something strange about this working group. Set up. Yeah, it's just a little weird. As a matter of common sense, the more critical the moment, the more restrained people on both sides would be, trying not to make mistakes that would allow the other side to catch their own handles. But what exactly are they scheming by making such a big fuss over there this time? It can't just be to show off their authority. Suki, does Dad know about this now? Song Huaimin suppressed the many irritating thoughts in his heart and asked out loud. I don't think I know yet. Imo Shuhui's tone was a bit uncertain as she said, I've also just learned about this. It should be unlikely that Dad would know about it before me. Shu Hui, the establishment of the working group. Even if there is really any goal, it is not possible to be aimed at me. At this stage my main task, or Jiangzhou's economic reform issues. You also do not worry about me. Work well is, Weiwei also came out with me for a small half a month. I'll let the people in 2 days to send her back, so that you can also do a companion. To save you from every day in order to my business. I'll have someone send her back in a couple days, so that you can have a companion, saving you from having to worry about me every day. After Song Huaimin calmed down, he smiled and then relieved Mo Shuhui. Right now he's also just a reserve player. He hasn't officially started his debut yet, so even if there is some kind of plotting and scheming, it should be unlikely that it's coming at him. Furthermore, those two finalists were now secretly fighting for the Mo family's support for them. And how could he possibly have any ill will towards him at this critical moment? But there is indeed something indescribably bizarre about the establishment of a working group at this sensitive time. That's definitely going to be a nail in the coffin over there if the working group doesn't make any progress. A working group was set up during this time period, and it also came to Haishi province, a region with a heavy conservative tendency. So what exactly are the people over there up to? Although the possibility of targeting himself had been ruled out, Song Huaimin still felt that something wasn't right about this matter. His keen political sense had given him a hint of an impending storm. If the working group had really come down with any political purpose, it was certainly not here to catch small fishes and shrimps, and it was most likely that it had its eyes on a big fish. And this big fish is likely to affect the final results of the direction, which is why there is over there a strong push for the establishment of the working group's determination. If it's really a big fish, just how big a fish will it be to make that side dare to make such a breakthrough determination to open up? The more Song Huaimin thought about it, the more he had a headache. The current direction of this situation was completely out of his control. This is not really a good thing for him to go to Jiangzhou and develop a market economy. The more chaotic the situation, the more resistance he would encounter in Jiangzhou. Those cadres who have ghosts in their hearts will surely also take advantage of the opportunity to conspire against the reform. Huaimin, there's one more thing about the Wang family. Don't be confused in your heart when you hear it. Mo Shuhui said carefully. Shu Hui, you don't understand my temperament. When Song Huaimin heard this, he let out a laugh and said, If I were someone who could be struck so easily, would I still be able to marry you? Song Hwai-min, you were able to marry me off. That's because I was willing in my heart. Don't think that I don't know that you played those little tricks on me in the first place. Mo Shu said through clenched teeth. Of course I do know that you were willing in your heart. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to do that. Your brother almost shot me in the first place. Song Hwai-min said triumphantly. Bah! You deserve to be shot. Who made you so bold? Mo Shu seems to be remembering what unbearable shameful things. No good spit a mouthful of said. Do not give me all day to think of these shameless things. I can tell you. The Wang family side is now a big action. Is ready to promote the promotion of Wang Mingjun for the vice-provincial level at vice-provincial? When Song Hwai-min heard this, his brows couldn't help but knit up and said, if I remember correctly, Wang Mingjun's tenure as secretary of the municipal party committee seems to be less than 2 years, which shouldn't be in line with the organization's promotion rules, right? Humph. What are the rules? Not still people set out, want to find excuses, then there are ways. Besides, the Wang family people eat ugly, and not a day or two of things. You and watch it. This thing since you can spread the wind. Must be the Wang family people have already made preparations, and this intentionally external casting stones it. Mo Shui was very dissatisfied and said with a hum. Who can't see that as long as their eyes aren't blind? The Wang family is so anxious to push Wang Mingjun into the vice-provincial level, is not trying to Song Hwai-min and a cadre of other competitors, forced to press down. As long as this step is ahead, Song Hwai-min and the others rank, even if they catch up later, they will definitely be behind Wang Mingjun in terms of ranking. We can't have people join the vice-provincial level first, but you surpass them in terms of real positions, right? So, the Wang family's little plan is not generally shrewd, and the timing is also very thief. As long as that side wants the support of the Wang family, they will have to make this political exchange, or else the Wang family will go to support their rivals over there, which is also possible. No, we can't let Wang Mingjun enter the vice-provincial level so easily. It looks like that program still has to be launched before it can work. Song Hwai-min's gaze was haunted, and he was thoroughly determined. Use Gregory Sao as a bargaining chip to make a veiled political exchange with that side. Let them find a way to block Wang Mingjun's fast track into the sub-provincial level. Buy him a couple of years and let him develop in Gangtok. Just as Song Hwai-min made up his mind, Mang Sun also sent Sun Haizhou back to the entrance of Xinglong Garden. On the occasion of getting off the car, Sun Haizhou's face hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke out to Mang Sun's persuasion. Meng, now the situation in Jiangzhou is so complicated. Why do you need to go back to the muddy water? Not as good as waiting for the mayor of Song formally assumed office. You go back with him is not better. Uncle Sun, the mayor is going to do great things when he comes to Jiangzhou to take up his new position. I won't trouble him with these small things. I can take care of it myself. Mang Sun said back with a smile. Okay, since I can't persuade you, I'll give you a heads up. Sun Haizhou seemed to have known that Mang Sun would answer him like this. He first gave a hopelessly bitter laugh, then quickly put on his own face and said, this time when you return to Jiangzhou, besides being wary of the Chow family, you must also be careful of someone who has been hiding in the shadows. Uncle Sun, are you talking about him? Mang Sun didn't wait for Sun Haizhou to reveal the answer, so he mouthed 3 words. Yes, that's him. Sun Haizhou nodded his head, his gaze somewhat grave and said, in Jiangzhou he seems to be hollowed out by Chow's family, but it should be deliberately hiding himself, including his transfer from Jiangzhou this time. I feel that things are not so simple, although the province did not send out any specific wind to, but there are also some gossip in circulation. His departure from Jiangzhou this time is not subjected to any pressure, but his own initiative to apply for transfer. Speaking of this, Sun Haizhou pressed his voice, and in a voice that could be heard only by Mang Sun as much as possible, he said, it is said that his backstage is Minister Wang of the organization department of the provincial party committee, and this time, his departure, perhaps there is a possibility that it may have something to do with Minister Wang. Last name? When Mang Sun heard this, a bright light suddenly flashed in his mind. He vaguely felt like he was grasping at something, but it wasn't so clear. The feeling was like finally seeing a flash of light in the middle of the boundless blackness of the sky. It instantly puts one into a state of, well, twitchy excitement. Uncle Sun, that Minister Wang, did he also come down from above? Mang Sun asked with a glint of essence in his eyes. Yes, like Mayor Song, both parachuted down from above. Sun Haizhou did not take this to deliberately pinpoint anything, and directly revealed the answer to the riddle. Surname Wolf. Surname Wolf. If I remember correctly, there was a big man in a previous life who seemed to have the same surname. Mang Sun seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and while his scalp tingled, he instantly didn't dare to think any deeper. If Sun Jilian's backstage really is the provincial party minister Wang, then the doubts in his heart in his previous life All can be explained. The reason why Sun Jilian wanted to leave from Jianzhou was not because the conflict between him and the Chao family had become irreconcilable. Rather, it is because he already knew some insider information in advance. So he resigned from the post of mayor of Jiangzhou so painfully, which also laid the groundwork for his subsequent rise in the ranks. After the fall of Chao's family, his reputation among the people, even more so, reached its peak. Everyone says that Chao Weigui is a big corrupt official, a big corrupter, and that Sun Jiliang, the former mayor of Jiangzhou, was upright and honest, a good official who pleaded for the people. But is that really the case? After Sun Jiliang left Jiangzhou, served as mayor, also served as secretary of the municipal party committee, but also did not have any bright political achievements, is completely relying on seniority, hard to simmer to the provincial party committee standing committee of the United Front minister position. Wait, if Sun Jiliang is a member of the Wang family and is immune from being implicated in the Chao family's big corruption case, then what is he Xuanqing, relying on to escape that wave of political liquidation? Meng Sun wrinkled his brow, and after carefully taking stock of all the memories of his past life, some thoughts suddenly came to his mind, and chills began to jolt up his spine. If Sun Jiliang is a nail planted by the Wang family in advance, is there a possibility that Xuanqing is also a nail hidden in the dark? If this speculation was valid, all these mysteries and confusions in his mind now could all be answered. This also explains why, after the big corruption case of the Chao family, almost everyone was implicated. Only Sun Jiliang and Xuanqing not only nothing, but like a merit, in the future career up and down. Smooth sailing is simply some scary. Only by simmering seniority. These two people mixed to the same generation. A lifetime is difficult to boil to the position of senior officials. Assuming that Sun Jiliang and Xuanqing are really the nails planted by the Wang family, then which mysterious Dragon Young's camp are the Chao family, Li Zihong, and Yuan Timing's pawns? And because of what conflict of interest are these two groups of people standing on opposite sides? Meng Sun narrowed his eyes, and the deeper he thought about it, the more he felt a little unnerved. The political hookups are downright deadly and the layout is murderous in every way. One wrong move and you risk burying yourself completely. No, is my thinking wrong? The Wang family and that mysterious dragon young man should not have much of a conflict of interest? If there really is any conflict of interest, it shouldn't have waited until after Song Huaimin took office to explode. Meng Sun raised his hand and pinched his brow. With a hint of anxiety in his eyes, he looked at Sun Haizhou and asked, Uncle Sun, is there any major conflict of interest between Ruilong Group and Minister Wang? I don't think so. Sun Haizhou wrinkled his eyebrows and thought, said, I remember last year, Ruilong Group wants to bid a Ring City high-speed project. On the provincial standing committee discussion, Minister Wang not only voted in favor of it, but also vigorously praised the Ruilong Group, that is, the economic engine of Haishi province, to such enterprises, to give more support and love. This matter I remember when it was also on the newspaper, and it was also published in our legal daily. There's no conflict of interest, and the relationship seems to be pretty good. So why are Sun Jiliang and Xuanqing secretly pushing against the Chao family and Ruilong Group? Meng Sun's eyes were perplexed, and after thinking like this for a while, a very strong thought suddenly came into his mind. Unless what Sun Jiliang and Xuanqing were really going to deal with wasn't any Chao family or Ruilong Group at all, but a more important figure. Cam. 2 peaches kills 3. The Wang family intentionally in the dark to provoke the contradiction between Song Huaimin and Ruilong Group. The request is not at all the point of political gains and losses in the Haishi province. They want is Song Huaimin and Ruilong Group to tear the face, so that the mysterious dragon young behind the forces will certainly completely dispel the support for Song Huaimin to enter the finals, and turn to join the Wang family's camp, and on Song Huaimin to suppress. Difficult to not be the reason why Song Huaimin did not enter the final in the previous life, is because of that mysterious dragon young and the forces behind him blocking? The more Meng Sun thought about it, the more he felt that this was, I'm afraid, the truth of all the matter. Otherwise it really doesn't explain all the mysteries and results of that previous life. Tough. The woofers are pretty tough. During the period when everyone was unaware of the situation, he had set up such a shocking killing game and sniped Song Huaimin to death without a word. From God's perspective, Song Huaimin appears to have achieved success in Jiangzhou, combating corruption and reforming the economy, leading the folks of Jiangzhou to the fast track to prosperity. But it was that all-important ticket that he lost, and he lost it in the midst of his major success. That has to be the irony. But the reality of where it's going will never be a fairy tale. The woofers' tactics may have been less than clean, but people win and that's the result. Although not among the top 3 in terms of ranking, people just stepped on Song Huaimin's shoulders to succeed. Since the Wang family can lay out so early in Jiangzhou, it must have long been certain that Song Huaimin will devolve to Jiangzhou, and it's even highly likely that Jiangzhou is a bait. just waiting for Song Hwaimin to bite it. Mangsun closed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. That's politics. Gaming looks bloodless, but really, it's just swords and knives everywhere, and it can kill you at any time. The Wang family has laid such a big and shocking killing game. Surely they won't let Song Hwaimin get out of Jiangzhou easily. How the hell should I break the game now? In order to help Song Hwaimin find a ray of hope from this killing game and make a wave of countermeasures, Mangsun's head tilted back against the back seat, and the whole person fell into an incomparably torturous predicament for a while. At the same time, Lihua Jingyuan neighborhood, Gu Zhenhui returned home full of fatigue, and before he had time to change into slippers, he was blocked by Zhang Meifan at the entrance hall. At this time, Priscilla Zhang had a very angry expression on her face, and both of her eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. Gu Zhenhui, that notebook under my bed cabinet, did you take it for me? Zhang Meifan questioned as she forced down the anger in her heart. What notebook? I don't know what you're talking about, Gu Zhenhui said back in a calm tone while he bent himself down to change into his slippers. Besides you and I, there's only Goten in this house. Is it hard to believe that Goten took that notebook? Zhang Meifan, in a rage, raised her hand and pushed Gu Zhenhui to the entrance cabinet and growled angrily. Where did you hide the notebook for me? Quickly hand it over to me. I don't know what you're talking about and I haven't seen any laptops, so if you want to be mad, go out and be mad and leave me alone. Gu Zhenhui stood up straight and with an impatient face. He was about to walk towards the bedroom, but his feet had only just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by Zhang Meifan once again. Priscilla Chang, what the hell do you want to do? If you lost your own stuff, go find it yourself. Don't be unreasonable here, okay? Gu Zhenhui said as he forced down the feeling of annoyance in his heart. Gu Zhenhui, don't give me here to pretend to be confused, whether my notebook is stolen by you or not. You have a clear idea in your own heart. You are just like that sister of yours. There is not the slightest bit of family etiquette. It is no wonder that God is punishing her by giving her cancer. Priscilla Chang was furious. Priscilla Chang, if you have the guts, try telling me that again? When Gu Zhenhui heard this, both of his eyes immediately glowed red. He could tolerate Zhang Meifan beating him and scolding him, and even not treating him as an individual to be used. But he couldn't tolerate a single slur against Gu Xiaoying. If there was still a clean slate in his heart, it was the existence of his sister Gu Xiaoying. The reason why he had continuously tolerated Zhang Meifan over the years, besides being the one who held a trace of unrealistic extravagance in his heart. His younger sister Gu Xiaoying was also the main reason why he didn't dare to tear his face off with Zhang Meifan. He is afraid that after divorcing Priscilla Chang, he will be retaliated by Li Zhiheng, making Gu Xiaoying also indirectly hurt. If Gu Xiaoying hadn't gotten cancer this time around, odds are he would still have continued to suffer in silence. But Gu Xiaoying's sudden bout with cancer not only shatters his peaceful life in the cage that confines him, but also turns him from fear to loathing of Priscilla Chang, his nominal fake wife. As soon as he hears the reprimanding voice of Priscilla Chang now, he abhors it from the bottom of his heart and hates to run away immediately from this home that is not his. What are you staring at? Am I not right? Priscilla Zhang didn't notice Gu Zhenhui's change of heart at the moment and still chattered and cursed loudly. Your sister is a thief. So are you. You 2 siblings eat my food and drink my drink. And now you dare to steal from me. I'm warning you to hurry up and return my laptop to me. Or else beware, I'll make you 2 siblings eat your words. Pop. Before Zhang Meifan finished yelling her curse words from her mouth, she was directly interrupted by Gu Zhenhui's slap. The force of this slap was extremely heavy, and Zhang Meifan, unprepared, was directly smacked to the ground. Gu Zhenhui, how dare you hit me? Zhang Meifan covered her already swollen face, and her eyes froze for a while before she came back to her senses. She climbed up from the ground, shrew-like tearing her heart out and yelling, Good on you! I raised you for so many years is not as good as raising a dog. Raising an obedient dog, it can still wag its tail at me. How dare you hit me with your hands? Call the police. I'm going to call the police now. Not only do I want to divorce you, but also let you take the lawsuit. Let you know what will happen if you dare to hit me. Pop. Gu Zhenhui's response was simple and brutal as he raised his hand and slapped again, viciously slapping Priscilla Zhang's face. Call the police. You now report. Just as I explained to the police account. You and Li Zhiheng of those broken things, by the way, also report to the organization to report the contents of that notebook. What are the things? So that the organization to check. You 2 are how to stand up to the party. How is it to the country? Gu Zhenhui grimaced and roared up all the years of aggression in his heart at once. Don't underestimate honest people. You're pushing them hard. When they get mad, they are definitely more ruthless than those in the community. You sneak a peek at that notebook? Zhang Meifan can climb to the current position of deputy division level, although it is to take some crooked paths, but the most basic political mind is still there. She had just been in a fit of anger. Plus she was used to bullying Gu Jinhui on weekdays, so she hadn't thought that much about it. Now those 2 slaps down were also a complete wake-up call for her. That notebook. Even though Li Zhihong had asked her to keep it on his behalf, she had a part in it. If what's inside this notebook is really known by the organization, Li Zhihong is going to be finished, but she certainly cannot escape. Perhaps with Li Zhihong together to be prosecuted and eat jail. Jin Hui, let's talk. You just want money. As long as you return the notebook to me, I'll pay for all of Xiao Ying's medical bills, okay? In her panic, Priscilla Zhang couldn't care less about her face. She reached out and grabbed the back of Gu Jinhui's hand, and bitterly began to beg. What are you doing early? Gu Jinhui said with a cold face and gritted his teeth. Didn't I give you a chance last night? It's you who don't want it. Now even if you kneel in front of me and beg for my death, it's useless. That notebook is now no longer with me. If you don't want to give Li Zhihong a burial in the future, then just pretend that this matter hasn't happened and don't think of tipping him off. Otherwise your nature is going to turn from being an accessory to being a mastermind. After saying that, Gu Jinhui directly pushed Zhang Meifan away from his body and walked over in the direction of the bedroom on his own. However, before he could reach the bedroom door, without warning, Zhang Meifan's cries of pain came from behind him. After so many years of marriage, Gu Jinhui was the first time he heard Zhang Meifan crying like this in front of him. He unconsciously softened a little inside, and even began to wonder to himself if he had done wrong. But soon this weakness was crushed into crumbs by Gu Xiaoying's agonized expression today when she was undergoing chemotherapy. I'm not wrong. It's this woman who's wrong. I'm just trying to live with Ying. Gu Jinhui gritted his teeth and once again strengthened his faith. He no longer had any lingering feet, and with a quick step, he disappeared from Zhang Meifan's line of sight. As Gu Jinhui closed the door of the room heavily, the sound of Zhang Meifan's crying became more and more sad and piercing. At the same time, Meng Sun also bid farewell to Sun Haizhou and embarked on the return trip back to Jiangzhou. However, the Santana car just turned on the Ring City Highway. Wei Shilong's phone suddenly called. After Meng Sun picked up the phone, he said with a smile, Wei Bureau, you said you want to seriously consider it. You figured it out so quickly. Wei Shilong didn't pick up on this topic and said with a somewhat heavy tone. Something happened. Li Zhihong's son, Li Fei, died 3 hours ago. Bureau Wei. Who did you say died? Meng Sun's head shook. He couldn't believe his ears. What he was hearing. He had just met Li Fei this morning. And the reason why Li Fei had come to Huaicheng to catch the traitor was that he had set up a trap in the dark. The purpose of this was to cause a suspicion between Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming, so that he could also fish in troubled waters to make things happen between the two. I also just received this news. 3 hours ago, Li Fei, fatigued driving in the road through the liberation of the city of Huaicheng, crashed into a large truck transporting stone slabs. The person on the spot. And now the news has been spread back to Jiangzhou. A lot of people know. Right. Wei Shilong spoke as if he wanted to ask something. However, he hesitated for a moment, and finally swallowed the words that were already on his lips again. What Wei Shilong wanted to ask. Meng Sun's heart was as clear as a mirror. But this thing, he certainly will not admit, and will also be all the people who know the silence, so that he completely stay out of it, as if this thing has never happened. It was a good thing that the only people who knew the inside story of this matter were Chen Wenjun and Ma Lu. As long as these two could keep their mouths shut, no one would be able to suspect that Li Fei's visit to Huaicheng to catch the adulterer had anything to do with him. Even if there really was some smart person who had gotten suspicious, it couldn't be explained how he had known in advance that Yuan Shanshan would be cheating on him with someone. As long as you can't explain this doubt, Meng Sun is fearless since, in his previous life, Li Fei had lived peacefully until he was 50 years old. And now he's suddenly gone like that. Is it hard to believe that a decision I make now could have such a big impact? At this moment, Meng Sun had some indescribable blockage in his heart. It wasn't that he felt any guilt because of Li Fei's unexpected passing. Rather, I think it's a little too easy to think that the course of history, so easily, has changed. It wasn't until this moment, this second, that Meng Sun completely had a sense of belonging to this era. The people he had seen and done in recent days were not some kind of solemn dream. He had really been reborn and returned. And every decision he makes now will have a profound impact on this era, as evidenced by Li Fei's passing away in an accidental car accident. If he hadn't set up a trap in the dark and notified Li Fei to come to Huaicheng to catch the traitor, Li Fei wouldn't have died in an accidental car crash because of fatigued driving. Maybe right now at this very moment, he's still sleeping peacefully at home. Anyway, the course of history has now, indeed, begun to change, and Li Fei's accidental death, but also will completely stir the entire Jiangzhou intricate political situation. Will Li Zhihong have a change in his political stance because of his son's death? Which can now also be a question. No. Now that Li Feiren is gone, between Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming, a conflict will surely erupt as a result. If I can take this opportunity to stir things up a bit, won't I be able to create a bigger rift amongst that small group of theirs, so that after they calm down, even if they want to mend their relationship with each other, they won't be able to trust each other so easily again. As Mang Sun's thoughts pondered this, a plan suddenly came to his mind. First, find a way to divide and draw together Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming, amplify the conflict between them, so that they cannot be reconciled in a short period of time. Then try to use Li Zhihong's hand to get rid of Yuan Taiming. When Yuan Taiming was eliminated, the Meng family's crisis was lifted and the second step of the plan could begin. Secretly pull the real identity of Sun Jiliang and He Xuanqing, the two nails, to burst, so that the mysterious dragon young man of the Rui Long group knows that the Wang family has been leading him by the nose, playing him like a fool. As long as that mysterious dragon youngster's hostile gaze could shift from Song Huimin to the Wang family, the shocking killing game set up by that Wang family was even half broken. As for the remaining half, when the time comes, the soldiers will come to stop the water and cover the earth, and then find ways to deal with it. In short, there is only one core spindle, that is, must not let the Wang family, hiding in the waves under the water to watch the show, must also pull them down to the water. That way Song Huimin could turn from passive to active and not be blindfolded by the two sets of forces and given a brutal beating. Creating continued conflict between Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming is not difficult to do, but the key is how to get them to completely tear their faces off and come down hard on each other. Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and fell into a state of contemplation for a moment. Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming, those are two old foxes who have become sophisticated. Want these two old foxes to completely tear their faces, regardless of the old friendship, and fight hard. You need an opportunity to do so. And the opportunity had to be such that both had to be up for the kill at the same time for it to work. Alas, it really doesn't work on paper, and it doesn't seem to be that easy to get this done for a while. Meng Sun racked his brain to think about it, but he couldn't find the right opportunity to completely tear the two apart. Although it was said that in his hands, there were still a lot of cards that could be played right now, but most of these were auxiliary cards that couldn't really play any decisive role. And now the only thing that could possibly nail Yuan Taiming to death is that family of 5 extermination case in Hongshan County. If we can work on this case and make significant progress, it would be an opportunity to try and push for Li Zhihong to cut ties with Yuan Taiming for the sake of his political future. If it really came to that, Yuan Taiming would definitely not sit back and wait for death in order to survive. At that time, the opportunity to completely destroy the Yuan family would come. It looks like we still have to start with the Red Mountain extermination case to get started. As Mang Sun thought of this, he immediately suppressed the many thoughts in his mind for the time being. He said in a heavy tone to Wei Shilong, Wei Bureau, now Li Fei accidentally died. Will certainly make Li Zhihong and Yuan Taiming between some problems. This is a rare good opportunity. For the Red Mountain extermination case, we can no longer hesitate. We must immediately start to do. Mang Sun, I'm not going to hide it from you. I do have that right to reopen the investigation of the case, but I'm only a deputy after all. If a hand comes back to terminate the investigation, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop it. Wei Shilong naturally knew that this opportunity was very rare, but there's a reality now that there's a leader above him pressing on. If that leader had a difference of opinion with him, he, the deputy, would certainly not be able to do the job of the person's regular position. After all, He Xuanqing is also the secretary of the Bureau of Party Committee. In terms of the power of speech is far beyond him. Bureau Wei, you don't have to worry about that one hand. I've already asked the mayor to find a way to keep him in Huaichang for a period of time. At least during this period of time, you still have autonomy. Meng Sun said as he gave Wei Shilong a peace of mind. Meng, it was the mayor's approval to reopen the investigation of the Red Mountain extermination case? When Wei Shilong heard this, his heart and mind were greatly shaken while he asked a tentative question with his mouth. Wei, the mayor doesn't know about this yet, and reopening the case for investigation is just my personal suggestion. Meng Sun said with a smile, not revealing anything. If it's true that you don't know anything, then what's the explanation for what happened to Yi Xuanqing? Wei Shilong's brain thought. After turning at an extremely fast speed for a few moments, he bit his back teeth, immediately made up his mind and said, Xiao Meng, I listen to you. Reopen the investigation on the reopening of the investigation. As a people's police officer, if even this is not responsible, then I might as well go home to sell sweet potatoes. For Wei Shilong's behavior, Meng Sun just smiled and said, good, then I can wait for your good news. The mayor will be officially inaugurated on the 1st of next month. Full count is less than a week. If you can investigate some of the brow before this time, then it is also considered to be a good congratulatory gift for both of us. Okay, you do not give me on the pressure. After all, our 10 years ago the old case, which is so easy to come up with results, I can only now more arrangements for some of the criminal investigation veterans to secretly investigate, as far as possible to the chain of evidence to supplement the integrity of some. Wei Shilong wasn't stupid. How could he not hear that Meng Soon's words meant something else? But investigating a case like this, especially a big case of human life, from the investigation and evidence collection to the result, it is impossible to end in a short period of time, unless the evidence is so solid that the suspect can be nailed in one go, or else it will take a very long time just to pull in the middle. Okay, I won't put pressure on you. I'm on my way back to Jiangzhou right now. We'll talk about the specific details after we meet tomorrow, Meng Sun said with a kind smile. What? You're on your way back to Jiangzhou right now? When Wei Shilong heard this, he was immediately taken aback. He had expected Meng Sun to wait until after the new mayor had assumed his duties. I didn't expect to move back at such a dangerous juncture. If Yuan Taiming had known about this news, he would have been unable to press for some action. Bureau Wei. This war drum has already sounded. If I don't come back, how am I going to sing a 10-sided ambush to him, Yuan Taiming, so that he can listen to it properly? A cold light emerged from Meng Sun's eyes and he said with a cold smile, Meng Sun, I really can't help but admire your guts. You just came back in such a grand manner. It's already not just slapping his Yuan Taiming's face. It's the whole thing that's going to ride the face output, Wei Shilong said with a bitter smile. Wei Bureau, since I dare to come back, then naturally I will not be afraid to confront him Yuan Taiming head-on. As the saying goes, the narrow path is the courage to win. He and I have nothing to retreat now. Behind us are all 10,000 abysses. Whoever retreats one step will die, Meng Sun said in a cold and morose tone as his gaze probed out the car window. At the same time, the Jiangzhou Municipal Building, inside an office on the 7th floor, Li Zhihang's eyes were taut with dense blood at the corners of his eyes, and he had been sitting frozen for almost an hour. Although he didn't shed any tears at that moment, the overwhelming emotion of grief in his heart had overwhelmed him like a flood. This sudden bad news not only caught him off guard, but also shattered his psychological defenses on the spot. My son, who yesterday morning was eating together in a joyful manner, is gone. Just this one day without seeing each other. He will have to send the black hair to the black hair, and suffer the most unacceptable pain in this world. Leader, the car is ready. We can go. Secretary Zhang Kaifeng tiptoed, walked in from outside the office and said, Come on, let's go pick up Dash and take him home. While Li Zhihang got up with a trembling body, he also took his jacket from the hanging rack in his hand. Leader, let me help you walk. You slow down. Seeing Li Zhihang walking, his two legs were slightly trembling. Zhang Kaifeng rushed forward and held Li Zhihang's arm. I'm fine. I don't need your help. Casually pushing Zhang Kaifeng out of the way, Li Zhihang stood in place, letting his leg muscles adapt for a moment. He took a deep breath, then puffed out his chest, his body bursting back into the aura that the executive vice mayor should have, and with quick steps, he walked out. The sun is gone now, but he's not dead. As long as he remains in office here in Jiangzhou for one day, no one will be able to steal his power. Son, don't worry about going. On Yuan family's side, I won't spare them easily. As Li Zhihong walked out, he secretly said with hatred right in his eyes, the reason why his son was killed in a car accident today was attributed to Yuan Shanshan's body. If Yuan Shanshan hadn't gone to Huaichang to have a room with someone to cheat on her, Li Fei wouldn't have rushed to Huaichang overnight to catch the adulterer. And naturally this car accident wouldn't have happened. The most detestable is still Yuan Taiming, knowing that his daughter misbehavior outside a lover, but also hid their father and son initiative to ask for an engagement. This was no longer simply deception, but playing them father and son for fools. Yuan Taiming, you wait for me. This matter I'm not finished with you. Li Zhihang's vicious words in his heart hadn't yet fallen, and that person he least wanted to see at this time was actually waiting for him downstairs. Old Li, I know all about Fei. You must be sorry for your loss. Seeing Li Zhihong walk out from within the municipal office building, after Yuan Taiming organized the expression on his face for a while, he quickly stepped up and greeted him, saying with grief-stricken emotions, Mr. Yuan, I appreciate the goodwill. I have to go to Huaicheng to pick up Fei home now, so I won't accompany you. Li Zhihong coldly said casually while walking towards his official car. Old Li, wait. I'll go with you. In any case, I'm also Xiao Fei's elder. Let me do my part in this responsibility as well. Yuan Taiming quickly followed, but before he could finish the words in his mouth, he was directly interrupted by Li Zhihong, with a gloomy face. Mr. Yuan, I'm not that close to you, and my family Fei isn't that close to you, so I don't need you to bother with things like picking him up. Yuan Taiming's face changed at his words, and as he tried to continue pestering him further, Zhang Kaifeng nonchalantly blocked him, and with a cold face, he said, Mr. Yuan, I think the leader has already made it clear to you, so please respect your own identity. Secretary Zhang. What do you mean by that? The fire in Yuan Taiming's heart bubbled up. Nothing meaningful. I just want to caution Mr. Yuan. Remember the 4 words scholar, farmer, worker, and businessman. When our leaders give you face, you have face. When they don't give you face, I advise you to put on your smarts for good. After Zhang Kaifeng sneered and coldly laughed, he turned around and got into the passenger seat. Greeting the driver, he started the vehicle and left the municipal compound. It's true that the scholar peasantry industry is right, but there are still officials on the government, and you, Li Zihong, are nothing, being ridiculed by a small secretary carrying a bag. Yuan Taiming, the richest man in Jiangzhou, how could he swallow this breath? And immediately laughed coldly. At the break of dawn, a black Santana car, silently, drove into the boundary of Jiangzhou. Ma Lu, who was already a bit sleepy, asked with a yawn, Meng Xiao, are we going directly to the mine now, to see June? Meng Sin opened his eyes at the words and said in an indifferent tone, no, I'm not going to see June first, right now I need to see a more important person. Meanwhile, in the Shangtang Garden neighborhood, inside a 3-room residence, Gao Shusen, the executive deputy prosecutor general of the People's Procuratorate of Jiangzhou City, is having breakfast with his English teacher and lover, Yali. He is a high school English teacher, and the two met at a government-organized public meeting on legal literacy. In the beginning, the two of them just ate together, and Gao Shusen studied English in the meantime, but as they continued to deepen their contact, the two of them got together as a matter of course. When the two substantially broke through that relationship, Yali then confessed to Gao Shusen that her husband was also working in the Procuratorate, and was also a deputy section-level cadre in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. This freaked out Takashi Mori and offered to end the relationship on the spot, but Healy was dead set against it and asked to keep it up, although Gao Shusen was scared to death, but did not dare to force with Yali. Disconnect this layer of due marriage relationship, coupled with Yali's outward appearance. It really did fit his tastes quite well. In this way, with the deeper and deeper, Gao Shusen not only did not get rid of Yali the lover, but instead, the two also settled a small home outside of this. Every once in a while, the two of them would have to find some excuse to come inside this little home, cozy up for a day or two, and learn some English on the side. What's the matter? You've been drooping since last night. Is it because my English isn't letting you study? Yali raised her willow leaf eyebrows and asked with a somewhat unhappy face. From last night to now, Gao Shusen has been in this state of disorientation. Even learning English is not as enthusiastic as it used to be. It is completely perfunctory to her. Shaoli, don't get me wrong. It's nothing to do with you. It's me who has some problems with my work. I'm thinking of how to remedy it. Gao Shusen paused the action of peeling eggshells in his hands and said with a bitter smile, can he not be flustered right now? Now the pigtail is being held by someone. If you dare to let the tigress at home know, he and the unit colleague's wife, not only to maintain long-term male and female inappropriate relationship, and the two also in this outside, settled a small home of their own. He didn't have to think about it in his head to know what would happen. It can be said that all the power and position he now possesses was gifted to him by his wife's family, to make up for the fact that his wife, by nature, was unable to bear children. To put it bluntly, this is a naked exchange of benefits. He gave up his basic claim as a man to produce an heir in exchange for the power and status he now enjoys. That's what it takes for someone like him with no background to move up the ladder. That's why he said he now extraordinarily cherished what he had at the moment. It was even more unlikely to go and give up the power and status that had already arrived for the sake of these women like Yali. And to be honest, he would have lifted his ass and walked away if it wasn't for the fact that Healy was dead set against ending the relationship. My relationship with Xiaoli has always been well hidden. That boy from the Meng family, how on earth did he find out? The more Gao Shusen thought about it, the more he had a headache, and he was a bit unable to eat his breakfast. Now he's caught in the middle, on both sides of the fence, and he's on the verge of becoming a sandwich. On the one hand, it was Li Zhihong who constantly pressurized him to end this case of the Meng family in a strict and quick manner. On the one hand, it was the Meng family's kid who had grabbed him by his vital handles and was threatening him with his words. Now no matter how he went about the case, he was offended on both ends. And most crucially, these two grand masters, which one he was now, were both a bit unaffordable. Offend Li Zhihong, in the future, 100% sure to be worn shoes. Although people are not his competent leadership, but they are the standing committee of the municipal party committee. There are ways to fix him. If you offend the Meng family, you may not be able to keep your official hat on your head. Now he was really having a hard time at both ends, and the pressure he had to bear on this psyche was about to burst him. Ugh, which god in the sky have I offended? You're going to screw me to death like this? Gao Shusen put down the already half-peeled egg in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Old Gao, what in the world is it that can put you, the deputy prosecutor, under so much pressure? Seeing the sadness falling off Gao Shusen's face, he Yali asked out loud with a curious face. Don't ask. It's a troublesome matter. If you know about it, I'm afraid you'll lose sleep with me at night as well. Gao Shusen shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Old Gao, is it the one in your family? Who knows about us? He Yali asked with a worried face. Don't be so blind. If she really knew about the two of us, would you and I be able to sit so peacefully together now, eating breakfast? As Takashusen said that, he took the egg that had just been half-peeled and brought it to his hands once again. It's also true that tigress in your house is so fierce. If she really knew about us, I'm afraid she would have already made a scene at our school. While he Yali was relieved, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something important, and she had a face that wanted to say something, and she mustered up the courage to open her mouth a few times, but she still couldn't get the words out. Why? Something's wrong? Gao Shusen is not stupid. Where can he not see that he Yali has something to say to him, and directly pick up the words? Gao, my one hasn't been here for over a month. After struggling with her face for a moment, he Yali finally managed to get the words out. That? When Gao Shusen heard this, his brows subconsciously furrowed. His entire body froze for a few seconds before reacting to what he Yali meant. Ray, don't be ridiculous. You're 37 years old. It should be unlikely? Takashi Mori stiffened and smiled. I'm not quite sure at the moment, so that's not exactly what I'm planning to do. Go to the hospital today and get checked out. He Yali words to this, fiercely sat up straight. A serious expression said, Lao Gao, I've been with you for so long. I've never thought of letting you be responsible for me or anything, but if the test results come out, I'm really pregnant. This child, you can think of yourself whether you want it or not. If you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't want it, I'll just go and get rid of it. I'm not making it difficult, nor am I morally tying you down. You just need to have no regrets of your own. Gao Shusen's entire brain was completely messed up after hearing these words. If he Yali was really pregnant, the child would definitely be his. He Yali's husband, not long after the birth of their first child, to respond to the call of national policy, to go to the sterilization surgery. The correct answer, then, was now left to himself. Abort it. If he Yali is really pregnant, this child must not be kept. The first thought in Gao Shusen's mind was to put an end to the trouble, but then he thought that he was 45 years old this year. This child might be his last chance to pass on his bloodline heir, and he unconsciously hesitated again in his heart. Shaoli, go to the hospital for a checkup first and see the results before we talk about it. If you're really pregnant, we'll discuss it again. With that said, Takashi Mori practically fled from this home. He is now really afraid to face Iyali again, for fear that he will do the wrong choice item in a moment of weakness. Just like this, Gao Shusen was in a trance all the way out of the cell door. Yet before he could completely recover from the shocking news he had just received, a chilling laugh, without warning, rose above his ears. Inspector Gao, originally I just wanted to come here to try my luck, but I didn't expect to actually meet you here. Who? Gao Shusen's spirit, at that moment, was in a state of extreme tension, and he almost didn't die from the sudden pleasantries. He hastily raised his eyes to look, only to see a young man with a somewhat gentle face, who was currently surveying him with a smiling gaze. Little comrade, are you mistaking me for someone else? After confirming that this face had not been seen before, Gao Shusen's taut brain nerves instantly relaxed. He was now really afraid of running into some acquaintances and then not being able to explain to the other party well why he was here. In the past, when he and Yali came to this neighborhood, most of the time in the evening, and also wearing a hat and mask, even if the road meets acquaintances, and take a look at the effort, I think they cannot recognize them. But this morning, due to the sheer excitement of the situation, he was now not only without a hat and mask, but without even basic camouflage. If he meets someone familiar with him, as long as his eyes are not blind, he will be able to recognize him as the executive deputy prosecutor of the public prosecutor's office. No, he seemed to have called me high prosecutor just now. Wouldn't that mean he knows my true identity? The corner of Takashusen's eye twitched, and the tension that had just been put down was once again brought up with a vengeance. Inspector Gao, you're so handsome. I'm afraid it's hard for me to recognize you even if I want to. Mengson smiled with a playful look in his eyes. This is really not a compliment to him. Do not look at now. Gao Shusen is already a person to middle age. But people sell. Really is the instrument is not extraordinary style. It's not quite as good as Song Huimin's 1 in a Million, but it's outstanding for this era. Otherwise, what do you think makes people Gao Shusen able to make so many women willing to be with them? Power is of course the main reason. But you can't deny that people with this added appearance really do have what it takes to attract those women. In Mengson's previous life, Gao Shusen was not planted in the hands of the women who had an affair with him, but was reported by the male colleague of the unit to the real name. The real name report at the same time. That unit male colleagues, but also quite a heart, to the Haishusen wife sent a lot of photos, which led to the complete collapse of the Haishusen. What's a little strange, though, is that at the time of the investigation and deposition of Tall Shusen, the wife of that male colleague, not only did not backbite Gao Shusen, but instead repeatedly told the investigation team that she was voluntarily with Gao Shusen. Tall Shusen didn't do anything to her, either, to coerce her. And after the dust has settled completely on the double firing of Gao Shusen, the wife of that male colleague, surprisingly, took her 2 children and disappeared from Jiangzhou along with Gao Shusen. Wait, 2 children? Now the policy of this era is not eugenics. How can a public official have 2 children? Is it possible that they are twins? Meng Sun's thoughts recalled this, and he suddenly felt that this should be investigated. If that male co-worker's wife, indeed, had twin children, then so be it. If there are no twins, or only one child, then those 2 kids from a previous life are worth looking into a little deeper. Or is there a possibility that one of those 2 children from the previous life was not that male co-worker's, but Gao Shusen's and that English teacher's, both of their children? If that was the case, it would also explain why that English teacher, who would rather carry the reputation of being a man's man, had to die to protect Gao Shusen. Because once Gao Shusen goes in for a prison meal, this child she is bound to not be able to keep either. This young man's voice? Why is it somewhat familiar? Have I heard it somewhere before? Just as Meng Sun's brain raced and entered a state of reasoning, in Gao Shusen's heart, a bad feeling also rose. He wrinkled his brow just a little bit and his brain immediately reacted to who this young man who was now greeting him was. You're Meng Xiangfeng's son, Meng Sun? Gao Shusen was greatly surprised and said, looks like the high prosecutor is still quite impressed with me. Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and acknowledged his identity and smiled. That's right, I'm Meng Xiangfeng's son, Meng Sun, and the one who called you. How did you know about this place? Gao Shusen bit his back teeth and asked with a bit of weakness in his heart. The house was a safe house for him and he had never told anyone about it, and the title of the house was not in either of their names. How the hell did Meng Sun find this place? High prosecutor, I seem to remember saying to you that I know you better than you think, so you'd better think of me as a friend, or else if you can't be a friend, you'll have a headache. I'm afraid. Meng Sun shrugged his head and laughed. Tall Shusen is a good card to play. If he hadn't been forced into this by the situation, he really didn't want to play that card so early. Yet, originally, he had planned to leave this card for Chao's family to use, but now he could only take it out in advance. I've done everything you asked me to do for you. What more do you want? Gao Shusen pressed his voice and questioned in shock and fear. High prosecutor, your current mood is a bit too tense. Don't worry, I'm not here to find you trouble. I just want to chat with you, and send you to work in the meantime. You have to give me this face, right? As Meng Sun said that, he made a gesture of invitation. In Gao Shusen's heart at the moment, although he already hated Meng Sun, he didn't dare to refuse this invitation. Can only be a heart under a cross? Along with Meng Sun butt into the roadside Santana car. Tell me, what do you want from me today? Gao Shusen as far as possible to calm his mood. Bitter face explained, although I am the Procurator's executive deputy prosecutor, but I still have the Procurator General above me, as well as the Political and Judicial Committee and the Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee leaders. Even if I want to release your father, I really do not have that right. High prosecutor, didn't I just tell you? I'm not here to trouble you today. I won't deliberately make things difficult for you for those things you can't do. While Meng Sun smiled and echoed, he instructed Ma Lu in the driver's seat. 6th Sun Drive. Go to the Procuratorate. Yes, young master. After Ma Lu responded, he immediately started the vehicle and drove in the direction where the Procuratorate was located. Humph, that's a nice thing to say. If you really didn't want to make things difficult for me, would you still come to block me so early in the morning? Gao Shusen's heart was slandering, but his mouth did not dare to slack off and said, your father's case, although I can't just give it a dismissal, but don't worry, I'll take good care of the person and won't let him suffer in it. Meng Sun smiled and said, then I'll act on behalf of my father and thank the high prosecutor first, but I'm coming over today. It's not all about this. There's still a small favor that I need the high prosecutor's hand to help. Here it comes. I knew this weasel paying homage to a chicken could have any good intentions. Gao Shusen secretly grumbled in his heart, but his face didn't dare to show a different color, so he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his mouth, saying, for you to come to me this early, it must be urgent, and as long as I can help, I will definitely do my best to help. Speaking of which, Gao Shusen first took a look at Meng Sun's face, after realizing that everything was normal. Only then, with a tentative gaze, did he ask, but what exactly do you want from me? To give you a favor? It's not a big deal. I would like to ask you, High Prosecutor, to ask Yuan Zhenbiao to stay at your prosecutor's office for a few days. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Meng Sun eyed the road ahead and said casually on his lips. Meng, seek, this Yuan Zhenbiao you refer to, it can't be the one I know, right? The corner of Takashi Mori's eye twitched, and his entire brain began to hurt. He knew about the conflict between the Yuan family and the Meng family. Before there was this incident, Yuan Taiming and Meng Xiangfeng had already been somewhat at odds. Only at that time, Mayor Sun Jiliang was still there, and the Yuan family did not look at the face of the monk, but still left a few points of leeway for the Meng family. But now Mayor Sun Jiliang has been transferred. Meng's biggest backer in Zhengzhou is gone. Yuan Taiming naturally has no more scruples and is going to start screwing the Meng family to death. To be honest, this time, the Procurator's mandatory detention of Meng Xiangfeng is, procedurally speaking, a somewhat irregular operation. It's just that in this climate nowadays, that's how everyone does things, and it's easier to turn a blind eye to it. If you are too serious, the leaders will have a problem with you even if they don't say it explicitly in their mouths. The leader who gave the Procuratorate a secret greeting this time was Li Zhiheng, the executive vice mayor of Jiangzhou City. He is the leader of the standing committee of the Municipal Party Committee, although not the immediate superior of the Procuratorate. But you want to make progress in your career, but it cannot bypass them. And Li Zhiheng is still in charge of the financial port side. This face and how dare Gao Shusen not give. That's what led to the forced detention of Meng Xiangfeng a few days ago. Now the Procuratorate has begun to go through the procedures. As long as the Public Security Bureau can investigate some solid evidence, the Procuratorate will be able to prosecute Meng Xiangfeng on the basis of this evidence and transfer it to the court for judicial sentencing. Inspector Gao, I'm a person who likes to be straightforward, so let's not play any mumbles between the two of us. Just tell me plainly, can you help me with this little favor? Meng Sun's words seem to be not threatening anything, but Gao Shusen is very clear in his heart. If he dares to refuse directly, then he and Meng Sun may not be friends. Not friends, that is the enemy. Meng Sun naturally will not be merciful and polite to him again. What to do? What the hell am I supposed to do now? Gao Shusen had a splitting headache at this moment and really wanted to jump into the river. Who is Yuan Zhenbiao? Yuan Taiming's own nephew. And who is Yuan Taiming? The current richest man in Jiangzhou City. The richest man in Jiangzhou. That is not an ordinary character. In addition to the executive vice mayor behind Li Zhiheng's strong support, Chao's family is also his hidden backing. This is a hornet's nest who stabbed who died. He really cannot afford to mess with not to mention that he is now only a regular cadre, even if he is now immediately given a promotion to the deputy hall, but also to take people Yuan Taiming nothing to do. The true face of this society is such a stark reality. Money on money, official on official. In front of ordinary people, he might be able to be arrogant, but in the eyes of those really big people, he was no different from those ants crawling on the ground. People only need to say one word about it, and they can just jerk him to the bottom, wiping out 20 or 30 years of his hard work. In this case, just ask yourself if you're afraid, right? This world just an upright people that is certainly there, but definitely does not include him Gao Shusen himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what the leaders told him to do, and repeatedly violated the rules to do his job. He, a person without any background, can climb to the present position of this executive deputy prosecutor, is really not easy, also not willing to lose. Meng Sun, after all, our Procuratorate is not the Public Security Bureau. Not anyone can be forced to detain. How about this? I'll go to the Public Security Bureau site to say hello, so they can think of a way to deal with the matter of Yuan Zhenbiao. Do you think it's okay? Gashisen's eyes flickered slightly as he tried to deflect the scourge and said, Prosecutor Gao, if the Public Security Bureau is needed, why would I come to you? Meng Sun laughed kindly, and then suddenly changed the topic and asked, Hi Prosecutor, how's the health of your witch English teacher lately? Is there anything uncomfortable? What do you mean this is? When Gao Shusen heard this, his head went straight to the ground. He didn't quite react for a moment to what Meng Sun was trying to do when he suddenly turned to this topic. Meng Sun did not give Gao Shusen time to clear his head. He continued, Gao inspection. My father often said to me, people can come to this world to live a life is not easy. If you cannot leave something, it is equivalent to living this life in vain, which is why our ancestors passed down the world's famous saying, unfiliality has three, no posterity for the big, a man. If you don't have a child of your own, to inherit the flame, even if you are more successful, what's the use? If a man doesn't have a child of his own to inherit, even if you're successful, what's the point? 100 years later is not a pile of yellow earth. Qingming festival, not even a person to give you around the paper. You say this is how miserable so I say, the child is still very important. Can watch them grow up a little bit, is also a kind of human enjoyment. Well, Meng Sun now appeared to be saying something very puzzling, but Gao Shusen was listening with a tingling scalp and chills down his spine. If it wasn't for this morning, when he Yali said that to him, he would definitely be in a state of confusion right now as well, not understanding what Meng Sun was trying to imply to him in these words. One might even think that all of this was Meng Sun's own nervous self-talk, but this second, this moment, where would he dare to think such thoughts? Reason kept telling him that it was probably a coincidence. He Yali now herself cannot be sure whether the pregnancy, Meng Sun, and how could know this, but the meaning in Meng Sun's words was just too clear in its directionality, so clear that it gave him goosebumps. Suppose he Yali is really pregnant and Meng Sun does know about it. That which had just been said was an immovable knock against him. Let him have it in his mind that he had better think it over before making any decision, or the consequences could be dire. Meng, seek the procuratorate to force the detention of suspects. There are also rules and regulations. This matter you let me go back to ponder. Even if I really want to make a move on Yuan Zhangbiao, I have to find a reasonable excuse to do so. Gao Shusen's heart was in turmoil at this moment, and he could only be perfunctory to Meng Sun first. Okay, but this can't take too long. Give me an answer in the morning. Can you? Meng Sun stared into Gao Shusen's eyes and said with a smiling face. At that moment, before Gao Shusen could reply, Ma Lu spoke first. Young Meng, the prosecutor's office is here. Hi prosecutor, then I won't keep you from going to work. I'm sure you, a smart man, will make the right choice. Meng Sun retracted his somewhat aggressive gaze and said, aha. Tall Shusen hung his head and answered after a sullen cry. With his right hand slightly trembling, he pushed open the car door, got out of the car, and disappeared within Meng Sun's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Young Meng, this Attorney General Gao, will he listen to you? Before Ma Lu started the vehicle, he really could not suppress the feeling of curiosity in his heart and asked, Sixth son, there are very few people in this world who have the right to choose completely on their own. Unfortunately, he and I are not among them, so that means that both of us don't have a choice right now, and if he doesn't want to lose all the power and status that he has right now, then he has to make a compromise with me. As Meng Sun said that, he reached out and rolled down the window. He raised his somewhat cold and haunted eyes and gazed at the infinite gray sky in the distance and said, the storm in Jiangzhou is coming soon, and the life and death duel between us and the Yuan family is considered to be officially kicked off from this moment onwards. Young Meng, since the situation is so dangerous right now, wouldn't it be safer for us to stay in Huaichang? So why come back and take this risk? Ma Lu raised his hand to touch the back of his head and asked with a naive face, want to take, must first give. I have to not come back to risk this, and how to stimulate. Yuan Taiming, that old fox, began to go crazy. If he is not crazy, this 10-sided ambush is not in vain preparation. Meng Sun said with a smirk while he then withdrew his gaze from the car window. Rocco, are you afraid? Meng Sun asked, raising an eyebrow as his eyes turned to the driver's seat. Meng Xiao, I won't lie to you. I'm really a bit scared in my heart, but it's useless to be scared. Yuan's family is riding on our heads. If we don't beat them back this time, then how can we still mix in Jiangzhou in the future? When Ma Lu said this, he once again raised his hand and touched the back of his head, with a silly smile on his face. Besides, we come out to mix, but we have to be righteous. Since we eat the boss's food, we have to solve the trouble for the boss, and when we are needed, then we have to stand out like a man. Rocco, did you come up with all these words on your own? Meng Sun pursued with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I have a slow brain, I can't think of these big ideas. It's June who always teaches me. Merlu hemmed and hawed and echoed. This kid's brain is ghostly. How can he turn slow? But it's also strange. How could I have no impression of him? In my previous life? Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and carefully recalled. But he still couldn't recall any memorized information about Ma Lu. Forget it, don't think about it. There's no way this kid is going to play any infernal games with me. Maybe in his past life, he left Jiangzhou. After Meng Sun shook his head and lost a laugh, he stopped dwelling on this issue and just casually asked, Sixth son, how did you and June know each other? Ma Lu sniffed, but also did not hide anything. Very frankly said, I and brother June is in the number inside the acquaintance, but also thanks to brother June to take care of me. I did not suffer much from those old greaseballs bullying, and when my sentence is full out of prison, brother June will bring me to the mine, follow the boss to work together. I don't think you're the kind of person who takes the initiative to cause trouble. In the end, what kind of crime did you get into? Meng Sun asked with curiosity rising in his heart. It's not a big deal. I was young and unintelligent, and I was in desperate need of money to spend, so I was on the side of the road, and I casually stole a car and sold it, and then I was sent to reform through labor for 3 years. Ma Luck said gently. No, just for stealing a car. You got 3 years? Meng Sun said somewhat incredulously. Yes, just stole a car. And so the case, I was arrested into after I realized that the Santana is an official car, but also the criminal police plainclothes team car. I was poor or almost pawn pants, also have no money to pay for the car, so sex is also a pain in the ass. Go in to eat a meal in jail. Ma Lu sighed and said bitterly, not right the car since you give sold. That retrieve not on the line. This matter for the police, not exactly professional counterparts. Meng Sun said as he spotted a flashy spot. Alas, don't mention it. Those who collect black car dealers are also thieves. I sold the car on the same day. They took the car into parts on the same day. Wait until the police arrived. Those car parts have long been in various channels. Was sent out of Zhengzhou, don't know where to go. When Ma Lu said this, a smile suddenly surfaced on his face and said, but thanks to the matter of stealing a car, I was able to recognize Brother June inside the number. Or else I'm afraid that I'm still mixing on the street now. When Meng Sun heard this, he really didn't know how to define this. Perhaps for someone like Ma Lu, who came from the lowest class, to meet a good big brother who took care of him was a great fortune in life. You have to be righteous when you're out in the world. That's just a movie line. There aren't that many righteous people in the world. Meng Sun leaned his head back against the back seat, his face somewhat disbelieving, and laughed softly in his mind. At the same time, a few kilometers away from the prosecutor's office, inside a Pearland theater, Yuan Taiming entered through the back door. He walked slowly to the bottom of the theater stage and took a random seat. After waiting for about a bell's time, a dusty middle-aged man with a dark green liberated bag on his shoulder finally appeared from his line of sight and came to sit beside him in a familiar manner. The two seemed to have known each other for years, and without any pleasantries, they got down to business. Old M.O., it's been hard on you. There are a bit too many fish that need to be killed this time, so I can only ask you to be this cook. Yuan Taimingmei said with a hint of exhaustion in his brow as he closed his eyes. You're still polite with me. Don't worry, I'll help you get it all cleaned up. Mo Donglai said with a casual response while raising his hand to remove the liberated bag from his shoulder. Old M.O., I'm definitely relieved that you're doing your job, or else I wouldn't have invited you over from a long distance. When Yuan Taiming said this, as if he remembered something, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, by the way, how is Wenwen's leg now? Can she walk normally? It's okay to take a few steps inside the home. If you go outside, that girl is still a little scared of life, not daring to walk up and down from her wheelchair. But compared to the past when she didn't even dare to walk, now it's already too much better. As a father, I'm already very contented. When talking about his daughter Mo11, on Mo Donglai's face, a doting smile couldn't help but surface. To outsiders, he may be a murderous madman, but for his daughter, who grew up with polio, he was the one and only reason to live. Don't worry, take your time. As long as you can persevere and stick to it, I believe Wenwen, for sure, will be able to survive in this society like a normal person. Yuan Taiming hadn't even finished saying this when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone from within his pocket to see that the caller ID showed that it was Yuan Jingbiao who had called. Bill, didn't I tell you that I have something to do in the morning? So don't bother me. Yuan Taiming furrowed his brows and said in a somewhat stern tone, Uncle, there's something important. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to make this call to you. Yuan Jingbiao said with an anxious face. What is it? Say. Yuan Taiming didn't have the intention of hiding his intentions from Mo Donglai and asked directly. Uncle, Meng family, that little brat appeared in Zhengzhou. People are now in the department store that piece. I'm leading the brothers to rush over. You see. Before Yuan Jingbiao could finish what he wanted to say, he was directly interrupted by Yuan Taiming. Take your men and get your ass back here immediately, and I'll arrange for someone else to handle that little brat. After saying that, Yuan Taiming didn't even give Yuan Jingbiao a chance to reply and directly hung up the phone. Little brat, you've got a lot of guts. Is this looking down on me, or are you trying to punch me in the face? While Yuan Taiming's eyes were coldly smiling, his gaze turned to Mo Donglai's face and said, Old Mo, it'll be hard for you to take a trip. Leave him alive, but let him understand properly and clearly from the bottom of his bones who is in charge in this Zhengzhou. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhengzhou City People's Procuratorate. No. 2 comprehensive office building, a sunrise office on the 6th floor. Gao Shusen locked his office door tightly, and while his feet kept hovering and pacing back and forth, his mouth was constantly gulping down nicotine smoke. He had lost track of how many cigarettes he had smoked. In any case, the floor was littered with dense cigarette butts. At the moment, this office would be flooded with nicotine fumes if it weren't still breathable. Just like this, in the middle of the irritable mood, after another small half an hour, placed on the mahogany-colored desk on the phone, finally is ringing up. Gao Shusen was first taken aback when he was unprepared. But he quickly collected the emotions on his face and tremblingly reached out his hand to pick up the cell phone. Hello? Gao Shusen's low, hoarse, smoky voice rang out in this office. Old Gao, the results of the hospital tests have come out. And my feeling was right, my belly is indeed pregnant. Hiyali's voice was equally low, said, the child is already 2 months old. It's not too late if you want to get rid of it now. What I said to you in the morning are all true. I don't morally kidnap you nor make things difficult for you. Whether this child wants to be or not is up to you to decide. If you want it, I'll give it to you to be born. If you don't want it, I can arrange for it to be aborted in the near future days, as long as you yourself don't regret it in the future. Gao Shusen was completely silent when he heard this, although he had already had some mental preparations. At this moment this second, he was still caught in the midst of unspeakably complex emotions, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or fearful. If you think about it from a realistic point of view, this child is a big trouble. The best way to deal with it is to abort it, so that both he and Hiyali are safe, and do not have to worry about being found out day after day and reveal this scandal. He had thought he had it all figured out, that if Hiyali was really pregnant, then he would just abort it, so that neither his power nor his position would be affected by this child. He is still the same awe-inspiring and enviable Executive Deputy Prosecutor General of the People's Procuratorate of Jiangzhou City, but when it really came down to it, he found his throat blocked. It was clearly a matter of one sentence, and he could have solved all the trouble and left no loose ends, but he just couldn't make up his mind or open his mouth at the moment. He was 45 years old, and if nothing else, this child might be the last of his bloodline. If he really chose to give up at this second, perhaps just like what Mangson said, when he was 100 years old, in front of his tombstone at the Qingming festival, there might not even be a person to burn paper for him. Why on earth? It's at this time, Takashi Mori closed his eyes with a pained expression. When the latter half of next year rolls around, old Attorney General Chen will officially retire from the second line. As long as he doesn't have any major problems of his own, he'll definitely be the one to take over. By that time he would be able to progress from being a national cadre at the departmental level to becoming a national cadre at the deputy departmental level. This was a moment that he really had been waiting for far too long. But why? It is at this most critical point that this fatal problem has arisen. If this is his wife's family to know, he not only progress deputy hall level is afraid of completely out of the question. Even now this position are not necessarily can keep. Old Gao, for your current situation I can understand. This child think is not destined to be with us. You don't have to worry, I'll take care of it all. Won't make it difficult for you left and right. Seemingly sensing Gao Shusen's tangled and agonizing emotions at the moment, Hiyali directly spoke the words for him. For Gao Shusen, she really liked it from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have been willing to, just so nameless and unnamed, follow Gao Shusen for so many years. Of course betrayal of the family, this kind of behavior, from the moral point of view is certainly wrong. Is jumping into the Yellow River, cannot watch the kind, but she is just deep in the middle of it, has been completely struggling not to come out, just when Hiyali thought that this call, up to this point, could be completely ended. However, what shocked her somewhat inexplicably was that not only did Gao Shusen not hang up the phone, but instead he made a choice that was unexpected to her. Xiaoli, this child, let us stay. Hiyali's head was completely confused when she heard this, and she confirmed with shivering lips, Old Gao, did I just hear it right? You said you want to keep the child? Well, you heard right. Keep the baby. Gao Shusen sat down on his butt on the sofa. He said with some mental relief, although I'm not a good person, but a tiger's venom doesn't eat the child. And this child, it's possible that it's my last heir. I have to leave a thought for myself. I can't be gone in the future. There's not even someone to burn paper for my grave. Old Gao, you have to think carefully. I can give you the child, but once we choose to have this child, the social and moral pressure that we will have to bear in the future will crush us alive. Hiyali bit her lip and said, since I have made this choice, then naturally I am mentally prepared to be criticized by 1,000 people. Gao Shusen raised his hand and pinched his brow, saying, Xiaoli, it's not very convenient for me to talk in the office right now, so when I go back after work, we'll take stock of how to keep this child. Okay, then I'll go ahead and go to Shangtang Garden and wait for you to come back. Hiyali also knew that this came too suddenly, and needed to give Gao Shusen some buffer space before he could do so, so she didn't dwell further on the subject and ended the call painfully. After hanging up the phone, Gao Shusen didn't get up from the sofa. He just looked ahead with empty eyes, and after a long period of silence, he slowly stood up from the sofa. He walked to his desk, grabbed the landline phone on the desktop, and directly made an order to his subordinates, saying, Old Liang, take your second supervision department. All the report materials about Yuan Zhengbiao, now immediately organize them for me and send them to my office. After saying that, Gao Shusen didn't wait for the other party to reply and directly hung up the phone. Xiaoli, She also just went through a hospital checkup today before she realized she was pregnant. That Ming family boy. How did he know about this? Is it really just a coincidence? Takashi Mori lit a cigarette again and put it in his mouth. While he muttered to himself with confused eyes, he was also letting the nicotine smoke flood his own entire face. Meanwhile, on a street outside of the TV station in Jeonjo City, Ma Lu surveyed the pedestrians coming and going around. With a hint of confusion in his eyes, he looked at Meng Sun and asked, Meng Xiao, didn't you just say that you were going to take me to see a very important person? What are we doing here? Old 6. The Emperor's old man is not even close to having hungry soldiers. You've been running around with me all these days, and you've worked hard. I have to give you some rewards for that. Go, take you to see someone you want to see. Meng Sun raised his hand with a smiling face and patted Ma Lu's shoulder before he walked towards the opposite side of the road, which was in a green light passable state. Meng Xiao, watch out. The foot also just walked out of not 2 steps. Meng Sun heard behind him. Ma Lu was comparable to the heart-rending screams. His entire brain's neurons, before he could react, felt a huge force coming from behind him, violently swooping him out. Bang! Immediately after that there was a dull, loud noise in his ears, as if someone had been knocked out of the car. Fuck! Meng Sun's scalp was numb. Finally reacted to what happened. He scrambled on his hands and knees and got up from the ground, turning around in a hurry like a starburst. Buzz! Meng Sun's ears first heard a burst, the quick start of the engine. The next thing he knew, a light gray van was rushing through his two-eyed vision. In a matter of seconds, the light gray van barreled through a red light and disappeared at the end of the street. It was only at this moment that the neurons of Meng Sun's brain completely reacted. It wasn't some kind of traffic accident, the van that was just coming at him. It was only at the last minute that Maroku stepped up and pushed the others away. Where is Rocco? Rocco man? Meng Sun's heart began to panic, and his eyes hurriedly swept around, only to see that on the edge of the road not far in front of him, Ma Lu was lying there in life and death. Rocco! Rocco! Meng Sun rushed over like a madman and knelt down beside Ma Lu. He also didn't dare to forcefully help the person up, fearing that because of his own improper operation, he would aggravate the injuries on Ma Lu's body. At this moment, the injuries on Ma Lu's body were already very serious. The right side of his face was blemished and rotted with bloodstains everywhere, and the blood foam in his mouth was constantly gushing out. Although at this point, others had not completely lost consciousness, the focus in his pupils was beginning to dissipate at an extremely fast rate. Fuck, you heartless bastard. Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? Hold on to me. You hear me? While Meng Sun shouted angrily with crimson eyes, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone from within his pocket to call the hospital. Fortunately, this Nokia cell phone is of good quality, if it is replaced by those touch-screen machines in the past life. At this moment, I am afraid that it is already unable to turn on the machine. Meng Xiao, the military brother, said that we come out to talk about righteousness of I can not let him lose hope. I have to protect you. With blood foaming from his mouth, Ma Lu did his best to get the words out. Meng Sun did not see on his face any fear of color. There is only comfort and piety. Meng Sun knew in his heart that this pious look on Ma Lu's face was not because of him, but because of Chen Wenjun. It wasn't until this moment that Meng Sun completely understood. Why was Chen Wenjun so determined in his attitude that he had to bring Ma Lu along to Huaichang? Because when it comes to the most dangerous moments, the role of Ma Lu is to die for him. And Ma Lu did not disappoint Chen Wenjun's trust in him. In a moment of danger, he stepped forward and resolutely used his body to block the man-made car accident for Meng Sun. Meng Xiao, Li. Ma Lu opened his mouth, and with a hard look on his face, he wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Meng Sun's voice. You heartless douchebag. What comes out to be righteous? That's all movie lines. Are you fucking stupid? Seeing the focus in Ma Lu's eyes, it dissipated faster and faster. Meng Sun couldn't care less, and directly picked up Ma Lu from the ground, gritting his teeth and rushing forward. Fortunately, this street is just inside the center of the city, less than 2 blocks away from the city hospital. If the time was in time and luck was still on his side, Ma Lu's life, for sure, could be saved. 6th son, bear with it, never sleep. I brought you here today so that you can meet your girlfriend. She's not far ahead inside that neighborhood, waiting for you. Meng Sun was sweating like a pig. He was walking fast on his feet while constantly giving Ma Lu constant pep talks so that his will to live could persist. At this time, the will to survive was too crucial. As long as Ma Lu himself didn't give up on himself, then there was hope. Luckily, in this current era, there is no such skilled profession as bumper stickers for the time being. Most ordinary people are still very kind, As soon as everyone saw that there was a hit-and-run accident on the road, they all reached out and came up to start helping. Finally, without much delay, Ma Lu was sent inside the Chinese hospital. Good, really good. It is said that a tiger's poison is still not eating its son. You Yuan Taiming now even care about your own son's little life. Then I will give you a big gift tonight. Let you open your eyes. After witnessing Ma Lu being rushed into the emergency department operating room, the fury in Meng Sun's eyes was about to condense into substance. Originally, he thought that as long as he had Yuan Jiqiang in his hands, Yuan Taiming would throw his weight around and would not dare to move too much even if he did. But let him miscalculation is. This Jiangzhou richest man, hard-hearted simply terrible. In order to their own face, even their own son's life do not care. Yuan Taiming and not stupid. He is certainly aware that if today Meng Seeker really know, Yuan Jigong's strong probability is to accompany the burial. But he still resolutely choose to do it, in order to want to the outside world, to express their own attitude. He Yuan Taiming not subject to any form of threat. I can even do without my son. If any of you want to fight me to the end, then be prepared for my crazy revenge. I have to say, this is a very risky move, but in terms of actual results, it does work. As long as you have not made up your mind to die with others, it is difficult not to be scared by Yuan Taiming's move. In fact, Yuan Taiming was also betting that there must be someone hiding behind Meng Sun, and those people, they wouldn't completely tear themselves apart from him just because of Meng Sun. As long as this could be guaranteed, although Yuan would suffer a bit, his life should be safe. Unfortunately, he lost his bet this time. The biggest backer hiding behind Meng Sun was Meng Sun himself. So this time Meng Sun will inevitably retaliate back. And this time the means of retaliation can let him carved in his bones? Night dreams do not want to forget. Phew, calm down. Even if you want to retaliate, you can't lose your head, or else you'll fall right into that old fox's trap. Meng Sun took a deep breath. He forced down the immediate desire for revenge in his heart and made a call to Wei Shilong. A few moments later, the phone went into call mode, and Meng Sun did not wait for Wei Shilong to open his mouth to exchange pleasantries, and said directly, Bureau Wei, I had a bit of a car accident today. People are now in the Chinese hospital. Come over and let's talk. At the same time, inside the Jiangzhou Grand Palace, Yuan Taiming also hung up the call with Mo Donglai. Uncle, how's it going? Is it done yet? Yuan Zhengbiao, who was waiting with a scratchy face, impatiently asked out loud. Go, now accompany me to the city council compound and meet someone. Yuan Taiming cold face, did not answer Yuan Zhengbiao's question positively, but straightened his feet and walked towards the outside of the office. Although Yuan Zhengbiao didn't understand what was happening, he didn't dare to be slow, and followed his uncle's footsteps closely, leaving the office. As usual, the two did not leave through the main entrance, but through the safe passage at the back door, out of the Grand Palace. However, just as his feet stepped out of the safe passage, Yuan Taiming sensed that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere outside. He subconsciously raised his eyes to look, only to see a man wearing a cat-faced mask, like a doorstop, had blocked the way ahead of him. A chillingly black shotgun muzzle was also aimed at him, and Yuan Zhengbiao beside him. Rewind to 10 hours ago, Chen Wenjun, who was in the mine, received a text message from Ma Lu secretly sending him, safe return. At that moment, he rode his Suzuki King motorcycle, quietly left the mine, and returned to his home in Huangmei village, Haifeng town. He lost his father when he was a child, and it was his mother, Huang Xiaomei, who raised him through thick and thin. So for this old mother at home, Chen Wenjun has always been respected and obeyed. The reason he went to jail 10 years ago was also to cure Huang Xiaomei, which led him to the path of crime. However, he was luckier than those poor people in general. In the most downtrodden time of his life, someone unconditionally lent him a helping hand, not only spent a large sum of money to cure his old mother, but also after he was released from the labor reform, against many rumors gave him a mouthful of rice to eat, treating him as a blood brother, never treating him poorly. And over the years, the reason why he had been able to make a name for himself in this part of Jiangzhou was also because of this person's unconditional trust and support for him. This person was no one else but Meng Xiangfeng, the boss of Jianghai Mining. Although the two were not related by blood, he had long taken this boss as his own big brother. So the Meng family was not only a shelter for him, but also another home for him. Now that someone was going to make a move against this family, against his benefactor who he regarded as his own big brother, he naturally had already moved to kill, and intended to strike first. Junzi, why are you back all of a sudden? Don't you need to stay in the city with Boss Meng? Huang Xiaomei this year, although his age is not small, but his body is still very strong, and weekdays are all alone, at home to take care of themselves. In order to take care of the old mother, Chen Wenjun has been mentioned more than once. the Huang Xiaomei to Jianzhou to go to the pension life. But Huang Xiaomei is dead set on not agreeing, said what in this home life is accustomed to go to the city inside the life of her adaptable. And this Haifeng town is less than 20 kilometers away from downtown Jianzhou. Chen Wenjun can come back to see her at any time. In this way, the old mother refused to agree to go to live in the city. Chen Wenjun also cannot argue with her, can only be the old house to remodel a little. This way Huang Xiaomei's daily life, too, could be lived more comfortably. Mother, in a couple days I'm going to go on an errand out of town for my boss, and I'll probably be staying for a while, so I thought I'd come back to see you. Chen Wenjun closed the door of his home and said to Huang Xiaomei with a smile, Junzi, you don't have to worry about me. My mother's body is very strong. She can take care of herself. You can rest assured that you can do things for Boss Meng. We can't be a white-eyed wolf. Back when you didn't come out, it's Boss Meng who took care of me, and at New Year's Eve, he even took me to spend the New Year's Eve with him, so we have to pay back the favor, and we can't let people poke us and our mothers in the spine. Huang Xiaomei ages, after all, some older. Once the mouth rambles up is a non-stop. Chen Wenjun didn't mind being annoyed, and just watched, smiling, as his old mother preached to herself. It was the same way when I was a kid, except that back then, in addition to verbal education, I had cane physical education in my hands. Growing up there was no such physical education as the cane, but this verbal education was still recited from time to time. Chen Wenjun just listened. His old mother rambled for a small half hour, only then with a smile in his eyes said, Mother, son, the stomach is now almost starving. A little greedy sour soup dumplings. You go to me to pack a bowl of dumplings to eat it. Okay, wait then. I'm going to go make you and bread dumplings. When Huang Xiaomei heard this, the wrinkles on her face instantly stretched. She's too old now to do anything to help Chen Wenjun. Only when she was cooking for Chen Wenjun would she feel that she, as a mother, was still somewhat useful. Although her son's age is now very not small, but in her eyes as a mother, Chen Wenjun will always be that bare buttocks growing child. Mother, slow down. I'm in no hurry. Seeing Huang Xiaomei heading towards the kitchen with a smiling face, Chen Wenjun hurriedly shouted at her back. Hey, it's just a bowl of dumplings for you. Mother isn't unhelpful enough for that. After Huang Xiaomei twisted her head and gave Chen Wenjun a cross glance, she no longer cared about him and dove head first into the kitchen. Soon Chen Wenjun heard a sound of pots and pans coming from inside the kitchen. Phew. After confirming that his old mother had already started cooking, Chen Wenjun collected the smile on his face and turned around to enter the upper room. Within his own room. It's been so long, it should still work. Chen Wenjun's mouth softly chanted while he reached under his solid wood bed and pulled out a rusty tin box. The tin box looked like it hadn't been moved in a long time, and there was a thick layer of dust on it. Chen Wenjun didn't bother to clean up this dust either, and directly lifted the lid of this dusty box, only to see into the eyes first a thick layer of newspaper. In this newspaper underneath, but also hides a black rubbing bright shotgun. This shotgun is specially modified, very powerful. Basically wild boars can be killed by one shot. This power, the brain, even without having to think about it in detail, knew what kind of effect this would have if it hit a person. And Chen Wenjun's main purpose for coming back today was to pick up this shotgun. It's okay, it seems to be working without delaying the day's business. Chen Wenjun picked up the shotgun and examined it carefully. Overall nothing major, it's usable. At that moment, the voice of his old mother, Huang Xiaomei, came from outside the house. Junzi, come and give me a hand with the stove fire. Okay, here we go. After Chen Wenjun answered, the whole man calmly packed the shotgun, along with several boxes of one-head shells, all into the gray zippered cloth bag he had brought with him, and after double-checking that nothing was left behind, he then left the upper room and helped Huang Xiaomei to cook together. An hour later, Chen Wenjun ate the sour soup dumplings as he wished, and his face was overflowing with happy smiles everywhere. Mother, I'm on a business trip this time. I may have to stay out for a longer period of time. Those money at home and the bank book. You hide it yourself. If you encounter some troubles on a day-to-day basis, if you can't contact me, go to the boss or the small boss will do. They will help you to solve all the troubles well. Chen Wenjun finished the sour soup dumplings in the bowl in one gulp, and then said to Huang Xiaomei with a smile on his face, Junzi, my mother is not stupid. My mother knows that you are going to do this time. May be dangerous. Otherwise you will not go to move your house that box. My mother knows that I cannot stop you, and should not be stopped. The Meng family to our mother and mother's grace is like a mountain. The grace of this love we have to repay, so my mother will not ask you to do what. But you remember, no matter where you go in the future, don't forget that in the village of this Huangmeiyu there is a home. There is an old mother waiting for you to come back. Even if you really can't come back later, don't forget to burn some paper to your old mother on New Year's holidays, so that she knows down there that you are still alive, and her son hasn't gone down to be with her. After Huang Xiaomei said these words, she directly got up and went back to her house. Chen Wenjun knew that this was his old mother's last stubbornness towards him. She didn't want to cry in front of her own son and leave him with an upset heart before he left. Mother, my son is sorry. If there is a next life, I will come back to be your son. Chen Wenjun got up from the wooden stool and knelt down heavily on both knees. He kowed out to Huang Xiaomei's house after thumping his head a few times. Then with determination he got up, went to the upper room and grabbed the grey zippered cloth bag and slung it over his shoulder. As he was about to leave the house, he saw on the table the cat face mask that had yellowed a bit. This mask was given to him by Huang Xiaomei in exchange for his family's grain when he was a child. So he treasured it and kept it until now. Mother, you have to be righteous when you're out in the world. My son can't eat the Meng family's food for nothing. I have to repay this favor. Chen Wenjun grinned. He grabbed the cat face mask on the table as soon as it was rightfully there and headed out of the house. He may be a douchebag, but he's definitely a righteous douchebag. He couldn't forget what Meng Xiangfeng had said when he came to pick him up when he was released from prison 5 years ago. There's only one requirement to follow me, and that's to be righteous. However, that day was a rainy day, but today it was clear and sunny, just right for sending Yuan Taiming on his way. At this moment, outside the safe passage at the back door of the Grand Palace, facing the black hole of the gun in front of him, Yuan Taiming's entire face was numb with fear under the chill on his spine. Who the hell is trying to kill me? Yuan Taiming's mind was a mess. Since some years ago, he had completely overpowered Tiger Yu. The black and white of this Jiangzhou city has been completely pinned down by him, not to mention the fact that there were people who dared to move their swords and guns in front of him. Even those who dared to speak harshly to him could be counted on 10 fingers. It was not only himself who had let his guard down in this comfortable environment. Yuan Zhengbiao and others are similar. Remarkable is to carry some knives for self-defense. As for firearms and other weapons, has long been locked into the underground library by him. Weapons like firearms are not carried around at all unless they are really needed. This also led to the fact that the two of them, he and Yuan Zhengbiao, were now practically catfish on the plate. As soon as the other party pulls the trigger, he and Yuan Zhengbiao will have to wave goodbye to the world completely. Brother, we have something to talk about. Whatever you want, we can do it. The corners of Yuan Taiming's eyes twitched violently as he tried to negotiate. But before he could finish the words in his mouth, the other party was very determined to pull the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a dull gunshot, Yuan Taiming could only feel the sky spinning. Before his entire body even had the chance to react in any way, he was violently pushed away by Yuan Zhengbiao, who was on the sidelines. Although he had dodged it by a fluke, the cat-faced masked man's shot did not fall short, only that it hit Yuan Zhengbiao's body. Biaozi, after all, it is his own nephew, Yuan Taiming, even if he is cold-blooded. At this moment, it was impossible for him to be completely indifferent, and this Yuan Zhengbiao still blocked the gun for him. This shot was hit, and Yuan Zhengbiao immediately collapsed in the middle of a miserable howl. Although he didn't know how the specific injury was, the amount of bleeding was extremely frightening. Yuan Taiming's face was splattered with a lot of blood spots. The cat-faced masked man's target, however, was clearly not Yuan Zhengbiao, nor did he have any intention of trying to replenish his gun. The muzzle of the gun in his hand only slightly adjusted its angle before it was once again aimed right at Yuan Taiming. It's over. Yuan Taiming's face turned pale as he wailed in his heart. Just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for death, the sound of gunfire rang out again, but this time it was no longer the sound of a shotgun, but rather a little like the sound of a small caliber 5.4 pistol. What's going on here? Yuan Taiming escaped from death, and while he was relieved, he hurriedly opened his eyes to look. Only a light gray van, at some point, had rushed into this backstreet alley. That driver in the driver's seat, while his foot was on the gas, he used the 5.4 pistol in his hand. The cat-faced masked man was forced to back off the final shot at him. As this van appeared just too suddenly, the cat-faced masked man was also caught off guard. By the time he completely reacted and wanted to exchange his life for a life and send Yuan Taiming to hell, it was already a step too late. By this time, the van had rushed to Yuan Taiming's body and protected the man. And the driver also has a gun in his hand. This time if you continue to entangle the time, the end can only be a dead end. After all, this was someone's lair, and it would only take a few minutes to surround him. And by then, even if he wanted to leave, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to fly. Fuck! The cat-faced masked man growled after his heart was upset. Venting, he fired several hard shots at the van, then turned on the spot and retreated. There is no fear of burning firewood when you leave a green mountain. At least there is a battle today. Yuan Zhengbiao, that son of a bitch. Even if he doesn't die, this time I'm afraid he'll become an invalid. the cat-faced masked man, before he began to move, had made all the retreat routes, so he smoothly disappeared from the other side of the street, quickly disappearing within the sight of Yuan Taiming and the others. Old M.O. It's also thanks to you coming in time, or else I'm afraid that today, I'm really going to capsize in this gutter. With a palpitating face, Yuan Taiming climbed up from the ground and said, that scene just now was so thrilling that he was about to be shot on the spot just a few seconds short of that. By the way, Billy, after Yuan Taiming came back to his senses, he hurriedly crouched down to check the injuries on Yuan Zhengbiao's body. At this moment, Yuan Zhengbiao's face was brushed white, and the life force in his eyes was being lost at an extremely fast speed. The injuries are very serious and must be taken to the hospital immediately for surgery, or this life will certainly not be saved. Mo Donlai similarly squatted down and checked the injuries on Yuan Jingbiao's body before making a judgment and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Yuan Taiming said with red eyes. Old Yuan, this car of mine has just hit someone. If this goes to the hospital to deliver someone, I'm afraid that it will leave some traces for those police officers. Ah, Mo Donlai said with a somewhat gloomy face. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot about that. I'll have someone send a car over. Yuan Taiming patted his head and got up, hurriedly taking out his cell phone from within his pocket to shake people. 5 minutes later, accompanied by Yuan Taiming, Yuan Zhengbia was rushed away to the city center hospital. Meanwhile, the cat-faced masked man was also driving a not-so-obvious second-hand van that was rapidly heading out of the city. It wasn't until after he was completely out of the city that the cat-faced mask lifted his hand and removed the mask from his face. Through the car interior mirror can be found. This person is not someone else. It is the mine protection captain of Jianghai mining industry, Chen Wenjun. Fuck. Who the hell is that guy in the van? How dare he carry a gun with him? He's really tough. Chen Wenjun grimaced. The whole person was exasperated, and fiercely just slapped on the steering wheel. It was just a matter of the last few seconds before he was going to make it. At that time, he also mainly blamed his own heart hesitation. If he did not dodge that shot, directly shoot and Yuan Taiming life for life, Yuan Taiming is now sure to be long dead through. But in the end, he himself definitely couldn't escape, and would have to accompany Yuan Taiming to his doom. Just as Chen Wenjun was feeling sorry for himself, outside the operating room of the emergency department of the Chinese hospital, Meng Sun was similarly grim-faced and anxiously waiting for the results of the operation. At this time, a small nurse in a white coat, but walked up to him and asked out loud, "May I ask if you are Ma Xiaoyun's family?" Ma Xiaoyun. Who is this person? Meng Sun stood up at his words and asked back with a confused look on his face. Hey, that's right, the name on his ID card is called Ma Xiaoyun. Aren't you friends with him? How come you don't even know his name? After the little nurse lowered her eyes and glanced at the medical history form, a look of astonishment immediately surfaced on her face. Wait, the name Ma Xiaoyun, why does it sound somewhat familiar? Meng Sun's face changed, suddenly remembering a certain shocking case from his previous life. Who is Ma Xiaoyun? If you look at the whole country, he's a very insignificant little person in the midst of all the people. But locally in Jiangzhou City, this name is absolutely like a thunderclap. And even after Meng Sun was released from prison in his previous life, he heard people mention this name from time to time. It certainly wasn't a pretty name. And in the definition of official documents, Ma Xiaoyun was just a murderer. And it's the kind of mass murderer that's very bad in nature. The crime committed by Ma Xiaoyun is actually not complicated. It is to openly shoot Yuan Taiming, the richest man in Jiangzhou City, in front of a large crowd. Of course, as it turned out afterward, he didn't succeed in gunning Yuan Taiming down. But Yuan Taiming is not unhurt. His own nephew Yuan Zhengbiao, in order to protect him, by Ma Xiaoyun's shotgun, was crippled on the spot. The rest of his life can only sit in a wheelchair to rely on urine bags to live. 2 other bodyguards were killed instantly. Before the people could be taken to the hospital, they died from blood loss. The reason why this case is very bad, in addition to the significant deaths and injuries, more importantly, Ma Xiaoyun is in full view of the public, driving a car forcefully just into the Century Grand Palace. Yuan Taiming shot. According to the police investigation afterward, in the course of this major bloodshed, Ma Xiaoyun shot nearly 100 rounds of solitary bullets. That is, Ma Xiaoyun had not completely lost her humanity. He intentionally restrained innocent casualties in the course of his murder. Otherwise, that night, inside the Century Grand Palace, he was afraid that he would really be killed and bloodied, becoming the largest criminal case with the highest casualties in the history of Jiangzhou City. Because of this case, the impact is too bad. In the Jiangzhou City judiciary heavy sentence, Ma Xiaoyun was sentenced to death in the first trial. A few months later, the death penalty was approved by the highest judicial authority in the case. Ma Xiaoyun was executed by firing squad the following year. paying the price for his own violent crimes. In fact, there have been rumors in the community that when Ma Xiaoyun was executed by firing squad, an official asked him if he had any words to bring to his family, to which Ma Xiaoyun replied only one sentence: "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that I won't have the face to go down and see my big brother. He told me that people should be righteous when they come out, but I didn't do it, and took the people who harmed him along with me. If I were given the choice again, I would have acted a day earlier, so that the Yuan family and their father and son wouldn't be able to get away." After these words, Ma Xiaoyun was escorted to the execution ground and shot to death. That year he was 23 years old. He's probably not even as good as a sanitation worker if you're talking in terms of contribution to society, but he did so with gratitude as one. Even at the end of his life, he had not forgotten, either, what that elder brother had said to him: "We have to be righteous. We have to do things for others after eating their food. We can't be a white-eyed wolf." As the deeds about Ma Xiaoyun continued to surface in his mind, Meng Sun also completely understood why he hadn't heard of the name Ma Lu in his previous life. It wasn't that Ma Lu had left Guangzhou, but that Ma Lu had been shot and died before he was released from prison. If we follow the timeline, Ma Lu would have committed the big crime 3 months after he was sentenced to prison. At that time, all of the Meng family's properties had basically been plundered by Yuan Taiming. I'm afraid that it was in that situation where there was no hope of getting justice. That's why Ma Lu chose to use such an extreme way to take revenge on Chen Wenjun and the Meng family. Even though he knew very well in his heart that even if he succeeded in his revenge, he personally wouldn't have a good ending, he still resolutely made this choice. Fuck. After Meng Sun had sorted out all the causes and consequences, he only felt that his heart was about to be clogged up with life at this moment. In his previous life, he always thought that he, himself, was the biggest victim, but yet within a corner he couldn't see, there was a man named Ma Lu, who had given his own fresh life for the Meng family, and he was ignorant until the moment of his death. "Comrade, are you alright? Is the body wear uncomfortable? I will go to call a doctor for you." Seeing Meng Sun's face turn pale without warning, the little nurse was instantly shocked and said, "I'm fine. No need to call a doctor for me. I was just running a little fast and my body is just a little tired." Meng Sun took a deep breath. He forcefully suppressed his inner heart, the thought of Ma Lu's incomparable guilt. With a solemn expression, he said to the little nurse, "I'm Ma Xiaoyun's family. May I ask what I need to cooperate with?" "Gu, I'm glad you're okay. You just scared me." The little nurse breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You can follow me first and go pay the patient's hospital bill. I'm afraid this surgery will have to wait a little longer." "Okay, then I'll go ahead and pay the bill." Meng Sun didn't say any more nonsense, and directly followed this little nurse, going to pay all the hospital fees. Then he found a place where no one was, and called Chen Wenjun, but strangely enough, the cell phone kept ringing, but no one answered. June, he should not also have an accident, right? Meng Sun's heart was burning with anxiety at this moment. He could not wait to rush to the mine immediately to confirm whether Chen Wenjun's person was safe now. It was in the midst of this incomparably anxious wait that another 10 minutes passed. Chen Wenjun's cell phone call was finally connected. Meng Sun's tightly held heart could finally fall to the ground. Now that Ma Lu has become like this, if Chen Wenjun follows suit, the situation will be too dangerous. All these signs are enough to show that the richest man in Jiangzhou has completely disregarded the death of his own son and is going to force the table with the Meng family. "June, where are you now? Is everyone alright?" After the cell phone was picked up, Meng Sun impatiently asked out loud. "Seeker, I'm sorry I failed in my actions." Chen Wenjun's guilty words came out from the cell phone. What operation failed? When Meng Sun heard this, his entire countenance, at first, froze. However, he soon reacted that Chen Wenjun should have secretly done something behind his back. Now that this has failed, it's just as well to come clean with him so he can start preparing himself mentally. "June, make it clearer. What exactly was the operation that failed?" Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and pursued. Now that the situation was confusing, he had to figure out as soon as possible what Chen Wenjun had done behind his back. That way he could plan for a response in the next game. "I went to fuck Yuan Taiming this afternoon, but he had someone protecting him and I didn't succeed in getting my hands on him." Chen Wenjun also knew that the situation was complicated now, so he didn't dare to waste time. He hurriedly told Meng Sun everything that happened in the back alley of the Grand Palace this afternoon. "June, I'm going to ask you a question now. You must think it over properly before you answer me." Meng Sun's eyes were very grave as he asked, "When you did it in the afternoon, did Yuan Taiming recognize you?" "No, I don't think so." Chen Wenjun wrinkled his eyebrows and thought for a moment. "When I made my move on him in the afternoon, I wore a mask on my face the entire time, and I didn't say a single word to him, and the time course was very short, just a few minutes of time less than that. Besides, I basically didn't have any previous fights with Yuan Taiming, so there's no way that he would have recognized me. Phew, that's good, Mang Sun said with a sigh of relief. June, you must stabilize your mind now. Don't panic or flee. Go and do a few things immediately. Whether you can get rid of the suspicion of this shooting incident this afternoon from the police's vision depends on whether this thing can be done or not. Alright, you name it. What's the errand? And I'll be right there. Chen Wenjun also knew the urgency of this matter, so he didn't dare to take any chances and hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. You go now immediately, and dispose of all the things you have on you today, especially that shotgun, and make sure you give it a thorough destruction, without leaving a single trace of it. Mang Sun was afraid that he had made some mistakes, so he spoke very slowly. It took nearly half an hour to finally get everything all accounted for. In fact, the best way to deal with this matter is to let Chen Wenjun take the initiative to take the blame, so that in the future, it will not leave any aftermath, so that people will go to him to turn over the old scores. But at this moment, how can Mang Sun open this mouth and let Chen Wenjun go on top of this thunder? One Chen Wenjun, one Ma Lu. These two had already sacrificed for the Meng family once in their previous lives. Even if Mang Sun was cold-blooded in his heart, he couldn't possibly let these two people sacrifice for the Meng family for the second time. In his previous life, Mang Sun was incapable of saving the Meng family, so he could only watch it fall. Now that God has taken pity on him and allowed him to return reborn, if he can't even make up for this regret, then what is the point of his return from this rebirth? So he now came to the conclusion that no matter what happened in the future, he would not give up on Chen Wenjun and Ma Lu, and the fate of these two people who could not end up well. He had changed it. Even if he had to pay a great price for it, he would not hesitate to ensure people. Shao Sun, if things really can't be done and it comes to that final step, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you, and I won't let myself fall into the hands of the police. It's just that in the future, that old mother of mine at home will need to rely on you to take care of her, Chen Wenjun said in a firm tone. Before he chose to do it, he had already prepared for the worst. It's true that if it comes down to the last step, you still can't turn the situation around. He would have ended it all by killing himself with this shotgun in his hand. June, you mustn't go imagining things now. Trust me, I won't give up on you. Mang Sun heard the meaning of Chen Wenjun's words, and in his haste, he quickly persuaded him. Shao Sun, of course I believe in you, just like I believe in your father, but some things are not by our will to decide. Really, if it comes to the last moment, then you must not for me to go out. This afternoon's matter, also with you have nothing to do with. All of this is all my private personal decision. The suicide note I have written, I will not let you and your father. By me I won't let you and your father be implicated by me in any way. When Chen Wenjun said this, he grinned and continued. If I really can't wait for your dad to come out that day, you tell him that inside his office, that very expensive bottle of foreign wine called La What's His Name, which I stole and drank, tastes like swill in a restaurant. It's so damn hard to drink. After saying that, Chen Wenjun directly cut off the phone. June, don't do anything stupid. Mang Sun gritted his teeth and redialed Chen Wenjun's cell phone number, but this time he couldn't get through anymore. Chen Wenjun should have just snapped the battery, causing the phone to be in a state of shutdown, and now no one can contact him. Fuck, how can all this suddenly happen when we're about to see the light of day? Mang Sun was holding a ball of fire in his heart. He wanted to vent it out completely, but he couldn't find a target where he could vent it out recklessly. Just as his whole body fell into agitation, Wei Shilong, dressed in a decent olive green police uniform, quickly walked over in his direction. Why are you here? I was looking all over for you, Wei Shilong said with a suppressed voice. Looking for me in such a hurry for something? Mang Sun forced down the anxious emotions in his heart and asked without moving his face. The latest news, Yuan Taiming in the back alley of the Grand Palace was shot, although he himself is to escape, but his nephew Yuan Zhengbia was hit by a gunshot. The person is now in the city center hospital inside, for first aid, and now cannot come alive, are an unknown quantity. When Wei Shilong said this, he looked at Mang Sun with a look of suspicion in his eyes and asked, tell me honestly, does this matter have anything to do with you? Bureau Wei, if I just wanted to take personal revenge, would I need to go to Huaichang and make such a big trip? Mang Sun cold-faced to say, the reason why I circled around so much, is not to think in the rules, to solve this thing, now not I do not speak the rules, is Yuan Taiming do not speak the rules. This afternoon, if not my driver stepped forward, for me to block the van, now lying in the operating room inside, it is me, not him. I fucking now brother, even if I want to retaliate, I have to wait until the results of the operation come out. Can't I know in advance that Yuan Taiming is going to assassinate me? And then make the first move on him, which is fucking logical. Besides, my future goal is to develop the country's industry, not to mix with the black society. I now hate to immediately sell all those gray area industries of our family. In this most critical moment of transition, do you think I will arrange for someone to shoot Yuan Taiming? I'm not kicked by a donkey in the head. To do this kind of thankless thing, Meng Sun's heart had been holding a fire, and now that he finally found a target to vent it, he naturally started to spray it up without any hesitation. Wei Shilong was sprayed by Meng Sun's face, and when he thought about it, it seemed right. Meng Sun is now on the new mayor's boat. With such a bright future ahead, how could he possibly have someone shoot Yuan Taiming in this time frame? And now is still the black fight against evil on the juncture. Meng Sun brain and so smart, unless his brain is really kicked by a donkey, or how to calculate, will not make such an irrational thing. Meng, don't be angry. I'm not worried about you either. Wei Shilong raised his hand and touched his nose. His face was a little embarrassed. Said, shooting the current richest man in Zhangzhou City, this is not a small matter. The province is afraid to be alarmed this time, and may even send a special task force down. To be honest, you and this matter is not related to me can also breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the two of us are now on a boat of people. This boat is really overturned. The two of us, but who have to please? I'm relieved. After all, we're in the same boat now. Wei Bureau, this you are right. If this boat overturned, for both of us is a disaster. So you can rest assured that I will not go to do those things that can threaten this boat. Say, before Meng Sun could finish what he wanted to say, his cell phone suddenly rang. After he scanned the caller ID, his pupils instantly shrunk. Yuan Taiming, what does he want by calling me at this time? Wisps of coldness flashed in Meng Sun's eyes as he picked up the phone. Hello? Are you disappointed that I'm okay in person now? Yuan Taiming's eerie and horrible voice came out from the cell phone. His emotions seemed to be under control right now, but Meng Sun could feel it. The richest man in Jiangzhou on the other side of the call is feared to be on the verge of losing control of his emotions. After all, this matter this afternoon, no matter whose body it was placed on, I'm afraid it wouldn't be let off so easily. Not to mention Yuan Taiming, a person of such status, if he could really take this dumb loss the hard way, not to mention whether or not he could save face. First of all, he was afraid that his right to say anything in Jiangzhou would be questioned. After all, those who can be in the black and white, both can mix open character. And which is a fool? Why are people willing to give you Yuan Taiming face? Is not because you are a person acting style is ruthless enough. Everyone is afraid of you, do not dare to confront you. But suppose now, you can't even care about your own personal safety. Those people you've bullied before, are they going to pounce on you and bite down hard on you? It's still true that in this society, there will always be a handful of people who can snowball you, falling down the well. That's the norm for people, to interact with each other. That may be a bit realistic, but anyone with a bit of age and experience should know in their heart of hearts that it is by no means a false statement. The most reliable form of human intercourse is not even the bond of affection, but the bond of interest. Especially for those who have made a name for themselves. Shedding affection is something they might be able to live with. But if you want them to give up the benefits that are already in their mouths, it is definitely worse than killing him. Yuan Taiming is now in the middle of this dilemma. About this shooting this afternoon. If he doesn't give a strong stance in response, in less than 3 days, all the projects under Tianshang Building Materials, big and small, will have problems. Or that is to say, in this era, but the business to make a decent size. And how many are the good guys? If Yuan Taiming is in a strong position, then you eat a large piece of meat. We drink some leftovers. This is no problem. We can reluctantly accept. But if you can't even keep your own personal safety, why should you continue to eat meat and we drink soup? Never underestimate the inferiority of human beings. And this has been the case since the beginning of time. And the only thing that remains unchanged is the tie of interest. Meng Sun also realized at this moment that Yuan Taiming should be suspicious of him because he was making this call to him now. Suspecting that the shooting this afternoon might have something to do with him, that's why he thought he'd come to test the waters. At this moment, but where Meng Sun's emotional expression, there is any weakness in weakness, Yuan Taiming would be able to determine that the shooting incident that had occurred against him in the back alley of the Grand Palace this afternoon must have had something to do with Meng Sun. Meng Sun himself, even if he wasn't the mastermind behind the scenes, was bound to be a participant in the planning of one of the links, can be mixed to this identity segment, and which one is not. Cunning and hidden in the smile of the old fox. If Yuan Taiming didn't have enough brains, how could he have gone from being a roadblock to the position he is in today? Old thing. This brain reacts really fast. Meng Sun eyes boiling cold, but on the face is not moving. Said, Mr. Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Intends to be the first to complain. First bite me back? Little brat. I didn't see it. You're even more ruthless in this means than your old man. What's the matter? Want to kill me with one shot and completely solve all the troubles from me as the source, is it? Yuan Taiming was obviously more skeptical of Meng Sun, and he deliberately teased Mang Sun's cerebral nerves as he continued to test the waters in a cold voice. Mr. Yuan, I and you are not the same. I am an ordinary law-abiding people only. Encounter any trouble, can only go to the government to help solve, unlike you act so overbearing, a word under the need to kill people. Today is my luck. God is on my side. A driver stood up for me to block the van. Or else I'm afraid that now we're going to enter the funeral home report. Funeral parlor, Mang Sun said in front of Wei Shilong, deliberately raising his voice and pretending to have an extremely indignant expression. The reason why he was so impatient now, wanting to get rid of the suspicion, was not because he was afraid of Yuan Taiming as a person, but he didn't want to get himself involved with the words breaking the law and committing a crime. Maybe being involved in gangs might not be such a big deal for people in this day and age, but you would have understood it profoundly if you had been able to grow your front and back eyes and see where the future times were going. The past is not so easy to get past. At a certain point in time, the top can turn over old scores. You don't care what reason people have for starting to rehash the past. In any case, the riskiness of this is just huge. Mang Sun, if he wanted to follow Song Huimin farther, then he must not allow himself to be involved with the sensitive words of dark forces. This was also the reason why he didn't directly take revenge on Yuan Taiming. There is still a long life ahead, and there are many ways to screw Yuan Taiming, so there is no need to let yourself fall within the abyss. As the old saying goes, one wrong step. Dyeing black color is easy. Want to wash white, that can be very difficult. What car accident? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Yuan Taiming was able to get into this position today, so naturally he was not a good person. In the moment when Mang Sun used an indignant tone and said this outburst to him, he very keenly realized that Mang Sun was possibly digging a hole for him, and immediately began to play dumb. A large and a small two foxes, after exchanging a move in this invisible game, suddenly fell into a state of silence. The two people, just like this enemy does not move, I do not move. Enough stalemate for several minutes, and finally Yuan Taiming some cannot hold down. First opened his mouth to speak. That cat-faced masked man who made a move on me this afternoon. You really weren't the one in the dark? Yuan Taiming seemed to be gradually dispelling Mang Sun's suspicions, and his anger began to calm down. What cat-faced masked man? Black cat sheriff ah. Mang Sun's mouth deliberately feigned a face of impatience as he voiced his dislike back, but in his heart, alarm bells rang violently. This Yuan Taiming seemed to have gradually dispelled his suspicions, but he still gave him a small ambush. If he had just picked up, in passing, about the cat-faced masked man's words and techniques, then he would have fallen right into Yuan Taiming's trickery. People could have nailed him with one sentence. Since you denied having anything to do with the shooting, how did you confirm that the murderer, at the time, was wearing a cat face mask? So many masks. Why did it have to be? Well, a cat face mask. As long as you don't deny the existence of this mask, people will have enough reason to suspect you of being the murderer, including Wei Shilong is also. Do not look at the mouth said to him trust, but believe it or not, only his own heart is clear. As expected, as soon as Mang Sun came out with this reply, Wei Shilong, who was at the side, the tips of his tightly knit eyebrows instantly relaxed. There aren't that many fools in this world, and never make a fool out of anyone. Well, since you are so heartless and blameless, then tonight, dare you come out and meet me? Yuan Taiming was still a bit undeterred and wanted to try again. Alright, you want to set up a hangmen banquet with me, right? It just so happens that tonight, I also have a big gift for you. Mang Sun laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face, he deliberately pretended to be irritated and said, since Mr. Yuan is so sincere in his invitation, I also happen to want to seek justice from Mr. Yuan. Then at 10 o'clock this evening, we will not see each other at the Century Grand Palace. Little brat, I have to admit, you've got some nerve. Well then, tonight at 10 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you to come at the Grand Palace. Yuan Taiming obviously did not expect that Mang Sun would dare to be so bold as to directly set the meeting place. Within his lair in Jiangzhou City, it wasn't just provoking him anymore, it was about to smack him in the face with a resounding slap right in front of him. Even if the city is deeper in his heart, Yuan Taiming was also infuriated enough at this moment, and when he hung up the phone, he directly smashed the phone out. Little Meng, Yuan Taiming is now angry. If you meet with him at this time, aren't you afraid that he will do something to you again? Wei Shilong said with a face of brain pain. He wasn't a fool to see that Mang Sun had just pretended, on purpose, that he had been emotionally stimulated. Although he didn't know, at the moment, what Mang Sun was doing this for. He clearly had his own plans. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Yuan Taiming isn't crazy enough right now. I have to push him a little bit and make him a little bit crazier before he can do it. Only if he goes crazy, all those people behind him will all come to the surface. And that way our chance will come. Meng Sun said with a cold glint in his eyes. Aren't you afraid you'll make a mess and get yourself killed? Wei Shilong heard, said with a bitter smile, Yuan Taiming is what kind of person? You are not clear. The surface is what Zhengzhou richest, but the identity of the secret is not a black social leader. Well, this kind of person, if you force him into a desperate situation to go, he can do anything. Bureau Wei. What I want now is that he can do anything, Meng Sun said with a charmed smile. Although the young man in front of him had a bright smile, however, Wei Shilong's heart was somewhat vaguely chilled. He suddenly thought of the possibility that Meng Sun's ultimate goal might not be to use any legal provisions to make Yuan Taiming receive the punishment he deserved. Rather, they wanted to use a knife to kill people, so that their own people would create infighting and step in to destroy Yuan Taiming. Now as long as Yuan Taiming acted the crazier, then those people hiding behind him would be more afraid. No one is stupid. How in the world did Yuan Taiming get rich? Who is not clear about what is going on? If you're bored in making a lot of money, so that everyone has a little bit of gas to eat, so be it. But if you make a big deal out of it and cause the situation to start to get out of hand, naturally someone will want to break off the tail and survive. Still, it's not that easy to wash your hands of the color once you've dyed it and come ashore. When you're not being investigated, you can still wear the aura of being the richest man in Jiangzhou for the time being and show off everywhere. But once it's time to make a move on you, those deeds in your past are enough to buy you a peanut. The words scholar, farmer, industrialist and businessman are not said for nothing. Once the day comes when you begin to fail to recognize your place, these four words can live to crush you. And what Meng Sun wanted now was this reverse effect. The crazier Yuan Taiming acted, the more favorable it would be for his current situation. As for any Red Hill extermination, it's just a knife. When it comes to the necessary time, once this knife appears, then the people who want Yuan Taiming to shut up naturally abound. And Meng Sun is afraid that he cannot even rank ahead. Ma Shu can kill people, and with all this empirical evidence at hand, it's not going to be any easier to get things done. Meng, you're a bit too bold. Aren't you afraid you'll mess up? After Wei Shilong sorted out all the clues, he immediately couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This isn't a game of housekeeping, and if something goes wrong in the middle, it's a death sentence. Bureau Wei. If this man doesn't have some guts in him, he won't be able to accomplish anything great. Meng Sun raised an eyebrow. His face was very calm and said, I'm taking a step back now as the abyss of 10,000 feet. If I don't want to fall into the abyss, then Yuan Taiming, the roadblock, I have to kick him out of the way. I don't have a choice, and he doesn't have a choice. Only the winner in the end will survive. Ugh. Wei Shilong just sighed deeply after hearing these words. He also didn't put on some fake sympathetic face to advise Meng Sun to make peace with people or any such bullshit. It's not like the real world is some fairy tale world where the law of the jungle is the true meaning. Meng Sun had no way to retreat, and he himself was no different. By the time he's in his current position, unless he can do away with the desire to stop trying to get better, he'll reach the age line and just retire into old age. Otherwise, wherever his heart, there is still a trace of ambition. How can he go without fighting? There are only a few upwardly mobile positions, so if you don't fight for them, when will it be your turn to be promoted? Do you think those corrupt officials? Why do they want to be greedy? Just to fulfill their own selfish desires? Wrong. The correct answer is always those 8 words. Money on money, official on official. When you make progress and need money, do you have any other way but to go and reach out? Meng, you're not like Yuan Taiming. You're still clean on you right now. Don't let yourself get dirty. Wei Shilong suppressed the many thoughts in his heart and said to Meng Sun from the bottom of his heart. Bureau Wei, just put your heart in your stomach. Even if I want to dye colors, it will be red. I won't do anything that tramples on the bottom line. With a smile on his face, Meng Sun gave him a peace of mind and said, Line, you have a number in mind is good. Red Mountain County side I have sent people over, although now time is a bit far away. But the good thing is that the year's dossier and those who collect evidence have stayed on file. It should still be able to clear up the case. Wei Shilong set his face straight and turned back to the subject and said to Meng Sun, Bureau Wei, this matter still needs to be grasped a little tightly. If the case can be finalized as soon as possible, after the mayor takes office, he can also have a grip. Through the investigation of criminal acts of Yuan Taiming and the others, he can put some pressure on the Chow family. Or else the mayor wants to open up a situation in the municipal side. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Meng Sun said with a somewhat grave expression. In his previous life, Song Huaimin, but he had fought with the Chow family for several years before taking them down completely. One of the main reasons is that Song Huaimin couldn't grasp power at all when he first arrived, and Chow Weigua did not have any intention of giving up his power. Even after he retired to the second line, the position of the director of the Municipal People's Congress, was still retained. This led to many bureaucratic figures below, who often acted in conspiracy and resisted Song Hwaimin's reform measures. This situation until the Chow family was completely taken down. Jiangzhou this officially entered Song Hwaimin's economic reform era. Meng, this case handling thing is not something that can be quickly finalized by grasping a little tightly. Wei Shilong smiled bitterly and said, but you don't worry too much. Those I sent out are all criminal investigation veterans. There should be good news soon. To us back. Bureau Wei. It's not that I want to rush you. While we're laying out the groundwork, those opponents are afraid that they haven't been idle either. I always feel that the process of the mayor coming to take office this time, I'm afraid that it won't be over so smoothly, Meng Sun said with a worried look in his eyes. At the same time, within the Huaicheng Provincial Party Committee guest house, Song Hwaimin finally also waited. His wife Mo Shuhui's phone. Shu Hui, how's it going? Have you mapped out the situation yet? And who exactly is the target of this working group down here? Song Hwaimin sat up straight on his own body and asked out loud with a grave gaze. From the information that exists now, the target of this working group going down, the probability is not those several provincial party committee members, but the High Steel Group has a problem. That's why the working group has to be sent down to investigate. Mo Shui knew that Song Hwaimin had a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now, so she didn't deliberately try to play any riddles, and directly revealed the answer to the mystery. See Steel Group? Hearing this goal, which was somewhat too different from his own mental expectations, Song Hwaimin subconsciously knit his brows. He always felt that the sudden establishment of this working group would not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. After all, in order to promote the establishment of the working group, the price paid over there this time, and political resources cannot be small, just to investigate a Sea Steel Group? Of course, according to the level of jurisdiction, the High Steel Group belongs to the Central Enterprise Unit. If there is a problem within the real, can have the right to investigate it? Only a few heavyweight departments. It all seems to make perfect sense. But Song Hwaimin's long-standing keen political sense of smell, constantly reminding him that the establishment of this working group, by no means just go through a process, is very likely to be involved in this sort of dispute. Unfortunately, right now, he had too few clues at hand that he could use to solve the puzzle, and he simply couldn't pierce through the heavy fog in front of him to see the truth of the matter. But one thing he can be sure of is that if he really wants to launch an investigation into the High Steel Group, then it will certainly not be able to bypass the current Han Xiaogangyu. Xiao Gangyu. Song Hwaimin got up from the couch. He whispered the name while he then said to Mo Shui, Shu Hui, you go to investigate this Xiao Gangyu's political resume. This person may be the center of the eye of the storm. If he really has a big problem, then Haishi province is afraid that cannot escape the impact of this storm. It is very likely that the working group will be working along the vine to dig out a few big fish, and even possible that these few big fish is their real goal? Good. I will as soon as possible Xiao Gangyu's personal political resume. All to investigate clearly. After Mo Shui answered, she softly persuaded Song Hwaimin, Hwaimin, I know that the pressure on your shoulders is very heavy now, but a lot of things, it's all about planning and accomplishing. You just have to work hard. Even if you fail at the end of the day, I won't blame you. Hearing Mo Shui so relieved, the anxiousness in Song Hwaimin's heart was instantly soothed a lot. He walked slowly out onto the living room balcony and said with a bitter smile as he looked up at the soon-to-be darkening sky, Shu Hui, now it's not a matter of whether I want to fight or not. Even if I want to retreat, do you think Big Brother and the others will agree? What I'm shouldering now is not just this small family of ours, but the way forward for everyone in the entire Mo family. If I can succeed, this camp of the Mo family can still be maintained for the time being. But if I fail, then the consequences you dare to think about? Although Song Hwaimin didn't explicitly put words in his mouth, Mo Shui already understood what he meant. Now the entire Mo family is supported by the old master, and can still maintain the situation for the time being. But once the old man is gone one day, and the Mo family doesn't have a new flag to come out and bring hope to everyone, then all the political forces that are dependent on the Mo family will be afraid to think otherwise. After all, people are realistic. You as a leading brother, if you cannot lead everyone to eat, and what makes people continue to support you? Originally we are interdependent relationship. If you cannot give people as a backer, this relationship is naturally difficult to maintain. And right now, the most promising person in the entire Mo family camp is Song Hwaimin. So how can people agree when you want to get out of the competition? Not to mention that those outsiders will not agree. Song Hwaimin really want to have this idea. Mo Shui a few siblings. I'm afraid that will be the first time to jump out to strongly oppose. This is the real status quo. So in this situation, Song Hwaimin can he not walk on thin ice? He carries the hopes of too many people and can only move forward one step at a time, with no other way to go. Mo Shui seemed to have sensed the suppressed emotions in Song Huimin's heart at the moment, and once again spoke out to him in relief. Huimin, you don't want to think too much. The car to the mountain. You are just starting out now. Let's take our time as long as you fought for it, even if it really fails, I don't think Big Brother and the others will blame you. Speaking of his elder brother, Song Huimin, as if he suddenly remembered something, asked out loud, what step has been taken now regarding his elder brother's desire to go to the Northwest? It shouldn't be a big problem. The proposed position is the chief of staff. After this year, it will be able to go down. Mo Shui said with a smile. This matter has been gaming for more than 2 years, and now there is finally a result. The entire Mo family camp's heart, temporarily can also be settled down. Egu, it's finally a great thing. If Big Brother can go down to fulfill his duties now, he should still be in time age-wise. Song Huimin similarly said with a smile. Although he was not surnamed Mo, there was no difference between him and Mo's family. Now, the rest of the Mo family, if they were able to grow up, it would be a great thing for him, at the very least more help. Right, Huimin? I heard my daughter say that you met a child of some businessman's family over in Haishi province. What's going on? Mo Shui asked with curiosity in her words as if she suddenly remembered something. A very interesting little guy who might bring me something unexpected. Song Huimin looked away from the city's night sky, and a smile, unconsciously, appeared on his face. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the doctors had fought to save Malu's life, his life was finally saved, but for the time being, they have to stay within the intensive care, waiting for the recovery of various human vital indicators before deciding whether to transfer to the general ward. And after learning that Malu's little life had been saved, Meng Sun's entire body nearly went down in a vein as. These few hours down, his spirit tensed tightly, not to mention eating. Water did not dare to drink more than a mouthful. Is afraid of his own spirit of relaxation? From the mouth of the doctors, to get the worst results. Luckily, everything still went well, and after the doctor's resuscitation, Malu's life was finally saved. The feeling of guilt in his heart could be put down a little. At this time, a big wasted, strong man with a slab head, but in a hurry, appeared within his line of sight. Meng Xiao, how is sixth son now? Has he been saved yet? The slab-headed strong man asked in a hurried voice as he gasped for air. Zhang Hu, why are you here? Where is June? Meng Sun looked at the empty space behind him and wrinkled his brow as he asked rhetorically. In front of him, this strong man with a slate-inch head and a face that looked a bit fierce was called Zhang Hu. He was Chen Wenjun's important deputy on the mine protection team, and he had followed the Meng family for many years. Where is he now? June. I don't know. Zhang Hu sniffed and said with a bitter face. When I was more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I suddenly received a phone call from Brother June, and he asked me to immediately rush back to the city to protect your safety. Right. Zhang Hu seemed to suddenly remember something. He raised his hand and patted his head, deliberately suppressing his rough voice, and said to Meng Sun with a mysterious face, when Brother June called me this afternoon, he also said that he wanted me to give you a message, so that you don't forget. What's the word? Meng Sun asked with a grave expression on his face. June said that he has prepared all the gifts that you asked him to prepare for Yuan Taiming, and he guaranteed that he can make Yuan Taiming engraved in his heart and soul, and will never forget it in his life. But that gift is a bit special, and he said that he asked you to just not look at it, so as not to defile your eyes. Zhang Hu scrunched his neck and said, obviously what that gift was, Zhang Hu should have been informed. However, since the gift was rather special, that was why Chen Wenjun had specifically instructed him not to look at that gift. Where's the stuff now? Meng Sun's eyes pursued the question with a ghostly look. June said you were going to need it tonight, so I took the liberty of putting that inside the trunk of my car. As Zhang Hu spoke, he avoided Meng Sun's gaze, which had gradually begun to grow suspicious of him. Tiger, tell me honestly, where is June's person now? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Meng Sun asked with somewhat glazed eyes. Meng Xiao, I really don't know. Why don't I give you a poisonous oath now? Zhang Hu said through clenched teeth. Forget it, we're all brothers. How could I not believe you? Meng Sun raised his hand, patted Zhang Hu's shoulder, and grinned. But what I hate the most in this person is to be cheated. Tiger, you shouldn't be able to cheat me, right? No. I've kind of watched you grow up. How could I possibly lie to you? Zhang Hu, in his weakness, quickly shook his head and said, it seems that this guy really knows where June is at the moment, but now is not the time to go looking for June. It's better to wait until after tonight. Then let's talk about it. For Zhang Hu's poor amateur acting, Meng Sun really can't even spit out his thoughts. However, since Chen Wenjun was able to let this Zhang Hu come over, it also proved from the side that this person was trustworthy. Otherwise, Chen Wenjun wouldn't have asked him to come over and protect his safety. Brother Tiger, it's almost time for this now, so I'll trouble you to accompany me. Meng Sun looked at the time on his wristwatch. It was now 9:20, less than 40 minutes from the 10 o'clock appointment with Yuan Taiming. Xiao Meng, Yuan Taiming has always been very black-handed. Isn't it not too safe for us to go with just 2 people? Zhang Hu said with a worried face. The Century Grand Palace. That's the Yuan family's lair that's been in operation for years. The Meng family didn't even dare to take liberties inside during their heyday. Now that Meng Xiangfeng had been captured, the Meng family's power was basically half scattered. Going inside someone's lair at this time to provoke them was not a wise choice by any stretch of the imagination. But he didn't have much of a decision to make, so he could only try his best to persuade each other. As for whether Meng Sun could listen, it was up to him to make his own choice. If Meng Sun insisted on going to the appointment, then he could only give up his life to go with him. No matter what, he had to find a way to protect Meng Sun's personal safety, which was also the purpose of his visit today. Yuan Taiming, if he really wants to deal with me, there is no safe place in this Zhengzhou city. Meng Sun sniffed and said with a charmed smile. Besides, he gave me a heavy gift this afternoon. If I don't return a gift, then it would seem how impolite I am. And with such a good night tonight, I'll have to thank him properly. Although Meng Sun was smiling at the moment, Zhang Hu's heart, however, was vaguely born some chill. At this moment, he actually saw the shadow of Chen Wenjun in Meng Sun. Although the 2 people's appearance was 100,000 miles apart, the cold temperament on their bodies was really somewhat amazingly similar. Tiger, let's go. Don't let Mr. Yuan wait too long. I think at this moment, he already can't wait to see me in person. Meng Sun said with a smile on his face while he started to move his feet and walk towards the outside of the hospital with his hands in his pockets. Is it an illusion? How come it feels like the aura on this young Master Meng is even more terrifying than Brother Jun? Seeing that Meng Sun had already begun to descend the stairs, Zhang Hu shivered involuntarily while his feet hurriedly followed him. At the same time, has returned from the central hospital to the Grand Palace of Yuan Taiming, anxious to make a call, leading to the Municipal Party Committee compound. Why isn't anyone answering? What do you mean? Yuan Taiming called several times, but the state of no answer. He became, at once, in a mood and began to get a little irritated. The shooting he was subjected to this afternoon was an outright provocation to him. If he wasn't able to, well, keep the heat down, then the cat-faced masked man's shooting of him this afternoon would only be the beginning. More and more people will start to follow suit and try to bring him down. If he didn't want this to happen, one after the other, the most effective way to find the cat-faced masked man is to borrow the power of the government administration. Make him pay the price he deserves in front of all those with bad intentions. Only in this way can the wind be completely suppressed, to preserve his Yuan Taiming and Zhengzhou deterrent, so that those ambitious people who want to challenge him will not dare to make any more rash moves. Mr. Yuan, calling so late, is something wrong? Just as Yuan Taiming was filled with annoyance and waited with some impatience, the phone was finally connected. A burst of indifferent words also came out from the cell phone. Secretary Pan, is the old secretary sleeping now? I have something I want to report to his old man. Yuan Taiming suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smiling face, if there were outsiders present at this moment, they would have to be stunned. Yuan Taiming, who has never been unbeatable in front of people, has such a humble side, just like a domesticated pug, so well behaved that it's unbelievable. Mr. Yuan, it's almost late at night, and the old secretary's body isn't made of iron, so how can he not rest? Without any ceremony, Pan Changjiang, the Municipal Party Committee's Grand Secretary, rebuked Yuan Taiming in a cold voice. Yes. I know that the old secretary has not been in good health lately, so I purposely had someone go over to Guanhua province and purchase a few thousand-year-old ginsengs at a high price. Just thinking of sending them over to the old secretary to replenish his body. Can you see if you can make arrangements for me tomorrow, so that I can meet the old secretary? Although Yuan Taiming was annoyed in his heart, but on his mouth, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Chao Weigua and Li Zhiheng is not the same. They are a real hand. Zhengzhou millions of people's parents. To put it politely, as long as Chao Weigua wants to do something in Zhengzhou city, there is nothing he can't do. The former mayor Sun Jiliang also tried to challenge Chao Weigua a hand position. The result is their own gray rolled away. He, Yuan Taiming, dared to be disrespectful to Li Zhiheng, but he definitely didn't have the guts to challenge Chao Weigua's authority. Mr. Yuan, the old secretary has been too busy serving the people to see you lately, so it's better for you to eat those thousands of years old ginseng yourself and replenish your body. After saying that, Pan Changjiang directly hung up the phone, without a hint of wanting to give Yuan Taiming face. Fuck, you really think I'm a nightcap, don't you? When you need me, you drag me over here to wipe your asses, and when you don't, You want to kick me out of the way. Listening to the beeping sound that kept coming out of his cell phone, Yuan Taiming was so furious that his face turned red and he ruthlessly slapped his cell phone on the desk. Just when he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open and Mo Donglai walked in from outside. Old Yuan, Meng Xiangfang's son is here and has now gone inside the lobby downstairs, Mo Donglai said with an indifferent gaze. This little brat, he's got some fucking balls. How many people did he bring here? Yuan Taiming grimaced. His remaining anger turned to look at Mo Donglai and asked. When Mo Donglai heard this, his eyes immediately became a bit strange and said, besides himself, there was a driver, and other than that, there was no one else. Just brought a driver here. What's this little brat up to? Sing me an empty city. Now not only Mo Donglai, Yuan Taiming was also a bit confused. Although Meng Xiangfeng has now been forced to be detained by the procuratorate, but it is not so bad that the tree has fallen into a sinking ship and even a few beaters cannot come together. Meng Sun's coming to see him and this lone person was really a bit of a surprise to him. One could even say that it caught him off guard. Originally, he had all but secretly arranged that if he couldn't talk tonight, even if he saw blood in an armed fight as a result, he would force Meng Xuanwen to stay, and then some means to force the whereabouts of his son, Yuan Jiqian, to find out. But now that Meng Sun had come to see him alone, it had really disrupted all of his plans, making it impossible for him to find an excuse to come out when he took the opportunity to try to make a big deal out of things. This little brat, what kind of trick is he trying to play with me? Is he really not afraid of death? Yuan Taiming only felt his brain. This burst of pain. It was within this 2-day period that he received blow after blow. All kinds of bad things even happened one after another, not even letting him have a moment to catch his breath. Yuan Shanshan and Li Fei's matter. The curtain has not yet fallen now. Yuan Zhengbiao followed closely by the accident. Although the afternoon after emergency surgery, Yuan Zhengbiao's life is temporarily saved. But according to the doctors, Yuan Zhengbiao's life is considered completely ruined. Recovering to the optimal state, which is barely able to sit in a wheelchair, makes you a disabled person. If the recovery isn't ideal, then you'll have to spend the rest of your life in bed, living on nutrient solutions. Fuck. Who the hell is hiding behind that little brat to fuck with me like that? The more Yuan Taiming thought about it, the more angry he became. And the killing intent in his eyes grew more and more intense. If he didn't still have some sense, he would have hated to tell his men to chop Meng Sun up immediately, so that all the trouble would be solved once and for all. But he couldn't really do that, not to mention his own son, who was still being controlled in the hands of others. If he really dares to lift the table like this, I am afraid that all those small interest groups hiding behind him will turn against him. People are socializing with you, Yuan Taiming, just to get some grease. But if you want to drag everyone down with you, that would be breaking the unspoken rules and forcing people to turn their backs on you. Old Mo, have you gone outside the building to see if that little brat really didn't arrange any backup? Yuan Taiming wrinkled his brow and pursued the question somewhat undeterred. No, it's all quiet. Mo Donglai thought about it and added, saying, at least it's all quiet now. Even if he did arrange any backup, it would be too late in time. So my personal inclination is that the guests that are going to come tonight might be really just the two of them. Alas, this is really stormy mountain full of buildings. Black cloud pressure city want to destroy the situation. How suddenly a look on the collapse to such a point. Old Mo, I also do not hide from you. Until now, I am still a little cloudy. Cannot figure out I this in the end is offended which way the gods can let people so much effort to straighten me. Yuan Taiming's gaze turned to Mo Donglai, and after he gave a hopelessly bitter smile, he waved his hand and said, just make a hard trip to go and lead the others up to me. I'm still really curious to know what kind of backbone that little brat is carrying, to dare to come here alone to meet me. Good. Mo Donglai nodded and didn't say any more nonsense, immediately turning around and walking towards the outside of the office. Come on, let me have a good look at what kind of undercard you and the people behind you are hiding. How dare you disregard me so much? Yuan Taiming lit a cigarette with a cold gaze, letting the white smoke of nicotine flood his entire face. Meanwhile, on a street not far from the Grand Palace, a dozen police cars, which had begun to turn off their engines and hide into the night. These police cars were filled with heavily armed police officers, just waiting for the leaders in the command cars to give the order to start the night's operation. At this moment, at the head of a command car, wearing a decent olive green police uniform, Jian Hu, with a confused look in his eyes, he looked to Wei Shilong sitting beside him and asked, Wei Bureau, tonight we in the end to perform what task? It's still so secretive. Don't ask so many questions, just follow orders, and when the time comes, I'll tell you the target of your actions. Wei Shilong did not intend to give Jiang Hu the truth. He just closed his eyes tightly and waited for the vibration of the cell phone message. If he couldn't negotiate inside the Grand Palace tonight, At the very least, he would have to ensure that Meng Sun's life was safe from accidents. He has already handed in his submission, and the Chow family has been offended, so it is not a big deal to offend another Yuan Taiming. Anyway, lice are not afraid to bite, and the only thing he can do now is to hold on to the new mayor's thighs. As for how the Chow family side viewed him, he was already indifferent. As long as the new mayor can keep his official hat intact, he'll just do his job. It's still true that a lack of clarity in political standing is tantamount to standing for nothing. Since he has now made up his mind to move closer to the new mayor, he has to do what needs to be done. At the very least, he had to let the new leader know that he could really be counted on when it came to things, and wouldn't be all talk and no action. Yuan Taiming is not one to be messed with. Meng Sun, what kind of cards does he have hidden in his hand that he dares to break into the tiger's den alone? Is he really not afraid that Yuan Taiming will suddenly rise up and take action against him? Just as Wei Shilong locked up his brows and speculated in his mind about what cards Meng Sun was hiding in his hands, Meng Sun had followed Mo Donlai and arrived outside Yuan Taiming's office. Only you can go in alone. This driver of yours has to stay outside. Mo Donlai crossed Zheng Hu and said, "No, I'm going in with them." Zheng Hu's face changed when he heard this, and he wanted to raise an objection, but he was interrupted by Meng Sun's voice. "Tiger, just stay outside. It's me that Mr. Yuan wants to see, so don't follow me in and cause trouble." Meng Xiao. "No, absolutely not. Brother Jun has explained to me." Zheng Hu, with an anxious face, wanted to object again, but before he could finish what he wanted to say, he was forced to swallow his words by Meng Sun's unrefusable look. "Brother Tiger, just put your heart in your stomach. We're here to deliver a gift tonight. Mr. Yuan won't be rude." After saying that, Meng Sun directly pushed open the office door, carrying a gift box in his hand, and walked in with his head held high. After Meng Sun entered the office, Mo Donlai immediately closed the office door. Again, on the side of Zheng Hu, although already anxious is sweating, but he also knows that now anxious also useless, can only wait for the inside out of the results, and after Meng Sun entered the office, before he had time to raise his eyes to survey the surroundings, he was met with a black and clanking Type 5-4 pistol, which was ruthlessly pressed against his head. "Mr. Yuan, is this how you welcome guests on weekdays?" Although the muzzle of the gun on his head was cold, Meng Sun was not deterred, and his facial expression remained calm. If Yuan Taiming really dared to shoot, he would have fallen down and become a corpse the moment he entered the door. To put it bluntly, the reason why the gun had appeared at this point in time was simply to subdue him and take the initiative for the negotiations that were likely to follow. Yuan Taiming wasn't stupid, so how could he stain blood on a nobody like him? Even if they really wanted to finish him off, it would be after he left the Grand Imperial Palace. All that was being done now was to gain leverage for himself and see if he could intimidate him. "You're just really not afraid of death?" Yuan Taiming asked with a ghastly gaze. "Mr. Yuan, I'm just a nobody. If you're willing to die with me, then won't I make a lot of money?" "No." Meng Sun thought about it and added, "This is not 1 for 1, but 1 for 3. You now have the ability to beat me to death, but after I die, in addition to you, your son and your daughter will have to accompany me to the funeral. I'm a person in exchange for the whole family of your Yuan family. How to calculate the account is that I earn a lot. If you don't want to try to shoot me now, see what will happen to your precious son and daughter after I die. By the way, I almost forgot to congratulate Mr. Yuan, the object your daughter is looking for in Huaichen. I've already seen myself inside the Marriott Hotel, and it's really a long, elegant and talented man, and his physique looks very good, so it's no wonder that Ms. Shanshan is willing to go behind her back to see her fiancé. This is really some envy. Ah, how did you know about Shan Shan? No, this matter is your conspiracy from the beginning to the end. Li Fei's trip to Huaichen was also promoted by you in the dark." After hearing Meng Sun's words, Yuan Taiming's eyes were first shocked, but then, he figured out a lot of things. All of this is not a coincidence. It's all a well-designed layout. He had been dragged into the situation during the period of his unconsciousness, and now if he wanted to get out of it, he couldn't. Unless he could bring Li Fei back from the dead, he couldn't get past Li Zhihong's hurdle. First of all, this incident did start because Yuan Shanshan cheated on her and Li Fei died because of it. How could he possibly whitewash himself so that Li Zhihong would let go of the preconceived notions in his heart and continue to work with him intimately? Suffice it to say, Li Fei's accidental passing has now become a dead end. He couldn't solve it, and neither could Li Zhihong. The two will only become more and more suspicious of each other. It is impossible to return to the previous kind of cooperation mode. Mutual trust. Was Li Fei's car accident also arranged by you? Yuan Taiming suppressed the shock in his heart, and his eyes were ferocious and incomparable as he drank. "You guys?" When Meng Sun heard this term, his gaze first froze slightly, but soon reacted. Yuan Tai Ming, this is a misunderstanding. He hit a team behind him, has been in the dark with him to act, otherwise relying on his strength alone, simply cannot be completed. Such a subtle a layout. Mr. Yuan, don't get me wrong. I just happened to come across Miss Shan Shan's matter. As an outsider, I had most watched the show, but I don't know anything else. Meng Sun shrugged his head and laughed. Coincidence? That's quite a coincidence. You expect me to believe that? Yuan Tai Ming said with an exasperated smile. Mr. Yuan, you believe it or not, it's out of my hands, but I want to give Mr. Yuan a reminder that there are many coincidental things in this world, such as me tonight. If I have a little accident, it's possible that your son and daughter, it's going to be coincidental and I'm the same as a little accident. Meng Sun said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Good. That's really good. The last person who dared to threaten me like that was still Tiger Yu, and guess how he ended up begging me to leave him alone. Yuan Tai Ming gripped the 5.4 pistol in his hand tightly and ruthlessly pushed it against Meng Sun's head, saying, Mr. Yuan, since you're so confident, let's make a bet. Meng Sun grinned and laughed. With my life alone, in exchange for the life of your family of 3, I personally think it's quite worth it. If you dare to get on this betting table, then shoot me. A few of us will go to the Yellow Springs together, just so that we can all be companions on the road, and don't have to be so lonely. Shoot me, shoot me, shoot the fuck out of you. At the end of his words, Meng Sun directly roared. He's a man who's died once. What's there to be afraid of? If Yuan Tai Ming really dared to shoot, then the end result could only be a lose-lose situation, where everyone would end up together. He really didn't believe that Yuan Tai Ming had the guts to do this now. If placed 20 years ago, when Yuan Tai Ming had nothing, he naturally had the guts to dare to shoot. But what is his status now? The richest man in Jiangzhou City. The man on top of the man who holds billions of dollars of wealth. How could he possibly give up his current huge family business for a mere Meng Sun? Time not only brought Yuan Tai Ming endless wealth to spend, but also wore away his will to fight to the death. Besides, a tiger's venom does not eat its children, and pulling one's own children to accompany the opponent, as long as there is still a trace of sanity in one's brain, it is impossible to make this kind of dehumanizing decision to come. Meng Sun was also certain that Yuan Tai Ming could not give up everything he had now, so he dared to come to tonight's appointment. Crazy. This guy is absolutely, positively insane. Being held by a gun to his head, Meng Sun was not only not afraid, but his entire emotional state even started to get excited. At this moment, Yuan Tai Ming really didn't know what to do. Originally, he was still thinking of preempting Meng Sun's aura and then trying to negotiate to get Yuan back after he had suppressed the aura on Meng Sun's body. I didn't expect that this Meng Sun would not follow his routine at all, and that he would be so hard on himself at such a young age. He could tell that Meng Sun was by no means pretending or joking with him, and seemed to have no fear of death at all, and even looked forward to it somewhat as he pulled the trigger to try it out. For this kind of person who wasn't afraid of death at all, the weapon in his hand was no different from a burning root. Moreover, people are still holding his death point. If he really dares to shoot, the result can only be that everyone will be finished together. Yuan Shanshan and Yuan Jiqian will most likely also be hard to escape death. As a father, how could he possibly accept this outcome? It's only right to be ruthless to outsiders, but what sane person can do that to their own children? Unless one is a fucking psychopath. One cub who would shed. Mr. Yuan, it looks like I won this little bet. You can't fire your gun. Meng Sun laughed softly under his breath while he just raised his hand to dislodge the gun on his head. Yuan Tai Ming coldly did not stop Meng Sun's bold and provocative action. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he did lose this little bet, and he lost completely. As long as he can't come down that hard and give up his children, he wouldn't be able to dominate this next negotiation. Mr. Yuan, after all, you are the elder. I don't dare to come to see you empty-handed, so I specially prepared a heavy gift for you today. Hurry up and open the gift box to take a look. It is guaranteed that it will be a pleasant surprise for you. After saying that, Meng Sun directly put the gift box in his hand and placed it on Yuan Tai Ming's desk. Yuan Tai Ming seemed to understand something at this moment, and while the corners of his eyes twitched violently, his gaze turned towards the gift box. Mr. Yuan, don't just stand there. Hurry up and open the gift box and take a look. This gift is something I carefully prepared for you. Seeing that Yuan Tai Ming was hesitant to reach out and open the gift box, Meng Sun's eyes flickered with a cold aura, and he deliberately raised his voice and aggravated his tone, urging him to say, "You think you can scare me with that?" In the face of this constant verbal provocation from Meng Sun, the coldness in Yuan Tai Ming's eyes was almost on the verge of condensing into substance. If it wasn't for the shred of sanity that was left in his brain, which was still there, he really wanted to pull the trigger right now and kill the guy in front of him that he hated so much. Mr. Yuan, I don't know if I can scare you. Anyway, I don't like to suffer. You gave me such a big gift this afternoon. If I don't give you back, not to mention tonight, I'm afraid that in the next month, I'm going to be disturbed and I can't sleep. So the courtesy is reciprocated. I have to give Mr. Yuan a big gift back to the same thing, so that Mr. Yuan can experience the same feeling as me. So that's fair enough. I'm afraid I'll have to give Mr. Yuan an equal gift in return, so that Mr. Yuan can also have a good experience of the same feeling as me. Meng Sun said casually with a smile while taking a seat on the sofa area of this office. You do not say that this rich is not the same. The sofas sitting under the butt are imported from abroad. Who would want to be an outlaw after this kind of good life? Take this Yuan Taiming for example. He basically spent the first half of his life in fighting and killing. Now that it was so hard to achieve success, how could he possibly be willing to go back to that kind of precarious life in the past? Now Yuan Taiming is no longer 10 years ago, that for the sake of a little bit of interest, would dare to go to kill the whole family, exterminate the whole family of ruthless people. Wealth gave him status and weakened his will to kill and destroy, so that he did not dare to be as reckless and spontaneous as before. In fact, the situation of Yuan Taiming can now be summarized in one sentence. He wanted to wash the color off his body, but he didn't want to lose the considerable benefits that had come to him in those gray areas. Not enough for people to give it away that he wants to completely wash his hands of the coast. He could only rely on the violent aftermath of his former life to temporarily deter the hyenas that had been so intent on him. But once this kind of idea of his was seen through, those hungry hyenas would swoop in and tear up and swallow all the industries that he had operated for years in the gray area. Tell me, what did you want when you came to see me tonight? Yuan Taiming naturally wasn't the kind of person who was brainless, and since he couldn't take any advantage verbally, he simply changed his tactics temporarily and moved to sit on the sofa opposite Meng Sun, attempting to use negotiation to solve all the troubles at hand. Of course this negotiation was only temporary. After he stabilized his position, the next thing would naturally be cleaned up by old Mo himself. The bottom line in his heart is that no matter which way he uses, the Meng family father and son must disappear from Zhengzhou City, and he is also sure to eat Zhanghai mining. It's not just about the benefits of those mines, it's about his status. If he couldn't settle the Meng family's matter this time in a shocking way and completely give it away, that Meng family would only be the beginning. Everyone would see how weak he, Yuan Taiming, was and would challenge him in every way possible. In order to prevent these things from happening, then the Meng family father and son must die. So the current negotiation is just a delaying tactic, and when the situation improves a little bit, he will flip again, that is for sure. But before that, he had to ensure the safety of Yuan Jiqiang and Yuan Shanshan before he could rest assured that old Mo was going to lay down his life. Mr. Yuan, it's not what I want, it's what you want. In recent years the big and small companies under your Tiansheng building materials have almost monopolized all the oil and water projects in Jiangzhou. Isn't that enough? Is it hard to really want to knock the bones and suck the marrow out of everyone before you'll give up? Meng Sun asked rhetorically with his face cold down. This society is a hunting ground. I am strong and you are weak. Then you deserve to be eaten by me. Can't it be that I am the only one eating? Now as long as a little bit of human relations are trying to find ways to eat, big eat, small eat, this is what the country's wool or people dare to glean. I eat some leftovers, is not too much. Yuan Taiming refuted with vigor. Yeah, they're all eating, and the only thing that makes a difference is, well, the volume and the way they're eating is different. When Meng Sun heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yuan Taiming's words, he can't go to deny it or fix it. Right now the times are just so crazy, but anyone with some ability is participating in the feast of economic reform. In terms of the local Zhengzhou city, Yuan Taiming size, perhaps still considered a character. But if you look at the whole country, what are his assets? And Yuan Taiming, this is also right. The real society, it is a big hunting ground. The strong eat the weak. This is also natural. And more cruel is, even if you don't go to eat, other people will go to eat. And when people have eaten their fill, turn their head will come to eat you. Mr. Yuan, you're right. It's true that the weak are strong, but can you eat our Meng family now? Meng Sun suppressed the many thoughts in his mind and said with a cold smile, if you really had this ability, I wouldn't be sitting here having a conversation with you right now, but rather going inside the prison to step on a sewing machine. No one was a fool. If Yuan Taiming really had the ability to swallow the Meng family in one bite now, how could he honestly sit here and tell him some bullshit reasoning? It's always the same old saying, whoever has the biggest fist is the truth. Now Yuan Taiming can't take the Meng family for a while. If he doesn't want to get himself into a passive situation, he can only lay down his arms to temporarily ease the situation. Yes, you are right. If I can control the whole situation now, I won't even see you this nobody tonight. So let's not waste each other's time. you and I should still communicate frankly as well. I can let the prosecutor's office let go of your father's matter. How much is the market value of your Zhanghai mining now? How much will I offer to buy it? In short, not letting your Meng family lose money is. However, I have a condition. You family of 3 leave Haishi province. Don't let me see you again within 10 years. Yuan Taiming said in a vain attempt to play a delaying tactic. Mr. Yuan, since you are so frank, then I simply also frank a little. Jiangzhou, our family of 3 is certainly not going to leave. Zhanghai mining we will not let go. I want to have only one condition. That is, this matter ends here. You walk your one-tree bridge. Our family over our Yangguan road. Well, water does not offend, the river water is. This is also my negotiation line. If not to reach this condition, then I think we have no need to continue to talk down. I think we have no need to go on. If I can't reach this condition, I think there is no need for us to continue to talk about it. Okay, anyway, my main purpose today is to give a gift to Mr. Yuan. Since the gift has been delivered, then I won't bother Mr. Yuan to take a rest. Mr. Yuan can think about my condition, and if you agree with it, you can give me a call at any time. After saying that, Meng Sun also disregarded Yuan Taiming's increasingly ironclad face, and with a radiantly bright smile on his face, he stood up from the sofa, and then walked towards the outside of the office without any haste. When he was almost at the office door, Meng Sun looked like he suddenly remembered something. He raised his hand and lightly slapped his head, turned around, and with a touch of playfulness in his eyes, he looked at Yuan Taiming and said, Mr. Yuan, this gift I'm sending you today, I personally suggest that you still open it and take a look at it as well. It's also my intention anyhow, so don't let me down as a latecomer's respect. Little brat, you really think I'm helpless against you, don't you? Being provoked by Meng Sun like this again and again, Yuan Taiming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. With a scowl in his eyes, he rose from the couch with a flourish. Then he viciously pulled the holster of the 5.4 pistol in his hand and once again aimed the cold muzzle at Meng Sun. Mr. Yuan, this man has to admit defeat when he gets old, and showing off his face won't scare people. In the face of this black hole of the gun, Meng Sun just casually said with a smile, if you really want to kill me tonight, I can't walk in front of you now, and to be honest, this gun in your hand can't change my attitude. I'm still on that condition. Zhanghai mining our family won't give up. Jiangzhou we won't leave. If you can accept it, you can contact me at any time. If you can't accept it, you want to fight to the end. I'm a rotten life to play with you is. If you can't accept it, you can contact me at any time. If you can't accept it, you want to fight to the end. I have a rotten life to play with you. After saying that, Meng Sun turned around. He raised his hand and violently pushed open the door to the office in front of him, not in the least shying away from the gun at his back, and striding out the door. Yuan Taiming, on the other hand, was trembling, and he wanted to pull the trigger directly with a heartbeat several times, but in the end, he was forcefully suppressed by reason. Meng Sun is right. He is old. If it was 10 years ago when he encountered this kind of choice, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Even if it is to die with the opponent, he will not hesitate. But now he no longer had the guts to do so. And not the one from 10 years ago, with a bottle of white wine down. He dared to take Yuan Zhengbiao and others, and destroy people's family's big brother on the road. Fuck! The more Yuan Taiming thought about it, the more he was suffocated. The 5.4 pistol in his hand, ruthlessly slapped on the coffee table in front of him. Just like this he gritted his teeth and gasped for a while before he walked slowly to the desk. His eyes struggled for a moment, but he finally reached his hand over and lifted the lid of the red gift box. In the next second, Yuan Taiming's left and right pupils were a violent contraction. The gift placed inside was, quite literally, a freshly chopped off right hand. On the bloody wrist of this right hand was a gold Rolex watch. This Rolex gold watch he recognized. It was the gift he gave to Yuan Jiqiang, who was admitted to Zhangzhou University. Little brat, fuck you. I'm going to fuck you up tonight. Yuan Taiming's eyes began to glow red. He turned around and rushed to the coffee table in an arrow step, viciously grabbed the 5.4 pistol on the glass desktop, and was about to chase him out of the office. However, before he could rush out of the office door, Mo Donglai walked in from the outside and stopped him with a grave expression. Old Mo, let go of me. I have to kill him tonight. Yuan Taiming growled with a grimace. Don't be impulsive. There are a lot of cops coming outside the building just waiting for you to make a mistake. Mo Donglai grabbed Yuan Taiming's shoulders and pressed his voice to whisper to him. Police? When Yuan Taiming heard this, the anger in his heart was instantly doused. He turned and walked briskly over to the landing, his eyes peering downward. Only a row of alternating red and blue warning lights had begun to light up. For the first time since it opened 3 years ago, the Century Grand Palace has been boarded up by the police. Old M.O. I have a very bad feeling that a storm is coming to Jiangzhou soon. Yuan Taiming's eyes began to drift, and for the first time, he felt that his title as the richest man in Jiangzhou was actually not that valuable. At this moment, he also suddenly remembered what that secretary of Li Zhiheng, Zhang Kaifeng, said to him. When the leader gives you a face, you're a character. You're nothing when the leader doesn't give you a face. Now, without the official support of Li Zhiheng and the Chao family, it seemed like he was really nothing, and even when the police came to his door, there was no good way to deal with them. Scholars, peasants, and merchants. What are scholars, peasants, and merchants? Overlooking the row of blinding red and blue warning lights downstairs, Yuan Taiming reddened his eyes and immediately began to laugh miserably. 2 hours later, as the police began to gradually end the raid on the Century Grand Palace pro-inspection, this huge storm was also like a tsunami. Instantly flooded the entire Jiangzhou city. All the big and small forces, both explicit and implicit, also began to frantically go around looking for contacts, trying to figure out what was going on in this big show tonight. How could the police suddenly make a move on the Century Grand Palace? Isn't this a clear slap in the face of Vice Mayor Li and Secretary Chao? In this entire city of Jiangzhou, not to mention those who have connections, the ordinary people know that the Century Grand Palace owner of Jiangzhou City, the richest man in the city of Yuan Taiming, that has the cover of Vice Mayor Li and Secretary Chao. Such a hard backer, the police also dare to touch. This is not a small mouse to hit the face of the big cat, tired of living and looking for death. Just as the black and white in Jiangzhou were shaken to their core by this anti-vice and anti-triad operation by the police tonight, Meng Sun and Wei Shilong had come to a small store down the street and started eating late-night snacks with open bellies. Bureau Wei, you've made such a big fuss tonight. Aren't you really afraid of Secretary Chao's thunderous wrath? After shivering a mouthful of hot and sour rice vermicelli, Meng Sun looked at Wei Shilong with some curiosity in his eyes and asked, I didn't want to make such a big deal, but the leader suddenly came with instructions, which I definitely have to follow orders. Wei Shilong drank a mouthful of small wine, and echoed with a beautiful face, leadership instructions? Meng Sun sniffed and became even more curious. This entire Jiangzhou city has a count of one, and there are really not many leaders who can directly command Wei Shilong. Don't look at Wei Shilong as just a cadre, but people are in control of the real power of the key departments. Except for those bigwigs on the city council who don't need to give him face, those hands in other departments, more or less, still dare not be too arrogant in front of him. After all, whose ass is clean again in these days? Offended the executive deputy director of the City Public Security Bureau. This is not for no reason to find trouble for themselves, and it's still a big trouble with endless consequences. If this makes people upset, maybe one day, someone will expose your black information. After all, the authority of the police is to travel between black and white. If you really want to screw you, there are too many ways to do it. Within this city of Jiangzhou, the only ones who can give Wei Shilong instructions are those bigwigs of the municipal party committee. But who on earth dares to be so bold as to disregard even the face of the Chao family? The more Meng Sun thought, the more curious he was. His eyes also turned to Wei Shilong again, and asked, Wei Bureau, you do not want to play riddles with me. Exactly which leader instructed you to raid the Prochek Grand Palace? Ah, little Meng, isn't your brain normally quite fast? How come it's become sluggish at this time? Wei Shilong sniffed, shook his head and said, do you think that in this Jiangzhou, besides the secretary and the mayor, who else can give us direct orders? Although Wei Shilong did not explicitly say who it was, the pointing was already clear. Can have a direct impact on the Public Security Bureau and leadership. Only the head of the political and legal mouth of the Big Brother, the Municipal Political and Legal Committee Secretary Liang Xiaopeng. Liang Xiaopeng. Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and carefully recalled his memories of this person. Didn't find, however, any usable information. This municipal party secretary, in his previous life, is really too low profile to the point that there is no sense of existence at all. He didn't have much of a presence when the Chao family had a hand in Jiangzhou. After Sun Huaimin came to Jiangzhou to take office and gradually grasped the real power, this municipal party secretary is still very unassuming. In addition to the normal attendance of the political and legal mouth of the meeting, other major events related to the economic reform of Jiangzhou basically do not see much of his figure. But it is also strange to say that Liang Xiaopeng in Jiangzhou City served for nearly 5 years as secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, but was not implicated in the Chao family corruption case, the end of the career, but also was transferred to the city of Jinghai, served as a full-time deputy secretary for a term. The last is in the city of Jinghai's People's Congress, peacefully retired. Since he wasn't implicated in the Chao family's corruption case, he shouldn't be a member of the Chao family. But what exactly is this Secretary Liang up to when he chooses this time to jump out? The deeper Meng Sun thought about it, the more he felt that this Secretary Liang's political stance was somewhat intriguing. However, he really didn't know much personal information about this big brother, and now he couldn't accurately make a judgment as to whether this one was a friend or foe. Bureau Wei. That's Secretary Liang. How is his relationship with the Chow family on weekdays? Is there anything against him? Meng Sun is now a bit confused, and can only hope to get some useful clues from Wei Shilong. If Liang Xiaoping is really a friend, even if it is in an ambiguous neutral attitude, this is a great joy for them. At least Wei Shilong future action. The pressure on the shoulders do not have to carry so heavy. How to say? Secretary Liang, this person usually acts very low-key, and who have a good relationship. In the past, when Mayor Sun Jiliang was there, and Secretary Liang's relationship, get along quite well, Wei Shilong said with an intriguing smile in his eyes. He didn't say this very bluntly, but Meng Sun already understood what he meant. Liang Xiaoping is a wall-riding faction. Who does not bow to anyone who does not offend? Anyway, only plow their own acres and thirds of land. In this day and age, it is considered a very strict and scrupulous official. That's strange, since he's a neutral party and has no reason to offend the Chow family. Why would he suddenly give you such instructions? Meng Sun said with a slight flicker in his eyes. Not to mention you. I am now also some of the monk cannot feel the head. According to the Secretary Liang past days acting style, this breaks the political balance of the matter of offending people. He certainly will not intervene, but he is tonight to me under the instructions, but also very clear to let me from the strict law enforcement, strict compliance with the party's central requirements of the local fight against the black and eliminate the evil of the special struggle policy. Not to anyone favoritism, must be a variety of violations of the law to the end and never condone it. Not to anyone to bend the law, must be on a variety of illegal behavior or pursuit in the end never tolerate. Right. Wei Shilong said this as if he suddenly remembered something. He pressed his voice, face a little strange to Meng Sun, said, yesterday I was investigating team questioning. Shang, Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. I have a very good attitude. Do you think it will be in tonight this thing? There is any potential correlation? Inquiring into the investigation? Meng Sun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yesterday afternoon when he was at the Provincial Party Committee's guest house, Song Huimin did nothing but make a phone call to Wei Shilong. It did seem like it, and a second call was made to Guangzhou. Although he didn't know who the person on the phone over there was, from the look on Song Huimin's face, he still had quite a bit of respect for that person. Now in retrospect, that person is very likely to be the municipal party secretary Liang Xiaoping, or else all the things that happened right now simply cannot explain. To be able to make a fence rider suddenly flagging up, that is something that is absolutely impossible to happen if there is not some powerful force behind it that is pushing it. Good thing. This is a great thing. After Meng Sun's thoughts were realized, he immediately smiled with his palms. Little Meng, what's the big deal? You'd better make it clearer. Wei Shilong pursued with a sharp look on his face. Wei Bureau, if I'm not wrong, Secretary Liang is likely to be in the middle of a camp with the mayor. Meng Sun didn't play any dumb riddles either, and directly picked up the conversation, and put yesterday afternoon, in the Provincial Party Committee guest house within the things that happened, briefly to Wei Shilong recapitulation. No wonder Deputy Secretary Chang, yesterday, felt arrogant and then deferential as if he was changing his face in a Sichuan opera. So there's still this inside story. Wei Shilong also seems to be suddenly want to understand what. Face immediately floated a burst of sudden realization color too. If that was really the case, then this instruction from Liang Xiaoping tonight could be fully explained. This is not just an instruction, but also a certificate of surrender. It was also to prove to Song Huimin that he didn't have any interests involved with the Chow family and that Song Huimin could trust him. Old fox. These play political calculations. There is no one is a simple role. That's Secretary Liang. Think also see the future prospects of the Chow family is not good, which rushed to flag junk ship. Meng Sun couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart after figuring everything out. He was blessed with a memory bonus buff from his past life in order to be able to make accurate judgments about the future direction of historical events. And this municipal party secretary, in the complete lack of vision, just by virtue of the political sense of smell, can make nearly accurate judgment too. It must be said that it is really quite scary. No wonder it is said that those who want to mix with the officialdom must have a seven-knuckle heart and take one step to see three steps. This Liang Xiaoping is really powerful. It made Meng Sun involuntarily think of, in his previous life, a character from an anti-corruption TV series, Prosecutor General G. These two people seem to be in the left and right, but when it comes to the key moment, the timing is really thieves, so you have to admire people's political thinking, and the ability to comprehend the spirit of the higher-ups. How extraordinary. Wait a minute. This thing tonight, isn't it also too smooth? Surprisingly no ups and downs at all. An aura flashed instantly in Meng Sun's mind, and his face suddenly became gloomy and ugly. Meng, what's going on here? Seeing Meng Sun's face suddenly begin to turn cloudy, Wei Shilong put down the small glass of wine in his hand and asked with surprise in his eyes. Bureau Wei, don't you think there's something a little off about this tonight? Meng Sun wrinkled his brows and asked back with a grave expression. Not right. Things. We're not right. Wei Shilong just drank a little wine. His brain by the influence of alcohol. A time to turn a little slow. Did not react too much. Meng Sun this implication. In the end, what is the meaning of the reference? The Chow family's reaction is just too calm. And so calm that I feel something is not quite right. Meng Sun said with a tight frown. Meng, you this will not be a little more than a little worried. It is possible. Before Wei Shilong could finish his words, which were spitting out alcohol under his breath, he was directly interrupted by Meng Sun's voice. Bureau Wei, it's better to be more worried than to have no precautionary preparations. Furthermore, the Chow family has been operating in Jiangzhou City for so many years. How can your actions tonight be hidden from their ears and eyes? And don't you think this is very strange? Wei Shilong's brain instantly cleared up when he heard this. Meng Sun was right. The Chow family's control over Jiangzhou City was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Why Chow Jerry was, jokingly, called the underground organization minister of Jiangzhou. This is not an empty word. People do have the ability to influence the promotion and elevation of the municipal organization department. Chow Weiguo was in Jiangzhou, but he had been in charge for nearly 10 years. One can only imagine how many of his own people he would have promoted in the meantime. To put it politely, most of the bureaus in the current Jiangzhou city, except for the public prosecution and law enforcement systems, were controlled by the Chow family's own people. And the reason why the public prosecutor and law enforcement system has not been infiltrated too much, that's because these powerful law enforcement departments, all of which are under the dual leadership of their parent organizations, are not fully in Chow Weiguo's hands when it comes to the power to make personnel recommendations. Plus the province also do not want Chow Weiguo act too arbitrary, which is not Chow's own people, to infiltrate 1,000 holes. But Jiangzhou current city public security bureau chief He Xuanqing, that is Chow Weiguo single-handedly to promote up. From these personnel arrangements, it is not difficult to imagine how deeply rooted the Chow family's hold on Jiangzhou is. Little Meng, so what you're saying is that the Chow family is intentionally using my hand to knock you on timing out tonight? Wei Shilong's face began to look ugly as well. If this was indeed the case, then it showed that the Chow family, for fear, had already gained insight into many things. The reason why he is holding back now must be that he is calculating something behind the scenes. Ugh, it's hard to say. Meng Sun raised his hand and pinched his brow, sighed and said, now on hand available clues are too little. I also have some guesses that the municipal party committee a hand. In the end at the moment in the dark planning something, but no harm no foul. If the Chow family really have any action, we do not have the power to fight back. If I had known that this is far from over tonight, I wouldn't have drank this little celebratory drink. So what do you think we should do now? Being passive is not a good way to play defense. Wei Shilong raised his hand to pat his head and said with a bitter smile. You're right. Being passive that's definitely not a defense. So the optimal defense right now is still to find an opportunity to go proactive and force them to reveal their bottom card. Meng Sun said with flickering eyes. Meng, do you have an idea? Tell me? Wei Shilong set his face straight and asked. Surrounding way to save Zhao. For that municipal party committee's hand, we definitely don't have any way to go about dealing with it gracefully right now. But Chow Gurue is different. There are so many pigtails on him. It's enough for us to take advantage of the situation in the dark. Meng Sun said as he got up from the dining table. Come on, let's go see Lily Zhuang now. I have a hunch that she might be able to bring us some breakthroughs. After saying that, Meng Sun lifted his toes and headed out of the store. Oh my god, what time is it? Can we go back tomorrow? Seeing Meng Sun leaving when he said he would, Wei Shilong hurriedly finished paying for his meal and followed him. Meanwhile, in the Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee compound, inside a duplex suite, Chow Jerry bowed and tiptoed right into the second floor study. At the moment this study, the light is bright. The current Jiangzhou Municipal Party Committee Secretary and Director of the Municipal People's Congress, Chow Weiguo, is picking the lamp at night to read to see the history of the Ming Dynasty. He wore a pair of old-fashioned glasses, and the text was read with great care, line by line. Chow Jerry didn't dare to bother him, so he could only sit down on the literature chair first. After waiting for a full small half hour, Chow Weiguo then put down the ink scroll in his hands and lifted his gaze to look at him. Dad, it's so late and your blood pressure is still so high. Why don't you go to bed earlier? Chow Jerry said with a resentful face. Humph, you know I have high blood pressure, and you still go around fooling around all day without going home. Are you trying to piss me off? Chow Weiguo heard. No good cross him a glance. said, Li Zhihong's son's matter is a forewarning. If you do not learn a lesson from him, I see that sooner or later you have to have an accident. Dad, I never drive by myself as long as I've had a drink. Ask Pan if you don't believe me. I'm not legally illiterate. I won't get myself in trouble. Chow Jerry accompanied a smile and said softly in his own defense. He was also shocked when he first found out about Li Fei last night. But the people are gone. He is now sad, also useless. Besides, it's Li Fei's own fault when something like this happens. If Li Fei hadn't lied to him about the old man telling him to go home, he would have stopped the person anyways. All in all, it was a tragedy that no one wanted to happen to him, but it had nothing to do with him. He also didn't want to go take the blame for it and have Chow Wegwa ground him at home and read him scriptures all day long. One cannot martial arts. I now people have not retired. Is to help you cover the wind and rain for a period of time, but I always have to retire that day. Then you how to do? Your fox dog friends, they will help you cover the wind and rain? Chow Wegwa raised his hand and pointed at his nose, saying with a face of hatred, Dad, you don't always underestimate me, okay? I am now at least an entrepreneur big boss. Our Ruelong Group's development scale you also see. In a few years' time, those state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, are going to be pressed down by us. Chow Jerry rubbed his nose and muttered in a small voice, Bang! After Chow Wegwa heard this arrogant statement of his, he was immediately infuriated to the point that his face turned blue and he slapped up the table and roared, Pressing down state-owned centralized enterprises. How dare you say that? Do you believe that just with your words, someone can use a political hat to hold you alive? This is not a foreign country, and our country is not a capitalist society. So can you use your brain before you say these words? I've told you before, don't fool around with those people. Their cheapness is not good to take advantage of. Why do you think people send you shares of Ruelong Group for nothing? That's your life money. Wait until the day Ruelong Group really accident. People pat the ass and walk away. Then how do? You think about your end? Dad, Long and the others wouldn't be that unrighteous, Chow Jerry said through clenched teeth. Humph. If they were really preaching some bullshit righteousness to you, they wouldn't have pushed you onto the stage right now and made you their scapegoat. After Chow Wegwa grimaced and snorted coldly, he changed the topic and asked, Tell me honestly, that young Master Long, did he secretly come to our Jiangzhou 2 days ago? And you also took him inside the Grand Palace and took a turn? Dad, how did you know about Long's visit to Jiangzhou? When Chow Jerry sniffed, he was instantly shocked and blushed slightly as he asked rhetorically. This time the young master of the dragon, come to Haishi province, but the top secret news, the whole province also not many people know. If he does not know some of the inside story, I'm afraid that will also be hidden in the drum. And the most important thing is that the young master of the dragon in Jiangzhou only stayed 1 night only. This thing he did not tell anyone. Chow Wegwa, and how do you know? It seems to have really come around. Chow Wegwa raised his hand and pinched his brow, saying with a face of brain pain, Why did he come to see you this time? Is he eyeing any of our infrastructure projects in Jiangzhou again? To be honest, for that Kyoto noble young man, Chow Wegwa's heart was extremely disgusted, but there wasn't much he could do about it. And now the only son is tied to the chariot by someone else. In this situation, what could he do if he didn't tolerate compromise? Within the boundaries of this Jiangzhou city, he is able to be the one who says it all. But out of Jiangzhou, people are the ones who say it all. Plus, he's about to step back from the second line now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to leave a way out for Chow Gurue. Otherwise, when he fully retired, how could those political opponents who had been severely screwed by him in the past let Chow Gurue off easily? Now that his rights are still in his hands, he can naturally keep Kogri free. But this right, sooner or later, he would have to let go of it one day. And then what about the Chow family? And what about Chow Jerry? This was also the reason why he disliked those Kyoto noble youngsters, but had to hold his nose and acquiesce to Chow Gurue becoming their shield. It can't be helped. Who made him official power or not big enough? To put it bluntly, he was just a national cadre of the main hall level. And the characters that those noble young men of Kyoto had access to were the kind of existences that had been unattainable in his life. Don't look at him as a municipal party secretary, but if people really want to mess with him, they can take him off the position with just a little bit of connections. Those who are in office, why are they trying to move up the ladder with nothing to lose? All that is asked for is not hope, to be in control of one's own destiny, not to be given away to slaughter at will like a pig in a pen. Dad, are you scamming me? Chow Jerry seemed to have figured something out, and his eyelids instantly jerked up. Cut the crap. Chow Wegwa looked impatient, glared at him and said, What exactly does he want to do this time? Does he want you to do something for him again? Dad, this time when Brother Long came to Haishi province, he really didn't come to look for me. He came to Jiangzhou just on the way, and the person stayed for 1 night and left. He didn't talk to me about anything serious at all. Chao Gurue had lived in the middle of his strict father's education since he was a child, so naturally he didn't have the guts to dare to talk back, and honestly confessed everything. Is it really that simple? Chao Weiguo's eyes were skeptical, obviously somewhat not quite believing Chao Gurue's this glib remark. It's really that simple. Chao Jerry quickly nodded his head and said, I had wanted to keep him and stay for 2 more days, but he was in a hurry to go to Jinghai, so he just stayed for 1 night and left. Jinghai? What's he in such a hurry to go to Kyukai for? Chao Weiguo wrinkled his eyebrows in pursuit. I don't know much about the specific situation, but it seems that there's a problem with the business over at the High Steel Group, and he has to rush to deal with it. Right. Chao Jerry seemed to have thought of something and added. That night, Xiao Gangyu, the chairman of High Steel Group, made several phone calls to Brother Long, urging him to hurry over. So the next morning, before dawn, Brother Long left Jiangzhou in a hurry. Xiao Gangyu of the High Steel Group? Chao Weiguo's brows wrinkled tighter when he heard this name. High Steel Group is under the jurisdiction of China Steel, belonging to the Central Enterprise Unit. Haishi Province has no jurisdiction over people, so the province and there is not much intercourse. But Xiao Gangyu, that person he has seen, people seem to be well-mannered. Is the C faction of the side of the people? It is said that people have studied in Europe and the United States, returned to the country back not long, was appointed by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. It is less than 5 or 6 years, climbed to the C Steel Group on the position of a hand. In terms of rank, they were still half a level higher than him, belonging to the vice-provincial level of corporate cadres. However, in terms of gold, Xiao Gangyu that vice-provincial level, but far less than his secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, the national cadres of the main hall level. Xiao Rue, the matter of High Steel Group, you can't follow to blindly interfere, or if you cause any trouble, no one can save you. Chao Weiguo's gaze sternly warned him. Dad, I'm not stupid. I can't afford to mess with that behemoth of High Steel Group. Besides, this 1 acre of Jiangzhou City is already enough for me to mess around. Why would I mess with that trouble? Chao Jerry said with a smirk on his face. It's a good thing you have some self-awareness and aren't at the point of being incorrigible. Chao Weiguo sniffed and said with a cross glance at him without any good humor. These 2 days you honestly give me to stay at home, not allowed to go out to fool around again. No matter what happens, even if the sky falls, you have to wait for me until the new mayor takes office. Dad, what's the deal with that new mayor anyway? It can make you treat it so cautiously. Chao Gurue asked with some curiosity in his eyes. What way? A way that can make even your old man me very afraid. Chao Weiguo waved his hand with a look of impatience and said, All right, it's getting late. Go and rest. Don't disturb my reading here. Oh. Seeing Chao Weiguo's face showing impatience, Chao Gurue was instantly shocked and shrunk his neck. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He got up and headed out of the study. However, just as his feet were about to walk out of the doorway of the study, Chao Gurue looked like he suddenly remembered something again. He turned around with a somewhat hesitant gaze and asked, Dad, are you really going to give Yuan timing up? What? Do you have something else in mind? Chao Weiguo asked rhetorically with the corner of his eye slightly raised. I can have what idea? Just think it is too bad. After all, we also support him for so many years. If just give him up, then we gave him those policy benefits. Not all in vain. Chao Jerry said with a grin on the corner of his mouth. Stupid. Who said I was giving him up? Chao Weiguo raised his hand to his forehead, and a flash of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Originally, he had thought that Chao Jerry would be able to give some unique insight. I didn't realize that I was still keeping track of my own small gains and losses, and that I didn't have any sense of the big picture at all. If the paper was 100 points, this answer, he could give 20, all for the sake of father-son bonding. Ha! When Chao Jerry heard this, he immediately asked with wide eyes and a stupid look on his face, since you're not going to give up on him yet, why don't you make a move tonight and let Wei Shilong go after him? Ugh! Looking at Chao Jerry's foolish and stupid face, Chao Weiguo sighed, and at the moment, he didn't even have the heart to curse. He could only wave his hand hopelessly and said, It's getting late, so go and rest. Don't disturb my mood here. Oh, although Chao Jerry's brain didn't turn quickly, he wasn't really stupid. After he answered under his breath, he hurriedly slipped away and exited the study. I have eaten too much suffering before. Just think to give you a little bit of superior life. So from a young age you are too arrogant some. I did not expect to actually put you people to raise the waist. Now the wood has become a boat I regret too late. Can only try to give you wipe your ass? Leave a back road away. Looking at the back of Chao Gurue who left in a hurry, Chao Weiguo was filled with bitterness but could do nothing about it. Chao Gurue can become what he is today, all because he grew up with improper education. But consequences, of course, he has to bear the consequences himself. At that moment, the landline phone on the red desk suddenly rang. After Chao Weiguo collected the emotions on his face for a moment, he picked up the phone. Secretary, Yuan Taiming just called me several more times. He said he wants to meet you tomorrow. Not waiting for Chao Weiguo to open his mouth to ask questions, the Municipal Party Committee's General Secretary, Pan Changjiang, rushed to make things clear. I don't see it, but Yuan Taiming can hold half of the sky in Zhengzhou. Let him settle this little matter on his own. After saying that, Chao Weiguo directly hung up the phone. Yuan Taiming, the dog, he was not going to give up in the near future. But to be a dog is to have the self-consciousness of being a dog. Don't think that you can delude yourself into thinking that you can be equal to your master and stand at the same height just because you've had a full meal for 2 days. What the master gives you is yours. And if you dare to make a hard grab for what is not given to you, then you will be taught a good lesson. Make it clear to you that you're no better than a stray dog on the street if you don't have a master to shelter you. To be honest, for what Yuan Taiming has done in recent times, he has long been dissatisfied. Only that in the past, he was looking at Li Zhihong's thin surface, leaving him 3 points of leeway. And now that there were no more scruples against Li Zhihong, he naturally didn't need to be polite to Yuan Taiming anymore. Another reason was that he wanted to use Yuan Taiming, a mouth-watering bait, to fish for those who were hiding in the shadows and harboring resentment towards him. All at once, he is about to retire from the second line, but before that, he is still the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Zhengzhou, the sky of Zhengzhou. Anyone who dares to try to arm wrestle with him at this time, then he will give those political opponents a good lesson, so that they will realize the truth that a lion, though a little old, is still a lion, and is not something that a coalition of a few small wild dogs can fight against. Make a scene. You guys can make a scene. The bigger the ruckus, the less effort I'll have to make when I step in to wrap it up. I'd like to see what other tricks you guys can pull under my nose. Chao Weiguo got up with the slightest hint of coldness in his eyes. He walked over to the windowsill of the study, raised his hand and pushed the window open. A gust of night wind violently blew in his face. It really does look like it's going to rain. There's quite a bit of moisture in the air, and I wonder how many people will jump out against me in this storm. Chao Weiguo stretched his hand out of the window, feeling the coldness of the night breeze, while his thoughts in his head went back to more than 20 years ago, when he first came to Zhengzhou. At that time, he was still hot-blooded and always thought of being a good official for the people. Yet more than 20 years had passed, and he was living as the kind of person he had once hated the most. It's not that he doesn't want to be a good person, it's just that reality is too cruel and hopeless. Between his life ambitions and many interests, he had struggled and hesitated in his heart, and finally chose to blindfold himself and choose the latter. Since, in this life, it is no longer possible to be a good official in history, let me make the last a good father. Chao Weiguo closed his eyes, and on the choice between being loyal to his country and guarding his family, he once again chose the latter. But he wasn't struggling with hesitation this time. He couldn't wash his body anymore anyway, so he didn't care about the dirty water. If there was an afterlife, he might choose to be a good person. Just as Chao Weiguo's thoughts were racing, Meng Sun was also led by Wei Shilong to the Mingchang Garden neighborhood to meet the key witness, Zhuang Lily. To be honest, Meng Sun was still apprehensive in his mind when he was on his way here. But it wasn't until he saw Zhuang Lily in person for the first time that he realized that his speculations in Huaichang were all right. Zhuang Lily is the child that Sun Haizhou abandoned when he went to the countryside. The eyebrows of the two people are really too much like each other. At first glance, it is the kind of relationship that is related to the family. As a matter of fact, when Wei Shilong had just made the introduction, Zhuang Lily was actually still very wary of Meng Sun, until Meng Sun showed his identity, and only then did Zhuang Lily put her heart into her stomach. Meng Xiao, did brother Xiao Yunhe come back with you? Before he left he had told me that he would accompany you to go out of town to do some errands and that he would be back soon. Zhuang Lily asked with an eager face. When Meng Sun heard this, his heart was a little blocked, but he couldn't tell Zhuang Lily the truth. He could only lie and say, "Sixth son over in Huaicheng. There's still some things not done, so after it's done, he'll be able to come back." "Oh, that's good." Zhuang Lily was relieved and said, "I had a very bad dream last night, and today my right eyelid has been throbbing again, and I'm really afraid that something will happen to him with me." Meng Sun was afraid that Zhuang Lily would continue to pursue Malu's situation, and there was no way for him to tell a lie, so he immediately changed the topic and asked, "Xiao Li, can you tell me how you met Chao Gurue?" And Zhuang Lily heard the 3 words Chao Gurue, immediately was scared face white. Her petite and delicate body also began to tremble violently. Obviously that night, Chao Gurue left her, enough to remember a lifetime of painful memories. "Don't be afraid. If you don't want to talk about it, just forget it. You're safe now and he won't get another chance to hurt you." While Meng Sun spoke out to reassure her, he gave Wei Shilong, who was standing beside her, a wink. Wei Shilong is an old criminal investigation origin, although he himself has not been in the first line of work for a long time, but this is still in the family skills. He followed Mang Sun's words, and then he made an assurance to Zhuang Lili, saying, Xiao Li, you don't have to be afraid, now you have us police to protect you, no one can hurt you, comrade policeman. I'm not afraid, just a little slow for a moment. Zhuang Lili took a deep breath and gradually calmed down her emotions before saying to Mang Sun and Wei Shilong, about that young Master Chow, although I heard of his great name a long time ago, I really saw him in person a few days ago on a night. That night, I was in the private room on the 6th floor. When cleaning, he suddenly took a guest who looked very noble, pushed the door from the outside corridor and broke in. I told him that this private room had not been cleaned. He said that this quiet and remote, no one will come to disturb, to be this private room, and then invited that noble guest named Dragon. Sat down. Let me accompany them to drink. Wait, what did you say he called that expensive guest? What? Mang Sun's pupils contracted violently, and suddenly a person came to mind. Dragon. Brother? Yes, that's right, that's the name. That's what young Master Chow called that guest. Zhuang Lili was afraid that she had forgotten something. She wrinkled her brow and tried hard to recall for a while longer before she was finally convinced that there was no mistake in her memory. Brother Long? Young Master Long? Could these two be one person? Assuming that it's really one person, then this mysterious young Master Long with a sky-high background. Would his purpose for coming to Jianzhou City this trip be related to Song Huaimin's new job? The more Mang Sun thought about it, the more he had a headache, and it always felt like there was a layer of fog blocking his eyes, preventing him from seeing the truth he wanted to see. Meng, are you okay? Seeing that Mang Sun suddenly wrinkled his nose, Wei Shilong straightened his face and asked out loud with a bit of curiosity in his eyes. It's okay. Mang Sun waved his hand, and his gaze once again looked at Zhuang Lili as he said, Xiao Li, go ahead and speak down. Although Zhuang Lili didn't want to recall too much what happened that night, but she could tell that Mang Sun and Wei Shilong valued this matter, and that's probably why he came to see her today. So she then clenched her teeth and continued, although I work in that kind of place, but just do cleaning never accompanied by alcohol, so I politely refused the Chow young master request. Then his face was cloudy. Maybe I think I let him lose face in front of his friends, lifted his hand on my face and fiercely smacked me in the face. I was afraid of death, also dare not cry, and finally still that I was scared to death and did not dare to cry. Finally, or that noble guests for me to say clear, I can escape from the private room. Then that private room, and then what happened? I really do not know. Little Meng, it seems that this matter is not as complicated as we thought. The reason why Shaoli was mistreated this time is purely Chao Guorui's extreme revenge. There should be no other inside information at all, Wei Shilong said as he made his judgment. No, this matter is by no means as simple as it seems. On the surface, Meng Sun said with a hard look on his face and shook his head. Why? What else do you have in mind? Wei Shilong, eyes surprised, pursued. Shaoli, think carefully and carefully again. That night, besides Chao Guorui and that noble guest, did you see anyone else present again? Such as Yuan Tai Ming, the owner of the Grand Palace, or Yuan Zhangbiao and so on. Meng Sun didn't rush to give Wei Shilong an answer to his doubts, but instead spoke out again to ask Zhuang Lili. No. Zhuang Lili was very sure to give an answer and said, I'm very sure that night inside the private room, I only saw young Master Chow and that noble guest, two people traveling together, the boss and brother Biao. They, from beginning to end, did not appear. Alas, it's a pity. It would have been much easier if there were CCTV footage, so that we wouldn't have to be blindfolded and rely purely on going for a blind guess. Wei Shilong sighed and said with some sadness, originally, this was a casual whine, but what neither Meng Sun nor Wei Shilong expected was for Zhuang Lili to pick it up. Actually, maybe, there is some video, Zhuang Lili said with a slightly reddened face. Shaoli, what do you mean by that? Can't it be that inside that private room, there is also secretly installed surveillance? Meng Sun pursued with a startled gaze. Not surveillance. That private room on the 6th floor on the end of the corridor. Most of the guests will not choose that room on weekdays, so occasionally Biao will take some of the ladies, go in to have fun. I also found out when I was cleaning up. Biao installed a small hidden compartment inside that private room. There is a small video camera inside the hidden compartment. Zhuang Lili's words came to this point, and she really couldn't go on with some blushing, but Meng Sun and Wei Shilong already understood what she meant. Yuan Zhengbiao put him and those ladies. Happy process. All gave a truthful record, and certainly more than once to do so. Given the presence of the hidden compartment, it was assumed that the little camera, most of the time, was kept inside. Yuan Zhengbiao could have taken the ladies in at any time as long as the mood struck him, and then secretly turned the camera on and recorded all the proceedings. Wait, in her previous life, Lily Zhuan was murdered 2 months later, so could her death be potentially related to this camera? in any way? An aura flashed through Meng Sun's mind, and suddenly he had some deeper thoughts to speculate on. Assuming that the motive for Zhuang Lily's murder in her previous life was really potentially related to Yuan Jingbiao's little camera, then isn't there also such a possibility that the shocking case that Ma Lu committed in his previous life is also inextricably linked to this camera as well? First there was the man-made car accident incident where Mom, Dad, and June were killed on the spot. Next was me being framed and imprisoned by Bai Yingshui and Yuan Jiqiang. 2 months later Zhuang Lily was killed horribly in a body-splitting attack. 3 months later Ma Lu committed a heinous crime in the Grand Palace of the Century. And lastly Sun Haizhou helped Song Huaimin bring down the Chao family in order to avenge Zhuang Lily's death. If we follow this timeline to project, then is there a possibility that it's like this? After I was framed and imprisoned by Bai Yingshui and Yuan Jiqiang in a joint effort, Ma Lu, in order to help Chen Wenjun and the Meng family to take revenge, found Zhuang Lily, and asked her to help in the dark to collect the evidence of Yuan's family's crimes, and then vindicate Meng's family through the official formal channels. And then Zhuang Lily thought of that. In the dark compartment's camera existed and tried to steal the camera. It may be that something unexpected went wrong in the middle. Zhuang Lily's move of stealing the camera was unfortunately discovered by the Yuan family, which led to the killing of himself. And Ma Lu was in a desperate and helpless situation after learning of Zhuang Lily's death before he committed that shocking case in his previous life. If Chen Wenjun's death was the trigger, then Zhuang Lily was the one that crushed Ma Lu's mental, the last straw that crushed Ma Lu's spirit. After his elder brother and girlfriend were killed by Yuan's family members one after another, only then did Ma Lu hold on to his death wish and launched a shooting spree against Yuan Taiming. The last is Sun Haizhou. He maybe through a variety of channels of information, confirmed that Zhuang Lily was abandoned by his own back then after the child. He in order to give his daughter revenge, which helped Song Huaimin against the Chao family, and in the secret incitement of public opinion to the official pressure, forcing the official final trial to Chao Jerry sentenced to death. If the fact that is really the case, then all the timeline, all perfectly smooth. But, Meng Sun's thoughts lurched. If they were to follow this speculation, there were still two big questions that needed to be answered. The first question is, how did Sun Haizhou determine that Chao Gorui is the murderer behind the murder of Zhuang Lily? There is also the question of what exactly is in the camera, or perhaps Zhuang Lily in the camera, in the end found what shocking secret, need her to be so cruel to silence. The deeper Meng Sun thought about it, the more he felt that this matter might not be simple. Zhuang Lily's death, the big case committed by Ma Lu, all on that small camera, have an indescribable relationship. It's highly likely that it was the little camera, which inadvertently recorded secrets that should never have been recorded, which led to the chain of events, implicating the fate of so many people. What secrets are hidden in that little camera? Could it have something to do with that mysterious young dragon? Chills began to run down Meng Sun's spine. He felt that he had come to the gate of the abyss, and pushing the door open could be an endless abyss. Trouble? This is still a big trouble. Meng Sun didn't move on his face, but in his heart, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At the moment, it didn't take much thinking to realize that the small camera, since it could involve so many lives, must be hiding some big secret inside. There was a great probability that this secret was related to Chao Gorui himself, or to that mysterious dragon youngster. It would be fine if it was just Chao Gorui alone. If it really had something to do with that mysterious dragon young, anyone who dares to look into this is tired of living and looking for death on his own. Unless Meng Sun he can transform into Superman, or even if he goes far away and hides in a foreign country. The final outcome, the probability is also the end of an accidental death. Don't underestimate the darkness of this world. The salacious things abroad are more than 10 times darker than at home. Most ordinary people are living in captivity, and don't know it yet. And what they hear and see in their daily lives are the world that people want you to see. And those things that you can't see are the real world. So don't ever think you're a know-it-all. In the case of your social class remains unchanged. You'll always be a small leek planted in the ground, depending on when and by whom to harvest. Meng, inside that camera, there might be something we want. Let me handle this. Wei Shilong's eyes began to glow and volunteered. Wei Bureau, Wei Bureau. This thing you also dare to get involved. Do not look at you now happy. Really if you get the things in hand, then you are afraid of Nan will have to cry to death. When Meng Sun heard this, the corner of his eyes just jerked. This isn't a landmine. Rather, it's a nuclear bomb that Song Huaimin may not even be able to carry. With their small bodies, they were afraid they would be blown up in minutes. Bureau Wei, there's no rush on this beforehand. Allow me to think about it. Meng Sun got up from the plastic chair and took it upon himself to start wandering around the living room within this room. Thinking, he had to come up with the best of both worlds now, to keep himself from falling into this deep hole, but also to find a way to get rid of this mine. Otherwise, if the other people have the intention to detonate first, then all of them who are related to this matter. One will be counted as one, all have to be finished. Never underestimate the energy of those top dignitaries. People just need to slightly move their fingers. Jianzhou will usher in a big storm. In this big storm, in addition to Song Huimin is sure to be able to retreat. Others, including those of the municipal party committee members of the Big Brother, afraid that none of them can be spared. Not to mention Meng Sun and Wei Shilong, this kind of body in the bureau of the small chess piece. What to do? What the hell am I going to do to take the heat out of this and take myself off the hook? Meng Sun locked his brows and his brain went into a fast-moving state. He did so, and after pondering for a little more than half an hour, he finally stopped his wandering feet. Shaoli, I'm going to ask you something very important now. You must think clearly before answering me. This answer can't be the least bit wrong. Understand? Meng Sun returned back to Zhuang Lily and said to her with a face that was grave to the extreme. Aha! Zhuang Lily didn't understand what was going on though, but she could tell that Meng Sun was definitely not joking with her at the moment, so she instantly sat up straight and nodded with the same stony face. Have you told anyone, and I mean anyone, about the little camera in the hidden compartment, including your subject, Ma Xiaoyun? Meng Sun stared into Zhuang Lily's eyes and asked with eyes like cones. No, I didn't tell anyone about this, and neither did Little Cloud's brother. Zhuang Lily gazed calm, looked very frank and said, about that small camera thing, I also just know a short time ago, just know this thing when I was scared to death, for fear that Biao come to find me trouble, but later several times to meet, he didn't pay attention to me, I just put my heart down. The hearts of the people inside the Grand Palace is very mixed, make friends I don't dare to, let alone putting this matter out. Phew, I'm glad I didn't tell. Seeing that Zhuang Lily had a straight face and didn't look like she was lying, Meng Sun immediately let out a breath of relief. As long as Zhuang Lily sighed, didn't give things away, his plan to bring in water from the east, there's no big break. Meng, do you know something and are hiding it from me? Wei Shilong was a veteran criminal investigator. Where could he not see that Meng Sun was definitely hiding something? Otherwise he wouldn't have behaved so strangely. Bureau Wei, do you trust me? Meng Sun turned his gaze to Wei Shilong and asked with a serious and earnest face. We are all on the same boat. Of course I believe in you. Otherwise tonight, why would I go to the Grand Palace to save you? Just say what you have to say. No need to play any riddles with me. Wei Shilong said with the same serious expression. Okay, since you believe me, then the matter of the camera will end here. The two of us haven't heard of any camera tonight, and Shaoli, she hasn't told us anything about the camera. From this moment now, all of us will forget about this matter and pretend that it has never happened. Meng Sun said this, his eyes once again looked at Zhuang Lily, said to her, Shaoli, I know you are very smart, otherwise it is impossible in the Grand Palace, that kind of dirty place. Stayed for so long, have not been bullied by the men too, so some words I'll tell you straight. I do not care whether you have seen that camera inside the thing. From this moment onwards, you are all to me, forget about it. In the future, no matter who comes to test you, you have to firmly deny knowing the existence of that camera. If once one day you are not strict with your mouth, there is a great possibility that you will cause a great deal of trouble for yourself, and even kill yourself. Meng, do you know the expensive guest that Shaoli was talking about? Wei Shilong seemed to be thinking of something at this moment, and his pupils instantly shrunk violently. I don't recognize it, but the mayor of Might. Although Meng Sun didn't put words into his mouth, Wei Shilong had already heard what Meng Sun meant by his words. Hiss. When Wei Shilong heard this, he immediately sucked a breath of cool air out. At this moment it finally dawned on him why Meng Sun had repeatedly emphasized on forgetting about that camera. If he really dared to go and get his hands on that camera, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to go to jail and eat. Fuck, I shouldn't have come out tonight to have this late night meal with you. With this kind of luck, I might as well go buy a welfare lottery ticket and hit the jackpot. Wei Shilong was remorseful and hateful, and the whole person was dying of depression. This kind of heavenly misfortune could have happened to him. God was really selfless in caring towards him. Bureau Wei. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. And this may not be all bad for us tonight. Meng Sun raised his eyebrows and said with some coldness in his eyes. What? You have an idea? Wei Shilong suppressed the feeling of annoyance in his heart and asked after him in a loud voice. Since we can't afford to take the blame, wouldn't it be better to dump it and let someone else carry it for us? Meng Sun said casually back. Let someone else take the fall for us. Who are you referring to? Wei Shilong's gaze was stunned, somewhat unsure, and once again asked after him. Ho! Meng Sun didn't say a name, just spit out a surname. However, between the flashes of lightning and fire, Wei Shilong had already realized who Meng Sun was referring to. Meng, you're a little too bold. You know, Wei Shilong wanted to say something, and a gust of bitter laughter surfaced on his face. After so many years of being on a team together, others may not know the man, but he knows him well. That man is not only deep-minded, but also cunning and suspicious. It's not that easy to get him to take the blame. Furthermore, people in Yuan Taiming are still in the same camp. Even if they want to sow discord, it is also very difficult. Wei Bureau, there are some things you have to go to personally argue. If you do not personally go to argue words, and how to know in the end cannot be. And besides, I do not think he and the Chow family is really a heart, Meng Sun said with a somewhat intriguing look in his eyes. Meng, do you already have something planned? Seeing Meng Sun's face look as if he had a good plan, Wei Shilong's heart jumped, and he immediately asked in a tentative tone. Bureau Wei, you don't have to worry about this, I'll just handle it myself. With that, Meng Sun pulled Wei Shilong aside and said to him in a suppressed voice, in the near future, let Zhuang Lily stay here and don't go anywhere. At least she can't show up again until the Yuan family's business is resolved. Are you thinking that Cogli will still go after her? Wei Shilong wrinkled his eyebrows and asked. No, I'm not worried about Gregory Sao going after her again. I'm worried about, well, the guy behind him. Meng Sun said, now the city of Jiangzhou seems to be calm, but in the dark is already surging. I have a not so good feeling. The municipal party committee a hand. He will not be so quick to hand over the hands of the right to hand out. It is very likely that he will be in his formal retirement before the second line, to give everyone a wave of backlash, so now any caution is not too much. Zhuang Lily for us is a good card, but for that may not be, assuming that he wants to completely for Chao Gorue clean up this aftermath of the words, that Zhuang Lily is something he must face. This card he is sure to give us to get rid of, so now the priority is that we must Zhuang Lily people to keep. Wait until the need for the time. Zhuang Lily will be able to become our hands of the dagger. Ruthlessly stabbed to Chao Gorue's throat. Right. Meng Sun said this as if he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Wei Shilong with heavy eyes and asked, this place, inside your bureau, how many people know about it? Don't worry. This safe house, which is only known to me and a few of my inner circle in the whole bureau, is absolutely safe. Wei Shilong returned in a deep voice. It's better to buy an insurance. Meng Sun sniffed and thought for a moment, saying, rent another small house inside this neighborhood. And let Zhuang Lily switch back and forth from time to time. And don't tell anyone about the specific location, so that if you really encounter an unexpected situation, so that Zhuang Lily can also shift at any time. Meng, aren't you being a little overly cautious here? This safe house secrecy is already very high. Wei Shilong furrowed his brows and said, Bureau Wei, we're not working on a case right now, we're going through a, you're dead or alive political struggle, and no amount of caution is too much to ask. Meng Sun said with a grave expression on his face, if it was just a matter of fighting criminals, then naturally there would be no need to be so cautious. But the problem now is that they are not dealing with the usual violent criminals, but with sophisticated political opponents. To put it politely, people are going to really start on them. Wei Shilong, the executive deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, was afraid that he could not even walk out of the office door. Therefore, it is always good to do some more preparation now. And if it really comes to the moment of the duel, it will not be too busy to be led by others. It's still true that there aren't that many fools in the world, only people who play dumb and can't wake up. The municipal party committee hand. People can sit in the town of Jiangzhou for so many years. The hand if there is no card, and how can it be? And to be honest, if you really want to talk about the thickness of the bottom card, no one in this entire Jiangzhou is afraid to be able to compare to others. You're right. I was a bit careless. I'll take care of the renting of the house. And you can rest assured that Zhuang Lily's personal safety will be left to me. Wei Shilong can be mixed to this position today, naturally not the kind of headstrong conceited people, in the sense that this is indeed a great omission. Immediately entered the state of introspection. Wei Bureau, now the situation is not clear. Let's divide the work first. Zhuang Lily's personal safety, as well as the Red Mountain County of that extermination case. You worry more. As for those other things, leave it to me to deal with. I also have to seize the time to start the layout. At least have to in the municipal party committee a handful of completely reacted to it before all the things are arranged, or once he noticed, then want to lay out the fear that it will be too late. Meng Sun said as he raised his hand and pinched his brow. This political calculation is really too life-threatening. A careless move may have to lose everything, so you must be careful, not to leave the opponent the slightest opportunity to have a counterattack. Any carelessness and sloppiness may become the locking rope on your neck. And now that we're on the eve of a showdown, it's even more important not to let our guard down at this time. At the same time, the Century Grand Palace, still inside the same office. Yuan Taiming grimaced and slapped his cell phone on the desk as soon as he was ruthless, counting just this. He tonight has been to the outside a dozen phone calls, can find the relationship he found all, but there is no one willing to go out and help him to the Public Security Bureau side of the pressure. This thing tonight to solve. He knew and understood very well in his heart that the reason why these people didn't step in to help him was not that they didn't give him face. Rather, no one dares to do anything without the word of the one inside the city council. Even the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee's Discipline Inspection Committee, Xiang Long Tao, was ambiguous, and the others were even more predictable. Anyway, as long as the Chow family didn't give a clear signal now, no one would dare to lend him a helping hand at this time. Fuck, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee is so great. When you need me, I have to give you a smile. When the pot of urine, do not need me when you say with me to turn the other cheek with me to turn the other cheek. Even a chance to meet are not willing to give me. This really think of me as come when you come and go watchdogs, right? This series of encounters tonight was on the verge of making Yuan Taiming explode with anger on the spot. If anything, before tonight, he had positioned himself as number one. Then these encounters tonight have brought him to a complete sobering realization. From the beginning to the end, he, Yuan Taiming, had never really grasped power. All of his external deterrence came from Li Zhihong and Xiao Weigua's support for him. Once these two official head honchos stop giving him blatant support, he won't even amount to shit. Those, who used to be obsequious to him, big and small officials, now dare to play official to him. And there are even a few who do not even answer the phone. This kind of cold reality of the world, so that his heart chills, but also some fear up. Thoroughly understand through the real meaning of the four words of the scholar, farmer, worker and businessman. No, I can't just sit around and wait to die. I have to find a way to beg a way out for myself. Yuan Taiming forced himself to calm down emotionally as he grabbed the cell phone on his desk and made an external call. A few moments later, the call was answered. A timid woman's voice came out of the cell phone. Hello? Shannon, are you still inside the Marriott right now? Yuan Taiming asked straight to the point. Dad, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been so willful and presumptuous, Li Fei he wouldn't have been in trouble. Yuan Shanshan said with remorse while sobbing softly. She was a bit of a relationship brain no less, but definitely not stupid. The fact that Li Fei came to Huaichang to catch an adulterer in a car accident has now spread within their small circle. She didn't have to go back to Jiangzhou at the moment to know how much Yuan Taiming would have to pay because of her impulsiveness in order to put this matter to rest. Alas, Yuan Taiming was originally a stomach of anger, but after hearing his daughter, this regretful sobbing, all of his anger, all of it, turned into, well, a hopeless sigh. That little brat from the Meng family is right. I am old. Yuan Taiming raised his hand to support his forehead. A touch of bitterness in his eyes immediately surged out. If it was 10 years ago, when he heard this kind of crying voice of a woman, he would have been full of impatience and cursed. But now after hearing his daughter's cries, his heart involuntarily softened. Yuan Shanshan is doing something wrong, but in the final analysis or he did not teach people well. So there is today such a disaster. This responsibility he has to recognize, but also have to bear up. Furthermore, the tiger venom is still not eat the childlet. How can he really endure? Push his own daughter out, as a sacrifice to calm this matter. Shanshan, listen to Dad. Li Fei's car accident. It is an accident. All of us don't want it to happen, but now this thing, since it has already appeared, we have to think of a way to go and get rid of it, instead of feeling sorry for ourselves and regretting something now. Yuan Taiming said this, with a feigned lack of thought. His gaze crossed in the direction of the office door, confirmed that everything is no different, which then pressed the voice continued, Shanshan, I am now and your brother encountered some big trouble. Temporarily is not able to leave Jiangzhou, now only you are still safe. Tomorrow morning you will leave Huaicheng, go to the Magic City, to find the previous father said to you that uncle. You tell him, I hope that he can look at that year, in the big green farm and the grace of that meal, to come to my rescue once, if he is willing to come to my rescue. You tell him that the one who harmed me this time is Meng Xianfeng's son Meng Sun and the people behind him. If he is not willing to come to my rescue, you should not go back to Haishi province, go to the southern side or go abroad. In short, don't go back to Jiangzhou in this life. Dad, if I leave, what will happen to you and Jiqiang then? When Yuan Shanshan heard this, her emotions flared up. Shanshan, calm down and listen to Dad. You can't help me by staying now. Only if you go to Magic City and find that uncle, who is willing to help. Can your brother and I be safe? Yuan Taiming hurriedly calmed her down. Good. Then I'll go to Magic City first thing in the morning to look for that uncle. Dad, you and Jiqiang must wait for me to come back. Yuan Shanshan said with tears in her eyes. Yes, your brother and I will wait for you to come back. Yuan Taiming forced the feeling of sourness in the corner of his eyes and hung up the phone. That person in the Magic City was his last card. If even that person could not save him, he was also able to completely die. Back then you said, this rice grace you will not forget. All these years no matter you official do again big. I have never gone to trouble you once. Now I meet this can't get over the hurdles. I hope that you can talk. Don't forget the favor of those few nestlings. Yuan Tai-ming looked out the window, his gaze somewhat lost in thought, and murmured softly. His thoughts seemed to go back, to the scene in that farm, more than 20 years ago, when the waxy-faced, skinny, and weakly cultured man asked him for food. He remembered that it was a rainy day, and that the cultured man had not eaten for 3 days, and, in order to keep himself alive, had dropped his lofty head for the first time, and looked to him for help. It was frighteningly cold in the mountains at the time, and he had initially intended to ignore this waxy-faced cultural man. Unexpectedly, after being rejected by his cynical refusal, this waxen-faced culture man not only did not get angry, but just chose to turn away in silence and speechlessness, looking at the back that was stubbornly thin and gradually moving away from sight. Under the ghost, he did not know what was wrong with him, and immediately raised his legs and chased after him, and shoved 2 of the 3 nestlings he was holding into his hands. That waxen-faced culture man clenched the nestle in his hand, and immediately said to him with a solemn look of promise, the favor of this meal will never be forgotten, and if I am able to leave this farm alive in the future, this favor will absolutely be returned to you. Strange to say, the mouth of this waxy-faced cultural man looked as if it had been opened. The next morning, he was really picked up by the troops coming up to pick him up. It was 20 years, and when Yuan Tai-ming learned again the news of that year's waxy-faced culture man, it was already the winter of 1995. The skinny and weak cultured man back then had become a big shot in the Magic City. This secret, Yuan Tai-ming did not tell anyone, just thinking to keep a life for himself at the critical moment. Over the years as his career got better and better, Yuan Tai-ming had thought he would never beg for that person again. However, I did not expect. The sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. This no sign of life and death crisis really came. In order to save their own wealth and life, he can only is to let Yuan Shanshan go to the Magic City to take a trip. As for why he didn't go on his own, how could the Chow family easily let him go in his current condition? He wasn't going anywhere until the one inside the city council agreed. It's been 20 years. Will he remember the nesting dolls? Yuan Tai-ming is full of apprehension, but he really can't think of any good way to break the situation at this moment. He can only treat the dead horse as a living horse and do his best to listen to God's fate. But where there is a little chance, he will not easily give up today's hard-won family business. Meng Sun was unaware of Yuan Tai-ming's plan to ask for help. After parting ways with Wei Shilong in Mingchan Garden, he returned to the Chinese hospital and confusedly found a place to sleep. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was well into the next morning. He briefly washed his face and dialed Sun Haiju's number. This time, his woeful plan, Sun Haiju is one of the most critical link, must be communicated well in advance. Of course if you want to ask someone to do something, the gift must be ready. That's why Meng Sun was planning to take Zhuang Lily this card, and give it out in advance, so that Sun Haiju couldn't refuse his request. A few moments later, the call was answered. Sun Haiju's still awake voice came out from his cell phone. Meng, calling me so early in the morning. Is there something important? Uncle Sun, good news for you. The girl you were looking for, I found her for you, Meng Sun deliberately said in a tone of feigned surprise. What? People found? Originally still in an unsleeping state, Sun Haiju. After hearing this sudden surprise, the whole person immediately sat up violently from the bed. Old Sun, what are you doing? This early in the morning is a shock. Hu Wanlin, who was sleeping on the side, was startled by the sudden movement of Sun Haiju and said, it's fine, go back to sleep, it's just some work. After Sun Haiju gave her a perfunctory sentence without changing his color, the whole person got up from the bed in a slipshod manner and walked out of the master bedroom to the balcony of the living room. Meng, are you sure that girl is the one I'm looking for? Sun Haiju took a deep breath, his eyes full of hopefulness confirming. Uncle Sun, the identity is correct. It's that Zhuang Lily you're looking for. I've already gone to see myself last night. My eyebrows are very much like yours. It's absolutely not wrong, Meng Sun said with great certainty. Phew. After receiving Meng Sun's affirmative answer, Sun Haiju's heartbeat began to accelerate and he instantly exhaled out. To be honest, for Zhuang Lily's appearance, he was not a little bit of psychological preparation, and the inner emotions are both complex and guilty. After all, back then, he was in the knowledge that the woman was pregnant, resolutely chose to leave from the countryside. So many years have passed, the kids have grown up, and he's getting old. In fact, in this case, do not meet, do not recognize, perhaps the best result, but he just cannot help it. Want to go to inquire about the child's situation. Want to know how she lives on weekdays? Whether she has been bullied. After all, is a girl to go out to work? Security is certainly also a big problem. Little Meng, how is she doing on a regular basis? Is she good? Sun Haijo suppressed the overwhelming feeling of guilt in his heart and carefully asked out loud. Uncle Sun, I was about to tell you about this. Lily's situation right now. It's not very good, Meng Sun said with a deliberate sigh as he wanted to speak. Not in a good position? When Sun Haijo heard this, he immediately asked after her with a face full of urgency. Xiao Meng, is she being bullied? It's not just as simple as bullying. She's in some big trouble right now, and it's related to that young master of the Chao family, Meng Sun said as he deliberately steered the conversation. What he wants now is Sun Haijo anxious fire. Only Sun Haijo really angry. Will be the same enemy with him to complete? That the evil water to the east plan. The plan itself, in fact, wasn't too complicated. It was to send that little camera out and detonate it. As for why He Xuanqing was chosen to take the fall, the underlying logic was simple. In the known horizon, Sun Jiliang and He Xuanqing were both nails buried in Jiangzhou by the Wang family, and these people intended to fish for their own profit, secretly stirring up the camp relationship between Song Huaimin and that mysterious dragon youngster so as to increase the chances of victory for their own candidate to snatch the ticket to the finals. Now that the layout of the Wang family had been completed, then if they wanted to break this life and death situation, they had to find a trigger point. Before the Wang family had formally joined hands with that mysterious dragon young man, to destroy the prospect of their cooperation in advance, so that mysterious dragon young man's hate value would be moved away from Song Huaimin, and transferred to the Wang family members. And now this little camera is a perfect trigger, though I don't know what secrets are hidden inside it. Exactly. But since it was able to kick off such a big storm in a previous life, one can imagine knowing how amazing the secrets inside would be. Meng Sun's current plan is, through Sun Haijo's information channels, the secret of the small camera half-true half-false revealed to He Xuanqing. As long as He Xuanqing heart greed ate the bait, then directly to the detonation of this news, hit the Wang family unmuffled, so that the mysterious dragon young with the Wang family dog bite dog to go. If this effect could be achieved, then the life and death trap laid by the Wang family for Song Huaimin would be considered half broken. Of course this is easier said than done, but still very hard to do. And how to ensure that He Xuanqing that old fox, the heart born of greed to the bait to bite off, which will rely on Sun Haijo to micro-manipulation. This was also why Meng Sun was going to play the bottom card, Zhuang Lily. Right now, the many thoughts in Meng Sun's mind were unknown to Sun Haijo. After he heard that his daughter was being pestered by Chao Gurue, he immediately asked anxiously, Xiao Meng, how did Lily get involved with Chao Gurue? Did something happen in the middle? Alas, Uncle Sun, I won't hide it from you. Indeed a lot has happened. While Meng Sun sighed, he also narrated, telling Sun Haijo everything about Zhuang Lily's suffering inside the golden years. Of course his words focused on highlighting Chao Gurue's psychopathy, and what price he and Wei Shilong had paid to save Zhuang Lily. What happened that night? Although the scope of dissemination is not very large, but Sun Haijo wants to verify the words, but certainly cannot hide him, the editor-in-chief of the legal daily. So Meng Sun is not afraid. Sun Haijo went to find someone to secretly verify the truth, because what he said is the truth. As long as Sun Haijo received this favor, then the next thing will be good to talk about. Humph. What a Chao family. What a Chao Jerry. They really think they can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangzhou, don't they? After Sun Haijo was informed of all the causes and consequences, the coldness in his eyes was about to condense into substance. Uncle Sun, to be honest, I'm calling you so early today. Besides wanting to give you the good news, there might be one more thing I need your help with. Seeing that the emotions were pretty much laid out, Meng Sun immediately changed the topic and said, is what you want my help with related to Mayor Song? Sun Haiju asked with a raised eyebrow. He wasn't stupid. His heart was even clearer. The reason why Meng Sun had laid so many emotional shocks on him was so that he couldn't refuse to help. But to be honest, at this moment he really can't refuse. Not to mention that people helped him find his long-lost daughter. Just by virtue of this time Zhuang Lily can be saved from Chao Gurue's clutches intact. This heavenly favor he has to return. Uncle Sun, this time the matter really has nothing to do with Mayor Song. Is that I personally want to ask you to do a favor? As Meng Sun spoke, he told Sun Haijo frankly and truthfully about the plan he had already calculated. Hiss. As for Sun Haijo, after hearing this complete version of Meng Sun's woe is me plan, the entire person was immediately shocked and couldn't help but suck a mouthful of cool air out. Although he has long been some psychological preparation, Meng Sun let him help. Certainly will not be what a small matter, but he really did not expect Meng Sun will play so big. This plan, if it is really like Meng Sun envisioned, that completed, He Xuanqing and even behind his lineage, I'm afraid it is difficult to escape a hijacking was blown to pieces. Chow Weiguo will not be exempted from the political impact. Uncle Sun, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and the fastest way to get me out of my current predicament, so I hope that you can step in and help me out, Meng Sun said with a push. Meng, I have the ability to help you complete this plan, but you deeply think about it. Once you this plan, really as you envision that success, the two of us will not have any back road to go. You're really so sure that Mayor Song will be able to protect the two of us, and after the fact, not to be retaliated by the Wang family? Sun Haizhou said with a bitter smile. Political speculation is a big risk. If after the success of the plan, Song Huaimin turned his back on them, the probability of his and Meng Sun's fate is no different from Yi Xuanqing's. They will also be blown to pieces by the plan. Uncle Sun, I don't dare to promise you anything in the future, but within this stage, Mayor Song will definitely not give up on us, Meng Sun said with confidence. Little Meng, it's not that I'm not willing to believe you, but this bogeyman plan of yours is just too scary. You must now give me a good reason before I can agree to participate in this plan of yours. Sun Haizhou set his face straight, his eyes staring in disbelief as he asked. Now give me a reason that convinces me why you're sure Mayor Song won't treat us like outcasts and ditch us at a critical moment? Uncle Sun, have you heard the old saying? Thousands of gold to market a horse's bones. Meng Search said. Song Mayor now came to the whole Jiangzhou up and down the official field. Are in the wind state. Now this period is his most difficult time. If we can go to him at this time to send charcoal in the snow, the two of us is the batch of 1,000 gold horsebones. In the case of the rationale that he is not possible, and do not dare to sell us two people is easy, but once the hearts of the people he lost, want to gather up again is not so easy, and then say, and Haishi province, sell us two people is easy, but once the hearts of the people he lost, want to gather up again, but not so easy, and then again, Jiangzhou and Haishi province, far from the end of his career. He cannot be really because of a small loss of his political reputation to the destruction. I personally feel that, if our plan can really be successfully completed, he will not only force to protect us, and will also give us the corresponding political dividends, which is the means that the higher-ups should have to manage their subordinates. Meng Sun said this, the tone of a slight pause for a moment. Continued to Sun Haizhou said, Uncle Sun, to say 1,000 words, this is ultimately a question of trust. From my personal point of view, I'm sure that the character of Mayor Song is trust, and now it depends on your phase. Do not believe in me. If you believe in me, the two of us after the fact is safe. If you have misgivings about me, this plan you cannot need to participate. I will think of another way is. Once Meng Sun said this, it is equivalent to directly with Sun Haizhou showdown, depending on whether Sun Haizhou is willing to believe him, accompanied by him to gamble this hand. Alas, alright, although I'm still a bit uneasy about that Mayor Song, but since you believe in him so much, that I'll lay down my life and join you on the pokies just to see if he'll live up to your trust in the end. Sun Haizhou has been forced to this point. Want to refuse cannot refuse, can only be full of helpless nodded to agree. Meng Sun's first step of the plan was considered to have succeeded without any surprises. Of course the reason why Sun Haizhou agreed to accompany Meng Sun on this bet is not that he really trusts Meng Sun very much. Rather, it was Zhuan Lily's presence that made it impossible for him to make a refusal. Uncle Sun, don't worry, Mayor Song, he won't let us down, Meng Sun said with a sigh of relief. Alas, I hope so. While Sun Haizhou sighed again, he also exited and asked, Xiao Meng, is Lily safe for her now? Uncle Sun, just put your heart in your stomach. Lily, she's under 24-hour police protection now. There's definitely no problem with her personal safety. Meng Sun smiled at him in relief. That's good. Sun Haizhou gazed away from the front, face somewhat gloomy said, He Xuanqing that person. I have played a few times. Character is more suspicious. Want to let him take the initiative to bite the bait. I'm afraid it's not so easy. This thing I'll mull over again. And so have a detailed plan. I'll contact you again. Good. There can be no rush in terms of time, but we must not let him personally get suspicious. It's best to drag Sun Jiliang into the water as well, so that even if the Wang family jumps into the Yellow River, they won't be able to wash it away. Meng Sun said with a cold glint in his eyes. Aha. Sun Haizhou nodded, and next discussed with Meng Sun about the specific details of the operation before hanging up the phone. At this time, Hu Wanlin's voice, too, came from the direction of the restaurant. Old Sun, come over and eat breakfast, or you'll be late for work later. Coming. At the same time that Sun Haizhou answered the voice, his feet were quick to step out from the balcony and came to the dining room to sit down. What kind of work is it this early in the morning? Need you to call for such a long time? Hu Wanlin unclasped the apron around her waist and looked at Sun Haizhou with a curious face as she asked. Nothing much, just some day-to-day work on interviews. Sun Haizhou casually coped with at the same time, but also was not moving to change the topic asked. Recently your city office work is busy. I heard that the secretary of Zhu but personally went to your research? Alas, don't mention it. These 2 days are full of trivial thieves. By the way, Huan Lin as if suddenly remembered something. Pressed the voice on Sun Haijo said, last night Chen vice mayor in the meeting, without warning was the provincial discipline inspection committee people to take away. It is said that the problem is not small, maybe double regulation. Vice Mayor Chen? When Sun Haijo heard this, he immediately furrowed his brows and said, if I remember correctly, this Vice Mayor Chen seems to be a Beijing cadre, right? Yes, it's the Beijing cadres, counting Vice Mayor Chen. The Beijing cadres who came last year have fallen 3 so far. Huan Lin nodded and said, alas, this is really a mountain rain. The local faction and the airborne faction. I'm afraid there's going to be another dispute this time. Sun Haijo couldn't help but shake his head and said with a bitter smile. Ever since Secretary Zhu publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with the airborne faction cadres at a symposium for veteran cadres half a year ago, the forces of the local faction have started to fight back constantly, and all kinds of blackmail reports on the airborne cadres are on the verge of becoming a political trend. In the final analysis, or the reform of the line of contention, the secretary participated in the Revolutionary War. I am a little old-fashioned ideas, that even if the market economy reform, but also have to be steady and adapt to local conditions cannot be rushed. But most of the cadres parachuted and believe that economic reform is the trend. Now the economy of Hercynian province has lagged behind the southern provinces too much, and cannot be so stuck in the past. Especially the C faction of the line, has had the experience of Europe and the United States developed countries for further study. After seeing the economic prosperity of foreign countries, in the aspect of market economic reform, acting in a more bold and radical style, this time the accident of Chen Xinyong Chen, deputy mayor, belongs to the C faction of the line. That's right, let's not talk about other places. I think we're going to have rainy days in Huaicheng soon. And this time when Vice Mayor Chen's accident happened, I think it's just the beginning. It's far from the end. Huan Lin said with an echo. Don't look at them. These grassroots officers don't have a big official position. But when it comes to reading the wind, those big shots, they may not be able to read the wind more accurately than them. Now the discerning can see. Shu's secretary is ready to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Chen Xinyang is a very clear political signal. Anyone who dares to talk about taking a big step into the era of economic reform at this time will be waiting for a dog-head guillotine. Alas, Chen Xinyang this fall, that mayor's song after the new to Jiangzhou, afraid is not good to start work. Sun Haijo sighed in his heart and said. Meanwhile, inside Jiangzhou City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Meng Sun ended his call with Sun Haijo and was about to go to the intensive care unit to check on Ma Lu's recovery. From afar, I saw that Zhang who was surrounded by a few fierce people. A few people pushing and shoving just short of starting a fight. What the hell is this? Meng Sun wrinkled his eyebrows, and with quick steps, he headed towards Zhang Hu's side. Over. But before he could get to the point of conflict, the menacing men, one of them bald, shouted at him. Young Meng, my name is Yang Dai. My big brother asked me to invite you over for a meal. Meng Sun raised his eyes and looked again and again to make sure he didn't recognize this person before sinking his gaze and asking, who is your big brother?